999X Cultivation System Chapter 525 to Chapter 592. Jiyu returned to the carriage with Xiaogu in her arms. Xiaogu, on the other hand, was hugging a few water bags and shouting to continue drinking. After a while, the uncle came back with 2 huge beast legs. Jiyu said that Xiaogu was still resting. The group of guards surrounded the stove and started eating. Jiyu looked at the carriage and asked, "Is your family's young miss not coming down to eat?" The uncle smiled awkwardly. "I'm ashamed to say that we sent our young miss to drunken Fragrance City to get married, but we almost died in the hands of bandits. It's all thanks to you that we saved our lives." Jiyu smiled. "Uncle, you're too polite. According to the rules, our young miss is not allowed to see anyone before she gets married. This is the rule here." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage door opened. A person jumped down from the carriage. She was wearing a yellow veil. It was the young miss that the uncle was talking about. She casually walked to the front of the stove. "This is the young master who saved us today. Thank you for saving our lives." As she spoke, she pulled the beast leg in front of her and started chewing on it without holding back. Jiyu had never seen such a carefree girl before. The uncle said awkwardly, "Young miss, you're not married yet. You can't eat it." That's enough. Only the heavens, the earth, you, me, and this young master know about this. No one else will know." Jiyu also started eating the beast leg in front of her. The young miss' name was Shuamo. She was very different from her name because she was carefree. "Which empires have you been to? My God, are you that strong? Can you take me as your disciple? Tell me more about yourself." Jiyu told her some of her own stories, and the little girl was engrossed in it. She was envious of Jiyu's experience of traveling around the world at such a young age. Jiyu said, "Actually, you can do it too." Shuemo's face suddenly darkened. "How can I be as lucky as you, young master? My family relies on my marriage with drunken Moon City's Chen family to maintain our current status." After Jiyu transmigrated, she had experienced being hunted down. How could she not understand the sorrow of such a small family? He said lightly, "Actually, you can also change yourself." After saying that, Jiyu released her spiritual power. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me as your teacher?" Snowink's eyes widened. "Can I really?" Jiyu smiled and patted Inksnow's head. This was the first time a man had patted Inksnow's head like this. Even her father, the head of the family, had never done this before. "Disciple greets master, hee." Seeing that his miss had become Jiyu's disciple, the uncle had mixed feelings. He had seen Jiyu's strength with his own eyes. She had single-handedly fought against a Tongxian realm bandit. But even so, what if the master found out? Jiyu asked, "Is your family also in Drunken Moon City?" Inksnow shook her head. "But we have a mansion in Drunken Moon City. We came from the Puppet Empire." Jiyu smiled. "What a coincidence. I also have something to do in the Puppet Empire." Inksnow held Jiyu's hand. "Master, let's go now." Jiyu said lightly, "Good disciple, master still has something to do in Drunken Moon City. Then let me stay by master's side and help you." Jiyu thought for a moment. Originally, he did not like to have so many people by his side. But in order to find a way to help the remnant soul recover, perhaps this was a way. "Okay. Great, master promised me. Uncle Mo, let's get ready to go." Uncle Mo nodded. Since Jiyu was so strong, they did not have to worry about their safety on the way. The contrast between Drunken Moon City and Qinggang Empire was very strong. This was a commercial powerhouse. Although there were experts in charge, these experts generally wouldn't make a move unless the country was about to perish. Inksnow brought Jiyu to her family's mansion in Drunken Moon City. After settling Jiyu's mental power covered the entire mansion. 7 to 8 middle-aged men wearing purple robes came to the door. The middle-aged man in the lead said to the servant, "Hello, we are sent by the Jia family. We want to meet your Mississippi Miss is not seeing guests." "Then is Uncle Mo here?" "Yes, I'll go and report." After waiting for a while, Uncle Mo quickly ran out. Jiyu was still guiding Inksnow's cultivation. Xiaogu was yawning at the side. She looked very bored. Under Jiyu's guidance, Inksno's cultivation gradually improved. She was about to break through the peak of the body-tempering realm and become a defensive mystic realm expert. Only by entering the defensive mystic realm could one truly become a martial artist. Inksno's state of mind underwent a huge change. As she was too excited, the route of her cultivation changed. Her entire body was sweating profusely. Guard your state of mind. Jiyu immediately reminded her and sat cross-legged behind Inksno. She patted her back with both hands and guided the blood to move continuously in the veins in her body. Inksno finally realized that her strength was increasing continuously. In the main hall, Uncle Emo smiled awkwardly. I know that young Master Jia is anxious, but Miss has just arrived and we want to hold the wedding. Isn't this inappropriate? Hee, you must be joking. My young master is a LV3 Tongxian realm expert. Marrying that trash of a body-tempering realm young master is already lowering his status. Now, you're still making excuses. Are you going to break the engagement? For a man, breaking off an engagement was a great humiliation no matter where he was. At this moment, Jiyu walked out of the room and said to the purple-robed middle-aged man in front of him, my disciple won't marry an 18-year-old mystic comprehending trash. Get lost. Uncle Emo was stunned. He originally planned to persuade them nicely and wait for old master's reply. He did not expect that Jiyu would completely cut off their path. The middle-aged men in purple robes were stunned at first. Then, they flew into a rage. How dare you? Our young master is so kind to you, but you dare to humiliate our young master like this? Die for me. The other man in purple robes was a level 5 Tongxian realm expert. It was already rare for him to have such a cultivation at his age, let alone his young master who was already a level 3 Tongxian realm expert at the age of 18. Now that his young master was called trash, wouldn't that mean that he was worse than trash? The chi gang on his body turned into a giant hand through a mystic skill and slapped towards Jiyu. Jiyu laughed coldly. She only released her mental energy. Instantly, the middle-aged man in purple robes felt his head buzzing. He hugged his head. Ah! The chi gang that he released just now was instantly torn apart. The other men in purple robes immediately stood in front of him to protect him. Kid, what did you do? Jiyu smiled disdainfully. Why would I need to do that to deal with you? The man in purple robes frowned. This young man did not look like someone to be trifled with. We have more people. Let's attack together. He looks like he is only in his teens. He is definitely no match for us. After shouting these words, they all attacked at the same time. Chi gang of various colors appeared in the sky. They all turned into different colors. They kept attacking in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu did not dodge. Instead, she watched as the Chi gang attacked her. As soon as they came into contact with Jiyu's aura vanished. It was like an egg hitting a rock. They all broke into pieces. You want to kill me? Jiyu said disdainfully, then don't go back. He took a step forward and came to the front of the crowd. The men in purple robes panicked. Kid, don't mess around. We are from the Jia family. You dare to kill us? The Jia family will not let you go. Jiyu said indifferently, noisy. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw out several punches like a thunderstorm. Boom. Boom, boom. After 3 punches, the 7 or 8 men in purple robes flew out like kites. Uncle Emo hurried forward to check, only to find that there was no sign of life in their breath. Dead. Dead? Jiyu said indifferently, Uncle Emo, I'll leave it to you. Ah, good, good. Come on, drag them out. The Jia family waited for a long time, but they did not see their people come back. So they sent people out to check. Who knew that they only found the bodies of the 8 men? With a gloomy face, Master Jia asked the servant, who did it? The servants looked at each other. Reporting to Master, this one does not know. Old Master Jia thought for a moment and said, only a few mercenary groups dare to go against our Jia family. Investigate to the end. Yes, Master. After they left, Master Jia's eyes widened in bewilderment. It seems that the Emo family is in trouble. Send someone to the Emo family to check. About half an hour passed. When everyone came back, all the clues pointed to the Mo family. Master Jia clenched his fists. Haha, a third-class family dares to challenge me like this. Young Master Jia walked out. Father, you don't need to do this. I can deal with such a third-class family. I heard that Mo Shui is as beautiful as a fairy. Even if she doesn't want to, I will definitely take her back. Good, this is the style of our Jia family's men. Just take what you like. Come on, pass my order. The business with the Mo family can be suspended. After saying this, young Master Jia came to the Mo family's mansion with the servants in the mansion in a threatening manner. Young Master Jia shouted, "Your son-in-law is here. Let Mo Xiang crawl out on her knees and meet her future master." When Uncle Mo heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. He ran out, and the Xian energy in his hands was about to explode. Young Master Jia sneered disdainfully. The servant behind him quickly stepped forward and made a few moves. After a few moves, Uncle Mo was beaten until he spat out blood. Jiyu said indifferently, "Stop." Young Master Jia looked at Jiyu in front of him. He was also a young man. However, Jiyu was dressed in black, and his face was as cold as ice. There was not the slightest bit of aura that belonged to an expert from his body. How dare a nameless boy teach me a lesson? Who are you? Young Master Jia looked at Jiyu and smiled disdainfully. Jiyu said indifferently, "Who I am has nothing to do with you." Young Master Jia had never been treated so rudely before. He folded the fan in his hand. Cripple him for this, young master. Pull out his fingers one by one and sprinkle salt on his wounds. In this world where the strong were respected, these cruel methods were nothing. Young master, we are still on the street. Yes, there are many people watching. Young Master Jia's subordinate kindly reminded him. Young Master Jia turned his head and saw a group of onlookers behind him. He frowned. What are you looking at? I'll beat you all up if you continue to watch. Hearing young Master Jia's words, the surrounding people trembled and immediately fled in all directions. However, not only did he move, but Jiyu also moved at the same time. He moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of young Master Jia and punched forward. It was as if thunder was ringing in his ears. A few servants beside him shouted nervously. Young Master! Young Master! They were all in the metaphysical realm, but even so, they could not save their young master in time. This young man was too strong. Young Master Jia was hit by the fist. Even with the strength of LV3 of the metaphysical realm, he could not withstand the power of the fist. He flew backward like a kite. If not for the Jia family's life-protecting mysterious stone automatically triggering at the critical moment, young Master Jia would have become a corpse by now. The rest of the people immediately carried young Master Jia and fled to the Jia family like rabbits. Uncle Mo wiped the blood on his mouth. Seeing the crowd flee, he asked Ji Gongzi, don't we need to chase after him? The Jia family is very powerful in Drunken Moon City. Ignore them. With my master here, there is no need to be afraid. Suddenly, Inksnow's voice came from behind. Uncle Mo looked into the room and his jaw dropped in shock. Mo Shui in front of him did not look like Mo Shui at all. She was originally at the peak of the body tempering realm, but she was unable to break through to the defensive mystic realm at this age. She had basically lost all hope in terms of martial arts cultivation. However, he had never expected that he would become an expert of the third level of the defensive profound realm. Miss, is this true? Mo Shui chuckled. Of course. Who is my master? She's Ji. Uncle Mo was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Young mistress's rapid improvement meant that there was hope for the Mo family. Uncle Mo didn't have time to be excited. He quickly wrote down this matter in a letter and sent it back to his city. Inksnow walked in front of Ji and said, Master, am I very talented? How did I become like this in just one night? Ji scratched her little nose and said, I'm talking about you. Just a little bit more. Inksnow swore in her heart that she would definitely work hard to catch up with her master and not drag her down. Old Master Jia was originally waiting for his new wife to come. However, he didn't expect that his precious son would be carried back. Young Master Jia was placed on the ground. Old Master Jia went forward and released his mental strength to check on young Master Jia's condition. However, it was fine if he didn't check. Once he did, he was almost shocked. The protective stone that he had bought from the Almighty was actually destroyed. His son's condition was even more exaggerated. All of his meridians were shattered. He was afraid that in this lifetime, not to mention martial arts, even walking and having children would be a problem. He only had one precious son. Thinking of this, the more old Master Jia thought about it, the angrier he got. The Xian energy in his hand unconsciously floated. How dare you hurt my child like this? You all deserve to die. Old Master Jia clenched his teeth. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his teeth. Ask young Master Lin to come over. But will young Master Lin listen to us? If he still wants the spice, he has to listen to me. However, old Master Jia didn't expect that he was waiting for someone to come over and help. And Ji went out to investigate their strength. Not far from the Mo family, there was a place called Drunken Moon Tavern. Walking in, one could only smell the faint aroma of wine. Before drinking, one could already feel a little tipsy. When the two saw Ji, they walked straight in. They stepped forward and stopped her. Young master, I'm sorry, but only winemakers can enter here. Ji frowned. But the Drunken Moon Empire doesn't have a winemaster's guild. The two laughed. Indeed, we don't have a winemaster's guild here, but winemakers have a high status in the Drunken Moon Empire. Winemakers are illiterate and unskilled in martial arts. What's the use? Hearing Ji's words, the surrounding people stood up one after another. Looking at Ji's appearance, it was as if they could rush up and bite off a piece of Ji's flesh at any time. The winemaker who had just stopped Ji was even more determined. This kid doesn't understand anything at all. With a snort, he pulled a small bottle from his robes. A few drops of red liquid flowed from its surface. Let me tell you, this is the fragrance of the zither and horse. Drinking this will greatly increase your strength for a short period of time. Ji calmly said, then what's the difference between this and pills? Haha, you're an alchemist, aren't you? Pills not only consume a lot of ingredients, they also have a lot of side effects. But the wine we winemakers make is different. Not only are there no side effects, it's delicious. Ji chuckled, that's a good point. The other man frowned. Alright, that's enough talking. Child, you should go home. Ji suddenly said, I think I have the right to stay here. Hearing this, the man laughed. Kid, you don't even know what a winemaker is, yet you say you have the right to stay here? Ji didn't say anything. He looked around and walked to the back of the wine cabinet alone. Looking at the wine bottles on the wine rack, using the method rewarded by the system, he quickly picked a few bottles of excellent wine. Ji didn't use any mystic energy, he just lightly patted the table. The bottles of sake on the table were all thrown into the air. Ji reached out and received the bottles of wine. Then, she began to shake them quickly. This kid is messing around, right? He's simply wasting the sake. Hurry up and take him out. But at this moment, an extremely charming voice came from behind. Wait. Many men shouted in their hearts when they saw this woman. She was a femme fatale. She was really too beautiful. Although she wasn't devastatingly beautiful, the temperament revealed from her bones made every man's imagination run wild, especially those who were in perfect condition. She was simply the best lover. Sister Peach Blossom, why are you here? Sister Peach Blossom twisted her body and smiled. Didn't I hear that someone came to this old lady's place to cause trouble? So I specially came to take a look. It's this kid. They pointed at Jiu. Sister Peach Blossom smiled. What a handsome kid, this old lady is simply, but when she took a closer look and saw Jiu's method, she was completely stunned. Jiu opened 2 wine bottles for shaking, only to see the wine stagnate in the air. Everyone thought that the wine above was going to spill on the table. Jiu stretched out his wine cup and caught the wine in the air. He pushed the 3 cups in front of everyone and said, please have a taste. A strong wine fragrance assailed their nostrils. Everyone smelled the wine fragrance and seemed incomparably intoxicated. Jiu sat in his seat. Sister Peach Blossom pushed away a few people who wanted to taste it. After drinking Jiyu's cup of sake, the wine cup in her hand fell to the ground. She asked anxiously, "Who are you?" "This one is Jiyu." "What's your relationship with Emoruhai?" "I don't know the name Emoruhai." "Could it be Uncle Emo?" Sister Peach Blossom described that person's face. Jiyu shook his head. "No, I don't know that person." In fact, the recipe was automatically rewarded by the system when Jiyu took a sip of the sake. How could he know who this person was? "Little friend, are you interested in learning how to brew wine from me?" Jiyu smiled slightly. "This one is determined to travel all over the world. This time, I just want to find out some things. Who doesn't know that apart from brewing wine, we also need more information?" These two sentences made Jiyu a little moved. "How about this, if this little friend is not interested in learning how to brew wine from me, as long as you have the time, you can make a cup of sake for this elder sister to drink. You can name any conditions you want." Jiyu smiled faintly. "Really? I, Peach Blossom, am a woman of my word. Then I want you to gather the information I need in the future." Peach Blossom was shocked. She didn't expect this kid to be so good at naming conditions. "Okay, it's a promise." Peach Blossom called over a person with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks. She introduced him to Jiyu. "This person is called Old Five. If you have any questions, you can ask him." Old Five and Jiyu greeted him. Jiyu asked indifferently, "Brother Old Five, I want to ask about the distribution of power in Drunken Moon City." Old Five asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to ask this question?" Seeing that Jiyu didn't want to say anything, Old Five didn't force him. He only said, "If we are to talk about the distribution of power, in Drunken Moon City, the Jia family is the strongest, followed by the Chiao family, followed by the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group, Lone Wolf Army, and Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. These powers are all mercenary groups in charge of transporting spices, pills, and so on." After saying this, Jiyu smiled with satisfaction. After he left, the other two glasses of wine on the table immediately attracted everyone's attention. A few people picked up the wine glasses in front of them. They carefully tasted a mouthful. After a mouthful of strong wine, everyone's eyes widened. They had been winemakers for so many years, but this was the first time they drank such good wine. "This wine is too delicious." After Jiyu left the tavern, she walked straight to the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. The Sharp Blade Mercenary Group was cultivating. A few huge wooden puppets stood in the middle of the plaza. A few Tongxian realm experts were hitting the wooden puppets, but the wooden puppets only made light banging sounds. A mercenary in front of the door saw Jiyu coming over. He was still wearing a black robe. He extended his hand to block Jiyu's path. He asked Jiyu, who was standing in front of him, "Stop." Jiyu looked at the mercenary in front of her. "I can't go in." "No, looking at you, you don't look like you have the money to work for us." Jiyu said indifferently, "I really am here to work for you." That mercenary snorted and laughed disdainfully. But he still forced himself to be polite. "Hello, may I ask how we can be of service to you?" Jiyu said, "I plan to buy your entire Sharp Blade Mercenary Group." "Haha, brat, aren't you being too arrogant with your words?" Jiyu ignored him and walked straight in. She saw the huge wooden puppet in the plaza. It was obvious that someone had applied a formation to it, and it could withstand the full force of a first-level Spirit Profound Realm expert. That mercenary told Jiyu to wait here for a while, and he went to find the leader. After he left, Jiyu walked to the plaza. A few kind-hearted mercenaries saw that she was only a teenager. "That kid, don't touch it. It has a rebounding power." Jiyu raised her fist. She mobilized the profound chi in her body and heavily punched down. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The entire puppet shook violently for a moment before gradually collapsing. All of the mercenaries stopped what they were doing. His mouth opened wide. "Isn't this too unbelievable? Did that brat just knock down the resistance puppet with a single punch?" The leader of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group and the mercenary who had just received Jiyu walked out of the room. The leader saw that someone had actually knocked down the puppet set up by the array master. This was simply inconceivable. "Who knocked him down?" "Good job, I will reward you handsomely." A few mercenaries cautiously approached him and whispered into his ear, "It was done by that kid." "What?" The leader looked at Jiyu in shock. So it was Jiyu who did it. This brat looks so young. Jiyu said indifferently, as I said before, I'm here today to bring all of you under me. The leader of the Sharp Blade Squad also laughed out loud. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. After saying this, Li Yundong said. He gradually released the aura of a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He roared, Brat, let me see why you are so bold. A Xianxia gang suddenly appeared on his legs. He flew toward Jiyu like a meteor. Jiyu also released the Qi gang on her body at the same time. But in terms of aura, it was more domineering. The leader bumped into Jiyu. The complacent smile on his face was gradually released. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The leader's legs seemed to have been blown up by a cannonball. The Qi aura around his body suddenly disappeared, and he fell to the ground, crying out loudly. The mercenaries of the Sharp Blade mercenary group were even more surprised. They had never seen their leader being beaten like this. Even if he fought with the leaders of the other mercenary groups, he could still fight for hundreds of rounds. How could he suddenly be so weak? Jiyu asked him. Do you agree that the Sharp Blade mercenary group will change its name from today on? Yes, I agree. He shouted loudly, I agree, okay? Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. She took out a few small flags from her clothes. At the same time, she threw a bottle of pills into his hand. The leader swallowed a mouthful of pills. Then, he sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started to regulate his breath. However, he had been at the peak of the Tongxian realm for a long time. Finally, there was a tremor. An extremely powerful force directly hit his body. And the source of this mysterious force was all from Jiyu's pills. After breaking through, he looked at Jiyu with a face full of admiration. You are too strong, sir. No, leader, boss, I am wrong. I will follow you. Jiyu waved her hand and looked at the map in front of her. The leader in front of her said, I want you to unify the mercenary groups in Drunken Moon City as soon as possible. The mercenaries looked at each other. They said to Jiyu, leader, but we can't do that. Jiyu knew that they were the weakest among the mercenary groups. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to unify the mercenary groups in Drunken Moon City, he would have taken out a few small bottles and thrown them to them. There are a total of 150 pills here. Each of you take one and leave the rest. In the future, whoever makes a contribution will be rewarded with one of the remaining pills. Yes, leader. Jiyu looked at the original leader and said, from today onwards, you will be the vice leader. I will leave the daily work to you. Yes. The next morning. The Sharp Blade mercenary group owned all the streets from North 3rd Street to South 3rd Street. However, these streets were extremely deserted at this moment. Jiyu couldn't bear to see the streets so deserted. She returned to the tavern. Sister Peach Blossom saw Jiyu return. She immediately welcomed her. She hugged Jiyu's hand and said, little brother, you promised to make me a cup of wine every day. Jiyu patted her head. Sister Peach Blossom, wait for me. Soon, 3 cups of strong wine were made and placed on the table. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Sister Peach Blossom chuckled and said, little brother, it seems that you have something to ask of me today. Jiyu told her that she needed a large number of alchemists and winemakers. High-level alchemists are all in other empires. We don't have many winemakers here, but we have a lot of winemakers. Sister Peach Blossom smiled proudly. She said to Jiyu in front of her, Big Sister can help with this. The originally deserted streets were suddenly filled with winemakers. Everyone had their own unique recipes. However, Jiyu obtained their recipes after tasting the wine they made. When everyone heard that Jiyu wanted them to produce a large amount of wine, they didn't agree even if they were beaten to death. However, after seeing Jiyu make their unique recipes one by one with their own eyes, they were shocked. They were incomparably shocked. Only then did they realize that compared to Jiyu, they were as insignificant as stars compared to the moon. The people walking outside looked into the streets and saw that Jiyu had already led people to open up the shops one by one. They walked into the streets, where there were pills and treasures. Moreover, there was also good wine to taste. Compared to the other mercenary groups, this was like heaven and earth. When they returned home, they spread the news one after another. More and more people came to the streets, and the business of the Sharp Blade mercenary group became more and more prosperous. The second leader of the Fierce Wind mercenary group hurriedly found the first leader. The first leader was still hugging two beauties and being intimate with them when he suddenly saw his second brother barge in. He said anxiously, First leader, bad news, bad news." The first leader kicked him. "Damn it, can't you see that I'm happy? Tell me." After hearing this, he turned around and didn't dare to look at his big brother. At the same time, he said, "The Sharp Blade mercenary group is about to rob all our business." "What?" The first leader immediately threw down the beauties in his hands and sat up. The beauties gasped and planned to lie on the first leader's body. "It's true, first leader. I went to see today. There was not a single person in the shops on our street, but the streets of the Sharp Blade mercenary group were full of people." "Bitch, get out of my way." He kicked her, and the pitiful beauty fell to the ground. She was no longer breathing. "Bring 100 people and close all the shops on their street." "Yes, first leader. But aren't you afraid of the Sharp Blade mercenary group?" "Haha, we are all at the peak of the Tongxian realm, but his Xian skills are far inferior to ours." Seeing this, the second leader didn't have any scruples. He immediately went back and brought 100 thugs to the middle of North 3rd Street. They took the lead and smashed the shops around them. The second leader looked at the shop owners with blood on their faces and said proudly, "Brothers, from today on, North 3rd Street is our territory." "Is that so?" Suddenly, a voice came slowly. Sharp Blade walked out of a restaurant. His eyes were fixed on the second leader. When the second leader saw Sharp Blade, his body trembled. But he suddenly remembered that the first leader gave him a pill before he left. It could temporarily increase his strength to the peak of the Tongxian realm. And Sharp Blade was just a small roll. He snorted, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the leader of Sharp Blade. Our first leader saw that you were working hard to manage a few streets, so he specially ordered me to help you manage a few streets." "Is that so? You mean I have to thank you?" "That's not necessary, but you have to remember who helped you." "Die." Sharp Blade suddenly shouted, and his entire body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The second leader never expected that this Sharp Blade would become so powerful. Several of his subordinates were killed on the spot. He took a step back. You. The servants beside him said anxiously, "Second leader, let's go back and find leader Lai Feng." The second leader walked out confidently this time. "If Commander Lai Feng finds out, won't he kill me?" Thinking of this, the second head directly took out a medicinal pill bottle and swallowed the medicinal pill inside. His muscles gradually swelled. His face began to distort. The profound strength in his body actually increased by several times. Soon, he reached the peak of the Tongxian realm. Sharp Blade looked at the second leader and revealed a disdainful smile. "You think this is enough?" The two of them quickly leaped up and exchanged hundreds of moves in the air. The power of each punch hit the other's chi aura. Earth rank profound skill, wind fire blade. Earth rank profound skill, fire blade. The two profound energies heavily collided together, and another loud sound rang out. The second leader fell heavily to the ground. "It's actually the spirit profound realm, it's actually the spirit profound realm. Sharp Blade has become a spirit profound realm expert, quickly go back and report to the boss." The few of them stood up in a panic and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, a smile appeared on Sharp Blade's face. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Sharp Blade's figure was very close. The second leader opened his eyes wide. "You dare? I am the second leader of the Lai Feng mercenary group." The fist was about to land on his head. An incomparably dignified voice reverberated throughout the entire street. "Sharp Blade, you dare to make a move?" Sharp Blade raised his head and saw Lai Feng and a burly man beside him. He looked like a wild wolf. "Lone Wolf, you're here too. Why, are you two joining forces to steal my business today?" Both Lai Feng and Lone Wolf smiled faintly. Lone Wolf said, "Even so, so what? You're just in the spirit profound realm. If you're willing to submit to us, we can still spare your life." After his voice fell, Sharp Blade covered his face and laughed. Even if I lose my life, I will not surrender to you. Blazing Blade. Saber Chi formed by Chi Gang quickly rushed in front of the other party. He could only see Lone Wolf and Lai Feng's auras. They collided violently together. However, the power of the Sharp Blade melted away in an instant. There was no need for Lone Wolf to do anything. Gale arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. A punch landed on Sharp Blade's body. Sharp Blade immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lai Feng grabbed him by the neck and asked sternly, "Are you going to surrender or not? How dare you touch my people?" Suddenly, a young man dressed in black walked over with a blade of grass in his mouth. He only saw that his entire person seemed to be lazy. A faint smile appeared on Lai Feng's face. "What? You're just a brat. Don't tell me you want to stand up for him?" Ji Yu didn't say anything. She just stared at Lai Feng. Lai Feng was irritated by Ji Yu's words. He was instantly enraged. His entire person was like lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ji Yu. Due to the profound skill, a green flame appeared on his fist. Peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm? Interesting. Ji Yu threw out a sentence. She held the other party's fist with one hand and then punched back heavily. The Chi Gang that appeared on Lai Feng's body suddenly shattered. Lai Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was happening to him. "Lone Wolf, save me." He had no other choice but to roar loudly. He hoped that Lone Wolf behind him could help. Lone Wolf didn't expect that a kid who was not even 18 years old would have such strength. She could shatter Lai Feng's Chi Gang. "Kid, don't be so arrogant," he also shouted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Yu. At the same time, Ji Yu's other hand quickly threw out a punch. The two fists heavily collided. With a loud crack, the two fell to the ground at the same time in pain. Only Ji Yu was still standing. However, Lone Wolf and Lai Feng weren't so lucky. The meridians in their hands were all shattered. Ji Yu said indifferently, "From today onwards, your mercenary groups will all belong to the Sharp Blade mercenary group." Both Lone Wolf and Gale retreated a few steps. The two glanced at Ji Yu. They took out a jade bottle from their bosom. It was exactly the same as the one that the second leader ate. The two swallowed the pill. The profound strength in their bodies became more and more intense. They already had the strength of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The two of them stood up at the same time. Their aura made everyone present, except for Ji Yu, feel afraid. Second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even this kid who was not even 18 years old in front of them couldn't compare to their strength, right? The two of them smiled. "If you want our mercenary group, then you have to be able to eat it. Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe we can still spare your life." Lai Feng, look at this kid. There's a little beauty following behind him. She looks like she's only 16 or 17. She's your type. Xiao Gu, who was following behind Ji Yu, frowned slightly. She felt extremely disgusted by this kind of malicious feeling. Ji Yu said, "You're courting death." Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A large hammer appeared in Ji Yu's hand. He didn't plan to kill the two of them directly. He swung the hammer. Lone Wolf and Lai Feng laughed disdainfully. "This is just a small trick of a weapon refiner. You actually want to use it to deal with us. You're simply courting death." In this world, profound strength was the most important. They didn't care about those small tricks of a weapon refiner that focused on refining the body. If it was a normal weapon refiner, they wouldn't be a match for the other party. Because profound strength determined that even if they were at the same level, the cultivator who cultivated profound strength would win. Boom, a loud sound echoed in the street. The shop owners, weapon refiners, and alchemists at the side all watched closely. They only saw that Ji Yu's attack was so clean and efficient, and he killed two people quickly. They were immediately impressed by Ji Yu. To be able to follow such a boss, our business in Drunken Moon City will be ruined in the future. Yeah, Ji Gongzi 10,000 years. Ji Gongzi 10,000 years. Ji Yu brought Sharp Blade directly to the 3rd Street in the northwest and the 3rd Street in the south. The first to arrive was the Lai Feng mercenary group. the Lai Feng mercenary group's people gathered on the street. Seeing Jiyu and the others, they directly said, "Aren't these the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people? What are you doing here?" Jiyu glanced at the people around her, and the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people immediately understood. They directly killed the Lai Feng mercenary group's people, and quickly occupied the 3rd Street in the northwest. When the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people at the 3rd Street in the south received this news, they were divided into 2 groups. One group thought that they wanted to take revenge for the Lone Wolf mercenary group's leader, so they wanted to find help. The other group thought that since the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people were so powerful, they might as well surrender to them. For a while, they quarreled. They actually started fighting, but the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people who surrendered had the upper hand, and the rest of the people came to the Chow family with injuries. The young master of the Chow family sat on the chair and listened to the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people crying. "Young Master Chow, you don't know, but this Sharp Blade mercenary group is very powerful. They have a young man who actually killed 2 of our mercenaries by himself." "What?" Young Master Chow sat up and said to the people in front of him, "So the 3rd Street in the northwest and the 3rd Street in the south are in his hands now?" The faces of the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people turned red, and they lowered their heads to admit it. Young Master Chow said, "This young man seems to be scheming something." After Jiyu took over these streets, he let the merchants move in one after another. She brought Xiaogu back to the Mo clan. She saw that Inksno's cultivation had improved by quite a lot. He was grinning from ear to ear as he placed plates of food on the table. Master, you're back." Jiyu nodded. Xiaogu's eyes lit up when she saw the food on the table. Jiyu looked at this little glutton and couldn't help but find it interesting. She scratched her nose. "Eat if you want." Inksno immediately took back some food from Xiaogu's hands. She didn't expect that this little girl could eat so quickly. However, Xiaogu was eating by herself. Inksno touched the food in her hands and said to Jiyu, "Master, try it. I've been cooking for the entire afternoon." "So you were cooking when you weren't cultivating at home?" Inksno blushed. "I saw how tired Master is, so I cooked for you to try." Jiyu rubbed her head. "My little Inksno is the most obedient." After taking a bite, Jiyu gave a thumbs up. "It's delicious." At this moment, Uncle Mo walked back with a big laugh. Ji Gongzi, we've earned 600,000 gold coins today." Even at the peak of the Mo clan, the most they could earn was 100,000 gold coins. Now, Jiyu actually earned 600,000 gold coins in a day. How could he be unhappy? Inksnow was so shocked that an egg could be put in her mouth. Originally, she thought that Jiyu was only strong. She didn't expect that she was good at business as well. Uncle Mo said, "Now, more than half of Drunken Moon City has landed in Ji Gongzi's hands." Inksnow's admiration for Jiyu had already reached the peak. After hearing this, she completely became Jiyu's fangirl. After hearing that Jiyu had killed the 2 captains by himself, he was shocked. Young Master Chow's heart trembled slightly. If they were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be Jiyu's opponent. Thus, he packed up and came to the Jia family. The Jia family was still in a terrible fix because their young master had become a cripple. When old Master Jia saw young Master Chow, he said unhappily, "Isn't this young Master Chow?" Young Master Chow bowed respectfully. "Greetings, old Master Jia. This time I have something important to tell old Master Jia." "What is it?" "The Sharp Blade mercenary group has unified the western half of the city." Old Master Jia snorted. "It's just a small Sharp Blade mercenary group. After dealing with that little girl from the Mo family, I will naturally take care of them." Young Master Chow saw that old Master Jia knew nothing about this matter and immediately said, "I'm afraid that old Master Jia alone is unable to take care of them." "What, do you think that I can't even take care of a small mercenary group?" "No, I heard that the one who killed the 2 captains, Lai Feng and Lone Wolf, was a young man who hasn't reached 18 yet. Moreover, he was wearing black clothes. I also heard that young Master Jia was also crippled by someone." Hearing this, old Master Jia stood up excitedly. "Is what you said true?" "Yes." Good. Our 2 families will work together and kill him." Young Master Chow immediately said, "But this young man is not that simple." "What do you mean?" I want to ask the person behind your Jia family to take action. Everyone knew that behind the Jia family, there was an expert at the peak of the second level of the spirit profound realm. It was said that this person was one of the strongest people in the Drunken Moon Empire. There were two other people who were at the same level as him. Old Master Jia said, "Okay, since that's the case, I will contact them first." After Jiyu left the Mo family, she went straight to the tavern, only to see four men wearing black robes standing there. Jiyu looked at them in confusion. "Come with us. Miss, if you don't go back, Old Master will blame us." Sister Peach Blossom smiled slightly. Didn't he say that he would pass the family business to his precious son? Why do you want me to go back now? Master said that he hopes that you can marry young Master Liang. Don't even think about it. Seeing Senior Jiyu, Sister Peach Blossom immediately had a plan. She moved in front of Jiyu and grabbed her hand. Jiyu felt the other party's fullness. She said directly, "Sister Peach Blossom, this is my future husband," Yizichan said. "You can go back now." Jiyu immediately understood. The four black-robed men looked at each other and said to Sister Peach Blossom, "Miss, stop fooling around." "I'm not messing around. He is my future husband." Jiyu said indifferently, "You should have heard what Sister Peach Blossom said. Just go back and report it." "Brat, do you have the right to interrupt when our third elder is speaking?" After which, the profound energy in one of the black-robed men surged, and with the strength of a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, he threw a punch at Xianxia. The surrounding bricks began to shatter. Jiyu took a step forward, grabbing the other party's fist. Jiyu said coldly, "You are Sister Peach Blossom's people. I won't fight with you, but don't force me." "Brat, don't be so arrogant." The remaining two black-robed men attacked at the same time. The three of them released their chi aura at the same time and jumped up. Three fists came at her. Jiyu's hair suddenly blew in the wind, and the chi aura in front of her was released. A shield-like chi aura appeared in front of her. With a loud bang, the three fists hit the chi aura. Even a first-level spirit profound realm pinnacle expert would have to be cautious when facing the fists of three Tongxian realm pinnacle experts. But they met Jiyu. Jiyu just moved coldly, and the three fists slid to the side. The faces of the three contorted. How is this possible? How can this brat be so strong? He's only in his teens. The three of them lamented at the same time. No wonder eldest miss was infatuated with him. But Jiyu was at most a first-level spirit profound realm expert. "Eldest miss, you should think about what I told you today. Otherwise, it won't be us next time." After snorting, the leading third elder flung his black robe. After they left, Sister Peach Blossom walked over nervously and said to Jiyu in front of her, "Are you okay?" Jiyu said indifferently, "Sister Peach Blossom, I'm fine." Looking at her nervous expression, Jiyu suddenly smiled. Sister Peach Blossom's face turned red. "What are you thinking, you little rascal? After I'm done with the things here, we'll go to your house to take a look." Sister Peach Blossom knew that Jiyu took her words seriously. She was very happy. Jiyu took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She asked Sister Peach Blossom if she had seen this wooden box before. To be able to open such a large tavern in this chaotic drunken moon city and accommodate so many winemakers, Sister Peach Blossom naturally had the ability. Looking at the wooden box in front of her, Sister Peach Blossom was slightly stunned. "I've seen this thing before." "Really? Where is it?" "North Moon City. It's just a local superfamily that keeps it. They have always treated it as a treasure. I'm afraid it won't be taken away so easily." When Sister Peach Blossom saw Jiyu ask about this wooden box, she guessed that this wooden box was important to Jiyu. However, she couldn't just watch Jiyu throw away her life. That's why she said that. Jiyu naturally knew that Sister Peach Blossom was doing this for his own good. He smiled, "Don't worry, I definitely won't take the risk." Jiyu glanced at the map of Drunken Moon City, thinking that it was time to eliminate all the forces in this city. Uncle Emma walked in and said to Jiyu, "Brother, what do you plan to do next? There's no need for these two families to exist." Hearing Jiyu's words, Uncle Mo's heart suddenly trembled. How long had it been? Jiyu actually said that she wanted to unify the business of the entire Drunken Moon City. This was too inconceivable. Jiyu brought Uncle Mo to the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Everyone bowed respectfully to Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Next, I want to have only one mercenary group in this city." Everyone was in an uproar and looked at each other. Sharp Blade was very proud. Fortunately, when they saw Jiyu's strength, they were the first to jump out and surrender. Otherwise, they would be the only ones to be annihilated today. They stormed into the Qiao family's residence. Several servants of the Qiao family came out and stopped them. "What are you going to do? Don't you know where this is?" Two of them had sharp eyes and recognized that these people were from the Sharp Blade mercenary group. He walked forward and said to Jiyu and others indifferently, "They are from the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Go and report to the others." Hearing these words, they immediately told young Master Qiao about this matter and why Jiyu brought people here. Young Master Qiao heard these words. His eyes widened. "Take them to the street." After hearing this, he stopped. Then, he thought for a moment and stopped again. "Order your men to not fight with the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Also, go and inform Master Jia." Master Jia soon received this news. If the Qiao family was destroyed today, wouldn't the Jia family be next? Thinking of this, Master Jia felt a lingering fear. He immediately slapped the table and stood up. He said at once, "Let the experts above LV3 of the Tongxian realm and the family come with me." "Yes, Master." 70 to 80 people aggressively came to the street controlled by the Qiao family. At this moment, all the Qiao family members fell to the ground and cried out in pain. When old Master Jia saw this scene, he was furious, especially when he saw Jiyu. This brat first beat up this old man's son until he was crippled. Now, he was going to wipe out his family. If he had taken action earlier, perhaps today would not have happened. Seeing that someone had come, the young master of the Qiao family seemed to have found a backbone. "Ha ha ha, Jiyu, today is the day you die." Hundreds of people completely surrounded them. Jiyu was about to make a move. Sharp Blade knew that this was his chance to show off. He took a step forward and patted his chest. "Boss, leave this group of brats to me." Young Master Qiao knew that Sharp Blade was only at LV8 of the Tongxian realm. He said disdainfully, "Sharp Blade, when did you dare to talk to us like this? Don't forget the time when you were attached to us." Sharp Blade laughed. "If I could defeat you at that time, how could I submit to you?" As a person from a small border town, Jiyu did not intend to make them obey from the bottom of their hearts. However, it did not matter if they obeyed Jiyu because they were afraid of Jiyu's strength. What Jiyu wanted was not their loyalty. Young Master Qiao snorted. "How arrogant." After his voice fell, he took a step forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Sharp Blade's side. The two guards under Sharp Blade also received Jiyu's elixir. They sped up. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Sharp Blade and threw heavy punches to his left and right. Young Master Qiao took a step back. He did not expect that the two servants were at the peak of the Tongxian realm. When did the peak of the Tongxian realm walk around freely? However, the two guards were still not enough to take him down. The fan in young Master Qiao's hand suddenly turned into Mysteriousine iron. The Mysterioine iron had a strong cold air and a strong blade force. A loud bang was heard. The rest of the people retreated one after another. Sharp Blade held a big knife and jumped up. Suddenly, countless flames swarmed out from his hand. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Li Dao's attack. How is this possible? How could he raise his strength to this level in such a short period of time? Haha, it's my boss, Jiyu. The pill in his hand raised us to this level. Young Master Qiao's and Old Master Jia's eyes glowed. A pill that could raise a common profound realm cultivator to the spirit profound realm without any side effects. If they were the ones who obtained it, wouldn't that mean, among the 7 great empires, there were only a few spirit profound realm experts? They could be counted on one hand. The two of them looked at each other. Jiyu must die. The two of them went around Li Dao. Although Li Dao was also at the peak of the first level of the spirit profound realm, he was facing 2 experts at the same time. He couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, young Master Qiao and Old Master Jia had already arrived in front of Jiyu. Brat, you killed my son. You're courting death. Insulting my Jia family. Brat, you're courting death. Young Master Chiao's face was ferocious. The black iron fan in his hand became incomparably sharp. Even if he was an expert at the second level of the spirit profound realm, he couldn't easily block this heavy attack. Young Master Chiao waved his fan. Suddenly, Jiyu reached out and grabbed the iron fan in front of her. She used the profound energy in her hand and crushed the iron fan in her hand. Young Master Chiao's eyes widened. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to believe that his artifact was so easily crushed by Jiyu. You. Before he finished speaking, Jiyu's fist quickly gathered a strong profound energy. After the punch landed, young Master Chiao's chi aura suddenly shattered. Fortunately, old Master Jia pulled him back. Otherwise, he would have already died under Jiyu's hands. At this moment, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Sweat continuously dripped down. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu kicked out again. Old Master Jia didn't have time to react. Under the heavy impact of this kick, both of them flew out together with young Master Chiao and spat out a mouthful of blood. He let out a long breath. How is this possible? Impossible. Jiyu stepped on young Master Chiao's body. Young Master Chiao immediately smelled the stench of urine. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I'll leave the two of them to you. Sharp Blade's mood suddenly improved. He never thought that the two people who used to ride on his head would have such a day. And all of this was given to her by Jiyu. He walked forward with a wicked smile on his face. Master Jia and young Master Chiao crawled backward in fear. Young Master Chiao trembled as he said, I beg you, let me go. Sharp Blade laughed, go to hell. Master Jia was also extremely scared. He shouted with an extremely sharp voice, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be consigned to eternal damnation when the people behind our Jia family come. His heartbeat quickened. Unexpectedly, the sharp blade glanced at Jiyu. Without saying anything, Jiyu threw the long blade in her hand out. The long blade plunged directly into the opponent's body. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Soon, the Sharp Blade mercenary group seized all the territories of the Chiao family and the Jia family. In the middle of the night, Mo Xiang knocked on Jiyu's door. Jiyu opened the door and looked at her curiously. What's wrong, little disciple? Mo Xiang sensed that Jiyu might leave here. She muttered. Are you going to leave this place? Mo Xiang was very sensitive. Jiyu's mood changed quickly. Jiyu said, leave here. Well, I need to find something. Mo Xiang hugged Jiyu from behind. Master, can you not leave? Jiyu grabbed Mo Xiang's hands, I'll leave this to you. Although Mo Xiang was much weaker than the people here in terms of strength, Jiyu was here now. How could they make a comeback, but if Jiyu was not here? Mo Xiang was a little girl. She would be devoured quickly. Jiyu took out 2 bottles of pills from his pocket. If you eat these 2 pills, your strength will increase to the peak of the Tongxian realm. But if you eat them, then your strength will increase in the future. Mo Xiang hesitated. Jiyu said indifferently, I know what you're worried about. Then Jiyu took out a few talismans. As long as the talismans are effective, people below the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm are no match for you. These words caused his heart to beat faster. Mo Xiang said firmly, I'm willing to accept these pills. Jiyu smiled slightly, how about this, I'll leave the array for you. Mo Xiang nodded and steeled her resolve to stay. The next morning, Jiyu brought Mo Xiang to the Sharp Blade mercenary group. The Sharp Blade mercenary group and a few leaders let out a long breath. Next, Mo Xiang will become the leader of the Sharp Blade mercenary group. From today onwards, everything will be decided by her. Jiyu glanced at Mo Xiang. Last night, Mo Xiang didn't eat this pill. A defensive profound realm wants to control us. Young Master Jiyu, I know you're strong, but this is a humiliation to us. Even if you want to kill me, I won't accept it. That's right, we won't accept it either. The crowd below the stage started to clamor. Jiyu knew that it was easy for him to help Mo Shui. But if Jiyu was not in Drunken Moon City, what would happen? Mo Shui took a step forward, I will accept your challenge. If I can win, you won't have any objections, right? The Sharp Blade mercenary group was too embarrassed to fight with a woman. The third leader stood on the stage. He took out a long sword artifact in his hand. He made a pleased gesture to the third leader. The third boss laughed out loud. A little girl who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to challenge him. He jumped onto the stage. I'll do it, little girl. Don't hurt that pretty face of yours later. Emoshwe swung her sword heavily. A mystic light cut through the sky, and the mystic energy landed heavily on the third leader's G shield. The third leader was an expert at level 3 Tongxian realm. With a clang, the mystic energy that Emoshwe had just released was scattered. She could not break through the opponent's Qi shield at all. The third leader roared at the sky. The Qi shield on his body gradually formed the appearance of a warrior. Following the third leader's actions, the purple warrior in the air threw out punch after punch. Boom boom boom, the third leader's powerful mystic energy gradually arrived in front of Emoshwe. Emoshwe frowned, and the Qi shield on her body seemed to be unable to withstand the attack. Jiyu's finger moved slightly. Instantly, the array on Emoshwe's body released a mystic light. The third leader felt as if he was locked in the center of the triangular flag. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and lightning continuously struck down from the sky. It landed on the third leader's Qi shield. When Emoshwe saw the third leader's flaw, she jumped and landed in front of the third leader. She swung her sword forward heavily. Even though the third leader was an expert at level 3 Tongxian realm, a cracking sound was heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the third leader's mouth. He heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect Emoshwe to be so powerful. She cupped her hands. Thank you. This time, the third master was completely convinced. He cupped his hands and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, leader. The Sharp Blade mercenary group's second-in-command suddenly became the third-in-command. How could he be convinced? Jiyu said calmly, I'll be leaving Drunken Moon City tomorrow, but if anything happens, I'll be back immediately. Jiyu's words were like knocking on the Sharp Blade not far away. Once Jiyu left, he would still be the second-in-command, and there would be no difference from before. Furthermore, Emoshwe was just a little girl. He was overjoyed and immediately shouted out. Greetings, leader. After greeting everyone, Emoshwe insisted on pulling Jiyu to the back room. She handed a gold medal to Jiyu. She said solemnly, Master, your disciple will definitely wait for your return obediently. After Jiyu left the Emo residence, she came to the tavern. Rows of carriages were parked at the entrance. Sister Peach Blossom was still dressed beautifully. She slowly opened her mouth and said, Little brother, you really came. That's right. Sister Peach Blossom, you're leaving. How can I not protect you well? A servant walked forward, bent down, and said softly, Ji Gongzi, we've prepared a carriage for you. It's behind. Sister Peach Blossom suddenly said, No need. Ji Gongzi and I will sit in the same carriage. Jiyu said indifferently, Sister Peach Blossom, this doesn't seem to be a good idea. Sister Peach Blossom pulled Jiyu in front of her and said, Why? Is little brother embarrassed? Jiyu suddenly grinned and directly pulled Sister Peach Blossom into her arms. Why, sister? Do you think I don't dare? Sister Peach Blossom had never expected Jiyu to be so bold. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing her like this, Jiyu smiled and directly put her in the carriage. We'll see you later. The carriages quickly set off together. At the same time, at the Jia residence, an old man in a black robe came to the Jia residence. Master Jia's corpse was placed in the main hall. The entire Jia residence was filled with tragic cries. The old man in the black robe's heart tightened. He quickly walked in. How is Master Jia? A servant said respectfully, Grandpa, Master Jia is here. How did he die? It's said to be a youth. However, he has already left Drunken Moon City and is heading towards Wind Moon City. Where's my grandson? Young Master is now behind. Looking at young Master Jia on the bed, the old man in the black robe suddenly became angry. He heavily smashed the table in front of him. He was already an expert in the third layer of the Spirit Profound realm. The old man in the black robe said loudly, pass down my order. From today onwards, I will take over everything in the Jia residence. First, I will eliminate the power that the brat left here. I will give you 10 days. Then, I will capture his people and kill them in front of him. The Duan family occupied half of the entire Wind Moon City. From a distance, it looked like a city within a city. Everyone knew that the Duan family could not be offended, and Sister Peach Blossom happened to be surnamed Duan. Sister Peach Blossom was explaining to Jiyu. However, she was the daughter of the family, and they were the branch of the family. They had no status in the family at all. Just as the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Duan family, 2 more carriages came from behind. An elegant young man walked out of the carriage. It was Duan Hong. Duan Hong waved the fan in his hand and glanced at the servant beside him. The servant spurred the horse forward a few steps. He shouted at Jiyu's carriage, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't you see? Is this the carriage of the 3rd young master of the Duan family? Jiyu frowned. Sister Peach Blossom was about to speak, but Jiyu covered her mouth. He opened the curtain of the carriage and walked down. I am an honored guest of the Duan family. An honored guest of the Duan family? The servant looked at Jiyu with a puzzled expression and asked subconsciously, do you have our proof? Jiyu took out the jade token that Sister Peach Blossom had given him. The servant saw it. Wasn't this the personal jade token of his young miss? However, it looked like the jade token of the 6th young miss. Please wait a moment. The servant took the jade token and returned to the front of the carriage. He raised the jade token in his hand and handed it to 3rd young master Duan. 3rd young master Duan took the jade token and walked down from the carriage. He walked straight to the front of the carriage and immediately released the aura of a peak Tongxian realm expert. A strong wind blew, and the curtain in front of him was blown up. Sister Peach Blossom's face appeared in front of 3rd young master Duan. 3rd young master Duan smiled disdainfully. When did this family become so unruly? I am the 3rd young master of the Duan family, and you are just a concubine's daughter. Do you still want to walk in front of me? Sister Peach Blossom's face turned red. Jiyu glanced coldly at 3rd young master Duan. However, at this moment, a young man walked out of the door. He was wearing white clothes, and a gust of wind blew over. He smiled slightly. 3rd brother, don't be presumptuous. Sister Peach Blossom. The young man cupped his hands. Brother Chung. Big brother, why are you being so polite to her? Duan Qing slapped 3rd young master Duan's face. How dare you? She's your sister. Humph, you're just a concubine's young miss. To put it bluntly, you're just a tool for a marriage alliance. What right do you have to be my elder sister? 3rd young master Duan snorted and turned to leave. Duan Qing cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know how to teach my younger brother. I'm fine. Uncle knew that Sister Peach Blossom had returned, so he specially asked me to go out and welcome her. Then, Duan Qing found Jiyu and locked his eyes on Jiyu. May I ask who this is? His name is Jiyu. He's my guest. Duan Qing said politely, hello, Ji Gongzi. Please come in. After the 3 of them entered the hall of the side room, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked out. Tao you're finally back. If I didn't come back, wouldn't you have sent someone to smash my shop? The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed Jiyu. Who's this young master? He's my fiancé, so I won't marry the young master of the Yi family. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and he stood up in excitement. He covered his chest and said angrily, you prodigal girl. Seeing her father so angry, Sister Peach Blossom's heart softened. She said to him, Dad, our Ji Gongzi is very powerful. Oh? The middle-aged man and Duan Qing looked at Jiyu at the same time. However, Jiyu looked very ordinary. Why did she say that he was very powerful? This girl must have said that on purpose because she was afraid that he would hurt him. After all, a father loves his daughter. Forget it. Kid, let me ask you, who's your father? I haven't had a father since I was young. The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. That's normal on this continent. Then where is your family? I don't have a family either. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged man stood up anxiously. If Jiyu's family was small, as long as he interceded with his big brother would definitely agree. However, this kid didn't have a family. What should he do? Duan Yen felt that the world was spinning. He sat on the chair and sighed. My daughter, my daughter. What kind of trouble did you bring me? Duanqing smiled disdainfully. When he saw how cold Jiyu was, he thought that he must be an expert. It was normal for an expert to have a temper. However, now it seemed that he was just a handsome gigolo. Sixth uncle, I'll take my leave first. As the future head of the family, he wanted to win over every side branch. However, except for the third branch, this Duan-san had wanted to replace his position for a long time. After Duanqing left the garden of the sixth branch, Duan Yen suddenly put down his cup. Suddenly, Duan Yen put down the cup in his hand. Kid, let me tell you. My precious daughter is going to marry into the Yi family. In the entire Drunken Moon Empire, the Yi family is one of the 3 great families. Even the royal family has to listen to them. Do you understand? How could Ji not understand? However, when he was in the Qinggang Empire, he was the one who ordered the royal family. As for the concept of the royal family, sorry, Ji Gongzi didn't know. How about this? Our Duan family won't bully you. I'll give you 3 foundation pills and 3,000 gold coins. It's enough for you to go anywhere. Jiyu said indifferently. I came this time to accompany Sister Peach Blossom. I'll listen to her. Peach Blossom knew that Jiyu was giving her face. Father, you don't have to say any more. I won't marry anyone except for Jiyu. Duan Yen was so angry that his eyes widened. He snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and walked into the room. After Duanqing returned home, he told his father everything. Humph, the son of a lowly thing is still a lowly thing. If you want to find someone, you should find a lowly person. Father, if we can't form a marriage alliance with the Yi family this time, it will have a huge impact on our business. Patriarch Duan thought for a moment. We don't have much time. Let's use Duan-san to get rid of him. Yes, father. The next day, Duan-san brought a few servants to Jiyu's room. Ji Gongzi, look at you. Since you're in our Wind Moon City, as the main family, we must take you around. That's good. Sister Peach Blossom said, what do you want? What happened yesterday was my fault. Please don't be angry. Peach Blossom was skeptical, but she didn't stop them in the end. The carriage left Wind Moon City on this trip. They went straight to the outskirts of a mine. This is our most famous mine, but it is said that there are many monsters and bandits inside. Ji Gongzi, please be careful. Third young Master Duan and the servants looked at each other. They walked into the mine with Jiyu. It was said that because of the existence of monsters, many people were afraid to go. Only the royal family and the Duan family jointly controlled a part of the mountain range. However, this place was already controlled by the monsters. When they walked into the depths of the mine, third young Master Duan took out a small flute from his arms and blew it. The howls of the surrounding demonic beasts could be heard continuously. Third young Master Duan snorted. Kid, you're dreaming if you want to cling to our Duan family. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone ran away. Many fourth-grade monsters in the surroundings gradually approached them. They all revealed fierce gazes and stared at Jiyu, who was not far away. However, at this moment, Xiaogu landed from the sky and stood beside Jiyu. The group of Tier 4 demonic beasts let out a wail and lay on the ground. That Duan guy, should I kill him? Jiyu smiled. He's just a pawn. I want to know who's behind him. Suddenly, the sound of killing came from not far away. Jiyu and Xiaogu flew to the place where the sound came from. They saw a fourth-grade giant lion fighting with a group of men. It was not difficult to see that this group of men were all around the 7th level of the defensive mystic realm. The red-clothed girl at the back of the group was at the 1st level of the Tongxian realm. Miss, we can't hold on any longer. Hurry and leave. That's right, miss. Hurry and leave. A few people shouted at the same time. The red-clothed girl snorted. I will live and die with you. However, at this moment, one of the men found Jiyu and Xiaogu standing on a tree and watching the show. "Miss, we're saved." "I'm not familiar with you. I won't help you," Jiyu said indifferently. Unexpectedly, the man on the other side suddenly sneered. "Who said we need your help?" One of the men cut open his palm and let the blood drip onto a piece of meat in his hand. Then, he threw the piece of meat in front of Jiyu and Xiaogu. That giant lion pounced towards them. Xiaogu said indifferently, "Its bloodline is a little strange." Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement. When the men saw the giant lion charging towards Jiyu, they were overjoyed and immediately shouted to retreat. Their young miss then led the rest of the men and quickly retreated from the area. When only the two of them were left, Jiyu flew away. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu swung a heavy punch. The giant lion roared, and waves of sound came from its mouth. The surrounding trees all shattered, but the sound waves could not affect Jiyu. Jiyu punched the giant lion's face. The rank 4 giant lion let out a roar, smashing a 5-foot-tall boulder into smithereens. The giant lion felt Jiyu's mystic energy. It was different from the feeling Xiaogu gave it. Jiyu's aura was almost crushing it. With a roar, the giant lion turned its head, wanting to escape. Xiaogu appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye and gently stroked its forehead. The giant lion lay on the ground. This is the whirlwind lion. It's still in its infancy. It was already so huge when it was still in its infancy. Wouldn't it be able to fly when it reached adulthood? Jiyu muttered in his heart. He patted the lion's head. Bai Tang was the king of all beasts, but it was actually being patted by a human. If this was in the past, it would have already exploded and roared. However, under the suppression of Xiaogu's power, this king of all beasts had no choice but to lower its head to Jiyu. Jiyu took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out a few pills, and the lion's eyes lit up. It quickly licked the pills in Jiyu's hand and even licked its lips happily. Jiyu planned to chase after that group of men. The lion wagged its tail. Xiaogu smiled. "It wants you to sit on its back. It says it's willing to become your mount, as long as you continue to feed it those pills in the future." This was a piece of cake for Jiyu. He rode on the lion's back. 3 balls of flames emerged from the lion's legs and circled around its calves. As it ran, the lion directly flew into the air. Jiyu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that a land beast could actually fly. Apart from Xiaogu, this was the first time he saw such a cross-species beast. Soon, the figures of the men appeared in Jiyu's eyes. Jiyu patted the lion lightly, and it suddenly landed in front of the men. They all held their swords and blocked in front of the red-cloaked girl. This brat is actually still alive. And he seems to have tamed the lion. Could it be that he wants to kill us? Everyone discussed animatedly and looked at each other. Jiyu said calmly, "Weren't you running very fast just now?" A hint of fear appeared in the men's eyes. "Young master, we were just using a life-saving method. Please forgive us." Yes, no matter who it is, they would do that. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up into a smile as she said indifferently, "Then, in order to take revenge on you all, it is very normal for me to kill you all now. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Can you spare our young miss?" Suddenly, the red-cloaked girl stepped forward. "Young master, this little girl doesn't dare to speak nonsense. However, as an apology, this little girl is willing to offer the mine to you." Jiyu smirked. "You're going to contribute the mine to me? You don't have the qualifications." The girl in red saw Jiyu's playful expression. He said anxiously, "We have a way to control part of the mineral veins. If he could obtain this mine, he might be able to consolidate Sister Peach Blossom's position in the family. It would also help him find one of the last 2 treasure maps." After the red-cloaked girl finished speaking, Jiyu stroked the lion. The lion lowered its head and circled behind Jiyu. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The girl in red cupped her fists and said, "I am Xiaoying. Greetings, young master." "Jiyu. Please follow me, young master." Xiaoying brought Jiyu and Xiaogu to her home. They were actually located in a village on a cliff. The village was easy to defend and hard to attack. After Jiyu saw them, she said indifferently, "So Miss Zhao is also a bandit." Zhao said, "Although we are the kings of the mountain, we have never done anything to harm the civilians. In this world where mystic strength is the most important, we naturally have to protect ourselves." Jiyu didn't say anything else. Two middle-aged men walked in. "This is my father, Zhao Chong. The other is my father's life and death brother, Xiong Di." Zhao Chong looked at Jiyu in confusion. "And this is?" "This young master intends to cooperate with us." Xiong Di's eyes revealed a fierce light. He seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. "Everyone, please rest in our village first. We'll discuss it tomorrow." Xiong Di arranged a room for Jiyu and Xiaogu. When it was night time, a few little girls carried things and placed them on the table. "Young master, this is what the second master asked me to deliver." At the same time, in Xiongdi's room, Xiong knelt on the ground. "Father, this man won't raping her with me, right? Haha, this village was fought for by me and my brothers. Zhao Chong has been in this position for long enough. In the past, we agreed that the two of you could get married. It's a pity that Zhao Ying doesn't know what's good for her. I've already drugged that brat and that little girl behind him with aphrodisiac. Tonight, you can go and sleep with that little girl. As for Zhao Ying, I've also given her one. Son, I found two wives for you." "Thank you, father. What are you still standing here for?" After cultivating for a while, Jiyu planned to go out for a stroll. Just as she walked out of the door, suddenly, there was a flash in the grass. Jiyu quickly chased after her. The black shadow suddenly landed in a room. Immediately, some strange sounds came from the room. "Why did you come in?" I've missed you for a long time." "How dare you? If you continue like this, I'll call for help." "Call for help? You'll be obedient under me later." After shouting these words, Jiyu suddenly walked out and smashed the door with a palm strike. Xiong, who was inside the door, looked up. He gathered his energy into his hand and transformed it into a large hammer. It was obvious that he was at Tongxian Realm LV5. "Brat, how dare you mess with Grandpa's business?" He took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiyu. He swung the large hammer in his hand. Jiyu reached out and caught the large hammer in his hand. With a boom, the energy scattered in all directions. Jiyu's hand seemed to have a ball of fire. The fist landed on Xiong body. In a hurry, Xiong took out a handful of powder from his pocket. This was the aphrodisiac powder that Xiong Di had given him. After scattering it, Xiong hurriedly ran away. Jiyu threw a punch. Xiong screamed and flew backward. Jiyu felt a burning sensation. At the same time, Zhao Ying also acted up. She slowly approached Jiyu. Under the influence of passion, Jiyu wantonly took from Zhao Ying's body. Zhao Ying said anxiously, "No, you can't." Jiyu let go of her hand and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. She forced out all the aphrodisiac in her body. Immediately, he became clear-headed. He stood up and poked Zhao Ying a few times. Soon, Zhao Ying also woke up. The two of them looked at each other. Zhao Ying's face turned red. Her body had been touched by Jiyu just now. Xiongdi wanted to see how his son was doing. When he saw Zhao Ying and Jiyu, he knew that his plan had failed. He saw Xiong lying on the ground. His 8 extraordinary meridians were all broken. He couldn't help but feel angry. He immediately took Xiong back to his village. Tomorrow, his big brother would definitely punish him. He had to make the first move. Jiyu returned to the room. Xiaogu's face was slightly red. Obviously, she had also taken the aphrodisiac. However, because of Xiaogu's physique, the aphrodisiac didn't have any effect on her. She even said that she wanted to eat more. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. He patted her head and let her rest. Suddenly, there was a big fire outside the door. Jiyu went out and saw 2 groups of people fighting. Jiyu quickly went to Zhao Ying's room. He saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Jiyu took a step and arrived at the square in the blink of an eye. Another row of corpses fell. Jiyu reached out and grabbed the 2 people in front of him. The two people shouted, "It's that guy. Kill him." Jiyu killed a bandit with a punch. The smell of urine immediately came from the other person. He kicked him, and he knelt on the ground. "Young master, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I'll tell you what you want to know." Jiyu said indifferently, "Where's your young lady?" She was chased to the main hall by second master and his men. "Take me there." "Yes, young master." Jiyu followed the bandit until they were halfway there. Suddenly, the bandit shouted and 40 to 50 people rushed out from the surrounding area. All of them had murderous looks in their eyes. "No matter how strong you are, there are so many of us. Ha ha ha. Where's that girl following you? Hand her over. Otherwise, you won't even have a complete corpse." A faint smile appeared on the faces of the bandits in the lead. Jiyu said indifferently, "Is that so?" A long sword appeared in his hand. He waved it casually and the whole square was filled with screams. The long sword fell. Jiyu was worried about Xiaogu's situation. Boom, with a loud sound, Xiaogu was already flying in the sky. She grabbed a person's neck with one hand and flung the two bandits away. Then, she looked at Jiyu. Jiyu nodded, indicating that she was fine. She went straight to the main hall. "First master, you didn't do a single thing that you promised me in the past. Your daughter even injured my son to this extent. I'll let it go. Today, you should hand over the position of fort master. Don't even think about it." Xiongdi snorted. Since his son didn't have the fortune to enjoy it now, he had to give it to him. Haha. Xiongdi punched Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong was affected by the bone-softening powder and couldn't use his Xian energy. His body went soft and he fell to the ground. Xiongdi grabbed Zhao Ying's hair. "Since my son doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, let me do it. Brothers, when I'm done, it'll be your turn." "Bah, shameless." Zhao Ying spat on Xiongdi's face. Xiongdi was enraged and pressed Zhao Ying heavily onto the ground. "Little girl, when you're drunk later, don't beg me to do you." "Is that so?" Jiyu's voice floated in. When Zhao Ying saw Jiyu, it was as if he had seen a god. "Catch him. I'm going to do him along with his little girl." "Yes, second master." A few bandits gradually approached Jiyu with murderous gazes. "Brat, I advise you to obediently surrender yourself to us." One of the bandits approached Jiyu with a cold look in his eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "That will depend on your abilities." The three of them snorted coldly, and the Xian energy in their hands suddenly turned into spinning blades. They were like darts, and were thrown in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu did not move, but suddenly opened his eyes, and the darts that were flying towards him fell to the ground. "What did you do? Why did our Qi gang fall?" One of the bandits looked at the Qi gang on the ground in disbelief. No matter how he tried to summon it, the Qi gang could not return to him. The Qi gang was formed by Xian energy, and it was like a gas solidified. However, the solidified Qi gang was connected to the body. Could it be that this kid was so strong that he could completely break the connection between the Xian energy and its owner? The bandits all took a step back. This situation was truly incomprehensible. A part of Jiyu's Qi gang was gradually separated from him. "You guys like to play, so I'll play with you." His mental strength instantly covered the entire main hall of the stronghold. The separated Qi gang gradually floated in the air. It turned into the shape of 8 small knives. Under Jiyu's mind, the small knives turned into golden knives and pierced into the body of a bandit. However, even if the bandit had the Qi gang to protect his body and the strength of his defensive profound realm body, when the golden knives pierced into his body, he felt as weak as a piece of tofu. After flying out of his body, it flew into the body of another bandit. From outside, there were screams everywhere in the room. Xiongdi's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he retreated. Don't come over, or I'll kill them." He pointed at Zhao Ying and the seriously injured Zhao Chong. Jiyu sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the 8 golden knives in the air flew towards Xiongdi like arrows. Xiongdi suddenly burst into laughter. "You underestimate this old man too much. I have risked my life for this stronghold for so many years. How can I be killed by your little tricks?" Rumble, Xiongdi took a heavy step forward, his aura instantly enveloping his entire body. The aura around his body gradually turned purple. It was as if a giant purple bear had covered his body. The giant bear's eyes were burning with a demonic red flame. Jiyu, I want you dead. Xiongdi started running. The golden saber cut through the sky at this moment. It was as if there was a sound of black iron being scraped by a sharp blade in the air. Clucking sounds could be heard. Xiongdi panted as he half-knelt on the ground. He wanted to rush to Jiyu, but he didn't expect that he could only kneel on the ground and pant. Jiyu said lightly, "It's over." "No, it's not over yet." Jiyu's attack just now had cut off his entire right arm, but now he was still fantasizing that he might still have a chance. Boy, giant bear critical strike. With a loud noise, he gathered all his strength on the only remaining arm and slammed down heavily in the direction of Jiyu. It's over. A hurricane swept past, and the golden saber completely cut off his other arm. One of the sabers stabbed into his throat. There was a huge gap in strength between Xiongdi and Jiyu. Perhaps he didn't realize it until the moment of his death. If he knew Jiyu's strength, he wouldn't have fantasized about the position of Stronghold Master. It was too late for him to worship Jiyu as his ancestor. Jiyu immediately walked to Zhao Ying's side, took out a small jade bottle from the storage ring, and poured out 3 pills from it. After Zhao Ying swallowed the 3 pills, his entire body became spirited. When she saw that she was in Jiyu's arms, her face first turned red, and then she was about to shout the word hooligan, but then she saw that her father was still in the chair. She immediately said to Jiyu anxiously, "Ji Gongzi, please save my father." Jiyu walked in front of Zhao Chong. In the battle just now, Zhao Chong's muscles and bones had been shattered. No wonder when he came in just now, Zhao Chong saw that his daughter might be humiliated, but it was useless. He covered Zhao Chong's body with his spiritual power, felt the fragments of his bones, and used his spiritual power to gradually merge them together. He took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. "The pills in here can help your father grow his bones, but it will take a long time. During this time, you have to be responsible for yourself." Zhao Ying grunted, "Someone come." A few bandits who were still alive walked in and saw that the battle had been decided. Zhao Ying held a long sword and cut off Xiongdi's head. She took it in her hand and threw it to one of the bandits. "Pass down my order, those who surrender will not be killed." After the bandits accepted the order, they carried Xiongdi's head and ran outside. When the bandits saw this, they all knelt down. Zhao Ying said, "Ji Gongzi, it's late today. Tomorrow, this little girl will personally come to invite young master to talk about what happened before." "Okay, it's a deal." Jiyu returned to her room, and the night was silent. Waiting for the next morning, Zhao Ying came with 2 maids. "Ji Gongzi, did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad." Zhao Ying clapped her hands, and immediately, a few bandits outside carried a thorny boar and 3 sea immortals. Although these demonic beasts were fierce when they were alive, every big family knew that the meat of these demonic beasts was delicious, and ordinary people couldn't eat it. Among them, there was a plate of wolf meat. This was something that even Spirit Profound Realm experts couldn't taste. "The village doesn't have anything else to eat, so I can only inconvenience young master to eat this for the time being." Jiyu thought that this was already very sumptuous, and this breakfast was a bit too greasy. After tasting a few mouthfuls, Jiyu put down her chopsticks, and the rest of the meat went into Xiaogu's mouth. This little girl was still in a growing state. As for Jiyu's new mount, the giant lion, it also had a share of the soup and ate a meal. After breakfast, Zhao Ying brought Jiyu and Xiaogu out, and walked into a dense forest. "Young master, after we pass through this dense forest, we will reach the mining area." The group quickly passed through the deep forest, and before them stood a series of caves. It was unknown how many years ago these caves were left behind by their predecessors. Zhao Ying introduced, this mining area is divided into 4 areas, north, south, east, and west. There are many demonic beasts in the caves in the north, east, and west, so it is considered an unoccupied area. As for the caves in the north, they are divided into different areas by our 18 Strongholds Alliance. However, the Duan clan and Wind Moon City's Manor Lord are part of it. "So that's the case," Jiyu said indifferently, "I want to help you unify this mining area." "What?" Zhao Ying's small mouth was so big that it could fit an egg. Young master, don't joke around. The other 17 strongholds spent a lot of money to hire many Tongxian realm experts. The most powerful one is at the peak of the Tongxian realm. Which faction is the most powerful? Jiyu didn't seem to hear Zhao Ying's advice, and just asked her directly who was the most powerful person here. Zhao Ying couldn't do anything to Jiyu, and smiled helplessly. The Wang clan should be the most powerful in our 18 strongholds alliance. Bring me there. Seeing that Jiyu didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Ying immediately ordered one of her maids to go back and pass down her orders to mobilize everyone. When the bandits in the stronghold received this news, they were all shocked. The second young master had just disappeared a few days ago, and now the head of the clan was still lying in his room with broken arms and legs. If the eldest young mistress continued to act recklessly, wouldn't the entire stronghold be finished? A few large groups of people gathered together and quickly ran towards the Wang clan stronghold. Jiyu and Zhao Ying stood in front of the Wang clan stronghold. The Wang clan's head bandit walked out from inside. Seeing that Zhao Ying brought along a maid, a youngster dared to come to their stronghold. After receiving news of Xiongdi's rebellion, everyone had some thoughts about the Zhao clan stronghold. In fact, this morning, the 17 Strongholds Alliance had already taken over the Zhao clan stronghold's territory. The Wang clan stronghold head stepped forward. Isn't this our niece Zhao? How is Zhao Chong? Is he alright? Zhao Ying said indifferently, Xiongdi's rebellion caused my father to be heavily injured. Oh? Is that so? As an uncle, I also feel bad about what happened to your family. How about this, you are my niece. As long as you are willing to marry my son, our two families will become one family. In the future, won't we have the final say in the 18 Strongholds Alliance? This one has the same intention. Oh? Is what you said true? But this niece has an even better suggestion. Haha, let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely. Zhao Ying said valiantly, let's talk nicely. Why don't uncle lead the Wang clan stronghold to join our Zhao clan, and I will find someone else to marry your son? Old man Wang's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Little girl, I gave you face, but you don't want it. He jumped down from the wall of the stronghold, and a large iron hammer appeared in his hand. He swung it heavily in the direction of Zhao Ying. He knew Zhao Ying's strength, and this hammer could seal her Xian energy. When the time comes to capture her, wouldn't he be afraid that the Zhao clan stronghold would not surrender? Unexpectedly, Jiyu also moved. In a flash, she appeared in front of Zhao Ying. A fist landed. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Old Master Wang's artifact shattered into pieces. How is this possible? This is a third-grade artifact. Who exactly are you? Jiyu, your future master. Suddenly, Jiyu's Xian energy surged. Old Master Wang knew that he was not her opponent, and sat on the ground, trembling. Jiyu said. Indifferently, I want you to surrender, is that possible? Ji Gongzi said so, naturally there is no problem. When Boss Wang asked the people in the village to meet the new leader, everyone looked at Jiyu who was sitting on the main seat and trembled. They thought that Boss Wang was joking. How could they let a kid who was not even 18 years old be their leader? But when they felt the terrifying Xian energy on Jiyu, they immediately understood and knelt on the ground. Greetings, leader. Jiyu said indifferently, pass down my order, gather all the leaders of the other 16 villages here. I have something to discuss with them. Zhao Ying saw Jiyu's evil face and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This guy was too cunning. Once the leaders came, they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. After Jiyu finished speaking, she went back to her room to rest. Zhao Ying brought 2 maids and placed the food in front of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, your strength is too weak now. How are you going to help me manage the mine in the future? Zhao Ying's face turned red. Who wants to help you manage it? This was something that a husband and wife would say. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's face turned even redder. Jiyu held Zhao Ying's hand, the mine will be managed by your Zhao village in the future. About that night, Zhao Ying shyly nodded and got up to leave. Jiyu pulled her to her side. Jiyu covered Zhao Ying with a blanket. The night was silent. Jiyu didn't do anything inappropriate. She just wanted to keep this beautiful moment until she reached adulthood. The next day, Boss Wang knocked on the door with a smile on his face. When he saw Zhao come out, he smiled and said, "Leader, did you sleep well last night?" Jiyu lightly nodded. Boss Wang lowered his head and said, "The leaders of the 16 villages have come to our Wang village. What do you think?" He made a slicing motion on his neck. Jiyu shook his head, "No." He personally walked to the center of the hall, and immediately, everyone stopped talking. We all heard that the Wang family village had a new master, and it was a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Who would have thought that it was true? When a bushy-browed burly man saw Jiyu, he immediately gave Jiyu a show of strength. Everyone in the hall laughed along with him. Jiyu glanced at him, and the chi aura around his body suddenly gathered at one point. The chi aura turned into an iron fist, and heavily punched the opponent. A loud bang was heard. The thick-browed man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. And this was Jiyu deliberately holding back. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Is this the strength of the spirit profound realm? The other 15 fort chiefs almost died on the spot when they saw Fort Chief Niu, who had stood out, being hit by Jiyu's attack. Jiyu said slowly, "From today onwards, I want you to submit to the Zhao clan. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They lowered their heads and said, "This young master already has the strength of the spirit profound realm. Even if we work together, we are still no match for him. But, if we submit to the Zhao clan just like that, how will our subordinates obey?" Jiyu said calmly, "In the future, Zhaoying will be in charge of everyone." Last night, Jiyu gave Zhaoying 7 rank 4 pills, which directly pushed his strength to the peak of the Tongxian realm. A very mature chi aura spear appeared in Zhao Ying's hand. Everyone came to a sudden realization and immediately lowered their heads. "Greetings to Master Ji and Second Master Zhao." "Good." Jiyu said the word good heavily, "If you submit to me, I will not treat you unfairly. As for why I want to work with you, it is because I want to fully recover the mining area." "What? That's impossible. Even if Master has the strength of the spirit profound realm, it is still impossible." Everyone thought that Jiyu was so young. Even if he was a genius, he should at most be at the first level of the spirit profound realm. The demonic beasts inside were equivalent to the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Wasn't this the same as sending them to their deaths? "We don't dare to do that." "That's right, First Master, you can't send us to our deaths for nothing." Jiyu looked at their questioning and slowly said, "Of course not. In short, listen to me. It is not a dream to have the entire mining area in our hands." Everyone fell into deep thought. If what Jiyu said was true, then their future would be incomparably bright. "Then we will listen to First Master." "We are willing to listen to First Master." After the various fort masters returned to their own forts, they quickly mobilized their forces. Furthermore, they prepared the siege weapons to deal with the various aristocratic families. When seeing these siege weapons, Jiyu took out dozens of talismans. She pasted these talismans on the siege weapons. For a moment, countless runes appeared on the weapons. Jiyu had already added a formation on them. Just like that, thousands of people arrived at the mining area in an aggressive manner. Deep in the mining area, a huge snake that had been sleeping for a long time suddenly opened its eyes. It let out a roar. Dozens of huge white snakes appeared in front of it. With another roar, these huge white snakes seemed to have received some kind of order. They slithered their bodies and disappeared into the mine. Outside the mining area, after passing through the human-occupied area, there was no protection of the formation in the surroundings. Various colored profound stones were hanging on the stone walls. The rich profound energy made the fort masters of each fort swallow a mouthful of saliva. If these profound stones were to be sold in the market, how many gold coins could they exchange for? With these gold coins, how many beauties could they obtain? Thinking of this, everyone swallowed another mouthful of saliva. The fort master of the 17th fort, Kuang Niu, shouted, "Brothers, carry these treasures back." Wait. Jiyu's words were too late. A few bandits at the front had already removed the profound stones. As soon as they touched the profound stones, the top of the mine shook slightly. Dozens of spiders fell to the ground one after another and spat out spider webs from their mouths. Those bandits didn't have time to react at all and were enveloped by the spider webs. They could only hear their screams. Then they were taken back by these spiders with the spider webs. When they were spat out, they had already become dry corpses. Every one of these men had spent their lives in the midst of blood and gore. Even they had never seen such a horrible scene. Some of the timid ones couldn't bear it anymore and started to vomit. Jiyu frowned. He looked at the mad lion. The mad lion seemed to be very interested in these spiders. It licked its tongue. Jiyu patted its head. The giant lion was very used to Jiyu's patting. After a roar, he rushed forward impatiently. A spider couldn't escape to its companion's side in time. It was trampled under the giant lion's foot. The giant lion bit off its head in one bite. The remaining few small spiders roared at Jiyu one after another. Then they ran to the front of a big spider. A big spider jumped down, roaring as it kept stepping on several tentacles. The mine began to shake. The mad lion's huge body still seemed incomparably small in front of the spider. The mad lion curled up its body and came to Jiyu's side. Jiyu patted its head. In the blink of an eye, it came in front of the five-eyed giant spider. It threw a punch. It hit the five-eyed giant spider's stomach directly. The giant spider roared and its stomach exploded. Countless green liquid splashed everywhere. Some bandits who couldn't dodge in time were splashed by the liquid. White smoke rose from their bodies. And they rolled on the ground with screams. Soon, there was no sound, and white bones appeared on the corpses. Jiyu's body was protected by chi aura and was not affected at all. The giant lion, on the other hand, was very happy. It walked over and devoured the giant spider in no time. The surrounding bandits who saw this swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jiyu was so powerful, who would have thought that the pet he raised was also different? But this time, no one dared to have the thought of making a wrong judgment. After tidying up, Jiyu immediately set up a formation at the entrance of the mine. It completely protected this place. Zhaoying took out the map. The remaining area was divided into a total of 10 parts. What Jiyu and the others had currently occupied was merely a very small portion of it. However, because the strength of these bandits had not reached the spirit profound realm, Jiyu would not let them die in vain. She could only lead them to the entrance of the 10th mine. Jiyu used his mental power to penetrate the ground. When he found out where there were abundant profound stones, he suddenly punched out. A loud bang sounded, and the mountain in front of him shook violently. A huge hole appeared in the ground. The bandits immediately used tools to fix the hole. Jiyu looked behind him, pointed at the giant crossbows and said, "Use these to open the way." Pushing the giant crossbows in, strange laughter could be heard from the surroundings. The laughter seemed to come from a human. All the bandits gathered their profound chi in their hands. They looked around vigilantly. Jiyu said indifferently, "Be careful." Dozens of Tongxian realm bandits immediately covered their bodies with their chi aura. As for the remaining defensive profound realm bandits, they held their weapons and looked around cautiously. The tempered body realm bandits were not so lucky. They did not know when the scythe of the Grim Reaper would fall on their heads. Suddenly, several black shadows flashed past. A few tempered body realm bandits were thrown into the air. When they fell again, their bodies and heads were separated. Jiyu released his mental power again. He only sensed that there were more than 20 apes hanging around the cave. "Release!" Following Jiyu's shout. A few tempered body realm bandits who were pushing the crossbows heavily hit the crossbows with the hammers in their hands. The long arrows on the crossbows flew out with strong profound chi. Dozens of angry arrows were fired at the same time. Using the light of the fire, they lit up the mine. Everyone could clearly see that the giant apes in front of them all had 3 eyes on their foreheads. 3-eyed giant apes. Heavens, it's the 3-eyed giant apes, why would they appear here? In the blink of an eye, the crossbow bolts had already arrived in front of the 3-eyed giant apes. The mysterious energy on the crossbow bolts displayed a super strong power. A giant ape patted its chest, as if the crossbow bolts in front of it were not scary at all. It even provocatively patted its red buttocks in front of the people in front of it. Unexpectedly, a crossbow bolt was inserted in its chrysanthemum. Seeing this scene, the bandits all sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. God, this is really too scary. This is too painful. After taking a deep breath, this crossbow bolt directly penetrated its chrysanthemum. The rest of the crossbow bolts hit the three-eyed giant apes one after another. The apes fell in a pool of blood for a moment. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the 10th district. A series of loud footsteps were heard. A giant ape that was taller than 3 people ran out of the mine. Seeing that its tribe had suffered so much damage, the giant three-eyed giant ape let out a roar of anger. It was as if it was very unhappy with this group of people who invaded its territory. The three-eyed giant ape hammered the ground heavily. The surroundings shook violently for a moment, and the surrounding bandits fell to the ground. It suddenly rushed forward and swept the ballista with its claws. The crossbow bolt's array suddenly produced a halo of light. Under the impact of the fist, it immediately turned into fragments. A few of the crossbow bolts immediately turned into fragments. Xiaoying took a step forward with the long spear in his hand. Ji took out a scroll from his body. This was a scroll that he specially wrote for his mysterious skill. Xiaoying instantly learned the 100-bird spear technique. The spear technique was displayed in the air. In the space between the man and the beast, a huge net was opened. The three-eyed giant ape's ugly face suddenly cracked into a smile. As if it was mocking Xiaoying. The mysterious skill suddenly hit the giant ape's body. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The three-eyed giant ape retreated a single step, but Xiaoying coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. She staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Ji grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoying's heart warmed. Ji gently said to him, "Go back and rest, leave the rest to me." The giant ape patted its chest. As if it was provoking Ji. Its 3 eyes all turned red, charging towards Ji. Ji's Ji shield appeared on his body. 2 fists at the same time. The three-eyed giant ape is at the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm. Let's not talk about profound strength first. Even the opponent's body is superior. The 2 of them are exchanging fists. I'm afraid Boss G is in trouble. Boss G was so powerful just now, he might be able to defeat him. Their fists collided, and a gotcha sound was heard from the three-eyed giant ape's arm. Many of its bones were shattered. Ji then heavily kicked the three-eyed giant ape's chest. The three-eyed giant ape's sternum was shattered. Ji picked up Xiaoying's spear. Daring to hurt his people was simply courting death. The spear in Ji's hand pierced through the opponent's chest. A few bones flew out. Ji landed on the ground. He didn't expect the three-eyed giant ape's vitality to be so strong. He took 2 steps back and roared towards the sky. Inside his chest, a heart glowed with 7 colors. Heart of the 7 orifices, Ji's eyes widened. He didn't expect to find such a good medicinal ingredient here. Holding the spear in his hand, Ji landed on the ground after a few leaps. Then, he directly swung his sword. Another ray of light flashed, and blood flowed everywhere. Ji grabbed hold of the three-eyed giant ape's heart of the 7 orifices and dug out the heart. The three-eyed giant ape roared and groaned in a low voice. Its whole body fell into a pool of blood. Ji looked at the heart of the 7 orifices in his hand and put it into his storage ring. A few bandits came out one after another. They divided up the various treasures on the monster's body. If these things were placed on their own treasures, their strength would increase by another level. Ji set up a formation around the area. Several bandit clans sent people to guard this place for a long time. Ji led everyone out of the cave. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Several white giant snakes flew into the sky and turned into 7 or 8 handsome men. "Audacious human, you dare to invade the territory of our white snake clan?" Ji said indifferently, "This place is mine now." "Humph, I knew these humans were greedy. Big brother, let me kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of silver light flashed. The white snake's 7th brother turned into a ray of silver light and charged toward the crowd. A few bandits at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm took a step forward. A long spear appeared in their hands. Rays of light of various colors cut through the air. When the rays of light dissipated, those bandits at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm were bleeding profusely. It looked like they were about to die. The 17 fort masters of the mysterious cloud strongholds all sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly rushed forward and pulled their people behind them. Jiyu quickly ran out of the crowd. The crowd retreated to the sides. That snake man felt the terrifying aura on Jiyu's body. At this moment, the snake man in the air landed on the ground and a long spear appeared in his hand. He closed in on Jiyu. Jiyu snorted coldly. She suddenly released her mystic skill. 8 snake men were cut in half by Jiyu's sword. They reverted to their original forms and writhed on the ground. Long live Ji Gongzi. Boss Ji, well done. As expected of our boss Ji. The crowd heard these words. Suddenly, thunder roared. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the bandits. Ji Gongzi, be careful behind you. Boss Ji, be careful. They pointed at Jiyu's direction with trembling fingers. Jiyu looked around. The white snake's body, which had just been cut in half, was writhing. The 2 halves of its body were floating in the air. As it writhed, the lower half of its body grew out. The original body was spurting out corrosive white liquid. At this moment, the white liquid flew toward Jiyu's direction. At this moment, Jiyu's aura covered his body. The liquid passed through her aura shield in an instant. She suddenly retreated. It seemed that these white snakes would not die from being cut in half. Jiyu's heart stirred. Suddenly, the mystic energy in her hand increased. The mystic energy merged into the long sword. Blazing flame sword technique. Jiyu shouted. This was what Jiyu learned when she saw Xiaoying practicing her mystic skill last night. Xiaoying did not expect Jiyu to be able to learn her family's mystic skill. And it seemed that even her ancestor was not as good as Jiyu. Suddenly, several flames appeared in the air. Like a fireball, they flew in the direction of the white snakes. The flames fell on the white snakes. Then, it quickly wrapped him up. The white snakes hissed as if they were being swallowed by the flames. After a few screams, the white snakes fell to the ground. Jiyu quickly took out all their inner cores. However, at this moment, a shrill cry rang through the sky. The surrounding bandits stopped what they were doing. Their bodies trembled as they asked the person beside them, what is going on? A loud rumbling sound rang out. A huge black snake flew into the sky. A pair of wings spread out from its back, blocking the entire sun. How dare you kill my people? The voice belonged to a woman. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth. A thick black fog gradually spread out. Wherever the black fog went, everything was swallowed up. When it reappeared, it had already turned into a cloud of ash. Jiyu's iron fist smashed down heavily in the direction of the giant black snake. Her aura shield could not block the white liquid. But it could block the black fog. The giant serpent did not expect that either. After flying through the darkness, Jiyu suddenly leaped into the air and swung a heavy punch. The giant snake's body emitted a golden light. The fist and the golden light collided. The light scattered in all directions. After breaking the giant snake's golden shield, Jiyu landed on the giant snake's back. The giant snake immediately sensed Jiyu's body. It twisted its body violently and flew in the air at a high speed. The wind whistled in Jiyu's ears. The giant snake's speed was faster than the wind. It instantly cut Jiyu's aura shield. The wind was like a scythe, constantly scraping Jiyu's body. Jiyu gritted her teeth and held on. The long spear in her hand stabbed into the giant snake's back. The giant snake let out a sad cry. It lost the ability to fly and slid to the ground. It kept twisting its body, trying to throw off the person on its back. However, Jiyu seemed to be attached to its body. No matter how the giant snake moved, it could not throw her off. Seeing a huge boulder, the giant snake suddenly jumped up and rammed its back into the boulder. Rows of trees fell down one after another. Jiyu jumped up. She moved the dark energy in her hand. The long spear that was on the black snake's back flew out and landed in her hand. Jiyu became one with the spear. With the spear as the lead, she stood upside down in the air. Her body spun rapidly. With a shocking speed, she cut through the sky and stabbed the long spear into the giant snake's back. The giant snake wailed again. Its body glowed with white light and gradually turned into a human. However, it was still exhausted and turned into a beautiful girl. Jiyu walked forward with a long sword in his hand. The snake girl raised her head and looked at Jiyu in front of her. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Looking at her appearance, she shouldn't be a threat to him. Jiyu said indifferently, "Come with me." The girl looked at Jiyu. For some reason, her heart was filled with hatred. Suddenly, she spat out a long sword from her mouth and stabbed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand and caught the long sword in his hand. "If you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite. Your mining area should be used by the human race." The girl looked at Jiyu in a daze. He wasn't a person who killed indiscriminately. He just took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and handed it to the girl. "If you don't have a place to stay, you can go to the Kanglan Empire." After saying that, Jiyu returned to the crowd. They saw that Jiyu was so powerful. The head of the household is the head of the household. Such a powerful demon beast was killed by the boss. Jiyu waved his hand. The other people in the village quickly walked into the remaining 9 mining areas. After a careful inspection, several leaders of the strongholds knelt in front of Jiyu and reporting to the leader, "We have already scouted the mining area. There are only some low-level demonic beasts left inside. We can deal with them." Jiyu nodded. The rest of the people knelt on the ground and said yes. The group of bandits quickly occupied the remaining mining areas. Jiyu cast a powerful formation in the mining area, locking all the entrances and exits. Unless one had the flag made by Jiyu, no one could enter. After returning to the village, a few soldiers in charge of collecting information came back to report. "Leader of Chiyun, it is now the mining time. Next, the major families will send people into their respective mining areas. What should we do?" Jiyu pondered for a moment. Other than his relationship with Zhaoying, the other reason he took over the mine was because of Sister Peach Blossom. If the Duan family could become the spokesperson of the mine, Sister Peach Blossom's status in the family would definitely increase. "Intercept them all at the foot of the mountain." "Yes, Master." In Wind Moon City. Every year during the mining season, the demonic beasts were at their weakest. Therefore, the Duan clan in Wind Moon City would send people to invite array formation experts. They would also hold a banquet and invite the various aristocratic families to come. The purpose was to unite the strength of the various aristocratic families. He wanted them to open up a path for the mining area so that they could take advantage of the time when the demonic beasts were weak to transport all the stones back. This year was no exception. The master of the Duan clan held a banquet in Wind Sweeping Restaurant. All the aristocratic families in the city came one after another. Before he could open his mouth, the various aristocratic families spoke first. "Big brother Duan, since you've spoken, we'll listen to you, just like before." Old Master Duan nodded in satisfaction while Duanqing seemed to be thinking about something. He knocked on Duan third Master's head. Duan San's head hurt. "Big brother, why did you hit me? Where's Sister Peach Blossom's friend?" "How would I know? I took him to see our mining area, but he said that he wanted to play by himself for 2 days. He doesn't know what's good for him. Maybe he's in the stomach of some demonic beast now." How could Duanqing not understand the meaning behind his words? He was afraid that this brat had secretly killed Jiyu. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Jiyu gave him a very dangerous feeling. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the masters of the various aristocratic families returned. They agreed to enter the mining area together the next day. As for Sister Peach Blossom, who was waiting in the Duan clan, she was burning with anxiety. Why did she go out to help Jiyu gather information, but when she returned, Jiyu was gone? She asked her father, who shook his head. She asked Duanqing, who said that it was Duan San who took him out. Sister Peach Blossom came to Duan San's room aggressively. Duan San said with disdain, "Didn't you say that brat has some ability? Maybe he can leave the mining area safely." Although Jiyu had unified the entire Drunken Moon City with his own strength, he was still able to do so. However, he was also gradually encroaching. Right now, who knew how many demonic beasts were in the mining area? What should I do? What should I do? It was undeniable that Sister Peach Blossom had some selfish motives when she contacted Jiyu. She wanted to use his powerful strength to raise her status in the family. However, after this period of time, Sister Peach Blossom really liked this brat. If something happened to Jiyu, what should she do? Jiyu had just left Xiao Ying's room. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. Earth rank mystic skill? Jiyu snorted coldly in his heart and took a step back like lightning. It was a young girl transformed from a giant snake. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stabbed her sword in Jiyu's direction. An Earth rank mystic skill was the strongest mystic skill that the young girl could use now. However, in front of Jiyu, it was simply child's play. Jiyu grabbed the young girl's hand and said to her indifferently, "If you come again, I won't be polite anymore." The young girl snorted coldly and opened her mouth. A ball of thick fog was slowly spat out from her mouth. The black fog gradually arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu's mental strength was extremely strong, but under the influence of this black fog, her consciousness started to blur. However, Jiyu hit the young girl's acupuncture point heavily. After the acupuncture point was hit, the black fog in the young girl's mouth gradually turned green. Jiyu only felt a ball of evil fire rising from under her body. Jiyu pulled her over. His hands also started to become restless. He pulled the young girl and ran into an empty room at the side. Only the sounds of the young girl struggling could be heard. The next morning, Jiyu was still sleeping soundly. The young girl looked at Jiyu coldly. She slowly put on the clothes on the bed and said, "One day, I will kill you." Then, her figure disappeared in a flash. Xiaogu stretched her clothes lazily and felt the change in mystic energy around her. She immediately broke open the door. She was suspended in the air. She stopped the young girl. The young girl turned her head and said indifferently, "I haven't seen the Dragon of Calamity for a long time." "You know me?" "I know you. Are you also by this little bastard?" "Sister, what are you talking about?" The young girl was stunned. It seemed that Xiaogu didn't know anything. It was a blessing that she didn't know. "You tell him that one day, I will kill him with my own hands. At that time even you can't protect him." "Sister, are you a seven-colored heavenly snake?" The young girl stopped. "Yes." When Jiyu woke up, Xiaogu told Jiyu everything about the seven-colored heavenly snake. What is a seven-colored heavenly snake? It is said that the seven-colored heavenly snake is a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. However, because they have lived on land for a long time, they don't have the aura of a dragon. After they break through the life and death realm, they can transform into dragons. So that's how it is. Yesterday, by chance, Jiyu seemed to have done something wrong, especially when she woke up and saw the bright red color on the bed. He coughed dryly. Right at this moment, the Wang village's village master knocked on the door anxiously. "Master of the mysterious clouds, are you awake?" Perhaps others didn't know about the commotion last night, but this old guy heard it clearly. As for Xiaogu, because he was cultivating, he didn't notice it either. "What's wrong?" "Master of the mysterious clouds, it's not good. They're fighting under the mountain." Jiyu put on her clothes and walked out of the room. "How's the situation?" The people from the Nyo village, Fire Cloud village, and Zhao village stopped them outside the mine's formation. However, not only did they not listen to our advice, they even injured our people. "They can break my formation?" Jiyu didn't quite believe it. "Not yet, but I saw that they invited a few third-rank array masters, and they broke into the array in no time." As they spoke, Jiyu and the others arrived in front of the formation. He gradually released his mental power and enveloped the array formation. The various aristocratic families had basically sent their most outstanding disciples and servants. Sister Peach Blossom was also inside. Jiyu came up with a plan. She wore her black clothes and covered her head with a hat. She also entered the formation. Countless 8 trigrams hung in all directions. The crowd was trapped in a high platform. A few formation masters scratched their heads, but they couldn't think of what to do. Jiyu pulled Sister Peach Blossom to her side. "Let go. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Jiyu chuckled. "I didn't expect Sister Peach Blossom to lose so much weight in just a few days." Wasn't that Jiyu's voice? Sister Peach Blossom was stunned and immediately turned her head. "Where did you go? Don't you know that I was worried?" Jiyu grinned. "Alright, Sister Peach Blossom, I'll bring you out first." "What about them?" Let them stay here for a while. However, at this moment, a person not far from them slowly said, "Kid, did you just say that you can go out?" Immediately, everyone looked in Ji Yu's direction. One of them said, "I know this little friend. I saw Peach Blossom come back with him in the carriage that day." Immediately, everyone looked at Ji Yu as if they were looking at a gigolo. So it's the son-in-law of the Duan family. Ha ha ha. They immediately laughed out loud. That's right. How dare you believe that a son-in-law who lives in the family has a way to break the formation? The rest of the people looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu said casually, "I just want to take Sister Peach Blossom away. You can leave if you want." The formation masters felt that Ji Yu's words were the biggest humiliation to them. One of the youths in green stepped forward. "Young master, since you said so, you must have a way to break the formation. Why don't you tell us and we can discuss it together?" Ji Yu didn't look at them at all. When the youth in green saw that Ji Yu didn't give him any face, he was furious. He snorted coldly and a four-sided flag appeared in his hand. On it were the words North, South, East, and West. Formation, rise. Immediately, 4 flags appeared in front of Ji Yu. A thick fog wrapped around her. The thick fog dissipated. Ji Yu found herself in a sea of fire. The scorching heat quickly rushed toward Ji Yu. With a thought, he covered his entire body with chi force. Suddenly, the young man's voice filled the air. "This is the endless hell. Kid, you can turn into ashes in this endless hell." Ha 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 ha. When the formation masters released the flag, Ji Yu disappeared. Sister Peach Blossom scolded angrily, "Where is he? Let him out." Sister Peach Blossom was anxious. If anything happened to Ji Yu, she would make these people die with Ji Yu. "Peach Blossom, don't be rude." Now, the hope of getting out was on these formation masters. Peach Blossom had fallen out with the formation masters because of this nameless kid. What if he didn't bring them along later? My daughter is ignorant. Please don't take offense. Old Master Duan and the formation masters said politely. The young man said calmly, "I'm Lu Qing. I think Miss was anxious just now. I saw that young master was talking nonsense, so I taught him a lesson. I will let him out later. If it was anyone else, they would be disabled for life even if they didn't die after being burned in his formation for so long." Suddenly, the young man's face flushed red. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on Old Master Duan. Ji Yu flew out of nowhere and landed on the ground. The young man knelt on the ground. He never expected that Ji Yu could break his formation. He waved his hand casually. A flag flew out, followed by a flash of silver light. Lu Qing was nowhere to be found. At this time, Lu Qing was deep in an endless sea. He couldn't go up or down. The sea water quickly dug out the air in his stomach. Gradually, Lu Qing sank to the bottom of the sea. The Lu family was a family of formation masters. When they saw their genius youth disappear, they became anxious. "Kid, where did you put my people?" An old man reprimanded loudly. Ji Yu said calmly, "Noisy." He raised his hand, and the old man disappeared. The remaining few array master clans did not dare to say anything. Ji Yu held Sister Peach Blossom's hand, looked around, and walked straight over. The rest of the people looked at each other and followed Ji Yu out. When they reappeared, they were already at the foot of the mining area. All the great worlds were amazed. Old Master Duan was so excited that he couldn't speak. Who would have thought that his precious daughter would pick up such a big treasure like Ji Yu? Furthermore, he was an array formation master. If his daughter could marry him, perhaps their line would be able to occupy a place in the Duan family. Young master is really young and capable, to be able to walk out of such a complicated array so easily. That's right. The Lu family really doesn't know what's good for them. Aren't they just asking for trouble by going against young master? "Young master, would you mind coming to my house for a chat?" Master Duan coughed dryly. With Sister Peach Blossom's appearance just now, how could everyone not know the relationship between this young master and the Duan clan? Now that Master Duan wanted to personally rope him in, it was normal. Looking at her father's expression, Sister Peach Blossom felt helpless in her heart. Just now, he looked like he could just die if he wanted to, but now he was rushing forward to rope him in. "Little friend, you haven't gone out for a walk in the past few days. Why don't this old man treat you to a walk in the city later?" Jiyu said calmly, "Thank you, Master Duan. I wonder if the Yi family will mind." With such a precious array formation master, there was no need to worry about them not being able to support them. As for the original marriage alliance, it was just borrowing the prestige of other people's clans to strengthen themselves. Now that they had such a treasure, why would they be afraid of others? The little girl of the Yi family never liked this. If this engagement is ruined, then so be it. Sister Peach Blossom never expected that the engagement that she had been worried about would end just like that. Jiyu smiled and winked at Sister Peach Blossom. There were still a few aristocratic families who remembered the purpose of this trip. "Master Duan, Ji Gongzi, what should we do now?" "That's right. We came here to obtain the mining area. We can't go back empty-handed, right? Why don't we ask your young master to help us break the array formation? We'll have to trouble Master Duan and Ji Gongzi to do it as soon as possible." Although they were talking to Master Duan on the surface, they were actually asking Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite." "Of course. Ji Gongzi, there's no need to be polite. Break the dam array formation." That's right, that's right. Ji Gongzi is young and promising. We'll have to trouble Ji Gongzi." Just as everyone was talking, a group of people suddenly walked out of the mining area. It was Master Wang who had specially gone to invite reinforcements from the 5 strongholds. When they saw their master confronting this group of people, they immediately went behind Jiyu in order to give their master some face. How could the aristocratic families not recognize the people from the strongholds? Every year at this time, the people from the strongholds would trade with them. Aren't they the masters of the Windy Moon City? Perhaps because their master was talking about business, everyone immediately thought of the crux of the matter and knelt on the ground. Master of the 5 strongholds, Tainyo. Master of the 6 strongholds, Go Dan. Master of the 7 strongholds, Wang Bo. Master of the 8 strongholds, Xiao Feng. Greetings, Master of the Mysterious Cloud. Greetings, Master of the Mysterious Cloud. Everyone bowed to Jiyu in unison. When did the 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud have a master? The masters of the aristocratic families all sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this young man could walk out of the array formation so easily. Could it be that this array formation was set up by him? The 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud was a huge force. Even in the drunken moon country, they could form a country of their own. What kind of good son-in-law did his precious daughter take a fancy to? Master Duan was incomparably excited in his heart. This is great, this is great. His son-in-law is so awesome. Then, in this mine, how could he not get a lot of benefits? Jiyu said indifferently, "Since everyone is anxious, then I won't waste everyone's time. The master of the mine has been expelled by me. Now, it can be said that the 10 districts of the mine are under the control of my 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud. You can go in and mine at any time." What? The news that Jiyu announced was like a bolt from the blue, resounding in everyone's heart. This was too terrifying. This brat was actually able to expel the king of the demonic beasts that was comparable to the spirit profound realm. This was simply an inconceivable existence. They looked at each other, as if they were thinking about something. Jiyu said indifferently, "But for this, our 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud also paid a huge price." So, Jiyu was going to raise the price. Everyone held their breath and waited. From today onwards, the masters of the various families are not allowed to sell the mines. Moreover, I will establish the Alchemist Guild and Armament Guild in the Windy Moon City. The mines can only belong to these 2 guilds. May I ask young master, what is the use of our mines? What use? Jiyu smiled lightly. These people had completely fallen into her trap. Similarly, you can divide the mines into different areas and collect ores. You only need to hand over 5% of the ores. As for the rest, you are free to choose. You can choose to take it home and use it to make artifacts, but you can't sell it. All of us already have artifacts. Moreover, although it is beneficial to cultivate with this stone, it can't be used for long. Our Alchemist Guild will provide you with a certain amount of pills for free." Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. One had to know that in the Drunken Moon Empire, although there were wine masters, they had always been alone and didn't have an official guild. Therefore, it was wishful thinking for them to be like the other empires and obtain pills to improve their cultivation. As a result, the Drunken Moon Empire had always been the weakest of the several empires. Everyone looked at each other. In their hearts, they were debating what to do next. Jiyu calmly said, "We will provide you with pills and artifacts for free." There was even a bejeweled weapon. This was simply too crazy. Jiyu also thought of writing a letter to the House of Martial Arts to have them set up a branch and take in some of the disciples here. The noble families all agreed. Master Duan smiled and walked over to Jiyu's side. "Young friend, what should we do?" Jiyu glanced at him. "There is a place for the Duan family in the 10 sectors." Master Duan let out a sigh of relief. Now he had something to report when he returned. However, when he saw how powerful Jiyu was, he had long since thrown the Duan family's interests to the back of his mind. He was from a branch family, and with this son-in-law in the future, all of the family's interests would have to stand aside. Duanqing looked at Jiyu and began to ponder. Sister Peach Blossom walked over and took Jiyu's hand. She whispered in his ear, "When did you become the master of the mysterious Cloud Empire?" After experiencing the Rainbow Heavenly Snake, Jiyu had a basic understanding of women. Sister Peach Blossom's fragrance assailed his nostrils. How could he not be moved? He rubbed his nose. This happened 2 days ago. Sister Peach Blossom secretly pinched Jiyu. Jiyu glanced at her. "Don't disappear like this in the future." Jiyu hummed an acknowledgement. After the various clans had discussed the benefits, they all returned to their respective residences. Jiyu explained to Xiaoying and followed Master Duan back to the Duan family. After arriving at the Duan family, Duanqing hurriedly walked into his father's room. On the other side, a servant saw Jiyu and was shocked. He rushed back to Third Master Duan's room. Third Master Duan was still being fed bananas by the foreign beauty. He was shocked when someone suddenly barged in. He slapped the servant's face. "Damn it, what do you want?" The servant knelt on the ground. Young master, Jiyu is back. Jiyu is back." After saying this, the servant dropped the banana on the ground. "That kid is back?" He sucked in a breath of cold air and made some calculations in his mind. He hurriedly turned back and put on a black robe. He sneaked out of the Duan family. He walked to the front of a temple. He knelt in front of the temple. An old man in a long robe walked out slowly. "You're here?" Third Master Duan said, "Honorable Lord Messenger, there's a situation in our family, so." The old man in the black robe showed his face. "You should know what will happen if you don't complete the temple's mission." After saying this, the aura around the old man in the black robe suddenly turned into a fist. He didn't move, but Third Master Duan was already hanging in the air. "Honorable Lord Messenger, it's really not my fault. Give me 2 more days. I'll definitely complete the mission." After thinking for a moment, the old man in the black robe swung his hand heavily. Third Master Duan fell to the ground, saving his life. An expert at the beginning of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm was indeed terrifying. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't take the position of the young master of the Duan family, maybe the temple should choose someone else." Of course. After Third Master Duan left, the old man in the black robe knelt in front of the young man in the black robe. "Temple Master, we sensed a force nearby. Is it the force we've been looking for?" "Yes, and we found the person we've been looking for in the mining area." "Humph, our branch Temple Master in the Kanglan Empire was killed. If we can find that young man in black, the main temple will definitely think highly of us." The 2 of them took out a picture scroll. It was Jiyu's face. On the portrait of the branch temple, there was also a picture of Xianxia. There was a name on it, Big Dipper Temple's Kanglan Branch Temple Master. "Investigate. You have to find out where this brat is." After Third Master Duan returned to the Duan family, he took out a pill bottle. He sprinkled all the powder into the well. At the same time, Duanqing, who was not far away, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. That night, Patriarch Duan heard from the other aristocratic families that Jiyu was an array master. He immediately gave the order to set up a banquet. That night, everyone sat in their own seats. The head of the Duan family stood up and said to Jiyu, "Come, come, come. As the head of the Duan family, I haven't been able to properly entertain you. You're too polite, Patriarch Duan." The two of them drank a cup of wine and the Duan family head said, "If Ji Gongzi doesn't have a place to go in the future, he can stay with us for a while." Jiyu smiled faintly. Of course. At this moment, Sister Peach Blossom twisted her body and walked into the open-air square. Under the illumination of the moonlight, several female singers walked to the top of the lotus pond. The melodious sound of a musical instrument suddenly rang out. The female singers began to move. Sister Peach Blossom stood in the middle of the crowd. She danced along with the music. Tonight, her face was covered in white sand and she wore a light muslin dress. The sound of the pipa became more and more intense. Sister Peach Blossom stood on the stage with one foot and jumped up, spinning in the air. Jiyu couldn't help but shout out, "Good." After spinning a few rounds, she landed on the ground. Sister Peach Blossom landed on the ground. Her eyes made Jiyu's heart beat faster. Sister Peach Blossom's father sat next to Jiyu. "Ji Gongzi, I wonder if this dance is good." Jiyu smiled slightly. Sister Peach Blossom's dance is naturally the best in the world. Master Duan laughed out loud. He was naturally overjoyed. Women usually couldn't appear at banquets. After the song and dance ended, Sister Peach Blossom returned to the back hall, where the women in the residence gathered. After a while, suddenly, the third young master of the Duan family put down the wine cup in his hand. He turned to the crowd and asked, "Everyone, how was the wine this time?" His appearance was very spirited. The head of the Duan family frowned. "Impudent. What are you doing here? Get out of here." The third young master of the Duan family snorted. "Uncle, you've been the head of the family for so long. It's time for you to hand it over. You're drunk." The third young master of the Duan family clapped his hands. Immediately, countless armored guards appeared in the surroundings. All the servants in the residence disappeared. Master Duan snorted. "You dare to be impudent when you're only at the third level of the profound comprehension realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to activate the mystic energy in his body. Suddenly, he realized that the mystic energy in his body had completely disappeared. He immediately panicked. However, as a person with experience, he put on a serious expression. "It's not too late to give up on your plan. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for enforcing the family law." "Enforcing the family law? Ha ha ha, old man, don't scare me. Back then, my father died tragically at your hands. I saw it clearly in the closet. Don't blame me for being impolite now." The armored guards drew their swords. The remaining people suddenly roared. "Kill, kill, kill. You dare to rebel?" Suddenly, the third young master of the Duan family laughed and said to the head of the Duan family in front of him, "Why don't you try to fight me?" The old man took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with resentment. However, the mystic energy in his body had disappeared. Suddenly, he stood up. With a wave of his hand, dozens of swords pierced into the stomach of the head of the Duan family. The head of the Duan family was hit by dozens of swords. Immediately, blood flowed out. Then, the third young master of the Duan family turned his head. "And you, brat. You ruined my plan. Moreover, that bitch of a Peach Blossom is my good friend's slave. It's not good for you to steal her. This young master will send you to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-armored soldiers drew their swords and swung them at Jiyu. Jiyu did not move at all. Instead, she threw a punch. Immediately, the swords fell one after another. Jiyu said indifferently, "I was in a good mood." "It's you who ruined it." The third young master of the Duan family twisted his face and asked Jiyu, "Impossible. Why are you fine? You want to hurt me with this little trick of yours?" Jiyu was very indifferent. The third young master of the Duan family gnashed his teeth and said, "I don't care so much. Kill her for me." The armored guards glanced at each other. One after another, they used their strongest mystic skills. Jiyu aimed at their direction and punched heavily. A loud rumbling sound rang out. All of the silver-armored guards were like kites with a broken string as they flew backwards. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu arrived in front of the third young master of the Duan family. With a kick on his back, the third young master of the Duan family flew out. Only a flash of golden light could be seen on his body. Then, he was fine. Oh? A protective artifact. Interesting. Just as Jiyu was about to step forward, many black-robed men suddenly flew in. Duanqing walked out from behind. The third young master of the Duan family rolled his eyes. He grabbed his arm and said, "Big brother, we were treating him well. I didn't expect that this guy would suddenly become so fierce and kill uncle." "Kill? Didn't you do it? You drugged the well. Do you think I didn't see it? Then why didn't you say so just now?" "Haha, my father has entered the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. It shouldn't be a problem for him to live for 200 or 300 years. When do you want me to be the head of the family? I can't wait. I want to push the Duan family to the top." With that, the sword fell and chopped off the third young master of the Duan family's right arm. In pain, the third young master of the Duan family crushed his protective artifact and disappeared immediately. A stray dog. "Uncle Zhong, take a few people and chase after him." "Yes, young master." Then, Duanqing looked at Jiyu and said, "I didn't expect you to be an array master. As long as we work together, we can look forward to the future." Evil creature. Sister Peach Blossom's father came back to his senses. He slammed the table heavily. "How could you do such a thing?" Duanqing smiled faintly. "Uncle, I'm not talking to you right now." Jiyu snorted coldly. "Although I don't care what others do, he is Sister Peach Blossom's father. I respect him." After saying that, Duanqing put on a confident expression. "Unfortunately, the two of you can go on your way together." Even so, Duanqing still put on the appearance of an elegant young master. Countless arrows danced in the air. Duanqing smiled. "I know you are powerful, so I specially prepared an artifact with an array to deal with you." Jiyu's Ji aura immediately left her body and appeared in front of Master Duan, blocking all the arrows. Duanqing never expected Jiyu to be so powerful. In fear, he took 2 steps back and said to the black-robed men beside him, "Kill him." The black-robed men did not move. They only said, "Young Master Duan, the gold coins you gave us are only enough to kill people under the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm." After saying that, one of the black-robed men cupped his hands. "Ji Gongzi, I am Lei Ting from the Thunder Mercenary Group. If you need anything in the future, you can find us." Jiyu smiled faintly. Lei Ting left with his subordinates. Only Duanqing was left. The surviving servants of the Duan family looked at each other. Jiyu suddenly punched out heavily, shattering Duanqing's dantian. Master Duan said, "Catch them." After saying this, the rest of the people came forward and placed their swords on his neck. Duanqing's body trembled. At the same time, third young Master Duan, who had just crushed the protective artifact in his hand, appeared outside the shrine. The black-robed man walked out and looked at his bloody appearance. "So you have failed your mission?" "Yes." After saying that, the black-robed man pulled out his sword and was about to kill him. "Wait." Seeing that the black-robed man had stopped, the Duan clan's third young master heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, the respected Divine Palace Lord did not kill him. Otherwise, he would not be able to say the following words. Because the Duan clan's third young master saw a mural hanging on the wall from the corner of his eyes. And the person in the mural was none other than Jiyu. "May I ask, Lord Envoy, who is this?" The black-robed man looked at Jiyu's portrait indignantly. "Are you talking about him? This is our Deicide Palace's biggest enemy. Many of our branch palaces were destroyed by him." "How do you know him?" How could the Duan clan's third young master not know Jiyu? But he knew him too well. Reporting to the envoy, "The person who destroyed our plan is this brat." "What?" The emissary widened his eyes, revealing a look of resentment in his eyes. He said to the people in front of him, "Pass down my order, issue the heavenly spirit order." A few of the black-robed men kneeling on the ground thought that the palace lord was making a mountain out of a molehill. Wasn't it because they were weak that the Kanglan Empire's branch palaces were destroyed, but the people from the Drunken Moon Empire's branch palaces were at least experts at the third level of the Tongxian realm. If they were to appear and display their strength in front of others, they did not know how much of a shock it would bring. And the Heavenly Spirit Order was to gather all the Spirit Profound Realm experts of the Deicide Palace in the Drunken Moon Empire. Even if all of them were at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm, it was enough to sweep the entire Drunken Moon Empire. This old man wants to let the world know that our Deicide Palace is not something that anyone can offend. The Palace Lord is mighty, the Deicide Palace is great. The entire Drunken Moon Empire began to become restless. As for the source of all this, Jiyu, after assisting Sister Peach Blossom's father to obtain the official control of the Duan clan. Old Master Duan had also successfully promoted his branch of the family to the main branch. The remaining surviving disciples did not dare to say a word. Old Man Duan specially invited Jiyu to admire the moon in the back garden. At the same time, he called Peach Blossom to dance for Jiyu. Tonight, Sister Peach Blossom's usual carefreeness seemed to have disappeared, leaving only shyness. A song started to play, and the beautiful woman started to dance. Old Master Duan came over. If I were to betroth Peach Blossom to you, would you be willing? Jiyu remained silent, which was enough to show her attitude. Haha, very good. However, little friend, you're not even 18 yet. How about this old man be so bold as to suggest that you and Peach Blossom settle down for the time being? Jiyu chuckled and raised the wine glass in his hand. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble old Master Duan. Good, good, good. Old Master Duan shouted good 3 times in a row. Tao Hua held Jiyu's hand as they walked on the streets. These days, with the establishment of the Alchemist Guild and the Armament Master Guild in Wind Moon City, countless ambitious youths went to take the examinations. Although many people were eliminated due to their physique problems, the Drunken Moon Empire was unable to select the most outstanding group of people, perhaps because of the hot and dry weather all year round. However, this did not affect the lively atmosphere of the Drunken Moon City in the slightest. In the past, everyone only cared about their drunken lives or devoted themselves to cultivation. When had there ever been such a lively atmosphere on the streets? Many mortals came up with their own schemes. For a time, people selling snacks, performing acrobatics, and all kinds of businesses appeared in this small Wind Moon City. A little girl saw that the two of them were strolling around and approached Jiyu. She asked Jiyu, "Little brother, do you want flowers? Give a flower to this beautiful sister." Jiyu patted her head, took out 2 gold coins from his bosom, and handed them to the little girl's flower basket. The little girl took the gold coins and skipped away. Jiyu hung the wreath in his hand around Sister Peach Blossom's neck and scratched her little nose. So pretty. Sister Peach Blossom's face turned red. She was about to ask how many girls Jiyu had done this to, but she swallowed the words back down her throat and thought carefully. That day in the mining area, the girl's face revealed killing intent when she saw her. Now that she thought about it, Jiyu must have some relationship with her. Moreover, the little girl who usually followed behind Jiyu didn't seem to be brother and sister. She had never seen such an intimate brother and sister pair. After thinking about it, Sister Peach Blossom could almost conclude that Jiyu had countless women around him. But so what, in this world, which expert didn't have a few close female friends? As long as Jiyu had her in his heart, wouldn't that be enough? Jiyu, what's wrong? Jiyu asked gently. At this moment, a sharp cry came from afar. Jiyu released his mental power. It was the girl just now. Extending his mental power, he saw a few black-robed people appear at a corner. One of them was holding the girl's arm. The girl asked anxiously, "Who are you?" "Who are we?" "Hee hee, little girl, you will know later." "Let them go." A cold voice came from afar. Suddenly, Jiyu's figure appeared at the corner of the street. His body released an aura, and a fierce lion appeared in the sky. The few of them looked at each other and said to Jiyu fiercely, "Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our deicide temple is not so easy to provoke." Jiyu looked at the people in front of him coldly. Suddenly, one of them said, "Envoy, look, doesn't he look like the person in the painting?" The group of black-robed people looked at the painting and saw that it was Jiyu's appearance on the painting in their hands. He is the person that the branch hall master is chasing. Brothers, attack. A ball of fire flew directly in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly opened his eyes. The fierce lion formed by the aura in the air landed on the ground. A purple light suddenly illuminated the small alley. What a powerful profound strength, how can there be such a powerful profound strength? Not good, he is a spirit profound realm expert, quickly call for backup. The few of them looked at each other, took out a long chimney, and fired it into the sky. Suddenly, one of the skulls exploded in the air. In Wind Moon City, the black-robed people who were investigating Jiyu's news all looked at the sky, as if they had discovered the enemy. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at Jiyu's location, they all took out their swords from their bosoms. One of them said slowly, "Kid, come back with us." Below Jiyu lay 7 or 8 men with blood flowing out of their bodies. The people of Deicide Shrine did not need to recognize these people. Just by looking at their clothes, who else could they be if they were not from Deicide Shrine? It was as if there was a ferocious beast in their hearts. One of them roared, "Jiyu, you deserve to die." The aura in that person's hands turned into a long whip and waved in Jiyu's direction. The long whip stuck to Jiyu's body like sticky liquid. Just as Jiyu's aura was about to bounce it away, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. It was as if Mi Feng's voice suddenly sounded in Jiyu's ears. Countless honey powder suddenly appeared beside Jiyu. The honey powder had the effect of corroding one's mental strength. Jiyu sensed this, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated to the side. The profound strength in his hand suddenly lit up. He waved his sword. The entire street was engulfed in a sea of fire. A few of the black-robed men were the first to scream. They looked at each other. One of them asked anxiously, "Lord Protector, this kid is too strong. We are not his match at all." The few protectors looked at each other and said softly, "We can only retreat now." Jiyu saw that they wanted to leave, and said coldly, "Do you think you can come and go as you please? Stay." 3,000 lightning haste. Jiyu's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 2 black-robed men. With a heavy punch, the 2 of them exploded and died. In the eyes of the remaining black-robed men, there was only fear. Taking a deep breath, they retreated one after another. A few of the black-robed men laughed out loud. The wrath of the devil god can shake the heavens. Suddenly, the profound strength on their bodies rose rapidly. Jiyu said in his heart, "Not good." The protector behind them said loudly, "Brothers, I will definitely report your sacrifice to the devil god and the palace master." After saying that, he used his profound movement skill and disappeared from Wind Moon City in the blink of an eye. Jiyu released his mental strength to see through the bodies of these people, and sensed their acupoints. He waved his sword, and the acupoints on their bodies suddenly burst. Jiyu took this opportunity to leap out, and a sword fell on their bodies. The black-robed men saw that they were about to explode and take Jiyu away, but at the most critical moment, Jiyu stopped them. "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Soon, the Duan family's guards arrived, and a few of them checked. They reporting to Ji Gongzi, "They are all dead." You can leave." "Yes." The identity of this group of people was not simple, Jiyu thought in his heart. But now there were no clues, so he couldn't make random guesses. His heart sank, and he turned to leave. When the Deicide Temple Branch Palace Master heard the news, he stood up excitedly, "You're saying that all of our Tongshan Peak experts have been killed, right?" "Yes." "Preposterous, have you found out who the girl beside him is?" "Yes, it is the daughter of the Duan family's new head, Duan Taohua, and it is said that the new head of the Duan family was also arranged by Jiyu. When I come out of seclusion, it will be Jiyu's death." Saying that, a few black-robed men pulled out about 20 to 30 children from the room, and a huge stone disc slowly separated. It was as if a giant beast was opening its fangs. The cries of the children were ignored by the group of black-robed men. The leader of the black-robed men shouted without a trace of emotion on his face, "Go in." The children were even more frightened. They cried and made a fuss, but were still pushed in. The stone closed up. Blood slowly flowed out from the mouths of the beasts and flowed out in all directions. If one walked a little further, they would see a giant snake with 9 heads on the wall. Under the influence of the blood, the eyes of the giant snake on the wall flashed. The guards of the Duan family placed the black-robed men's corpses in front of Jiyu. They were already dead, and there was no trace of Xian energy left on their bodies. Jiyu radiated her mental strength on their bodies. She only sensed that the tattoo on one of the black-robed men's arms contained an extremely strong mental strength. She closed her eyes and felt it. Suddenly, it was as if a giant snake was about to swallow her mental strength. Jiyu's mind moved, and her consciousness returned to her body. It seemed that there was another mysterious organization behind this. However, at this moment, Master Duan sent someone to invite Jiyu to the hall. Jiyu was a little curious. These days, through the mining area and the cooperation between the Alchemist Association and the Weapon Craftsman Association, the Duan family was like the sun in the sky. It could be said that they had unified all the major families in Wind Moon City. As for that useless city lord, if it wasn't for the Duan family not wanting to fall out with the royal family, he would have been expelled from the city lord's position. In the hall, there were a few youths in green robes, and there was an old man among them. When the old man saw Jiyu, he asked, "This is the young man you were talking about?" Master Duan looked at Jiyu with satisfaction and nodded. The old man thought to himself, this brat looks so ordinary. How did the Duan clan fancy him? Ha ha ha, forgive me for being blunt. Although this young master's appearance is not bad, he is still far from our young master. Not to mention, my family's young master has already reached the peak of the common profound realm and is only a step away from the spirit profound realm. Who knows, he might be able to step into this mysterious realm someday. The meaning behind his words was that Jiyu was merely a nameless brat. Her profound strength was just that, but his family's young master was a future spirit profound realm expert. However, what he didn't know was that the other party's profound strength was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than his. Jiyu said lightly, "Are you from the Yi family? It's good that you know. You should know that our Yi family is sitting on the entire North Desert City, and our family is also very influential in the country. But he's the first city lord to be able to build a manor in the capital." The old man introduced proudly and even glanced at Jiyu with an insufferably arrogant expression. She felt a little impatient in her heart. Was this brat still not going to roll over and cry and shout that he was willing to let her marry him? How about this, seeing that you and their family are fated, I'll reward you with 2 pills. As long as you're willing to disappear from this Windy Moon City, then these 2 pills will belong to you. As he spoke, the old man took out a jade bottle from his bosom. With a face of arrogance, he poured out 2 profound strength pills. After consuming this kind of basic pill, it could greatly increase the profound strength in a cultivator's body. Jiyu let out an "oh" and also took out a jade bottle from her bosom. What, this is a 3rd-grade peak pill. For a moment, the old man's eyes revealed a trace of greed. This pill was really too rare. Especially in this drunken moon empire. Brat, I didn't expect you to have some ability. But you want to go against us with this, you're still a little too inexperienced. Enough. Master Duan said heavily, Ji Gongzi is our Duan family's future son-in-law, how can we allow you to be so rude? The one surnamed Duan, our family is giving you face, but you don't want it, right? As he spoke, the old man suddenly released the profound strength of the 1st level of the spirit profound realm. The chi aura turned into an eagle and quickly flew towards Master Duan's direction. Master Duan's words just now warmed Jiyu's heart. You're courting death, Jiyu said indifferently. Then, in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind him. The old man's cyan bird chi aura turned and flew towards Jiyu's direction. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The cyan bird turned into specks of starlight. This, brat, you, Jiyu coldly snorted and heavily punched out her iron fist. 2 terrifying forces collided together. It shattered into 2 halves. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected this brat to be so powerful. Brat, if you have the ability, don't leave. The youth beside him was also afraid and wanted to leave with the old man. Since you've said so, then just stay. Jiyu punched out again and directly shattered the old man's heart meridian. The youth trembled as he sat on the ground. A stench of urine came from his body. Don't come over. I am the young master of the Yi family. If you kill me, the Yi family will not rest until you are dead. Is that so? A heart-wrenching scream resounded throughout the entire Duan manor. At the same time, in the Yi family. In a small black room, there were white jade plaques placed all over. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The jade plaque placed in the middle suddenly shattered. The servant guarding the place was shocked and quickly reported this matter to the head of the Yi family. When the head of the Yi family heard this news, the jade bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Who did this? That, the third elder brought the young master to the Wind Moon City to propose marriage, right? The Duan family, a few days ago, threatened to break off the engagement and humiliated my son. Now, they killed my son. How preposterous. If my Yi family doesn't destroy the Duan family, are we still human? After he finished speaking, the Yi family head wrote a letter in his blood and handed it to the royal family. The royal family originally had no intention of interfering with the killing of these aristocratic families, but both parties were the most powerful in the Drunken Moon Empire. What should we do? The Drunken Moon Empire's king asked the gods. Everyone looked at each other. What other ideas could they have, in terms of strength, whether it was the Duan family or the Yi family, the royal family could not afford to provoke them. The prime minister walked out. Your Majesty, I suggest that your Majesty pretend that you don't know about this matter. Humph, to think that the royal family can only struggle to survive under the noses of these aristocratic families, this king's heart aches. However, even so, he did not have a better idea. He could only listen to the prime minister's suggestion and submit the letter with a frown. With the royal family's permission, the Yi family officially issued a letter of challenge to the Duan family. Countless Tongxian realm experts rode on demon beasts towards the Wind Moon City. The city lord of the Wind Moon City had also received the news early in the morning. Standing on the city wall, he saw the dense crowd of demon beasts below and his heart suddenly trembled. Someone come, someone come. He watched as the countless experts gradually approached the city wall. He immediately shouted, "Quick, order the troops in the city. No one is allowed to touch them." City Lord, what did the royal family say? Why are there so many experts here? A peak defensive profound realm expert suddenly came to the city wall and shouted loudly, "All of you listen to me. Open the city gate and let us in. Otherwise, don't blame the Yi family for being impolite." The city lord of the Wind Moon City quickly thought in his heart and said to the people beside him, "Quick, go and report to the Duan family." A guard did not understand. "City Lord, why don't we pretend that we didn't see anything? As long as we retreat, we have nothing to fear." "What do you know? If the Duan family wins, then we will be villains in front of the Duan family. How can there be a good ending? Then if the Yi family wins, won't we be safe? If the Yi family wins, how can they allow us to survive?" The young master of the Yi family died in the Wind Moon City. If it were me, I would order a massacre. Just as everyone was hesitating, the defensive profound realm expert sneered, "All right, you have already made your choice. We will remember you." After saying that, the defensive profound realm expert retreated. The city lord clenched his fists. Motherf *Ker, even the Duan clan is polite to us. This Yi clan is really going too far. Pass down my order, gather all the crossbowmen, archers, and guards. About half an hour passed. The guards held long spears in their hands and kept shouting as they came to the city gate. The Yi family's troops also pressed forward. The defensive profound realm expert who had just appeared under the city wall and threatened the city lord was also present. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, get ready, kill." As his voice fell, the surrounding people slowly took a step forward. Bows and arrows suddenly flew all over the sky. The arrows flew towards the crowd. Everyone panicked, and did not listen as they searched for something to hide. People above the third stage of the tempered body realm were not afraid of normal soldiers. For revenge, the Yi family had pulled out all the Xianxia in the family, and even brought a portion of normal people. The city lord saw so many people covering their heads and running like rats under the city wall, and instantly understood the crux of the matter. Haha, these Xianxia are usually very strong, but on the battlefield, this is our home ground. Come, open the city gate. Long spear soldiers, stab them all to death. The thick city gate gave off an ear-piercing sound. The city gates opened, and one after another, armored soldiers walked out in high spirits. Everywhere they went, the Yi family members who were not Xianxia did not even have a chance to resist. When the 20 or so body-tempering realm experts saw this, they immediately gathered together. He gave the order, everyone gathered together. Everyone gathered together. The Yi family members opened their mouth and said, "Kill." In the city lord's manor, 300 people gathered together, forming a long spear formation, and stabbed forward. The tempered body experts in the first row contracted all the muscles in their bodies. They swung their fists in unison. When the fists collided with the long spears in front of them shattered and fell to the ground. However, the spearmen behind them immediately stepped in. The spears pierced into their bodies. Although the body of the body-tempering realm cultivators had been transformed, they were still very weak before these treasures. Poochie, poochie sounds rang out continuously. Immediately, flesh and blood flew up and fell to the ground. When the body-tempering realm cultivators behind them saw their brothers die in the hands of others, how could they be willing? After roaring, they pounced forward. They released profound skills from their hands. Rays of light of various colors shot out. They exploded on the bodies of their opponents, causing the light to shine brightly. Like a storm, heavy attacks landed on the bodies of the ordinary soldiers. Those soldiers fell into a pool of blood one after another. The defensive profound realm cultivators also joined in the battle. The two sides immediately clashed. However, many of the soldiers of the city lord's mansion were ordinary people. After the defensive profound realm cultivators joined in the battle, the situation of the battle was completely reversed. In an instant, blood dyed the entire city gate red. Several officers said anxiously, "City lord, let's not continue this fight." "That's right. Otherwise, we'll lose our foundation. At that time, anyone can bully us." Could it be that profound Qi aristocratic families are truly invincible? "That's right. City lord, this is a battle between cultivators. It has nothing to do with us. I refuse to accept this." Right at this moment, Xiaogu hugged Jiyu and soared in the air. "City lord, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us." The city lord took a glance. It was the newly recruited son-in-law of the Duan family. "Ji Gongzi, kill." Suddenly, the guards of the Duan family and the brothers of the 18 strongholds of Mystic Cloud charged in from all directions. This was especially true for those several stronghold masters. When they entered the crowd, it was as if they smelled the scent of blood. When they saw a few people fleeing in panic, they quickly chased after them and killed them with a single sword strike. When the remaining people saw this scene, they were all dumbstruck. The head of the Yi family sat on the stage. When he saw this scene, he immediately frowned. It was as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, countless monstrous beasts appeared from the dense forest on both sides. They opened their bloody mouths one after another. Many people from the 18 strongholds of Mystic Cloud were affected. Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu. Xiaogu was floating in the air, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Jiyu. The demonic beasts could feel the powerful pressure. They lowered their heads and wailed. A servant pointed at Jiyu and said, "That's him." After saying this, Master Yi raised his head and looked at Jiyu. He rode on a demon beast and pointed his sword at Jiyu. A huge killing intent locked Jiyu in place. Jiyu smiled and said, "You are Master Yi, right?" Old Master Yi coldly snorted, "Brat, you killed my bloodline and cut off my descendants. You deserve to die. Come." Old Master Yi grabbed the beast's head and lifted it up. Instantly, the beast ran out and charged towards Jiyu. A few disciples from the 18 strongholds of Mystic Cloud wanted to stop him. Old Master Yi coldly snorted, "You want to stop me with just your strength?" Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A huge iron hammer appeared in Old Master Ye's hand and heavily smashed the disciples of the 18 strongholds of Mystic Cloud to death. He pulled the beast's fur in his hand. The beast stopped in front of Jiyu. Cloud Extinction Fist Technique. He threw out a heavy punch. It was as if he had hit an iron wall. The iron wall instantly turned into a thick iron wall and a crisp cracking sound could be heard. The wall collapsed. Old Master Yi did not expect that this brat would be able to shatter his protective aura with a single punch. "You are actually an expert above the spirit profound realm. Not yet, but you can be on your way. After saying this, Jiyu was about to kill old Master Yi. However, a silver light flashed and Jiyu missed. A woman with a veil appeared in the air. Lord, save me. Jiyu, I will not rest until you die. May I ask who you are? Cut the crap. Prepare to die. That woman pulled out a long sword and started to exchange blows with Jiyu. Jiyu lightly frowned. She suddenly stopped. You are injured and can't use your full strength. You are not my opponent. Cut the crap. Watch my sword. The long sword arrived in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. Jiyu abruptly retreated and unleashed the 3,000 clouds movement. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the depths of the forest. As expected, although that woman had the strength to catch up to him, because of her injuries, she could not catch up to him. Jiyu had been waiting here for a long time. She heavily punched out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Jiyu quickly stepped forward and placed the long sword on her throat. Looking at the blood at the corner of her mouth, Jiyu indifferently asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" The woman closed her eyes and said in despair, "Just kill me." Jiyu lightly flicked the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the veil on the woman's face gently floated down. "It's you?" The memory of that night also returned to Jiyu's mind. He put away the long sword. "Why are you doing this?" "Humph, beast, despicable and shameless. Either you kill me, or I will kill you one day." Jiyu heaved a sigh before pulling out a small jade bottle from her storage ring. Then, she leaned forward. The seven-colored heavenly snake was just about to move. However, because the place where Jiyu hit was coincidentally the route of her mystic energy, she took a deep breath. She screamed. "You, don't come over." Jiyu did not pay attention to her words. He just grabbed her hand roughly. This was his first woman. If he killed her, Jiyu could not bear to. Jiyu poured out some healing liquid from the jade bottle and smeared it on the seven-colored heavenly snake's back. The seven-colored heavenly snake trembled. He said indifferently, "What's wrong?" "You, why don't you kill me?" "I can't bear to." Why can't you bear to?" "You are my woman." The seven-colored heavenly snake only felt a wave of heat pass through her bones. Her mystic energy seemed to be able to circulate again. Jiyu put the jade bottle in her hand. "Once a day for 20 consecutive days. Your injuries have healed. However, don't go killing people. It will only increase your internal injuries." "You." The seven-colored heavenly snake felt that talking to Jiyu was like punching a ball of cotton. She could only tactfully say, "All right, Jiyu, I will let you go this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, the seven-colored heavenly snake's face turned red. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Jiyu sighed. This was really an extraordinary woman. After dealing with the seven-colored heavenly snake, Jiyu returned to the battlefield. Although he was no longer there, Xiaogu easily beat up the Yi family's people. Many of the Yi family's experts had already fallen in a pool of blood. Old Master Yi had long seen that the situation was not good. At some point, he brought the elites of the family and fled. When the remaining Yi family's disciples were either dead or injured, they were all captured by the city lord's people and thrown into prison. Long live, long live. We won. Our Wind Moon City defeated North Desert City. This is all thanks to Ji Gongzi. They recalled that the moment the seven-colored heavenly snake appeared, it was like a goddess, completely suppressing everyone. However, after meeting Jiyu, it was as if the brilliance on her body was snatched away by Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "If it wasn't for your esteemed manner buying time for us, we wouldn't have been able to rescue them in time. There would have been many casualties." The city lord felt a sweetness in his heart. Not long ago, someone had praised him like this. Moreover, it was this kind of cultivator. The city lord cupped his hands and said, "Ji Gongzi is too polite." Jiyu said indifferently, "This one believes that the city lord of Wind Moon City will one day rise to great heights. This one still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." This time, Jiyu did not choose to slowly walk back. Instead, she used her movement technique and disappeared in the air. Ji Gongzi is truly an expert. I'm afraid that even in the drunken Moon Empire, there won't be anyone stronger than Ji Yu. Duan Manor. Corpses were placed in front of the front manor. Ji Yu led a group of disciples and people from the 18 strongholds of Mysterious Cloud to the front manor. She raised a cup of wine. Warriors, you have all done well. Rest in peace. Brothers, rest in peace. Everyone shouted in unison. Ji Yu said slowly, brothers, our people died just like that. Do you think we can bear with it? No. Then what should we do? Annihilate the Yi family. Annihilate the Yi family. Get on the horses. In fact, this place was only half a month away from Imobe City. With Ji Yu's movement technique, there was no need for her to ride a horse. However, she needed to wait for them, so she had to be patient. A group of people left Wind Moon City in a grandiose manner. They headed in the direction of Imobe City. The Yi family also received the news. When Master Ye's Qi Gang was broken by Ji Yu, he was already seriously injured. When he heard the news, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard, bastard. You killed my successor, and now you want to take over my family business? Master, what should we do now? At this moment, a black-robed man walked in. The servant stood up nervously. There were so many experts guarding outside. How did this person get in? Are you going to deal with Ji Yu? Yes. Half a month later, the lord of our sub-palace will come out of seclusion. If you are willing, we can help you. Are you serious? Of course. I have many envoys. On the road, Ji Yu was hanging a small blade of grass. Beside her, Xiaogu was looking at the scenery outside the carriage with a bored expression. Suddenly, Zhaoying walked over. She looked at Ji Yu nervously. Ji Gongzi. What's wrong? Ji Yu asked in confusion. Zhaoying said, go and see my father. Ji Yu had a bad feeling. She immediately said, take me there. The carriage stopped at the side. Originally, Ji Yu didn't agree to Master Zhao's trip, but Master Zhao insisted. His already severely injured body became even worse. Ji Yu covered his body with her mental power. If he had enough medicinal herbs now, he would be able to save it. He said to Zhaoying, if only there was devil grass here. Zhaoying didn't know what to do now. A guard immediately said, Miss, there is devil grass in the depths of the forest. Ji Yu immediately led a few guards and rushed into the forest. But what they didn't know was that the moment they entered, the surrounding forest suddenly moved. He then closed the entrance. After walking into the depths of the forest, a roar suddenly sounded. One of the guards disappeared in an instant. The remaining guards immediately became vigilant. They surrounded Ji Yu. Ji Gongzi, there is something strange here, you have to be careful. Ji Yu nodded and looked around, but didn't find anything. The devil grass guard who reported just now said, Ji Gongzi, devil grass usually grows in those caves. Ji Yu saw the caves inside and took a step forward. The guards beside him took the lead and ran into one of the caves. Ji Yu followed closely behind. Just as they entered the cave, another scream sounded and another guard disappeared. Suddenly, Ji Yu took a step forward. Come out, don't play tricks. When her voice fell, the surroundings were still silent. Ji Yu took out her artifact and swung her sword forward. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A stone statue in front of her suddenly exploded. The stone statue suddenly broke into pieces. It was as if a human-shaped bat-body monster walked out, holding a long three-pronged spear in its hand. This monster didn't have any Xian energy. A few of the guards burst into laughter. Ji Gongzi, this monster doesn't have any profound energy, we can deal with it. Ji Yu sensed that something was amiss and said faintly, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, several guards had already rushed up. However, at this moment, a battle was about to break out. The monster grabbed one of the guards and flew into the sky. It swung its arm and threw the guard to the ground. The guard spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, there was no aura left. The remaining 3 guards put their swords together. At this moment, Sangu's Xian energy gathered together. It transformed into a long sword. The sword floated in the air and flew towards the monster. Struck by the sword, the monster howled in pain and spread its wings again. It flew towards Jiyu, and the giant lion beside it suddenly pounced out, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the monster's wing. The monster was in pain, and one of its wings was torn off. Jiyu ran a few steps forward, picked up the long sword in her hand, and stabbed it into the monster's head. The monster was killed in one blow, and the 3 guards stood up with some lingering fear. They saw a huge stone behind the monster. Jiyu cut off the monster's right arm. She placed it in the gap on the stone. With a loud bang, the stone retreated, and they stepped into the cave behind the stone. Only to see a field of flowers and grasses appear here. In the sea of flowers, a young girl was sleeping on a stone platform. The guards had never seen such a scene. Jiyu said lightly, "Go out." "Yes." After saying that, the surrounding guards walked out. Looking at the stone platform, they saw that the young girl on the stone platform was the 7-colored heavenly snake. It seemed that the power of these herbs was continuously entering the 7-colored heavenly snake's body, along with the last trace of Xian energy. The light on the young girl's body suddenly disappeared. Jiyu gently patted the 7-colored heavenly snake's body. The 7-colored heavenly snake suddenly opened its eyes, took a step back, and left Jiyu's palm in fear. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. "I've seen it, so there's no need to be polite." Shameless. Once angry, the wounds on the 7-colored heavenly snake's body began to be injured again. Jiyu put her hand on her back. After all, the 7-colored heavenly snake was different from ordinary people, and the Xian energy in her hand began to repair the other party's meridians. After a while, Jiyu stood up. "Do you feel better now?" The 7-colored heavenly snake blushed and hummed. "I only took a part of the power of these herbs, and there's still a lot of Xian energy in them, as a reward for this time. But you ruined my pleasure, so don't think that I'll let you go." In the blink of an eye, the 7-colored heavenly snake turned around and disappeared. Looking at the 7-colored heavenly snake, Jiyu sighed helplessly, and with a thought, all the flowers, plants, and medicinal pills here were all put into the storage ring. It just so happened that the devil grass was also in it. Holding the devil grass and returning to the crowd, several alchemists said, "The devil grass is extremely difficult to purify and refine. Only a 5th-grade alchemist can successfully refine it, but we should be able to do it together. Ji Gongzi, let us help." Jiyu hummed. They stood in front of the table, and each of them found a pill furnace in their hands. Jiyu said, "Wait a moment, leave the task of purification to me." After saying this, Jiyu raised her hands and threw the devil grass into the pill furnace, and the flame in the jade bottle directly entered the pill furnace. The raging fire suddenly burned, and gradually turned the devil grass inside into powder. The surrounding alchemists took in a deep breath. The refining of this devil grass is so difficult, but Ji Gongzi can actually refine it in such a short time. He is really talented. Yes, Ji Gongzi is really amazing. If only we were at this level. After refining the medicinal powder, Jiyu felt that it would take a few days for them to start. If they delayed the journey, then they would suffer a big loss. Thinking of this in her heart, Jiyu's Xianxia in her hands increased, and the medicinal powder gradually gathered. After only half an hour, the medicinal pill quickly took shape, and a huge light was released from the pill furnace. At this time, the pill furnace couldn't bear Jiyu's power and suddenly burst. The whole pill furnace suddenly fell apart. Jiyu suddenly withdrew her Xianxia, and the medicinal pill was instantly formed. A medicinal pill appeared in Jiyu's hand. Heaven Profound Pill. This is actually a Heaven Profound Pill. But isn't the strongest medicinal pill that can be refined from the devil grass a 4th-grade medicinal pill? You don't know, in the hands of a 5th-grade alchemist, 5th-grade medicinal pills can be refined. So it's like this. One of them said excitedly, 5th-grade medicinal pills, that is really the pinnacle of alchemists. Jiyu walked in front of the carriage. Zhao Chang looked at the Heaven Profound Pill in Jiyu's hand and said excitedly, "How can this old man eat this medicinal pill? The medicinal pill's effect is to let people eat it, and now you are just eating the medicinal pill." After saying this, Jiyu put the medicinal pill in Zhao Ying's hand. Zhao Ying put the medicinal pill in Zhao Chang's mouth. Zhao Chang suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body suddenly trembled. The muscles and bones in his body quickly gathered and gradually began to repair. Ji Yu said indifferently, Master Zhao, how do you feel now? Master Zhao said indifferently, much better now. He opened his eyes and stood up. Not only has his body recovered, but his strength has also reached the peak of Tongxian realm. Zhao Chang is in a good mood, and personally led a few brothers to hunt a few fierce beasts in the dense forest. The brothers ate the group of wild beasts, and their mood immediately became better. On the North Desert City, there are many black-robed people walking around, looking in the direction of Ji Yu from afar. A group of people arrived at the bottom of the city wall. A few black-robed people took a step forward, and the Xian energy in their hands suddenly gathered into a powerful Xian energy. Xian skill, God's descent. However, at this moment, a powerful Xian energy appeared in the air and gradually pressed down. It was like a god, slapping down a huge palm. The 18 fortresses of Mystic Cloud and the Duan family's troops were unable to react in time, and a loud boom sounded, and hundreds of people were instantly smashed into pieces by this Xian skill. Ha ha ha, Ji Yu, you should also repay the debt you owe our Deicide Palace. The one who spoke is the palace master of Deicide Palace's Drunken Moonbranch Palace. Mo Xiao. A gentle breeze blew, and Mo Xiao's sinister face appeared in front of everyone. They only saw a long scar on his face. He looked at Ji Yu fiercely, and said to Ji Yu indifferently, Yi family head, you should also come out. Yi family head sat on a chair and was pushed out. The remaining forces of the Yi family gathered around Yi family head. Although they are ordinary people, they still have tens of thousands of troops. He said, although all the elites of our family are dead, all of our troops can still fight to the death with these martial cultivators. Yi family soldiers, listen to my orders. Yes. After they finished speaking, the city gate immediately opened. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers gathered by ordinary people charged out. A Duan family's defensive profound realm expert laughed loudly, I must show off in front of Ji Gongzi. A long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was swung over, and a loud boom sounded. One of the generals in the middle of the Yi family rushed out, waving a horsewhip as he ran out. He waved the horsewhip down, and the whip fell down. With a bang, the Duan family's defensive profound realm expert was forced to retreat. However, the defensive profound realm expert immediately laughed in disdain. The incoming Yi family general had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He sent the defensive profound realm expert flying with his spear. When he landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. General Xianxia is mighty. The Yi family soldiers immediately became excited. They did not expect their general to be so powerful. Brothers, did you see that? These so-called defensive profound realm experts are only SOSO. Follow me and kill them. Ji Yu was about to get up when Master Wang quickly said, Ji Gongzi, this brat is so arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Okay. Master Wang was overjoyed when he got Ji Yu's approval. Earth rank mystic skill, Thousand Wolves Field. In the blink of an eye, a long sword appeared in his bare hands. After a burst of cyan-colored profound energy, 3 wild wolves instantly flew out. These 3 wild wolves actually had 6 blood-red eyes on their heads. In the blink of an eye, they had already devoured the guards. They turned their heads and stared at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia was not afraid. The 3 wolves pounced forward at the same time. Xianxia stabbed forward with his spear. Ji Yu had a bad feeling. Be careful. Master Wang could not react in time. The 3 wolves that pounced were torn apart by the spear and turned into specks of starlight. If Master Wang had not reached the Tongxian realm and had a protective aura shield, he would have ended up like that defensive profound realm guy. Ji Yu could see that this guy had trained his body to the Tongxian realm. His physical strength was no different from a Tongxian realm expert. If not for the fact that he could not use mystic energy, Master Wang would not be his opponent. The Yi family soldiers all raised their spears and cheered. General Lian, kill this thief and avenge our Yi family. My elder brother died because of this brat. General Lian, you have to avenge me. Suddenly, a familiar scent entered Ji Yu's nose. Looking around, a young girl was standing in the forest and observing Ji Yu. 7-colored heavenly snake. It was this silly girl again. Xianxia found that Ji Yu's attention was not on him at all. He did not know where she was, so he sneered. "Brat, since you dared to look down on me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in Xianxi's hand danced like a dragon, leaving only after images in the air. Ji Yu took a step back. Ding. Host has used 3000 clouds movement and obtained 1 by 999 times proficiency. He watched as Ji Yu disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xianxia also started to panic. What happened? Ji Yu appeared again, but this time, she was behind him. Xianxia turned his head and thrust out his spear, which instantly turned into starlight that filled the sky. It was different from ordinary starlight, as this starlight could kill people. Ding, the host has watched Dance of the Stars in the Sky. Ding. Obtained the heaven-grade profound skill Dance of the Stars. Ji Yu looked at the gun that was closing in on her and suddenly smiled. Xianxia remembered his strange behavior before. What a joke. A person who is about to die still dares to laugh? Go to hell. However, what happened next was something he had never expected. Heaven-grade profound skill, Dance of the Stars in the Sky. At the same time, a storm of spears appeared in the air. One side represented the dignity of the profound practitioners. The other side was a mortal with no aptitude who entered the Tao. Two skills that were exactly the same. Rumble ding. Host has used Dance of the Stars in the Sky and obtained 1 by 999 times proficiency. As the thick smoke fell, the soldiers from both sides looked over. The first to enter their sight was Xianxia. Although he was covered in blood, he was still standing. Then they looked at Ji Yu. Although she was also standing, the spear had already entered her body. Clearly, the outcome was already decided. Xianxia laughed. Although I don't know where you stole my spear technique, this general will not bicker with a dead person. Long live the general. The general is mighty. On top of the city walls of North Desert City, Master Yi and the branch palace masters heard the shouts of praise from below the city walls. They suddenly had some doubts in their hearts. Was Ji Yu really that weak? She was killed by them just like that, not to mention that they didn't believe it. Even Master Yi, who wanted Ji Yu to die the most, didn't dare to believe it. Quickly go and see what happened. Xianxia really enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped like this. However, at this moment, the spear in front of Ji Yu was returned to his hand by the protective chi aura around his body. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Spear attribute profound skill, right? I can do it too. Dance of the Stars in the Sky." In an instant, Xianxia felt like he was looking at the stars in the night sky. Putong. The spear in the hands of this general made of flesh broke. He didn't believe that Ji Yu actually used his self-created physical profound skill to defeat him. Do you dare to fight me with your physical strength without using profound energy? The Duan family army laughed disdainfully. Why should they fight the way you want to? However, Ji Yu actually said indifferently, "Do as you wish." The Duan family army froze for a moment. Only Zhao Ying and Zhao Chong firmly believed in Ji Yu. In the deep forest, 7-colored heavenly snake stomped its feet in anger at Ji Yu's words. Is this brat stupid? This is clearly a trap. He actually jumped down. Although Xianxia didn't expect Ji Yu to agree, Ji Yu was completely fooled this time. Take this. Xianxia was like a fireball as he crazily threw a punch at Ji Yu. This was the result of his continuous training day and night. Ji Yu also rushed forward. She didn't use profound energy and just used her own body to wildly throw punches at Xianxia. The soldiers of the two armies were even more dumbfounded. The fists of the two sides continuously collided. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking continuously came from Xianxi's arm. He slowly knelt on the ground. The insufferably arrogant expression from before completely disappeared. What happened just now? I felt like I couldn't see anything clearly. It's too scary. It's just like a god descending. Everyone suddenly went into an uproar. Although in Ji Yu's eyes, the opponent's movements were as slow as if they were stagnant, but in the eyes of the bystanders, they couldn't even see Ji Yu's movements. Ji Yu looked at Xianxia, who had already closed his eyes and unceremoniously cut off his head and raised it high. Those who surrender will not be killed. The members of the Yi family army thought in their hearts. Even a general who was capable of defeating Xian experts had been silently killed by Ji Yu, so how could they possibly go against Jiyu? So they looked at each other and knelt on the ground. We are willing to surrender. The remaining Yi family members who had a blood feud with Jiyu immediately turned around and ran. Jiyu indifferently said, "Show me some sincerity." Those who surrendered were not willing to let go of this chance to live. One after another, they started to kill the Yi family members. Yi family head who was sitting in a wheelchair stared with his eyes wide open. Preposterous. Jiyu, I'm going to kill you. He angrily looked at the murdering god shrine branch palace master who was wearing a black robe. Didn't you say you were going to help me? Now it's time for you to send your troops. The palace master of the sub-palace frowned. Noisy. After he finished speaking, he sent a palm strike towards old Master Yi. Even if he was at the spirit profound realm, he was unable to resist the power of this palm strike. Murdering god shrine branch palace master's palm strike directly made him lose his protective chi aura. With a loud bang, old Master Yi suddenly disappeared. What about you guys? Hearing his emotionless voice, everyone's heart trembled. They knelt on the ground and said, "We will listen to palace master's orders." Very good. Jiyu, we meet again. Jiyu pulled Xiaogu's hand and floated in the air. The white tiger below them let out a low cry. You killed my branch palace master and destroyed my faith. Today is the day of your death. Cut the crap. Jiyu used two extremely simple words to reply. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu had already closed in. Dance of the stars in the sky. This move again. Do you think it will work on this palace master? The black-robed man felt offended. With a roar, two balls of black profound energy gathered in his hands. Colorless raging flames. With a rumble, the entire city wall collapsed. Both of them used heaven-ranked profound skills. However, with this move, Jiyu's profound skill directly reached mastery. As for the branch palace master, he had just comprehended it for 50 years. According to Jiyu's calculation, he could only be considered as a beginner. Naturally, the effect of using one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Suddenly, the branch palace master suddenly laughed out loud. You're powerful. However, this old man still has a backup plan. Devil God's power. He took out a talisman. Bestow me with profound light. Suddenly, the members of the Yi family started to tremble in pain. Runes of different colors appeared on their arms and necks. Little brat, prepare to die. Those Yi family members acted as if they did not care about their lives. One of them pounced towards Jiyu. A burst of intense light flashed and the surrounding people fell to the ground. Jiyu immediately went forward and sent that person flying with a punch. With a loud bang, Jiyu did not expect that this fellow would actually self-destruct. If it was not because his punch was fast enough, he would have died long ago. Ha ha ha, let's see how many times you can dodge. More and more Yi family members crazily rushed in front of Jiyu and detonated their dantian in an attempt to kill Jiyu. Ding, host used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement obtained 999 times proficiency. Ding, host used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement obtained 999 times proficiency. Ding, host used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement obtained 999 times proficiency. Ding, host used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement obtained 999 times proficiency. Jiyu's figure constantly flashed in and out of the crowd. Even if he was only relying on incantations to control them, as long as he could see, he would be able to lock on to the enemy. However, Jiyu's speed was something that he could not keep up with. Jiyu suddenly appeared behind the branch palace master. The treasure was already in his hand. Despicable, watch me. At this moment, a huge ball of light suddenly turned into a golden light. It covered the branch palace master's body. Let's see what you can do to this old man. However, his eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that Jiyu had already arrived behind him. Dance of the stars. If Lian Qi was still alive, he would be stomping his feet in anger. Are you done yet? All day long, you only know how to make fun of my profound skill. Do you think I don't care about my face? Ding, the host used Dance of the Stars and obtained 1 by 999 times proficiency. The palace master coldly snorted. So what if it was a heaven-ranked profound skill? He had absolute confidence in his protective chi aura. Even a third-level spirit profound realm expert would not be able to break through it. Like a vast sea of stars, the shadows of the spear were exceptionally dazzling under the city walls. Ji Yu took a step forward. In an instant, the spear in her hand stabbed out. Boom, sizzle. The palace master's protective chi aura suddenly disintegrated. The long spear went straight for his throat. You want to kill me? The palace master was abnormally calm, not at all like a person who was about to die. He immediately pulled out 2 long snakes from his body. Go to hell. The long snakes were like lightning, breaking through Ji Yu's protective chi aura and were about to bite his neck. Whoosh, with a gust of wind, the beautiful rainbow heavenly snake appeared in front of Ji Yu. His life is mine, you don't have the right to kill him. The rainbow heavenly snake was angry, even she herself did not know why. Ji Yu slowly asked, are you following me? I said, I will kill you with my own hands. Naturally, I will follow you. Will you follow me in the future? The rainbow heavenly snake's face turned red from Ji Yu's question. For a moment, she did not know how to answer. While breathing heavily, her chest heaved up and down. Even Ji Yu, who had seen countless beauties, could not help but take a few more glances. Hey, the 2 of you, do you even put me in your eyes? The palace master was a little angry. He was a dignified palace master of the deity's Templar, a peak 2nd level spirit profound realm expert, but now he was being humiliated like this. This was simply outrageous. You dare to ignore me. Profound secret skill. Triple rage. In an instant, the profound energy in his body suddenly doubled. Because the 7-colored heavenly snake was already heavily injured before the battle with Ji Yu, and then it was injured by Ji Yu, it couldn't even change its original form. Right now, her strength was only around the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, while the branch palace master's strength had suddenly soared to the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, firmly suppressing her. Just as she was hesitating, the branch palace master had already activated the profound skill, destruction of 1,000 armies. If she was unable to block this move, her and Ji Yu's lives would be on the line. Ji Yu discovered that the 7-colored heavenly snake's strength had also begun to rise. But looking at her face, she seemed to be having a hard time. Could it be that this girl was using her life as the price to block this move? Ji Yu immediately took a step forward. Ding. Host has used 3000 clouds movement and obtained 1 by 999 times proficiency. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of her and gently patted her head. Are you stupid? Using your own lifespan to fight against him? Don't you want revenge? But, be obedient and leave it to me. Following which, Ji Yu inserted his spiritual energy into her forehead. In an instant, the skill that was originally on her body quickly faded away. Destruction of 1,000 armies. This was the branch palace master's proudest profound skill. Other than the group of abnormal people in the main hall, there had never been anyone who could block it. Ji Yu was currently motionless. Wasn't this a fool? Thinking of this, the branch palace master laughed out loud. Fool. Following that, a heavy blow landed on him. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and everything was as calm as smoke. Ji Yu's body was like a mountain, not moving at all. He was dumbfounded. What is going on? In an instant, Ji Yu moved, and heavily swung a fist. Ding. Host has used Thunderous Fist and obtained 1 by 999 times proficiency. His fist was like thunder, causing a thunderous explosion in the air. With a trace of lightning, it heavily collided with the branch palace master. The branch palace master personally witnessed his own treasured weapon shatter into pieces, and personally witnessed Ji Yu send his entire arm flying. Puff. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth. He knelt on the ground, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Duan Jiajun shouted excitedly. Long live! Ji Gongzi is good. Ji Gongzi is the immortal in my heart. Nonsense, how can immortals be more awesome than Ji Gongzi? There were different opinions, but all of them were in favor of Ji Yu's majestic figure. Everyone in the deicide temple looked at each other. Retreat. Fort Master Wang was the first to react. Damn it, want to leave, catch them for me. Duan Jejun and the 18-fort Mystic Cloud's brothers rushed forward. After killing the stubborn members of the deicide temple, the remaining ones suddenly smiled. Do you think you have one? Suddenly, the branch palace master who was originally kneeling on the ground dripped blood onto the ground. The surrounding blood gradually merged together. It formed a strange symbol. It was called Tai Chi, but it was not Tai Chi upon closer inspection. It looked like 3 long snakes gnawing at each other's bodies. This. The 7-colored heavenly snake took a deep breath and grabbed the neck of the branch palace master. Who are you? Tell me. The branch palace master's face was covered in blood and looked extremely ferocious. Suddenly, he grinned and laughed. I am the branch palace master of the deicide temple. Deicide temple. You deserve to die. The 7-colored heavenly snake gritted his teeth and said. Then, he stabbed down with his sword. Jiyu stepped forward. You know him? The 7-colored heavenly snake sighed. He is not worthy. Then, the 7-colored heavenly snake told Jiyu a story. Originally, the monster beast clan was not like this. They used to live in the 4 great regions, and she was one of the 2 protectors under the Beast King. The Beast King and the Ice Queen had an agreement that the human race and the Beast clan would develop peacefully. Unexpectedly, the Queen was plotted against, and there were traitors from the Beast clan who joined in the turmoil. That person was the 9 heavenly snake. He was also one of the 2 protectors. Before the Beast King died, he used all his strength to seal him. However, in the end, he was still not strong enough and escaped. For so many years, the 9 heavenly snake had always wanted to break the seal, and the deicide temple was created by the 9 heavenly snake's soul. The 7-colored heavenly snake had been searching for a long time, but she could not find him. After hearing her words, Jiyu immediately understood. Then they really do deserve to be killed. It's good that you understand. The 7-colored heavenly snake turned around and said to a disciple of the deicide temple who still had breath, spare his life. Immediately after, a deep sound came from the sky. 7-colored heavenly snake. I will come and find you, and Jiyu. After saying that, the voice disappeared. A huge snake broke out of the ground from the snake pattern of the branch palace master. It twisted its body and roared at Jiyu. This is just a 4th-rank mystic beast. The 7-colored heavenly snake said with some disdain. Just as it was about to attack, Jiyu suddenly pulled it back. Fortunately, Jiyu's hand speed was fast enough. Just as she pulled it back, the snake suddenly spat out a mouthful of black liquid. A few of the Yi family soldiers could not dodge in time and were directly melted. They turned into a faint thick fog. Jiyu threw a punch. The punch was like thunder and lightning. With a boom, it sent the snake flying. The snake's thick body smashed into the ground. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. Jiyu, be careful. Xiaogu reminded. As expected, the snake spat out countless mouthfuls of black liquid towards the sky in the next second. The black liquid filled the sky in an instant. Countless drizzles slowly fell. As the drizzles fell, countless screams sounded. Even Xiaogu had no way to deal with it. Jiyu thought of a plan. She completely released her mental power and enveloped the entire sky. Immediately after, the chi aura on her body expanded endlessly and covered the sky, blocking all of the devouring rain in the sky. Even Jiyu had a trace of sweat on her forehead. Right at this moment, the 7-colored heavenly snake stepped forward and slowly placed its hand on her back. A majestic mystic strength came. In an instant, Jiyu's chi aura wrapped around a lump of black liquid and bounced it back. The snake was corroded by its own liquid and let out a painful cry. Its body softened and fell to the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, quickly take a look inside its body. The 7-colored heavenly snake stepped forward and peeled open its belly. A beast core appeared in her hand. This may be of help to your recovery. Immediately after, Jiyu walked in front of the snake and instantly put its corpse into her storage ring. No one felt that there was a problem. At this moment, Jiyu was a godlike existence in everyone's eyes. The people who were not affected quickly captured all of the remaining Yi family members. The city lord of North Desert City quickly ran out. He politely said to Jiyu, Ji Gongzi, I have captured all of the remaining members of the Yi family. Jiyu smiled slightly, not bad. From tomorrow onwards, some of the brothers of the 18 strongholds of Mystic Cloud will live in your City Lord mansion. And from now on, North Desert City will be attached to Windy Moon City. North Desert City, which was once a popular city in the Drunken Moon Empire, has become a second-rate city. But does the City Lord dare to resist? He used to live by the Yi family's face. Now, it was just a change of master. As for the royal family, they have not appeared yet. The City Lord did not have any hope at all. Jiyu brought a group of people to the Yi family. A servant of the Yi family was pushed out and knelt on the ground. He trembled. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Let me ask you, have you seen this box? Yes, yes. He looked at the box in Jiyu's hand and said firmly. Lead the way. The servant brought Jiyu to the back garden of the Yi family. Behind the rockery, a flower pot was moved and a huge basement appeared. After walking in, a huge cave appeared. Where is this place? This is the place where they keep their treasures. Everyone walked in and saw that there were shining stones everywhere. I didn't expect the Yi family to have so much black iron. Holy sh*t, this mountain of gold coins. But no matter how they searched, they could not find the wooden box. Jiyu touched the soul rope, but the remnant soul did not have any reaction. Could it be that the thing was not in the Yi family? Jiyu walked out with some doubts in her heart. At this time, one of Chiyun's brothers walked in. Ji Gongzi, there's someone outside who says he's from the Wine Master Union. He wants to see you. Of course, Jiyu said calmly. He walked out the door, then burst out laughing. So it's you. Of course it's me. Do you remember me, little friend? Jiyu smiled. He was the one who'd given Jiyu the recipe for her first wine. Uncle Mo, Jiyu said calmly, why are you here? It's all because of you, he said. Now the young miss has the final say in the family. She's like a housekeeper. I was chased out to deal with a few things. Then I met someone from the Wine Master Union. He said I was talented and took me in as an apprentice. Why did it feel like this guy was forced to do everything? Only then did Uncle Mo clearly state the purpose of his visit. He'd come to send out invitations on behalf of the Wine Master Union. In 3 days, the wine tasting assembly would be held in the capital of the Drunken Moon Empire, Xianxia City. The wine master would be invited to participate. Jiyu was still thinking about the wooden box. She was about to refuse. Suddenly, Uncle Mo noticed the wooden box in Jiyu's hand. Eh? Isn't this the reward the Wine Master Union is offering? How come it's in your hands? Is that true? Jiyu smiled. I'm afraid I won't find it, but I'm in this mountain. He was probably talking about Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo pulled out an invitation card. Seeing the card in Jiyu's hand, the serpent said, you have business to attend to. I need to find the Godslayer's temple. The captured member of the Godslayer's temple cried out in fear. I really didn't do it. I beg you, let me go. You've done all kinds of evil. It's time to pay the price. The serpent said viciously. The man was still unconvinced. He continued to beg for mercy. I really didn't do it. I beg you, let me go. I didn't use the children to worship the demon god. I really didn't kill them. Jiyu, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He suddenly unleashed his aura, and his astral energy surged out automatically. Then, he threw a punch at the other party. The palace disciple spat out a mouthful of blood. What did you just say? It was obvious that Jiyu was really angry. The 7-colored heavenly snake did not expect Jiyu to care so much. She grabbed his hand and said gently, don't be angry. Let me investigate this matter. First. Alright, when the time comes, you and I will join hands and completely wipe out this deicide palace. The 7-colored heavenly snake looked at Jiyu seriously and agreed. Xiao Gu and the brothers from the 18 strongholds of Mystic Clouds also said that they wanted to go with Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, this time, I can go alone. He left Xiao Gu in Wind Moon City. Taking advantage of the night, he flew towards Xianxia City. Ding, the host has taken a step. 3000 Clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. In just a few days, he arrived at Xianxia City, which others would need a month to reach. Jiyu looked up at the capital city. Unlike the other places in the Drunken Moon Kingdom, this place was much more prosperous. All kinds of hawkers could be heard on the streets. However, there were not many Xian practitioners. Looking at all kinds of strange clothes, they all walked into the city. When it was Jiyu's turn, 2 soldiers intercepted him. Wait. Jiyu stopped in his tracks and asked, when? This is the capital city of the Drunken Moon Kingdom. I wonder if you... The soldiers looked at Jiyu from head to toe. They felt that he was dressed very neatly. He should be a young master from a rich family. Sir, we don't know when you've come to the capital city. Recently, there have been a lot of things, so the king wants us to investigate more. I hope you won't take offense. I've come to participate in the Wine Master Assembly. Oh, so that's how it is. Please show me your invitation. Jiyu handed it over. The soldiers looked at it, only to see the golden seal at the bottom. Very well, sir, please enter. As soon as Jiyu walked in, a mocking voice came from behind him. What are you doing? That guy is dressed so shabbily and you let him in, but I can't. What is the meaning of this? Jiyu stopped in his tracks. He was already in a bad mood these past few days. Now that he heard this arrogant voice, how could he bear it? He turned around. The soldier smiled apologetically. My apologies, sir. Recently there have been a lot of things. Fuck your mother's bullshit. That kid, yes, I'm talking about you. Give me your bullshit invitation. Jiyu laughed. The invitation is mine. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you want it? Here are 3 gold coins, enough for you to spend for the rest of your life. Hurry up and hand over the invitation. Jiyu was in no mood to continue paying attention to him. He turned around to leave. Suddenly, the servant beside that person. Are you rebelling? This is the eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Quan. If he offends you, he will lose his head. Jiyu sneered. If I didn't know, I would think that you are the king. Hee, you don't believe me when I say that you are a country bumpkin. Sir Zhu is the prime minister of the current royal family. Even the king has to listen to our master. The soldier pulled Jiyu. What he said is true. I was blind just now. Please come in. Jiyu saw that the soldier was acting. He didn't care about it. Just as he turned around, Zhu Quan suddenly called Jiyu and swaggered forward. He said to Jiyu with a mocking face, Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Jiyu looked at him coldly. When the servant saw that Jiyu was still acting arrogant, he took 2 steps forward and planned to teach Jiyu a lesson. He quickly threw out a punch. His fist couldn't even touch Jiyu's body. The energy around his body immediately covered his entire body. There was a loud boom. A thick cloud of smoke covered the city gate. The servant instantly turned into a bloody mist. The remaining few people charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu threw a punch. The 4 people flew backward at the same time. Zhu Quan was frightened. There was a smell of urine coming from his body. However, at this moment, Zhu Quan shouted, Why are you still in a daze? As a soldier of the Drunken Moon Empire, you have to protect me. Otherwise, I will ask your general to kill you. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, Sir Zhu, you are still in the mood to threaten others when you are about to die. Zhu Quan's body trembled. Suddenly, a young general riding a white horse came over from afar. Cousin? He was followed by a group of elite armored soldiers. Every one of them had the strength of the mystic and lightning state. They stood in front of Jiyu. One by one, they pulled out their precious weapons and stood in front of Jiyu. Cousin, you came at the right time. Grab this kid, I want to teach him a good lesson. Let's see who dares. Suddenly, an incomparably dignified voice called out. The group of soldiers stepped back one after another, and an old man with a wine gourd walked over shakily. Just now, someone told me that a young man with a golden invitation entered the city. Was it you? Jiyu grunted. But what does that have to do with you? The old man didn't expect to lose so much face in front of this young man. This old man is one of the leaders of the alliance. What you have should be my disciple's invitation. He said that an expert would come to our wine master conference. I didn't expect it to be an ignorant brat. Jiyu frowned. So this is how the Wine Master Conference looks down on people. You don't even need to participate. Wait, young man. Do you recognize the wine in this old man's hand? As he spoke, he placed the gourd in front of Jiyu. Ding. The host smells abundance of gold and jade. Ding. The host has comprehended the recipe for abundance of gold and jade. Jiyu said calmly, abundance of gold and jade. It's very ordinary. She then threw the gourd back. Abundance of gold and jade, a single cup of this wine could send a person to another world for the rest of their life. In his hands, it was actually ordinary wine. The old man had only thought that this kid might have some skill. He didn't expect that he was just a braggart. Zhu Quan couldn't stand to watch any longer. He loudly cursed. Old man, I see you're about to enter your coffin. I'll give you a chance to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The old man looked at Zhu Quan. Kid, when I'm talking, it's best if you don't interrupt. Cousin, kill the two of them. The young general had an awkward expression on his face. Cousin, I don't dare. This old man is from the Wine Master Alliance. So what? The Wine Master Alliance is much stronger than our kingdom. Zhu Quan was speechless for a moment. Jiyu looked in his direction. With just a glance, Zhu Quan suddenly shouted. His mouth was full of blood. Kid, your Xian strength is not bad. Senior, you must be joking. But if you say my wine is ordinary, I won't accept it. This is a fine wine that has been passed down for thousands of years. Even I can't replicate it. You actually say it's ordinary. Let me see if you can bring me a cup of wine that satisfies me today. Jiyu ordered several ordinary ingredients. Then she took out a bottle of strong wine. She put in a few grains and shook it. Okay, taste it. She threw the bottle over. The old man smelled the wine. Strange, really strange. This wine's fragrance is exactly the same. After lightly tasting a mouthful, the old man's soul felt like it was about to ascend to heaven. They didn't seek to improve their Xian strength. They soaked their whole lives in wine. It could be said that if some wines didn't require Xian strength, they wouldn't spend time cultivating at all. But this kind of hard work couldn't compare to a little kid. The old man's face was full of tears. He said with a face full of shame. I didn't expect that young friend's winemaking skills were so high. With a bang, the old man knelt on the ground. He looked at Jiyu with incomparable seriousness. Young friend, no, master. Please accept me as your disciple. Sorry, I don't accept disciples. Ji. You walked away with a helpless expression. The old man immediately chased after her. It doesn't matter if you don't want a disciple. Seeing as you're all alone, I'm sure you're looking for someone to run errands for you? Jiyu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the old man to be so shameless. He chuckled playfully. Jiyu said calmly, follow me if you want. The old man followed behind Jiyu like a happy child. When Zhu Quan returned to the mansion, he immediately called for several people to inquire about the old man's status in Yanzhou City. It turned out the old man was the third elder of the Wine Master Alliance. Only the president and two other elders could suppress him. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, this old man was too gullible. Perhaps Jiyu just so happened to have the recipe for this wine. Young master, Jiyu is staying in Clear Spring House. Zhu Quan said. Find me the best wine master. I want to rip off Jiyu's mask in front of the third elder. As you wish. The waiter came out to greet them. Young masters, may I ask what room you'd like to stay in? Jiyu said, just give me the number 1 room in the sky. The sky room, the waiter said awkwardly. The sky room. We don't rent it out to the public. You don't want to do business? Young master, you may not know, but the sky room is reserved by the Zhu family's young master. The third elder laughed disdainfully. He stroked his beard. Have you received any money? Well, that's true. If you haven't, then why don't you do business with us? The waiter said politely. The last time we did this, the Zhu family beat the customer up. His voice trailed off. The third elder placed a medallion on the table. I don't know if I'm qualified or not. He stroked his beard. How could the waiter not recognize the medallion? It was the Wine Master Alliance's medallion. Ji said faintly, "This is for you." She placed a bag of gold coins on the table. The waiter's eyes rolled as he looked at the bag full of gold. "All right, but please be careful of the Zhu family." After saying that, he took the gold coins and retreated. The Sky Room 1 naturally belonged to Jiyu, while the Earth Room 1 belonged to the third elder. The two of them were eating in the main hall. Suddenly, a few people walked over. He swaggered and shouted, "Who are you, Jiyu? Come out, your grandpa Zhu is here." Jiyu raised her head and glanced at Zhu Quan. This time, Zhu Quan had brought two LV8 Tongxian realm experts with him. Evidently, this had boosted his confidence. "What? You still dare to come?" Zhu Quan snorted coldly. "Humph. Don't try to mislead Third Elder." Third Elder, perhaps this brat accidentally obtained the wine formula, but his ability to brew wine is not strong. "That's right, if you have the ability, then compete with us." However, at this moment, two brewers walked out. Both of them were at Tongxian Realm LV5, but the level of their Xian energy did not represent their ability to brew wine. "Isn't this South City's Qianhao? The South City's #1 brewer? Heavens, it is said that the wine he brews can directly help one break through to the defensive profound realm." Qianhao cupped his hands towards the crowd, looking like an immortal. "This one is Li Huai." The people in Spring Breeze restaurant took a deep breath. Li Huai? Even the third elder gave Li Huai a serious look. Isn't this the Puppet Empire's #1 brewer? Why did he come to the Drunken Moon Empire? We'll be able to drink good wine later. I wonder if this brat has the ability. I don't think so. Jiyu stood up. This one is Jiyu. Humph, just a nameless brat. Several people said, "Brat, show us all your abilities." That's right, how can you compare to our Qianhao? And our Puppet Empire's #1, Li Huai. The shop owner quickly cleared out a space and placed wine cups and various concocting ingredients on it. Qianhao cupped his hands and said, "This one will embarrass himself." Wait. Suddenly, Zhu Quan opened his mouth and said, "Wait, if you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and clean my shoes." Jiyu coldly snorted. "What if you lose?" "I, Zhu Quan, will disappear in front of you, Jiyu." "Hee, do you dare to let me state the conditions?" Zhu Quan coldly snorted and said, "You can say whatever you want. If I win, you can shout on the street that your Zhu family is a pig. The entire Yanjiao city must hear your voice." Zhu Quan's face suddenly turned blue and purple. "Okay, Jiyu, prepare to clean my shoes today." Qianhao never expected that this prodigal son could play so big. He was just taking the money to solve the problem. He took out the package on his back. He spread it on the table. Several wine bottles were reflected in everyone's eyes. They couldn't see what was so strange about it. Qianhao's hands moved quickly. He shook it twice. He put it on the table. Suddenly, his hands scattered. It was as if a sky full of stars appeared on the table. They turned into specks of starlight and fell on the table. Li Huai praised, "This powder is like starlight, it makes people's eyes light up." The lid of the wine bottle was opened, and a fragrance slowly came out. Everyone was immersed in the aroma of the wine and closed their eyes. It was as if they were drunk. Drunk in a dream. "I'll embarrass myself." Li Huai hurriedly followed. He took out a small jade screen from his arms. Silver liquid flew down like a waterfall. "This is? Is this the wine in the mouth of the girl? This fragrance is amazing, I feel like I'm seeing a group of girls dancing in front of me." After adding a few spices, Li Huai's wine was considered a success. Myriad of colors. "I'll embarrass myself." The third elder stroked his beard. "This wine is pure white, how can it be myriad of colors?" Li Huai cupped his hands. "Third elder, look." He stretched out his hand, and suddenly a flame appeared on the wine cup. The wine in the cup became as red as blood. Taking a closer look, the wine became as blue as the deep sea. The third elder sighed. It was too strong. Jiyu took a step forward and slammed the table in front of her. A few mixers instantly flew into the air. Countless spices also flew at the same time. With a flash, Jiyu's hands moved. She chopped all the spices in the air into the sake. Then, she quickly closed the lid of the wine bottle. "You're making wine again, don't tell me you want us to wait a few years or even 100 years? Haha, that's right, Jiyu, you're too arrogant." Li Huai and Chen Hao both added some spices to enhance the taste of their wine. But Jiyu's step was to make wine again. The third elder also felt a little incredulous. Making wine again in the middle of a competition, did they have to wait a few hundred years? He felt a little uneasy. Li Huai said indifferently, "Third elder, we can see from this that this kid is just a fake." "Third elder, don't be fooled by this kind of person." Jiyu enveloped the bamboo wine bottle with her earth energy. Under the cover of her dark energy, the wine quickly matured. Although the third elder had some doubts in his heart, he didn't believe that such a strong person like Jiyu would lie to him. Ding, host has made moon reflection of the spring. Winemaking experience gained, 1 by 999. He said indifferently, "Third elder, the wine is ready, which one do you want to try first?" The third elder suppressed his curiosity. He also guessed that Jiyu might be using her dark energy to catalyze the wine in the bottle. Perhaps it would be better to buy some time for the wine party. There was no wine aroma now. "Then I'll try Drunken Dream first." Not only the third elder, everyone present was given a cup. Then, they would vote to choose the best winemaker. Everyone drank this cup of wine, as if their lives were in front of them. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, all kinds of tastes kept swirling in their mouths. A few of the older elders had tears in their eyes. After a moment of silence, everyone sighed. Wine is exactly what to use to drown your sorrows. Good wine, good wine. As expected of Chen Hao. Li Huai cupped his hands towards Chen Hao. "Brother Chen, you must come to my residence as a guest." "Of course." The third elder also put down his wine cup. Years of drinking made him forget what sorrows were. This kind of wine didn't have much effect on him. But the taste was not bad. "Let's try myriad colors." After drinking a mouthful, the third elder's eyes widened. "This wine is really too beautiful. Li Huai is really the #1 winemaker in the Puppet Empire." Everyone felt that this wine was too amazing and couldn't be described with words. When Zhu Quan saw everyone's intoxicated expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. "Kid Ji, you're not drinking?" "I'm not used to drinking wine made by others." "Stop boasting. If you beg for mercy now, I'll let you call me father at most." "It's my turn." The third elder was also a little curious. Why didn't this wine have any wine fragrance? Jiyu opened the lid of the bamboo bottle in her hand. A burst of wine fragrance came, and everyone's eyes instantly blurred. "This wine is too magical. It's as if I'm drunk just by smelling it. What should I do if I drink this wine? I can't help it. I want to drink a cup first." The third elder said indifferently, "Wonderful, wonderful. Come, everyone, let's drink." Everyone picked up their wine cups. Even Zhu Quan wanted to see what was so magical about this wine. After drinking a mouthful, the whole Spring Breeze restaurant was suddenly filled with clinking sounds and the sound of wine cups breaking. Everyone present all lay on the table and fell asleep. Even the third elder was no exception. Everyone seemed to be in a dream. Seeing what they desired most, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. When they woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Everyone stretched their bodies in satisfaction. If not for the strange smell of the food on the table, they would not have known that the brilliance had faded away. This wine is truly incredible. This wine is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Zhu Quan was also in disbelief. What's the use of all this fancy wine? Let's vote. Hurry up and vote. There's no need to vote. I'll give my vote to Jiyu. The rest of the people gave their votes to Jiyu one after another. The third elder said directly, Jiyu wins this round. Jiyu looked at Zhu Quan. What you said yesterday, does it still count? Zhu Quan was silent for a moment. I, your father, cannot take your humiliation. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu flashed forward. The profound energy in his hand suddenly released a ray of light. Immediately, he used his profound energy to make a move. Zhu Quan could only hear the sound of wind breaking in his ears. It was as if his ears were about to explode. Ji Yu's profound energy had already reached the 4th level of the spirit profound realm. If he wanted to kill Zhu Quan in front of him, it would be no different from killing an ant. A few experts at the 8th level of the Tongxian realm walked out. They walked in front of Ji Yu. "Please show some respect to our young master." Ji Yu sneered. "Go away. Brat, don't be so arrogant." The experts made their moves at the same time. Various colored profound energy appeared on their bodies. The profound energy turned into treasured weapons. A large iron hammer flew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up and suddenly punched out with his fists like the wind. All of a sudden, a few streams of qi started to shatter. Along with the shattering of the profound energy, Ji Yu took a step forward and slapped Zhu Quan's body with his palm. Zhu Quan's clothes were torn apart. However, Ji Yu did not hurt him. Instead, he pulled him and took a step forward. Ding! Host has used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement has gained 999 times experience. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Quan was already pinned down on the street. Everyone looked at Zhu Quan. Zhu Quan suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had gone mad. Ji Yu saw that he seemed to have gone mad. He suddenly disappeared. Many soldiers walked out and grabbed him. Lord Zhu pulled him back. He sat down on a chair and started questioning his subordinates. However, the Tongxian realm expert under Zhu Quan had already been killed by Ji Yu with a single punch. Several soldiers told him about the conflict between him and Ji Yu. Master Zhu said fiercely, "Bring him to me. He's from the Wine Master Alliance." So what if they're from the Wine Masters Alliance? How dare they defy the imperial family so many times? Mobilize the imperial army from the capital and destroy them. Hold on. An old man wearing a black robe walked out. On his chest, there was a badge of the Deicide Palace. He opened his mouth to speak. "Wait until the Wine Master Conference. Ji Yu's drunken dream will be used again. Wait until they're asleep, then we can." Lord Zhu laughed heartily. "When the time comes, we can capture them all and destroy them in one fell swoop." Several more days passed. The winemaker conference officially began. Many people had heard of Ji Yu's drunken dream even before they left. They looked forward to the delicious taste of the wine. Many outstanding winemakers brought out their most satisfying products. The elders of the Wine Tasting Alliance all took a sip. In the end, however, none of the wine tasted as good as their mouths. They didn't feel the effects of the wine. They walked over to Ji Yu. The third elder asked, "Young friend, your wine is delicious, but you can't let us all get drunk here, can you?" "Of course not. This time I've made a few adjustments." Only now did the crowd relax and enjoy the wine. After downing a cup of wine, they all fell asleep. When Lord Zhu saw this from atop the city walls, he waved his hand. Countless experts from the imperial family leapt down from the walls. But when they saw the people on the ground, they took a deep breath. They took a deep breath, because they knew all of these people. How could the Grand Alliance give such an order? These people are all young masters or elders of the various aristocratic families. Lord Zhu hadn't expected so many sons of noble houses to be present. But then he said calmly, "So what? No one knows what we're doing with them." Ji Yu hadn't drunk, but her psychic power had sensed the entrance of these people. But in order to find their secrets, Ji Yu had deliberately hidden herself. The rest of the imperial family stepped forward and surrounded them. They unsheathed their swords. "Hold," the black-robed man said. "What do you think? I don't see that kid. Take the rest of them back." The rest of the imperial family took 2 steps forward. "Take them all back," the black-robed man ordered. The soldiers of the imperial family took a step forward and hauled them to their carriages. Ji Yu changed into the clothes of an ordinary person and blended in with them. After a day's travel, the carriage finally arrived at a large fortress. The Wine Master Alliance's members slowly regained their senses. Ji Yu walked up to the third elder. The third elder spoke with some shame in his voice. My apologies, young friend. I had planned a grand banquet for all of you to participate in. I didn't think it would end up like this. Jiyu cupped her hands in greeting. Third elder, please don't speak like that. I still have my chi, but I want to see what they're up to. Jiyu produced a small bottle of wine from her pocket. Please drink this wine, seniors. The 10th elder downed the wine in Jiyu's hand. He felt a disturbance in his body. Previously, there seemed to be something that was restraining their respective profound energies. But after drinking this cup of wine, his profound energy directly broke through the seal. Jiyu spoke calmly. Seniors, how do you feel? We're fine, one of them said. Hurry up and distribute the wine. Jiyu shook her head. No, we don't know yet. We can't act rashly. Yes, yes. The 3rd elder said firmly. All right, the rest of the elders said. They all turned their heads. The black-robed man slowly stepped forward with the people behind him. They forced him to take a step forward. They abruptly turned their heads. A powerful surge of chi suddenly lit up. It shot up into the sky. The elders were dragged out and brought to a small platform. The beast's mouth opened wide. The blood eventually flowed to the 9 snake heads on the stone wall. At this moment, the snake's head slowly moved. Jiyu finally understood what they were doing. Suddenly, the chi in Jiyu's hand lit up. She waved it forward and the Mulan in front of her collapsed. Even the array formation on top of it instantly disappeared. The black-robed man turned around and looked at Jiyu. So it's you. Let them go. The black-robed man laughed. You're the only one here. What can you do? He clapped his hands. At this moment, hundreds of people rushed in from all directions. Each of them took out their own artifacts. Kill. Suddenly, the prison around them exploded. The Tongxian realm strength of the dozen elders was released. The imperial army of the Drunken Moon Empire was no match for them. They all died tragically under the sword. The black-robed man glanced at Jiyu. Brat, you dare to go against our deicide hall. Just wait to be hunted down. He disappeared. Jiyu said indifferently, want to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu punched out, and a loud boom resounded. The wall collapsed. Jiyu quickly moved forward and slapped him. The sand on the black-robed man's face fell. When Master Zhu saw his face, he was stunned. You're actually the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of the Drunken Moon Empire, Michigan Xing. Mi Xing snorted. Otherwise, do you think you can mobilize the Imperial Army? Old Master Zhu's expression changed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Although his current opponent was Jiyu, he had originally thought that the Crown Prince was just a hooligan who indulged in debauchery. This guy was actually so powerful. Crown Prince, this old minister's son has gone crazy. For his future wealth, you should die here. With that, he threw out the poison needle in his hand. The poison needle pierced into the other party's body. He was dazed for a moment. He didn't expect this thing to be so vicious that it could break through a Tongxian realm expert's chi shield. He said indifferently, Minister, this Crown Prince expected you to rebel, but I didn't expect that you won't be able to leave. With that, the Crown Prince slammed the jade wall. The valley began to shake violently. Even with Jiyu's strength, he couldn't survive in this situation. Jiyu immediately distributed the jade bottles. After everyone drank the wine, they recovered their Xianxia. A large hole was opened and they charged out. They arrived at the top of the cliff and saw Crown Prince Mi standing there. He was holding a small flag in his hand and he was spitting out blood. Jiyu said, move aside. This Crown Prince is going to die here today, so you'll have to accompany this Crown Prince on the road. Armani boom. The flag flew into the sky and a golden light flashed. Jiyu also waved his hand. 2 golden lights intertwined in the sky. With a loud boom, the surrounding mountains began to collapse. Dark clouds covered the sky and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was like a demon was approaching them. Ji Gongzi, save us. Over the past few days, Jiyu's ability had earned everyone's admiration from the bottom of their hearts. So when something happened, the first person they thought of was naturally Jiyu. Jiyu didn't expect that after today, his statue would be enshrined in every family. The crown prince glanced at Jiyu. Let's die together. There was no antidote for the poison in his body in the entire Drunken Moon Empire. At this moment, he displayed his final madness. Jiyu pointed with both hands, and the Qianquan positions in the array formation were all reversed. The crown prince trembled with fear as he watched. A golden light flashed, and the crown prince spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu didn't delay, and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. She stabbed the sword in her hand forward. The crown prince spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu, my father won't let you go. Then he fell off the cliff. Ji Gongzi is so young, but not only is his profound strength unfathomable, his winemaking skills are even better. If someone speaks badly of Ji Gongzi in the future, I'll fight them to the death. Everyone was talking about all kinds of things. Jiyu returned to Yanjiao City. The third elder took out a wooden box and placed it in front of Jiyu. Ji Gongzi, the champion of the Wine Master tournament, was supposed to receive this as a reward. But you must return it within 3 years. Jiyu cupped his hands, this one only needs to look at it for a moment. The elders took a deep breath at the same time. Could it be that this Jiyu was able to comprehend the mystery behind this in such a short time? Although Jiyu was very strong, the contents of this wooden box were something no one could comprehend in 100 years. Jiyu took the wooden box and returned to the room. When the box was opened, a remnant soul walked out. It absorbed the brilliance within. This old man feels a little better now. Jiyu probed with his psychic power. But there's still a lot missing. Jiyu said indifferently, there's still one more wooden box in the puppet empire. Then I'll leave it to you. After packing up, Jiyu was the first to return to Wind Moon City. Xiaogu had not seen Jiyu for a long time, and when he saw him, he immediately pounced on him. Zhao Ying's heart skipped a beat. But there was nothing he could say. Jiyu scratched Xiaogu's nose. What happened? Xiaogu pointed at Jiyu's storage ring. Jiyu hadn't expected this little fellow's nose to be so sharp. He took out a cup of drunken life and handed it to Xiaogu. The little girl received the wine and eagerly ran to the side to drink. After a few gulps, his eyes began to blur. Zhao Ying walked up to Jiyu and touched his face. You must be exhausted during this time. I will personally cook a delicious meal for you. Zhao Ying's cooking skills were not to be underestimated. By the time evening came, a table full of exquisite dishes had been prepared. Jiyu directly ate 3 bowls of white rice. After dinner, Zhao Ying came to Jiyu's room and knocked on the door. Jiyu opened the door. It was Zhao Ying. Are you planning to leave again? Jiyu patted her head. Why can't you bear to? Zhao Ying rushed into Jiyu's arms. I just can't bear to. I was so afraid that you wouldn't come back. Jiyu gently patted her back. Why wouldn't I come back? Help me look after the 18 fortresses of magical clouds and wait for me to come back. Will you marry me? Of course. After saying this, Zhao Ying was unwilling to go back no matter what. She slept beside Jiyu. Jiyu and Jiyu were originally going to discuss the mysteries of the human body, but Zhao Ying lay on Jiyu's chest like a kitten and fell into a deep sleep. He couldn't bear to wake this kitten up. The next morning, Jiyu gently moved Zhao Ying's little hand away. Xiaogu had already packed up early in the morning. The two of them said a few words to Zhao Chong and then turned to leave. Along the way, many rich young masters started to build a stone statue of Jiyu. They returned to Drunken Moon City. Jiyu sent the news of his return back in advance. Seeing Jiyu's return, Xianxia walked out of the room excitedly. The people from the mercenary group looked at the scene in front of them. When did this second master become so happy? Your master is coming back. Everyone's face also revealed a joyful smile. Half a month later, Jiyu and Xiaogu arrived at the gate of the city wall. The people inside came out one after another and cupped their hands at Jiyu. Greetings to Ji Gongzi. Greetings to the master. The masters of the various aristocratic families naturally called Jiyu young master. The rest of them called Jiyu master. After Jiyu left, Xianxia took advantage of the fact that she still had the advantage and monopolized all the industries in Drunken Moon City. She also established a fan club to support Jiyu. Although the name was a little strange, all the aristocratic families were kicked in. The masters had no choice but to agree. Jiyu had just returned and his aura was much stronger. Everyone was even more convinced. After the greetings with the various masters were over, Jiyu brought Xianxia into the room. He took out 3 pill bottles. Xianxia trusted Jiyu completely. After taking the pill, there was a surge of spiritual power in his body. She didn't dare to be careless and immediately sat cross-legged on the floor. Her mystic energy quickly surged and broke through the veins in her body. A light purple chi aura suddenly formed around his body. A night passed and Xianxia only woke up the next morning. Feeling the huge change in her body, she covered her mouth in surprise. She never expected that she would break through to the Tongxian realm. It only took her half a year to break through from the defensive mystic realm to the Tongxian realm. Jiyu said calmly, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" "To your home, the Puppet Empire." When Xianxia heard that Jiyu was going to her home, she jumped up in excitement. Could it be that Jiyu was going to propose marriage? Jiyu smiled when she saw the thoughts of a little girl like her. Jiyu prepared an especially large carriage. A huge lion replaced the horse and pulled the carriage in front. The space in the carriage was modified by Xianxia to be very warm. At this time, there was endless yellow sand outside the carriage. The original location of the Puppet Empire was a piece of green hills and clear water. Gradually, with the change of time, the original oasis gradually turned into yellow sand. Countless horse caravans were moving. With Jiyu's mercenary group, the entire desert showed a flourishing state. All of the horse bandits were gathered together. Jiyu said calmly, "We have reached the border of the Puppet Empire. From now on, there will be no peace." Just as she finished speaking, suddenly, the yellow sand in front of them changed. They had just entered the territory of the Puppet Empire. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains changed. Countless insects appeared from the ground. Like locusts, they flew towards Jiyu. Xiaogu frowned when she saw these insects. She seemed to be curious why she was not effective against the insects. These are not demonic beasts. Jiyu used her mental strength to explore. She did not sense any Xian energy fluctuation from these insects. Instead, it was as if there was something guiding these insects. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. The giant lion was getting impatient from being pestered by these insects. It kept shaking off the insects on its head. However, when one of these insects was crushed, another dozen came. A group of people riding horses ran out from the mountains. The leader laughed. "As the saying goes, this road was opened by me. You know it." Jiyu walked out of the carriage. She threw a flag in her hand. Suddenly, all the insects rushed towards the flag. They gathered in a small cave. Jiyu lit a fire, and the bugs immediately burst into flames. "Get lost." Xiao's voice came from the carriage. At this moment, a horse bandit suddenly said, "Leader, they still have chick. Hee, there is going to be fun tonight. Capture them." A few bandits jumped down from their horses and took out a huge wooden horse from their arms. Just as they placed it on the ground, suddenly, the wooden horse became incomparably huge. It roared towards the sky. Its eyes were spewing fire. It charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu leaped into the air and punched out with all his might. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The massive wooden beast was sent flying backwards. "Kid, your mystic energy is not bad. But so what? As long as you obediently hand over that girl, we brothers will have some fun. Then this marshal will spare your life." Jiyu smiled faintly. "No need." As soon as he finished speaking, his fists were like the wind. They directly bombarded the wooden beast. The wooden beast was instantly turned into pieces and fell to the ground. The bandits were all scared silly. This wooden beast had fought for them on the battlefield. Even Tongxian experts had to kneel and beg for mercy in front of this wooden beast. However, this kid was too monstrous. Jiyu stood in front of everyone. She directly grabbed the bandit leader's head. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I will give you all my treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a storage ring. Jiyu took out the storage ring. A huge consciousness rushed into Jiyu's mind. A trace of viciousness flashed across the bandit leader's eyes. He took out a dagger and stabbed it towards Jiyu's chest. At such a short distance, the divine sense in the storage ring was also attacking Jiyu. The bandit leader thought to himself, even if you're a Tongxian realm expert, you're still a Tongxian realm expert. He wouldn't be able to activate his protective aura in time. As he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With a ding sound, Xianxia appeared beside Jiyu. She shouted, "Mystic skill, flying snow." The bandit leader screamed in agony. His entire body was cut apart. Blood flowed out of his body continuously. Jiyu forcefully erased the consciousness in the storage ring. The remaining bandits knelt on the ground. "We were wrong. Please let us go." Jiyu had never been soft-hearted when dealing with bandits. With a swing of his sword, a scream of agony was heard. Jiyu returned to the horse and sat cross-legged on the cushion. She looked at the bandit leader's storage ring. Most of them were medicine for wounds, but he found a treasure. He took it out. The Heavenly Book of Creation? He probed it with his divine perception and found many man-made puppets. Ding. Host has read the Heavenly Book of Creation. 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Host has mastered the first level of the Heavenly Book of Creation. Host can now make puppets. They finally arrived at a city wall after crossing a long road in the desert. A guard walked out and said to Jiyu and the others, "You guys, get off the carriage and check." Xianxia walked down from the carriage and took out a token from her bosom. "I am the third daughter of the Emo family. Open the city gate." The guard glanced at the token. The Emo family? Could it be the wealthy merchant family from the past? Isn't that so? Half a month ago, the Lord of Tianfeng came to ask for money and tried to resist. Everyone in the manor was killed and the rest are beggars now. What? Xianxia couldn't believe her ears. She asked fiercely, "Are you telling the truth?" The guards were startled. "So what?" Jiyu casually threw out a bag filled with gold coins. "Take us to them." A guard saw that the three of them were not to be trifled with. He took the gold coins and led the way obediently. Northern Border City was divided into 3 districts. Since it was located at the border, there were refugees coming in from time to time. A district was specially set aside for these refugees to live in. But how good could living conditions be in such a place? People in ragged clothes were coming in and out of the city. They saw such a luxurious carriage. Many people rushed up to it. "I haven't eaten for days. Please give me some food." "I don't beg. Please give my child some food." "Please, sir." Jiyu was a little angry. What was the mayor doing here? Xianxia was kind. She took out a few gold coins and gave them to a woman who was holding a child. Before Jiyu could stop her, the crowd suddenly went crazy. Suddenly, the crowd seemed to have gone mad. They crazily pounced on the woman and snatched her gold coins. A few of the bolder ones set their gazes on Xianxia. Jiyu saw one of them rush forward. He instantly chopped off the head of one of them. Blood splattered on the ground. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. Staring blankly at Jiyu and the others, Jiyu took a step forward. Those people walked down to the sides, their hearts trembling. Jiyu suppressed them with bloodshed. He came in front of Xianxia and said to her, "These poor people, once they go crazy, they can do anything. Don't be too kind." 2 drops of tears rolled down Xianxia's cheeks. "They are already like this now. I wonder what will happen to my father." A few soldiers were leading Jiyu, Xianxia, and the rest to a dilapidated manor. With a creak, the door slowly opened. The 2 of them slowly asked Jiyu, "Young master, who are you looking for?" "Uncle Fu." Xianxia shouted happily. When the old man saw Xianxia, he was overjoyed. His old eyes started to tear up. "Young miss, you are finally back. Young miss, you are finally back. How is the family now?" "Young miss, sigh. The experts in the family are all dead. Your 2 brothers have also been crippled of their mystic powers. They are now completely useless." Uncle Fu glanced around. "Young miss, come in first." It is not safe outside. As he spoke, he pulled Xianxia into the manor. The door closed. Just as the door closed, there were noises coming from the surroundings. Son, don't gamble anymore. What else can I do? I don't have any mystic powers now. Big brother, talk to your brother. Big brother, aren't you pouring night incense for those big families? What right do you have to talk to me? Sigh. Mother, hand over the money. Just as everyone was arguing, Xianxia walked in, her body trembling. She did not dare to believe her ears. What did she just hear? Second brother, big brother. Third sister? They looked around and saw that whether it was the clothes or the treasures on them, they were all top grade. The second son of the Mo family, Mo Ming, walked forward. He cupped his hands at Jiyu and said, Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to come less than half a month after I sent the letter. Brother-in-law Duan, do you have any gold coins? Jiyu smiled faintly and cupped his hands. I am not from the Duan family. Then you are? I am Jiyu. The two brothers looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. Mo Ming asked, Little sister, why are you back? Why didn't you stay in the Duan family? Second brother, I am not married. What? With a clang, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Old Madame Duan walked over with a look of shock on her face. You said you are not married, right? Yes. Xianxia's answer made the Mo family lose their last hope. Heavens, how did I raise a daughter like you? Old Father Mo walked out of the room. It's fine if you are not married. I didn't agree to this marriage either. If it wasn't for the family head's request, I would have cancelled this marriage. Family head Mo little friend Ji. You greeted old Father Mo. Second brother Mo asked, no matter what, little sister, do you have any gold coins? Xianxia took out a bag. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the bag landed in Jiyu's hands. There are many gold coins in here. This is a gift for Uncle Mo. I hope these gold coins can help you make a comeback. Uncle Mo chuckled. Little friend, you are too polite. Although these gold coins are good, it is not something our family can enjoy. Xianxia Lane has already taken all the wealth of the Mo family. If it wasn't for my good luck and not being from the main family, I would have died under the butcher knife of Xianxia Lane. Jiyu and the others fell silent. Suddenly, Uncle Mo said, Come, come, come. I will treat you to a meal. The servants placed the dishes on the table. A chicken and a few pots of vegetables were already the best dishes they had. Jiyu said calmly, even if the Mo family has declined, this is not all, right? Little friend Ji, you don't know. Ever since we lost the main family, I became the only hope of the entire Mo family. Many of the Mo family's descendants went out to make a living, but Uncle Mo didn't seem to want to talk about this sad matter. Thus, he asked about the relationship between the two. Jiyu said, she is my disciple. However, Uncle Mo saw something different in the way Xianxia looked at Jiyu. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Jiyu wouldn't know what kind of problems would arise. Second young master Mo thought to himself, my sister is so beautiful, there's no way Jiyu wouldn't like her. Ji Gongzi is young and promising. I'm sure you're not married yet, right? Indeed. I wonder if Ji Gongzi is interested in becoming a couple with my sister? Jiyu snorted coldly. Do you have any sense of shame? Second young master Mo chuckled. As long as there are gold coins, what does it matter now? Jiyu turned around and took out another bag of gold coins from his bosom. Seeing the gold coins, second young master Mo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Do you want it? Yes. From tomorrow onwards, you'll follow me for a month and these gold coins will be yours. Second young master Mo agreed immediately. First young master Mo and old master Mo looked at each other. The next morning, Jiyu pulled second young master Mo out of the mansion. Many beggars passing by looked in Jiyu's direction. If not for Jiyu's display of strength yesterday, these beggars would have rushed up to her. Second young master Mo took out a pile of food from behind him and placed it on the table. Jiyu said loudly, everyone, if you're interested, please come over. As long as you sign this contract, you'll never have to worry about food in the future. In this regard, Jiyu did not hold back. All of them had to sign a contract as servants. Moreover, it was not just their generation, but even their descendants would be reduced to servants forever. But this way, they would be able to get food. Many of them thought about it for a while and signed the contract. Satisfied, Jiyu took the indenture and returned to the manor. She had the servants change the clothes of the servants and gave them a sumptuous meal. Then, she brought them to the market. Seeing such a noble young master, the eyes of all the merchants were about to fall out of their sockets. Jiyu took out one of the medicine bottles. I wonder how many gold coins these pills can be sold for. 10 gold coins, 100 gold coins. Don't bully those who don't know the ropes. 200 gold coins. Jiyu chuckled and revealed her identity as an alchemist. Everyone present was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a young alchemist. This world was too crazy. Jiyu said indifferently, 3,000 gold coins. A fat man stepped forward and said to Jiyu, this is a small border town. We gave you 200 gold coins because you are an alchemist, but you don't know what's good for you and actually dared to ask for 3,000 gold coins. The fatty clapped his hands. Immediately, more than 20 black-robed figures, whose faces could not be seen clearly, charged towards Jiyu. The surrounding shop owners knew that there was going to be a good show, but they didn't intend to interfere. Instead, they hid at the side and waited for the show. Jiyu retreated and dodged the sneak attacks of several black figures in front of her. He turned around and dodged the sword. He randomly caught 2 black-robed monsters. He fell heavily to the ground. Immediately, the black-robed monsters were smashed into pieces. Jiyu was about to use her Xian energy when she thought of something fun. With a thought, countless pieces of wood floated up. Jiyu took out a heart made of wood from his chest. A loud crack was heard. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the monster in front of Jiyu. God, this kid actually made a puppet in the air. Ding! The host has created the 7-legged puppet and gained 999 times the experience. The puppet in the air. It gradually curled up into a ball and turned into a small ball. The fat shopkeeper snorted, boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you think a ball-shaped puppet can kill us? After saying that, Zhang Wuji nodded. The ball in the air opened up instantly and turned into a 7-legged centipede. The 7-legged centipede's countless tentacles turned into scythes. The shopkeeper pushed a servant next to him forward. The 7-legged centipede bit his head. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The 7-legged centipede fell to the ground and the servant turned into a pool of blood. The shopkeeper looked at Jiyu in front of him with a trembling body. Go, don't show mercy. Puppet. Wolf demon. A black-robed man walked forward. The black-robed monsters Jiyu saw just now were all controlled by him. Jiyu's mental strength spread out and shrouded the man. The black-robed man had a glittering badge on his chest, showing that he was a first-grade puppet master. He waved his hands and those black-robed monsters came to him one after another. A strange wind blew. The hood on his head was blown down. These monsters were all in the shape of a wolf head and a human body. A wolf demon with one finger. It seems that little brother Wang is about to become a second-grade puppet master. A few people in the restaurant stood in front of the fence. They looked at the scene of the battle. An old man smiled. But I'm curious about that young man. He can actually create a second-grade 7-legged centipede. Second elder, now let's see if this young man is a second-grade puppet master. On the battlefield. Jiyu pulled the dark force silk in her hand. The 7-legged centipede turned its head and waved the scythe in its hand again. 7 or 8 wolf demon puppets rushed up at the same time. The small puppet unexpectedly broke out a huge bite force and bit the 7-legged centipede. The centipede dropped a few pieces of wood with a crack. He waved his hands quickly. The 7-legged centipede wriggled its body, turned around, and flew toward Jiyu at high speed. The Grade 1 puppet master revealed a smile on his face. You didn't expect this, did you? I've already mastered the skill to control other people's puppets. Now, accept your puppet's backlash. Jiyu also quickly controlled the threads of profound energy. The 7-legged centipede quickly twisted its body and arrived in front of Jiyu. Suddenly, it stopped in midair. Then, he turned his body and turned around. Just at this moment, the profound energy thread in Ji-Yu's hand tangled with the opponent's profound energy thread. Ji-Yu's profound energy actually turned into a long snake and coiled around the opponent's profound energy thread. He pulled it back heavily. After being pulled by Ji-Yu, the wolf demon puppets all stopped in midair. Following which, the wolf demon puppets arrived in front of Ji-Yu. They were like well-behaved children. Ji-Yu waved her hand heavily and those wolf demons rushed forward. Several wolf demons attacked at the same time. The Grade 1 puppet master widened his eyes. He never expected that Ji-Yu's profound energy was so strong. He was afraid that Ji-Yu's strength had reached the Grade 2 puppet master. He said heavily, I lost. After shouting this sentence with a trembling voice. The Grade 1 puppet master pulled away from Ji-Yu. He said, I surrender. The fat boss said, You betrayed me. Brother Lee, the gold coins you gave me are not enough to kill me. Boss Lee clenched his fists and looked in the direction of Ji-Yu. Hey, boy, do you dare to wait here for a while? I'll make you obedient when my servants come back. Ji-Yu snorted coldly. Since you've said so much, do you think I can let you leave? Boss Lee quickly took a few steps forward. The shop owners beside him were all stunned. He never expected that Ji-Yu would dare to kill people in broad daylight. At this moment, a group of soldiers walked out of the city with a small flag in their hands. The leading general muttered something under his breath. The flag suddenly flew into the air and a golden light flashed. The golden light shone into the sky. The seven-legged centipede and the wolf demon puppet suddenly fell to the ground. The profound energy thread disappeared in an instant. Profound energy wall. Ji-Yu immediately recognized what the general used. It was the profound energy wall, which could block all profound energy below the third grade of the spirit profound realm. He waved his hand and the puppets in front of him stood up one by one and walked in front of him. When Ji-Yu waved her hand, those puppets immediately disappeared. The general was very shocked. He never expected that Ji-Yu could ignore his profound energy wall. Ji-Yu took a few steps forward. Today, the Mo family has returned to this market. If anyone is not convinced, you can discuss it with me. Just now, Ji-Yu had forcefully defeated the first-grade puppet and even made it betray its contract with its patron. Who would dare to go against Ji-Yu? This young master is young and promising. May I know your name? Ji-Yu. Hearing Ji-Yu's name, everyone was happy, so it's Ji Gongzi. Ji Gongzi is really young and promising. This market welcomes you. They were all very excited, and immediately bent over. Second young master Mo did not expect that Ji-Yu would be so powerful. He patted his chest and said to Ji-Yu, Ji Gongzi, from today onwards, I will help you take care of this place. Second young master Mo, those businesses are not for me to take care of, but for your Mo family. I will not allow my disciple to be bullied. Bullied? After hearing this, second young master Mo said happily, Thank you, Ji Gongzi. But what about you and my little sister? We are only master and disciple. Second young master Mo thought to himself. He never expected that Ji would like to play this kind of game. However, at this moment the general walked up. The Mo family was originally a part of Skyborder City, but now it has declined. It is a pity, but this is not a reason for you to destroy the security of Skyborder City. Ji laughed, Why didn't you appear when you wanted to kill me? After hearing this, the general took a deep breath. However, Ji was really too powerful just now. She could actually ignore the profound energy wall. This is the only time. Ji Gongzi will take his leave. The general led his elite soldiers and left. Second young master Mo shouted, Leave later. My Ji Gongzi will break your legs. After tasting the delicious food, the servants who were hired from the beggars completely fell in love with this kind of life. Their hands and feet were extremely diligent. In less than an afternoon, the shops on the streets were all open. Countless people were eagerly waiting to see what Ji-Yu's shop was selling. What? A third-grade elixir? Oh my god, there's even a third-grade treasure. The Mo family is going to rise again. Who is that young master? He's so handsome. He must be the savior of the Mo family, right? He's so handsome. I want to marry him. You're thinking too much. Just as the shop was in full swing, a few carriages stopped in front of the shop. The people in the carriages jumped down. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of Jiyu. A young girl said lightly, "That's him?" "That's right, 3rd Mississippi. He's the person the Mo family invited." The young girl walked down with the crowd surrounding her. She wore a long green robe. She walked in front of Jiyu and said, "I'm Bai Shangling from Tianqiu Lane." "Greetings, young master." "Tianqiu Lane?" Jiyu frowned. Second young master Mo was furious. He said to Jiyu, "Ji Gongzi, they're the ones who stole our family business. Isn't that the second young master of the Mo family? You can't control your own family business. It's reasonable for it to fall into the hands of others." Jiyu smiled and said, "Stealing other people's family business and killing other people's servants. Is that reasonable?" Bai Shangling covered her mouth and laughed, "We didn't kill their family members. We just bought their family business." Second young master Mo was enraged by their twisted logic. Bai Shangling said, "Ji Gongzi is powerful. Naturally, he has the right to make a comeback for the Mo family. Young master Mo, if you've done anything wrong in the past, I apologize to you again. In 3 days, the Bai family will be hosting a banquet for all the merchants. Ji Gongzi, please don't refuse." Jiyu glanced at second young master Mo. Second young master Mo said disdainfully, "Boss Ji, don't tell me you're going to agree with her?" Jiyu said lightly, "It won't hurt if we go and have a look." After saying that, Jiyu took the invitation card and came down. After returning to the Mo clan, Jiyu said to them, "I think the Tianqiu Lane might not be the ones who ambushed the Mo clan." Old master Mo pondered for a moment. "That's true. Tianqiu Lane has always considered themselves to be on the side of justice. Why would they commit such a murderous act?" Young master Mo said, "Father, have you forgotten how the steward's child died?" Jiyu said faintly, "I'll investigate this matter the day after tomorrow." Old master Mo raised his wine glass and said to Jiyu sternly, "Ji Gongzi, if you can find out who killed my Mo family, from today onwards, my Mo family will obey your every command." Young master Mo and second young master Mo stood up at the same time. They cupped their hands and said to Jiyu, "Ji Gongzi, we are willing to obey your every command." Jiyu said lightly, "You're too polite." The next day, Jiyu prepared to refine a pill for old master Mo to try and recover his Xian energy. However, this herb was not found in the entire Skyborder City. After informing the Mo family, she left Skyborder City. In the desert, there was a legendary scorpion grass. The scorpion grass was a heavenly treasure and must be extremely dangerous. Xianxia wanted to follow Jiyu no matter what. The moment Xiaogu arrived at the Mo family, she fell into a deep sleep. Jiyu could feel a huge surge of Xian energy in her body. Was she going to break through again? As expected, it was the Calamity Bone Dragon. Its grade was actually increasing at such a godly speed. Both Jiyu and Xianxia came to the middle of the desert. Xianxia immediately roared at this moment. The surrounding people on the horse immediately shouted, "Quick, retreat! The god is angry. Quick, run! The god is angry." At this moment, the surrounding sky changed. Jiyu and Xianxia were both swallowed by the Xianxia. After the Xianxia disappeared, Jiyu and Xianxia appeared in an oasis. A huge spider appeared in the oasis. The spider was 8 feet tall. It moved as fast as lightning. Xianxia, who was beside him, said, "Is this the god they were talking about?" A few surviving members of the caravan said anxiously, "Brother, this is the god." "That's right. Every year, we have to offer our virgin boys and girls to the god. The god is protecting our trade routes." Jiyu snorted coldly, "This is just your fear of demonic beasts." He looked around and saw something that was bound by a white spider web. It looked like a human being was tied up in the sky. Jiyu transformed her aura into a small knife and swung it. One of the white spider webs fell to the ground. A young girl fell out of the spider web. The person beside him said, "Do you know that when the god is angry, none of us can escape?" As they spoke, they pulled their horses up and looked at each other. It was as if they wanted to push Jiyu out. Before they could do anything, Jiyu took the initiative and kicked them in the direction of the spider. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The few of them fell into the deep cave. However, at this moment, one of the spiders crawled toward Jiyu. It was as if Jiyu and Xianxia were the most delicious things in the world. Jiyu threw a punch forward. A small layer of aura appeared on the demonic spider's body. Their mystic energies collided together. Suddenly, the aura seemed to vibrate. But this time it had completely enraged the monstrous spider. It spread its legs in front of its body and roared. At this moment, countless poisonous stingers shot out. They were coming toward Jiyu. Jiyu took a step to the side and blocked the poisonous stingers behind her. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. Xianxia shouted anxiously, "Be careful." At this moment, a poisonous stinger was quickly stabbing toward Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's feet moved like the wind and she leaped up. However, at this moment, Xianxia's figure appeared in front of Jiyu and blocked that attack for Jiyu. Jiyu's eyes widened. Instantly, anger surged out of his body. "You deserve to die," he said solemnly. In an instant, Jiyu's mind moved. The demonic wolf and the seven-legged centipede flew into the air. He waved his hands and the demonic wolf crazily climbed onto the demonic spider's body. He roared and screamed in agony. It roared toward the sky. It was as if thunder had boomed in the air. The spider shattered in an instant. Xianxia's aura was very weak. Jiyu took out a small jade screen and scattered the powder on her body. Xianxia's clothes were soaked in blood. Jiyu had no choice but to take off a corner of her clothes. After applying medicine, she regained some energy. She saw her clothes being taken off. Xianxia curled up. "Master," Jiyu patted her little head. "Don't worry. I didn't see anything." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. Jiyu stood up and walked behind the spider. As expected, demon beasts were guarding natural treasures. A lotus flower gradually bloomed on its own face. Jiyu reached out and plucked the lotus flower in front of him. He walked in front of Xianxia and carried her on his back. Then, he took a step forward. Ding! Host has used 3000 clouds movement. 3000 clouds movement has gained 999 times experience. After leaving the oasis, endless yellow sand was blown up around them. Jiyu thought for a while. Now that he couldn't identify the direction, he could only carry Xianxia and walk in the desert. Under the effect of the elixir, Xianxia quickly regained consciousness. In a daze, she said softly, "Master, Master." "I'm here," Jiyu said gently. "Master's back is so warm." Jiyu said calmly, "Rest well for a while." After Xianxia had completely recovered, Jiyu prepared a delicious meal. Fortunately, Jiyu usually kept a lot of food in his storage ring. Xianxia's appetite was instantly aroused. She swept everything in front of her clean. Jiyu carried Xianxia again and used 3000 clouds movement. Even at a long distance, with the 3000 clouds movement's ability to shrink 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, the two of them walked out of the desert of death. Along the way, Jiyu also found the caravan that wanted to escape. It seemed that they could escape from the giant spider, but they couldn't escape from the desert. The general of Skyborder City led the army and prepared to enter the desert to search for the caravan. A few of the deputy generals said, "In my opinion, we just need to search in the shallow parts of the desert. Yes, we just need to search the surroundings. I don't think anyone in the caravan is still alive." The general said solemnly, "We should lead the troops and rescue everyone." The deputy generals' hearts skipped a beat, thinking to themselves, "Isn't this guy sending us to our deaths?" When they thought of this, the deputy generals unwillingly wanted to leave. However, at this moment, Jiyu slowly walked out. Everyone looked at Jiyu and Xianxia. The general looked at the two of them in surprise. He walked over. "Are you that brat from yesterday?" "That's me." "How could he walk out of the desert?" "How did you get out of the desert?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "Just like that, we came out. In order to prevent people from getting lost in there in the future, this one has already drawn a map of the situation inside." After saying this, Jiyu took out the thing in her hand and put it in the other party's hand. Receiving the scroll in his hand, he was somewhat overjoyed. "If that's the case, then many thanks, young master." Jiyu brought Xianxia back to the Mo manor. They didn't come back in 2 days, so everyone started to worry. We should send people to look for Big Brother Ji. That's right. If Big Brother Ji is missing, we don't know how to continue the business. Everyone began to discuss the matter. Xianxia rushed in excitedly. The Mo family servant shouted happily, "Young Miss is back, young Miss is back." First young Master Mo, second young Master Mo, and the others all came in front of Xianxia. Where's Jiyu? Little sister, you and Ji Gongzi went out for 2 days. Where did you go? Old Master Mo stroked his beard. Is Ji Gongzi outside? Jiyu slowly walked out and walked into the manor. Old Master Mo immediately became excited when he saw Jiyu. He held Jiyu's hand and said calmly to Jiyu, "Ji Gongzi, did you get the devil grass?" Jiyu didn't keep him in suspense and took out a small stalk of grass. Looking at the small blade of grass in Jiyu's hand that looked like a snake, he gently stroked it. This is the legendary devil grass. That's right. Tears slowly flowed out of Old Master Mo's eyes. Ever since their Mo family's experts were all dead, and their male Mo family Xianxia was crippled, the entire family was firmly suppressed. Jiyu said calmly, "We can start now." Old Master Mo thought for a moment. "Ji Gongzi, may I know what grade of pill you'll refine?" Jiyu stretched out 4 fingers. Old Master Mo immediately said, "Although our Mo family is in trouble now, I've always hidden the secret room." After saying this, he stretched out his hand. He said to Jiyu calmly, "That's our secret room. Ji Gongzi, please follow me." He brought Jiyu to the front of the secret room. Jiyu touched the stone wall in front of her, and the stone wall quickly moved. The rockery started to move slowly. A long stone staircase appeared in front of everyone. Jiyu led Old Master Mo into the passage. He sat on a stone. The pill furnace instantly appeared in the secret room. Young Master Mo and second young Master Mo didn't know the goods, but they knew that this pill furnace was a good thing. But Old Master Mo was very clear about the power of the pill furnace in Jiyu's hand. Could this be the Xianhong pill furnace? This is a 5th grade pill furnace. Except for Kiran of the Kanglin Empire, I have never seen anyone use this kind of high-grade pill furnace. With a thought, Jiyu picked up the medicinal ingredients in her hand and threw them into the pill furnace. The fire in the furnace immediately burned. Jiyu took out a small jade screen and released the purple flame in the jade screen. At this moment, the purple flame gradually merged into the pill furnace. In an instant, the pill furnace's flame gradually turned from its original color to purple. Jiyu poured her Xian energy into it. Under the support of the Xian energy, the pill gradually took shape. Old Master Mo said, "Even a 5th grade alchemist would need half a month to refine a 5th grade pill. Eldest and second young master, bring in some nutrients every day and put them into Ji Gongzi's mouth." Do you understand? Understood. Yes, father. The 2 young masters of the Mo family responded at the same time. However, at this moment, the pill furnace suddenly shook violently. The Xian energy in the surroundings shook violently at this moment. At this moment, the Xian energy was gradually being poured into the 5th grade pill in front of him. The 2 young masters of the Mo family stood up one after another. Looking in the direction of Jiyu, they only saw Jiyu waving her hands and a strong Xian energy was rapidly gathering. Old Master Mo's eyes widened. His entire body began to tremble. Oh heavens, could this be the legendary 5th rank medicinal pill? If it is really as Ji Gongzi said, it can restore our Xian energy, then it must be a 5th grade pill. However, how rare was a 5th grade pill in this world? Even so, it couldn't possibly take shape in such a short period of time, right? Xiaogu, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly sat up on the bed. In her eyes, this kind of top-grade pill was the best tonic. Just like her, she felt the birth of a top-grade pill. And the 3 sacred beasts in Tianqiu Lane. These 3 sacred beasts had always been regarded as the guardian beasts of Tianqiu Lane. It was said that 10,000 years ago, the ancestor of Tianqiu Lane had subdued the 3 sacred beasts. After experiencing the secular world, the ancestor of Tianqiu Lane led the elites of the sect to live in seclusion in the mountains. Regardless of whether Tianqiu Lane reached the peak or became a small clan in a small border city, the three sacred beasts had always been its guardians. It was precisely because of the existence of these guardians. Thus, even when Xianxia Lane was at its weakest, it had not been wiped out. The three sacred beasts actually looked in Jiyu's direction at the same time. The servant of Xianxia Lane hurriedly reported to the patriarch. Report. What's the matter? Patriarch, the three sacred beasts have acted strangely at the same time. How should we deal with this? Three sacred beasts have acted strangely at the same time? The patriarch of Xianxia Lane, Bai Wu, stood up. Could it be that a treasure is about to appear? However, right at this moment, Xianxia Lane began to shake violently. A mountain range shook violently as a firebird broke out of the prison and flew towards the Missouri estate. The general of the city guards cursed inwardly. The fact that there were sacred beasts hidden in Xianxia Lane was only known to the generations of city lords and the chief general of the city lord's estate. The city lord walked in. Tianqi. This general is here. The sacred beasts of Xianxia Lane have acted. This is not something we can contend against. Put away the wall of profound energy. City lord, what if chaos breaks out in the city? We can't care so much. This general is willing to bet that the sacred beasts won't cause trouble. Good. This estate is betting our future on you. The firebird arrived in the sky above the Missouri estate. The servants of the Missouri estate all fled in panic. First young Master Mo and second young Master Mo stood guard in front of old Master Mo and Jiyu with swords in their hands. The divine beast's aura was so oppressive that everyone present couldn't breathe. However, the firebird did not immediately descend to steal Jiyu's pills. A ball of fire appeared in its throat, as if it was preparing something. Jiyu stood up and waved at the people in front of him. Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared in the sky. The pill furnace exploded with a boom. The pill shot directly into the sky. It seemed to want to escape. The firebird immediately chased after the pills. Jiyu quickly stepped out from the ground. Xiaogu's figure also appeared in the sky. Xiaogu. Xiaogu did not have any reaction. Oh no, Jiyu forgot that Xiaogu's true form was also a demonic beast. When the firebird saw Xiaogu, its eyes also sharpened. A ball of fire spurted out from its throat. The ball of fire burned in the sky, as if the surrounding air had been sucked away. A few sparks fell to the ground, directly burning everything on the ground. The most terrifying thing was that the sparks could actually burn the ground. Even Jiyu's brows furrowed slightly. He could not resist such a powerful flame. Xiaogu grew a pair of bone wings on her back. With a flap of her wings, a gust of wind blew. Like a scythe, the wind rushed towards her. A hint of jealousy appeared in the firebird's eyes when she saw how nimble Xiaogu was. Because Xiaogu was in human form, she was extremely nimble. The Xian energy in her hand reached its peak in an instant. Then, she punched the firebird's head heavily. The firebird let out a mournful cry. However, the flames enveloping her body gradually moved toward Xiaogu's arm. A raging fire immediately ignited on her arm. Xiaogu seemed to be very afraid of these flames. She shook her hand and saw that the flames were not extinguished. She immediately felt a strange anger in her heart. Bai Wu brought the Tongxian realm experts of the clan to the Mo residence. They did not dare to get close to the battle between the two divine beasts. The members of the Puppet Alliance also came to the Mo residence. The rank 3 puppet master, Elderly, was also dumbfounded when he saw this battle. However, he thought that it would be great if he could refine these two divine beasts into puppets. Tianqi led the army and brought the surrounding commoners to the north of the city. Then, he sealed the surroundings. The flames in Xiaogu's hand could not be extinguished. With a thought, a precious weapon appeared in Jiyu's hand. She swung her sword forward. With a flash of Xian energy, the flames in Xiaogu's hand were immediately extinguished by the sword. Jiyu said, "Xiaogu, pull me up." Xiaogu immediately understood. She quickly descended and pulled Jiyu's body. The two of them appeared in the air at the same time. After being burned by the flames, Xiaogu felt that her vitality was greatly damaged. Now, she was leaning into Jiyu's embrace. She swung the precious weapon in her hand heavily. Countless streams of Xian energy descended at the same time. The fire bird roared at the sky. The fireballs fell like raindrops, heavily hitting the ground. The sea of fire immediately flooded the entire Mo residence like an ocean. Fortunately, Mo Shui had brought the people of the Mo family to the Mo clan. The firebird chirped as if it was trying to provoke Jiyu. Jiyu's current profound strength was not much stronger than the firebird's, and even Xiaogu was not the firebird's match. However, Jiyu saw the imprint of a formation on the firebird's feet. The rope of the soul suddenly shook violently. The voice of the remnant soul rang out from the spirit rope. Little friend Ji, attack its formation. This old man naturally has a way to collect it. Jiyu said calmly to Xiaogu, fly to its feet. Xiaogu obediently hummed in agreement. He brought Jiyu and flew to the firebird's feet. Then, Jiyu swung her precious weapon. When it came into contact with the firebird's feet, a ray of light suddenly lit up. In front of these layers of light, suddenly, the shadow of the remnant soul flew out. When the firebird saw the shadow of the remnant soul, its eyes widened, as if it wanted to turn around and flee. However, the shadow of the remnant soul revealed a smile. It stretched out its hand, and the firebird immediately seemed to be trapped in the air. Then, the shadow of the remnant soul disappeared. Ding, the host has obtained the Inferno battle suit. Jiyu felt the firebird take up residence in her dantian. With a thought, a thin layer of the Inferno battle suit appeared on Jiyu's body. Her entire body seemed to be wrapped in flames. Xiaogu looked at Jiyu with a trace of fear in its eyes. Ding, the host used the Inferno battle suit. Experience gained, 1 by 999. Jiyu suddenly stretched out her hand. Immediately, the pill that was originally trying to escape in the air appeared in Jiyu's hands. Seeing Jiyu obtain the pill, Xianxia Lane's master, Bai Wu, Skyborder City's General Tianqi, and the Puppet Union's third elder all appeared in front of Jiyu. The third elder chuckled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, little friend Ji. You're really strong. You can actually refine a 5th-grade pill. Jiyu nodded. Thank you. Tianqi cupped his hands and said, what is the use of this pill? If you don't mind, I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Tianqi's eyes were filled with desire. If it weren't for the fact that the firebird of Tianxiu Lane had been mysteriously snatched by Jiyu, he would have already snatched it. I have my own use for this pill. Tianqi felt a little regretful. He cupped his hands and said, if you have any other ideas in the future, I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Farewell. However, just as the two were about to leave, Bai Wu said, little friend Ji, may I ask where my old ancestor is now? Your old ancestor said that we were fated to meet, so he won't be going back for the time being. Bai Wu gritted his teeth. Jiyu was clearly robbing him. Then, may I ask if my old ancestor instructed you to give this 5th-grade pill to me? He was thinking that if Jiyu obediently handed over the pill, it would be fine. Otherwise, Jiyu naturally saw through his thoughts. I heard that the Bai clan has 3 beautiful young ladies. Coincidentally, the Mo clan also has 2 handsome young men. I'm willing to be the matchmaker. I am Mo Shui's master. If your young lady marries my disciple's 2 older brothers, then we can be considered a family. I'll give you the pill in the future. Bai Wu was furious. Jiyu stole his Array clan's divine beast. It was bad enough that she wanted the Mo clan's 2 good-for-nothings to take away his 2 precious daughters. That was simply wishful thinking. Brat, you've insulted me too much. Mystic skill, heaven burning earth fire. Bai Wu's hands emitted 2 balls of raging flames and slapped them on the ground. Suddenly, 2 rows of flames burst out from the ground. Like a long snake, they rushed towards Jiyu. Even Tianqi and the third elder felt their hearts skip a beat. Immediately, the protective chi aura enveloped his body. The remaining power of the flames hit their auras. The 2 people beside them shouted in their hearts. The third elder and Tianqi quickly retreated a few hundred meters before extinguishing the flames on their auras. Otherwise, the flames would completely destroy their auras. What a terrifying mystic skill. A Tongxian expert can actually use such a mystic skill. Tianqi said, Ji Gongzi, be careful. Jiyu nodded. The flames came to Jiyu's body and were suddenly absorbed by the raging flame battle armor. He felt that his sky splitter was loosening. his hand changed. The blue streak sword appeared in his hand. What? 4 levels of low-grade artifact? How many more treasures does this brat have? Jiyu appeared in front of Bai Wu in a flash. However, at this moment, Bai Shangling arrived and shouted, "Ji Gongzi, please wait." Only then did Jiyu stop. However, Bai Wu had been injured by the blazing armor's residual power. Now, his face was full of pain. Jiyu waved her hand and the raging flame battle armor was absorbed into her body. Bai Shangling bent down to look at her father. "Father, are you okay?" Jiyu took out a small bottle of medicine and threw it into Bai Shangling's hand. He didn't know why he did this. However, looking at her pitiful appearance, Jiyu's heart softened. After taking Jiyu's pill, Bai Wu's complexion improved. Bai Wu looked at Jiyu and didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. Bai Shangling walked in front of Jiyu and half knelt down. She naturally knew how terrifying Jiyu's strength was. It was already rare for her to let her father go. "Ji Gongzi, please forgive my father." Jiyu nodded. Only then did Bai Shangling relax. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Jiyu would do something. "Ji Gongzi, please don't forget about tomorrow's appointment." Jiyu nodded. Second young master Mo walked up. "Ji Gongzi, look at our Mo clan." The raging flame battle armor on Jiyu's body flashed. In an instant, the flames danced on Jiyu's body. The Mo clan turned into ruins. Jiyu said calmly, "Take some gold coins from the shop and buy a new address." Second young master Mo worshipped Jiyu. He whispered, "Ji Gongzi, are you treating Miss Bai well?" Jiyu said calmly, "I just don't want to be so ruthless." Second young master Mo smiled. Naturally, he thought of Jiyu's idea. It seemed that Ji Gongzi didn't like to use violence. The mansion was quickly bought. Now that the Mo clan had Jiyu, their reputation was like the sun in the sky. The person who sold the mansion naturally wanted to establish a relationship with Jiyu. Even the furniture in the mansion was properly arranged. Jiyu brought old master Mo into the basement of the mansion. He took out the 5th grade medicinal pill. Looking at the 5th grade pill in Jiyu's hand, old master Mo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never thought that Jiyu would give this pill to him. When he thought of this, he became incomparably excited. He said to Jiyu in front of him, "Little friend Jiyu, is it really okay to give this pill to this old man?" Jiyu said calmly, "If I can refine one pill, then I can naturally refine two." After old master Mo ate the pill, his entire body underwent a drastic change. The profound energy in his body rose rapidly. He didn't dare to believe that he had the ability to break through. It seemed like he was about to break through to the spirit profound realm. At this moment, old master Mo's essence, energy, and spirit gradually merged into one. He stood up with a swoosh. Ah! The surrounding stones exploded violently. He looked at Jiyu excitedly, "Thank you, little friend Jiyu." Following the recovery of old master Mo's profound energy, first young master Mo and second young master Mo's bloodlines seemed to have changed. The two of them simultaneously felt the profound energy that had not returned for a long time. The devil grass that Jiyu added was infused with the bloodline of a 5th grade demonic beast. Naturally, it could bring about changes in the Mo clan's bloodline. The Mo family's eldest young master and second young master felt the profound energy in their bodies. After looking at each other for a while, the two of them used their own profound skills and fought for a while. They shouted excitedly and went to the basement. "Father, the profound energy in our bodies has recovered. Father, I'm finally not a cripple anymore." Seeing the two brothers so excited, the profound energy in old master Mo's body suddenly surged. When the two brothers saw that old master Mo had broken through to the spirit profound realm, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. "Congratulations, father, for breaking through to the spirit profound realm." "Congratulations, father." The two brothers were also very excited. In order to celebrate old master Mo's breakthrough to the spirit profound realm, he set up a big banquet in the mansion. Many people in the city who would not have come originally also came to participate in the banquet. Even the city lord had no choice but to come personally. Old master Mo was very excited. When Baiwu received this news, he sighed. It seemed that their Tianqiu Lane's rule in Skyborder City had come to an end. The next morning, the Bai family's banquet was held as usual. Ji Yu personally came to the Bai family. Bai Shangling personally waited at the door. After welcoming Ji Yu, she held Ji Yu's hand and walked into the mansion. Tianqiu Lane's banquet today invited several powers from the surrounding cities. The daughters of the Bai family were naturally outstanding beauties, especially Bai Shangling, who was the absolute beauty of Tianqiu Lane. Many young masters from various powers came for Bai Shangling. Now that they saw Bai Shangling holding Ji Yu's hand, how could they not be angry? One of them stood up and walked in front of Ji Yu. "Greetings, Miss Bai." "Greetings, young master Mo." He glanced at Ji Yu. "May I know who this young master is?" "This one is Ji Yu. This one is Mo Jia." Mo Jia used his divine sense to scan Ji Yu's body. He could not feel the profound energy in Ji Yu's body. Thus, he coldly snorted. "Ji Gongzi is too polite. Miss Bai is wearing a long dress today, so it must be inconvenient for her to walk. Please allow this humble one to support you." After saying this, he took a step forward. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Ji Yu would grab Bai Shangling's hand. Bai Shangling's face reddened. Thinking of Ji Yu's powerful ability yesterday, she didn't dare to resist. Moza was a little angry. "Ji Gongzi is too frivolous." Ji Yu smiled and asked Bai Shangling, "Do you mind?" Bai Shangling shook his head. "Of course I don't mind." Moza's face suddenly turned green and red. Ji Yu led Bai Shangling into the main hall. If looks could kill, Ji Yu would have been hacked to pieces. Bai Wu came to the main seat. Among the people who came today, there were Spirit Profound Realm experts. He wanted those Spirit Profound Realm experts to deal with Ji Yu. He said to everyone, "Today, I have invited everyone here to discuss the matter of our Bai family's 3 daughters. I have decided to marry my eldest and second daughter to the Mo family's first and second young masters." When everyone heard this news, they felt a little regretful. However, their target was Bai Shangling. "As for my youngest daughter, she will be betrothed to Ji Yu and Ji Gongzi." "What? What does this brat have? We can't even feel the profound energy in his body." "That's right. What does this brat have?" For a moment, voices of resistance rose one after another. Bai Wu smiled. "Ji Gongzi is a talent. He is the best choice for our Bai family's son-in-law. If we are talking about talent, Tianqiu City's young master Huang is the best. He is only 38 years old this year and he has already reached the peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm. This is very rare in the entire Puppet Empire." "That's right. Not to mention the Puppet Empire, even in the 7 great empires, this is very rare. Aside from the Spirit Treasure Empire, who else can be compared to our young Master Huang?" Everyone had different opinions. Young Master Huang stood up and clasped his hands towards Ji Yu. "I wonder if I am lucky enough to compete with Ji Gongzi? If you win, I am willing to clasp my hands and congratulate you. If you lose, I hope that young master will not accept this marriage." On this continent, strength was everything. Even marriage was within the control of strength. When Mo Jia saw that someone wanted to challenge Ji Yu, his heart was filled with excitement. He stood up and said, "Ji Gongzi must be very powerful to be able to gain Master Bai's favor. I am willing to accompany you." Mo Jia was also a peak of the Tongxian realm. A peak of the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm and a peak of the Tongxian realm. It was obvious that he did not want Ji Yu to go back. When the rest of the people saw this, they all started to cheer. The Puppet Empire's prince had also arrived at the Bai residence. He smiled slightly and said to everyone, "Actually, everyone is interested in Miss Bai, and our Puppet Empire respects strength. How about this? I have a suggestion. Why don't we hold an arena competition, and whoever wins will be able to hug the beauty? What do you think?" When they heard this, everyone shook their heads and agreed. Ji Yu coldly snorted, "If you want to fight, then go ahead. I am not interested." After Ji Yu finished speaking, Bai Shangling glanced at Ji Yu. It was not because of Ji Yu's strength, but because she was so beautiful. Could it be that she was not worthy of Ji Yu's face? Beauties were all prideful, especially those like Bai Shangling, who was feared by everyone. Mo Jia coldly snorted, "What do you mean by not interested? I think you don't dare." Suddenly, Mo Jia felt his vision turn black. Then, Ji Yu appeared in front of him. She reached out her hand and heavily punched him. Mo Jia did not realize what had happened. However, his body, which was at the peak of the Tongxian realm, sensed the approaching danger. The dark force in his body was released automatically and covered his body. As expected of a peak Tongxian realm elite, he can react so quickly in the face of an unknown danger. But how did Ji Yu do it? She appeared in front of him almost instantly. Gotcha, just as the proud generation of the aristocratic families were discussing this matter. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from Mo Jia's body. It was obvious that something on his body had been destroyed. Following that, something seemed to have started to fall. What? Mo Jia's chi shield was destroyed. Logically speaking, even if a Tongxian realm elite's chi shield was destroyed, it should recover quickly. That's right. What happened? Why is this happening? If that's the case, Mo Jia's chi shield could not recover after Ji Gongzi's punch. How can his strength be so terrifying? Mo Jia, who supported him, was beaten up. If he did not do anything, he would be embarrassed. Where would he put his face? Thinking of this, young Master Huang's dark force suddenly surged. A terrifying aura came straight for Ji Yu. If it were anyone else, they would have been suffocated by this terrifying aura. But this was Ji Yu. Ji Yu only turned around and looked in his direction. Her face was so calm. Young Master Huang frowned. Mo Jia wanted to take this opportunity to escape from Ji Yu. The corners of Ji Yu's mouth curled up slightly as she stomped on his foot. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Young Master Huang said, "You should spare people when possible. Why is Ji Gongzi so cruel?" Ji Yu sneered, "Young Master Huang, that's not what you said just now." Ji Yu could not feel his aura at all. Either that, or she was far stronger than him. But he became a spirit profound realm expert at the age of 38. There was no other person like him in the Puppet Empire. Moreover, he had never heard of Ji Yu's name before. When he thought of this, he immediately realized that Ji Yu was just an ordinary person. He snorted, "Kid, you're courting death." With that, the demeanor of a modest young master suddenly disappeared, replaced by the look of a proud son of heaven, as if he wanted to trample Ji Yu under his feet. He flew out. Mystic skill, Thousand Wave Fist. The people from the aristocratic families heard young Master Huang use the Thousand Wave Fist. They all cried out in surprise. Thousand Wave Fist, it's the Thousand Wave Fist. Oh my god, this is so rare. Thousand Wave Fist, as the name suggests, one punch, 1,000 punches. Ji Yu is dead meat. He finished his sentence. Indeed, after young Master Huang's fist was blocked by Ji Yu, it turned into 1,000 punches, all aimed at Ji Yu from 360 degrees without any blind spots. He's dead meat. However, at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Mystic skill, Inferno Battle Suit. Ding. Host has used Inferno Battle Armor. Inferno Battle Armor has gained 999 times experience. When the Inferno Battle Suit appeared, young Master Huang felt an intense heat spread throughout his body. It was as if his body would burn to ashes in the next moment. He abruptly retreated. He looked at Ji Yu with vigilance. What's wrong with this kid? He thought of this and said indifferently, "Kid, where did you learn this crooked way of cultivation?" When he said this, Ji Yu was completely thrown into the evil cult. Although all the aristocratic families were aristocratic families, they usually considered themselves as righteous sections. That's right, we haven't seen this mystic skill of yours before. It must be a demonic skill. We will unite and destroy this evil. Ji Yu looked at the crowd filled with righteous indignation, as if she had really done something heinous. These so-called aristocratic families were laughable. He said indifferently, "Haha, trash." What? Young Master Huang widened his eyes, "How dare you call me trash?" Ji Yu said indifferently, "Young Master Huang, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that you're trash, I'm saying that everyone here is trash." When they heard this, everyone stood up in anger. How could Ji Yu say that to them? It was simply unreasonable. I only been from the puppet fortress. Ji Gongzi. Please enlighten me. Xian, level 8 Tongxian realm. Xianxia, first-grade puppet master. The people from the various aristocratic families reported their names one after another. Then, they sent out their own Xian skills. Because they were in the puppet empire. Most of their mystical skills were related to puppets. The puppets that covered the sun suddenly appeared in the sky. He waved his hand. At this moment, the puppets flew in front of Jiyu. Seven-legged centipede. Jiyu swung her hand and threw her puppet out. Ding. Host used seven-legged centipede. Puppet mastery gained experience points, won by 999 times. The puppet landed on the ground and turned into a long snake. It roared at the people in the sky. Young Master Huang stood on the top of the rockery. Everyone, please lend me a hand. Don't worry, young Master Huang. For the sake of justice, we will lend you a hand. They put their hands together. The puppets in the air began to gather in front of young Master Huang. All of a sudden, the puppets gathered together. A white giant puppet that looked like an elf appeared in the Bai family. It was like a ferocious beast. It slapped down heavily in the direction of Jiyu. It slapped down with a loud boom. Jiyu's fingertips moved quickly. The seven-legged centipede moved its nimble body and wrapped around the giant's body. Young Master Huang laughed. Kid, it seems that you don't know much about puppets. Giants can't feel pain. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. Giants can't feel pain, but their joints will be destroyed. After that, Jiyu waved her hand. The seven-legged centipede's tentacles fell on the giant's body. The giant roared, and the arm on its body suddenly fell to the ground. Ding. Host used seven-legged centipede. Experience points gained, won by 999. Ding. Host learned the skill Light Wave. Profound skill, Light Wave. Jiyu injected her profound energy into the seven-legged centipede. At this moment, the centipede gathered a ball of purple light in its mouth. All of a sudden, a light wave burst out. It hit the giant. The giant wobbled twice before collapsing onto the ground. Along with the giant's explosion, the drop of blood on the puppet that was connected to its master. There was a direct backlash. The young masters all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Falling to the ground, Jiyu flew out with her sword in hand. As the sword fell, young Master Huang let out a miserable shriek. Young Master Huang fell to the ground. The people from the aristocratic families were lying on the ground, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. They looked at Jiyu, panting. It was as if he could not believe that Jiyu was so powerful. Jiyu came in front of Bai Wu. Bai Wu took a step back in fear. Originally, Jiyu didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Wu. He said calmly, Master Bai, I didn't want to agree to this marriage at first because no one can force me or help me make any decision without knowing me. But now, I want to propose marriage too. Master Bai. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiyu slapped Bai Wu's body. His meridians were all shattered at this moment. There was no hope for him in the Black Tortoise sect. Since you are Bai Shangling's father, I won't kill you. He looked at Bai Shangling, who was standing at the side and looking at Jiyu in fear. He grabbed her hand. From today onwards, you are mine. Bai Shangling bit Jiyu's hand. Don't even think about it. He grabbed Bai Shangling and sealed her acupuncture points. Then, he placed her to the side. The rest of the people gritted their teeth and said, Devil, you are the devil. When we get back, we will definitely punish you. Jiyu smiled, do you think that you can still go back? At this moment, the servants of the Bai family entered one after another. They held long swords and placed them at his throat. As they were all heavily injured, they had no ability to resist. Just like that, they were all sent to the Mo family. Old Master Mo looked at these young masters who had participated in bullying him and smiled, haha, you all have a day like this. After saying those words, Old Master Mo waved his hand and forced all of the noble's sons back into the mine. From that day onwards, they would be mining servants. Jiyu came to the Bai family once again. The servants of the Bai family were just about to scold them when they saw Jiyu. In their eyes, Jiyu was now the master of the Bai family. He said to the others, send the two young ladies of the Bai family to the Mo family. The others sighed. They did not expect that the two young ladies of the Bai family, who were usually high and mighty, would now be in the hands of others. Ji Yu came to Bai Shangling's room. Bai Shangling was restrained by Ji Yu's Xian energy and could not move at all. She looked angrily at Ji Yu. Despicable, shameless, and despicable. Ji Yu gently touched Bai Shangling's face. What do you want? Ji Yu looked at her pitiful appearance. His body heated up and he peeled off a corner of her veil. Tears flowed from Bai Shangling's eyes. Ji Yu immediately lost interest. He said calmly, the Bai family will still exist in the future. However, you will have to rely on the Mo family. Are you willing? Yes. As long as the Bai family could be protected, Bai Shangling was willing to do anything. He gently tapped Bai Shangling's acupuncture points. In order to prevent Ji Yu from humiliating her, a magical weapon appeared in her hand. Ji Yu said, if you die, the Bai family will be destroyed. Only then did Bai Shangling put down the magical weapon. Ji Yu gently stroked her head. He turned around and walked out in the other direction. He walked into the Bai family's secret room. He took a deep breath and raised both his hands. The ancestors of the Bai family had set up layers of traps here. Ji Yu swung his fist heavily. There was a loud rumbling sound. The Xian energy in front of him exploded at this moment. The ancestors of the Bai family did not expect that the layers of traps they had set up would be destroyed by Ji Yu. The thick wall was blasted apart. Ji Yu took a step forward. He walked into the secret room. There was a huge demon dog. There was also a huge green ox that was tied up. When they saw Ji Yu, they actually said, "You are?" As the guardian of the Bai family, don't you know anything about what happened in the Bai family? Kid, let me ask you, how is the Bai family now? Ji Yu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. At this moment, the rope of spirits shook violently. The remnant soul phantom appeared in the secret room. It's you. How can you still be alive? The two giant beasts revealed a shocked expression. Ji Yu thought to himself, the remnant soul phantom's background is indeed not simple. The remnant soul phantom said, I need you now. He stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the two giant beasts let out a sorrowful cry and turned into two balls of light, flying into Ji Yu's body. Young friend, with the support of the three sacred beasts, you should have enough resistance against the frozen land. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, the remnant soul phantom disappeared again. Ji Yu took a step forward. He said lightly, is that so? Ding, the host has obtained the Warhound giant sword. Ding, the host has obtained the giant azure ox body. Although the sky-splitting sword did not make any progress, Ji Yu could feel that he had obtained an endless amount of power. He returned to his room and brought Bai Shangling back to the Mo family. That night, he went to Bai Shangling's room. He blew out the light. The next day, the third elder of the puppet guild came to visit. He could not forget the pill that Ji Yu had made last time. After hearing the servant's report, Ji Yu stood up and Bai Shangling covered him with clothes. After Ji Yu left, Bai Shangling looked at the blood on the bedsheet and his face turned red. The third elder looked at Ji Yu and said slowly, Ji Gongzi, this old man reported to the headquarters that young master could refine level 5 pills. Our guild president wishes to invite you to the capital city for a meeting. What do you think? Ji Yu placed a wooden box on the table. I don't know if your guild has this wooden box. This has always been our puppet guild's secret treasure. Ji Yu said calmly, thank you, third elder. He placed a level 5 pill in front of the third elder. The third elder smelled the fragrance of the pill and tears flowed down his face. Ji Gongzi, don't worry. I will definitely help you obtain the secret treasure. Ji Yu smiled, third elder, don't worry. I just need to take a look at the secret treasure. Thank you very much, young master. The next day, the Mo family packed Ji Yu's luggage. Seeing that Ji Yu was about to leave Skyborder City, Xianxia came to Ji Yu. Xianxia said to Ji Yu, Master, don't go. That night, when she saw Ji Yu enter Bai Shangling's room, she was filled with endless jealousy. She understood her feelings for Ji Yu. Master, I like you. Do you like Xianxia? She took a step forward. Ji Yu's heart softened and she pulled Xianxia into her embrace. Xiao's heart instantly brightened and she rushed into Ji Yu's embrace. Wait for me to come back. I will marry you. After saying that, Xianxia said calmly, I will wait for you. Take good care of Shangling. Humph. Jiyu held Xiao's hand and said to her, you will be sisters in the future. Alright then. Don't forget about me. He kissed Xiao gently on the mouth. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, old Master Mo felt very comforted. He brought Xiaogu and set off again. The carriage shook and the third elder followed closely behind. After a few months, the carriage arrived at the Puppet Empire's capital city. Looking at the countless youths walking into the capital city on the streets, Jiyu asked, is there a grand event in the city? When the third elder heard Jiyu's question, he rode his horse forward. He cupped his hands at Jiyu and said, you don't know, but today is the day of the Puppet Union's selection. That's why there are so many people here. Jiyu finally understood. There were many young people gathered in front of the Puppet Union. They came here with dreams. When they saw Jiyu, the third elder handed his badge to the guard. At this moment, the door slowly opened. The two of them entered the gate at the same time. Seeing that Jiyu didn't need to wait in line to enter the Puppet Union, the people in front of the gate started to argue. Why can he go in but we can't? Yeah, we want to go in too. Seeing that the crowd wasn't convinced, the guard at the gate turned around and said to Jiyu, Mister, do you have the Puppet Union badge? Jiyu said indifferently, I don't have one. Humph, you're not even a puppet master. How dare you? Even if you have someone with you, we're not convinced. That's right, go line up. The crowd started to argue, making the guard feel very awkward. He asked, you're the third elder of Skyborder City, right? Even if you're leading, this mister isn't even a puppet master. It's hard for me to let him in. After saying that, he lowered his head. At that moment, the dark force in Jiyu's hand suddenly shot out. The seven-legged centipede stretched out in the sky. Seven-legged centipede, it's actually a seven-legged centipede. This is a puppet that no puppet master has ever been able to summon. This young master is really talented, Li Yundong said with a smile. The crowd started to talk. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the sky. I'm Yi Fan. Mister, please enlighten me. A huge gorilla appeared in the sky and landed on the ground. It beat its chest and tried to grab Jiyu's seven-legged centipede. Jiyu pulled it back. The seven-legged centipede flashed away from the gorilla puppet. Once again, he clung onto the body of the gorilla puppet, and the scythe in his hand continued to pound on the huge gorilla puppet. Jiyu's seven-legged centipede was the nemesis of any large puppet. The gorilla's body parts kept falling out. With Jiyu's final wave, the centipede returned to its original form and returned to Jiyu's hand. Looking at his puppet, Yi Fan walked up excitedly and said to Jiyu, Ji Gongzi is really powerful. I'm impressed. Jiyu glanced at his gorilla puppet. Naturally, she knew how important a puppet was to a puppet master. A clear blueprint of the puppet appeared in Jiyu's mind. His profound energy thread landed on the puppet's body and the various parts quickly gathered together. Seeing that his puppet had returned to its original form, Yi Fan became excited. Mister, may I know your name? I'll definitely report it to you in the future. I'm Jiyu. After seeing Jiyu's skill, no one doubted Jiyu's ability. They entered the puppet guild. The president personally came out to welcome them. How could they let an alchemist who could refine fifth-grade pills leave so easily? Jiyu saw that there was a dark aura on the president's face. Subconsciously, she asked, President, are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, the president cupped his hands and said, Mister, you're really an expert. I have an internal injury and my profound energy has been deteriorating year by year. Jiyu heard this and shrouded the president with her mental strength. She saw that the profound energy on the president's body started to change. She tapped on the president's body. Then, she took out a pill and said, This pill can help you temporarily resist this inexplicable profound energy. However, I still need to think about how to treat it. It's already very good that you can delay my pain. Thank you, Mister. The president of the Puppet Guild, who was over 60 years old, did not dare to call himself an old man in front of Jiyu. Who knew what level this monstrous genius had reached? At this moment, a guard walked in and whispered a few words in the president's ear. Hearing what he said, the president's eyes widened. He stood up and asked in surprise, Is what you said true? Absolutely true, President. The president cupped his hands and said to Ji Gongzi, I heard that you're also a puppet master. Yes, but I haven't done any certification. It's fine. Coincidentally, today is the day of our selection. Ji Gongzi, why don't you give it a try? Ji nodded. Originally, the president wanted to bring Ji along, but Ji refused. She wanted to take a good look at the surrounding scenery. Outside the puppet testing room, countless young men and women were waiting. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and the surrounding people took the initiative to move aside. The young miss of the Jin clan is here. A beautiful young girl walked into the hall under the escort of the crowd. This is the young miss of the Jin clan, Jin Yuan? What a beautiful girl. The one beside her should be Jin Fu. Jin Fu is so handsome. It's said that they are cousins, but Mr. Jin has already reached the stage of a third-grade puppet master. They're really a group of beautiful and talented girls. I'm so envious. Just as they were discussing spiritedly, Ji Yu happened to buy a stick of candied haws for Xiaogu in front of a small vendor. Xiaogu ate happily and happened to block in front of him. Jin Yuan's two brothers took a step forward and slowly said to Ji Yu, Kid, don't you see the people from the Jin clan? Why aren't you obediently moving aside? Ji Yu rolled his eyes at them. Why? Seeing Ji Yu's arrogant appearance, the two brothers were furious. Just as they were about to attack and teach Ji Yu a lesson, Jin Yuan took a step forward and stopped them. Forget it, brothers. We'll just walk to the side. Ji Yu said indifferently, this young miss is right. Jin Fu took a step forward. You're also here to participate in the puppet master selection, right? I'm Jin Fu. Can I ask this young master to give me some face and move aside? He had an extraordinary bearing and thought that Ji Yu would definitely try to curry favor with him when he saw him. No. If the beauty beside you talks to me, I might consider it. At this moment, an elder walked out from inside the sect. Everyone, quiet down. Jin Fu thought to himself, when you see my talent later, you'll be scared to death. The test begins. You can enter in order. The youths walked in one by one. Xianxia, first grade medium. Li Er, failed. Huang San, second grade beginner. Everyone whispered, I didn't expect a second grade beginner puppet master to appear today. It seems that there hasn't been such a genius in over 100 years. Yi Fan saw Ji Yu and walked to Ji Yu's side. He cupped his hands and said to Ji Yu, Ji Gongzi, why are you here? Isn't this a toad that wants to eat swan meat? Sure enough, like person. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yu heard the Jin family humiliating Yi Fan. He also had a good impression of this young man, so he asked, what do they mean? Yi Fan's face turned red. He said to Ji Yu, I like their Jin family's Miss Jin Lan, but my family is poor. Ji Yu immediately understood. A remnant page appeared in his mind and he placed his hand on Yi Fan's head. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to have understood something. Right at this moment, the elder walked out and shouted loudly, next, Yi Fan. Yi Fan cupped his hands, thank you, young master. No, I should say thank you, master. Ji Yu said calmly, why don't we call each other brothers? After hearing this, Yi Fan walked into the room. When Ji Yu tapped his head just now, the image of an evolved puppet appeared in his mind. After the elder announced the start of the competition, Li Yundong's expression changed. He couldn't wait to summon the gorilla, and built the huge gorilla according to the method on the blueprint. Looking at the pressure from the gorilla, the invigilator stroked his beard. Yi Fan, second grade peak puppet master. What? This guy cheated, right? The Jin family members were shocked. Jin Yuan said calmly, cousin, you have to work hard. Don't let others beat you. Jin Fu smiled and patted her head, cousin, don't worry. He strode into the room. Jin Fu, third grade intermediate puppet master. After he left, the elder said slowly, I didn't expect so many geniuses to appear this year. It's really scary. Then, he shouted again, next, Ji Yu. Ji Yu walked into the room. The Jin family members began to discuss. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. I want to see what he's capable of. Jin Yuan also said, cousin, don't say that. Maybe he just wants to attract your attention in front of you. Haha, cousin, you're right. The rest of the Jean family members also said, sister, you're right. When the results are out, I want to see how they're going to explain it. While they were talking, the people in the room were already shocked. A puppet that was exactly the same as Jiyu was summoned. Even their abilities were exactly the same. This was simply too inconceivable. Among so many puppets, humanoid puppets were the most difficult to create, yet it was possible to create one. Except for peak rank 4 puppeteers. But they had never seen a puppet master that was exactly the same as them. Jiyu said calmly, Examiner, please watch. Suddenly, the puppet beside her released a magic skill. What, a puppet that can use magic skills? Too inconceivable, truly too inconceivable. A puppet that can use a mystical skill, a puppet that can use a mystical skill, this is, the elder sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a terrifying skill in his entire life. This is simply inconceivable. I'm afraid our president is also comprehending this skill. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left the room in a hurry. Seeing the examiner leave, everyone guessed what happened. Could it be that this brat couldn't control his puppet and was devoured by it? I think that should be the case. Haha, I already said that he overestimated himself. That's right, he dares to go against the Jean family like this, simply reckless. After saying this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Hearing the elder's words, he stood up and rushed to Jiyu's direction. When he saw Jiyu's puppet that looked exactly like Jiyu, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother Ji, how did you learn the method to forge this puppet of yours? He looked at it in surprise and touched the puppet in front of him. Jiyu opened her mouth and said, That's right. This one obtained the puppet heavenly book. What? The puppet heavenly book? That's the heavenly book forged by the legendary ancestor. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The president opened his mouth and said, According to the rules, you obtained the puppet heavenly book, so naturally you have the president's throne. This one greets the president. Jiyu pulled him up and said, President, this one can't stay in the puppet empire all the time, so naturally I can't take on this heavy responsibility. I asked the president not to do this. The president thought for a moment and said, How about this, from today onwards, this one will be the vice president of the puppet union, and Brother Ji will be the nominal president of the puppet empire. Unless something major happens in the union, this one will definitely not disturb the president. Jiyu thought for a moment. In any case, she didn't suffer a loss, so she agreed. But I asked the president not to announce it. This? Fine. President, this is the president's token. Please take good care of it, President Ji. Jiyu took out the first half of the puppet heavenly book and handed it to him. This is the first half of the puppet heavenly scripture. The second half is truly too difficult to cultivate. If I were to give it to you now, you might not be able to comprehend it and might instead suffer from cultivation deviation. After you have finished comprehending it, I will give you the second half. Hearing Jiyu's words, they immediately waved their hands. How are we qualified to comprehend such a sacred object? Jiyu patted him on the shoulder. If I say you have it, then you have it. The president put away the heavenly book with satisfaction and handed the wooden box to Jiyu. Jiyu, peak rank 5 puppeteer. The voice of the elder came from the room. Everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The president of the Golem Guild was only a grade 5 Golem master. Why was it that when it came to Jiyu, it was a peak rank 5 puppet master? Even if she cheated, she wouldn't be able to do it. This must be fake. Everyone was talking at once. At this time, the president walked out. Jiyu's results were personally verified by this old man. Who dares to not accept it? Jin Fu walked out. As a genius at the peak of the entire Golem Empire, he naturally didn't accept it. This one refuses to accept it. Cousin, you must not compete with Jiyu. Hearing Jin Yuan's words, the originally hesitant Jin Fu immediately said, This one wants to compete with Jiyu. A grade 3 Golem master challenging a peak rank 5 puppet master? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Jiyu wasn't interested in fighting with Jin Fu. I'm not interested. After saying that, he turned around and left, returning to his room. The remnant soul took away all the mystic energy in the pieces of paper. His outline could be clearly seen, but why did it look a little strange? Jiyu threw away the thoughts in his mind. He realized that the pieces of paper he collected seemed to be related to each other, and they were pieced together on the table. It was a map. The remnant soul had already entered the dream realm. No matter how Jiyu called out, there was no response. Jiyu could only think about it himself. What exactly was so strange about this? 4 large words appeared on the back of the map. The Frozen Land. It seemed that this was the clue to the Frozen Land shrine. He put away the map. Xiaogu said that she was hungry again. For some reason, Xiaogu's appetite had increased greatly recently. When Jiyu thought of this, he brought her to the streets to look for food. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted over. Xiaogu ran in the direction of the fragrance. Jiyu hurriedly followed behind her. They walked several hundred meters out of the outskirts of the capital city. The members of the Jin family were gathered here. The meat of a peak rank 4 demonic beast was being roasted. "Cousin, I want to eat your legs." "Okay. Cousin, wait for me." Just as Jin Fu was about to cut off the leg meat, a black shadow suddenly flashed and took the leg meat away. After eating the leg meat, he stood up. "Who's there?" He suddenly turned around and saw Xiaogu's figure. "Aren't you that girl who's always following behind Jiyu?" At this time, the 2 brothers of the Jin family said, "This girl looks pretty good. Why don't we bring her back?" Then, "Big brother, when the time comes, will you go first, or will I?" The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed strangely. Xiaogu didn't understand what this laughter meant. At this time, the eldest brother of the Jin family let out a scream. A cracking sound was heard. His lower leg was shattered by a kick. Ding! Host used body puppet. Puppet mastery gained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu's figure appeared in front of the 2 of them. "You've got guts." When Jin Fu saw Jiyu appear, he coldly humped and said to Jiyu, "Brat, I don't like you today. You dare to appear in front of me now? You're courting death." After saying this, Jin Fu's hands changed. 7 or 8 puppet wolves appeared in the air. "5th stage puppet master, I want to see just how powerful you are." He waved his hand heavily, and the 8 wolves shot toward Jiyu. Jiyu pulled out his warhound greatsword. With a light wave, he killed 2 of the wolves. The remaining wolves also broke through and arrived in front of Jiyu. They bit down heavily and tore off his clothes. Surprisingly, what flowed out was not blood. Everyone present widened their eyes. Jin Yuan's eyes turned, and he immediately arrived in front of Jiyu. "I beg of you, don't hurt my cousin." Jiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she felt Jin Yuan's surging aura. Men were not afraid of a woman's beauty, because a beauty with a frosty expression could only be seen from afar. However, this beauty who was so close to him was the most lethal. Jiyu sucked in a cold breath. The humanoid puppet gave Jin Fu a heavy kick. However, although Jin Yuan was beautiful, it would be impossible for him to easily win Jiyu's heart. Seeing Jiyu so cold towards him, Jin Yuan immediately thought of a plan. After Jiyu finished teaching Jin Fu a lesson, she left with Xiaogu. In terms of appearance, Xiaogu was much better than Jin Yuan. After returning to the room, Yu patted Xiaogu's head and said, "Go to sleep." At this moment, Xiaogu suddenly grabbed Jiyu's hand. Jiyu looked at her curiously. "What's wrong?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Xiaogu said, "That night, I saw you touch that woman with your hand." As she spoke, Xiaogu took Jiyu's hand and placed it on her body. Jiyu explored her body. "Xiaogu, you can't." Only then did Xiaogu retract her hand regretfully. Jiyu hugged Xiaogu and said, "Go to sleep." After she rested, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Jiyu followed the sound of the zither and arrived at a room. When Jin Yuan saw Jiyu enter, he put down the zither in his hand and walked in front of Jiyu. He placed the plate in his hand on the table. "I made some snacks to apologize to you." Jiyu tasted it. It tasted pretty good. "Young master, please forgive my cousin. Let's forget about what happened yesterday." She smiled slightly and said, "I wonder if you have time to visit my Jin family tomorrow?" Jiyu agreed. Jin Yuan leaned over to Ji Yu's ear and said, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. After she left, Yi Fan knocked on the door. Ji Yu opened the door. Brother, I didn't expect Miss Jean to like you. Ji Yu smiled slightly. He didn't mind the beauty throwing herself at him. I wonder if you can bring me along tomorrow? Ji Yu chuckled and said, since we're brothers, it's okay. Yi Fan hugged Ji Yu excitedly and said, Brother, I'll do anything for you. The next day, the two of them went to the Jean family together. A servant came to Ji Yu nervously. Ji Gongzi, Miss Jean is waiting for you in the room. Mr. Yi, please come with me. Ji Yu followed the servant to the door. Cousin, your father said that he's going to marry you to me. Cousin, don't be like this. I've always treated you as an older brother. You little bitch, you're playing with me. I'm going to have you today. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by Ji Yu. Jin Fu was still pulling on Jin Yuan's clothes. Jin Fu hated Ji Yu very much in her heart. She directly charged at Ji Yu. Ji Yu punched down, and a huge amount of dark force crashed into Jin Fu's body. A mouthful of blood fell from Jin Fu's mouth. Yanran was no longer breathing. Jin Yuan threw herself into Ji Yu's arms. I'm really scared, big brother Ji. Ji Yu naturally knew what this girl was thinking. However, in front of his absolute strength, this little trick was nothing. Ji Yu explored this girl's body. At first, this girl wanted to pretend, but soon she obediently lay on Ji Yu's body. The patriarch of the Jin family flew into a rage when he heard that his precious son had been injured by Ji Yu. When he arrived outside the room, he heard the commotion inside and kicked the door open. Only then did Ji Yu pull her hand away from Jin Yuan. Son, son. He shouted excitedly. However, at this moment, Jin Yuan's father saw Ji Yu. He had received the news that a young man in black had made a name for himself in the puppet master selection today. He had defeated the 5th grade puppet master. At that moment, Ji Yu was dressed in black and had a very handsome appearance. Could it be him? Thinking of this, he became very excited. The patriarch of the Jin family asked, what happened? Jin Yuan pulled elder Jin and said, Father, my cousin wanted to molest me just now. Ji Gongzi killed him by mistake to save me. The patriarch of the Jin family flew into a rage when he heard this. Molest you? Our families have a marriage agreement, and that person had already killed you. How dare you and your daughter humiliate me? Brother, don't be too sad. Your precious son provoked my daughter. That's why she's like this. I want both of you to die. After Elder Jin shouted this, his body flashed and he floated into the air in the blink of an eye. He waved his fingers and came to Ji Yu in an instant. Ji Yu pulled Jin Yuan into her arms. The patriarch of the Jin family spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly stepped forward and punched the patriarch of the Jin family. Boy, you're too arrogant. I'm a master of the metaphysical realm. You don't even use your magic skills. Aren't you courting death? As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of golden qi gang suddenly covered his body. However, before he could finish being complacent, he heard a cracking sound. A fist had landed heavily on his qi aura. A loud rumbling sound rang out. With a loud cracking sound, the qi gang broke into pieces. The patriarch of the Jin family spat out another mouthful of blood. Elder Jin took this opportunity to step forward and seal the patriarch's acupuncture points. He helped her up. Elder brother, please stop hitting me. You traitor. Ji Yu said indifferently, you want to kill me. How can I let you live? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu waved her hand. Immediately, the opponent's body disappeared. Just now, Ji Yu had actually destroyed the opponent's body with one punch. What kind of profound skill was this? Seeing this scene, Elder Jin said, what is the relationship between you and my precious daughter? Ji Yu said faintly, she's my woman now. Elder Jin immediately understood. He cupped his hands and said to Ji Yu, young master should be Ji Yu, right? Elder Jin, how did you find out? When Elder Jin saw that Ji Yu didn't call him father-in-law and just called him Elder Jin, he understood his daughter's position in her heart. It was fine, it was enough for his daughter to have a strong person to rely on in this world. This old man naturally has his own connections. That's good. From today onwards, the Jin family will be yours. Jiyu waved her hand. Another Jiyu appeared in an instant and disappeared again. Seeing this, the other party was dumbstruck. When he saw this scene, he understood that Jiyu's words had the effect of making the final decision. The president came back to inform Jiyu that there was a major discovery. Jiyu came to the Puppet Master Guild. The president put a map on the table, only to see a huge cave. Ji Gongzi, we found a huge Xian energy fluctuation here. I'm afraid that some ancient treasure is about to appear. This time, it will definitely cause many forces to fight over it. No matter what the treasure is, as long as it can fall into the hands of the president, it will be a great joy. Jiyu nodded and said faintly, okay, I'll go take a look. After that, Jiyu led them to the Five Peaks Mountain. Only to see that this place was surrounded by a thick layer of fog. Jiyu looked over and saw that there was a huge flock of birds flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu flashed and left this place. After a moment, when she appeared, she said to the people behind her, let's go this way. In this huge mountain forest, everyone would get lost. Only Jiyu was able to lead them out of this small cave. Suddenly, they were ecstatic. It was really incredible. They walked to the outside of the cave. Suddenly, a group of people dressed in straw clothes came out. Everyone, I advise you not to go forward on the road ahead. Jiyu said faintly, what if I insist on going forward? Then don't blame us for being impolite. As they spoke, a wave of Xian energy floated out from their bodies. Suddenly, the surroundings became like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were narrating something. Jiyu immediately became vigilant. Looking at everything in front of her, she threw out a heavy punch. With this punch, all of the vengeful spirits in the surroundings disappeared. Those people in straw clothes widened their eyes. They had used this illusion array for so many years, but this was the first time that it didn't work. They took out their precious weapons. Then, they charged in Jiyu's direction. The president said, if you want to be arrogant, come and try our Arhat array. After saying that, 12 demonic beasts of the zodiac suddenly appeared in front of them. The 12 elders of the puppeteer guild each controlled a puppet. They controlled them to fly in the direction of those people in straw clothes. Puppet masters? Interesting. A mouse flew in front of one of the people in straw clothes. They saw him take a deep breath. A ball of fire suddenly spat out from his mouth. The fire burned the mouse, and gradually, there was a burnt smell. Then, the mouse fell to the ground. The 12 zodiac members of the Puppet Masters Guild never thought that such an accident would happen to them. They all stood in front of Jiyu with their swords in hand. President, don't worry. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will definitely protect you. Yes, we will definitely not let any harm come to you. They said with a serious face. Jiyu also felt warm in her heart. She said to them, you all step back first. Let me do it. They looked at each other, but still listened to Jiyu and stepped back. After they stepped back, Jiyu threw out another punch. Suddenly, a strong Xian energy came and sent them flying. The people in straw clothes never expected that Jiyu, who looked so young, would have such strong Xian energy. Not good, retreat. One of them shouted anxiously. Jiyu sneered. You want to kill me, and now you want to escape? Do I look like a fool? Then, she widened her eyes and threw out a heavy punch, suddenly sending them flying. In an instant, screams could be heard. After the straw-clothed people screamed, they all fell to the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, let's go in and take a look. The guild leader nodded and led everyone into the cave. In the cave, with a flash of light, everyone seemed to have entered a new world. The smell of birds and flowers came from everywhere. Jiyu took a step forward. Many people flew out from the surroundings, each of them riding a demon beast. I am Jin Qing, who is this young master? We are from the Puppet Master Guild. I wonder if you are also here for the treasure that will be born later. Jin Qing and his subordinates smiled slightly. That's right. Hearing their words, the people from the Puppet Master Guild looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, everyone be careful. All of a sudden, the surrounding mountains and rivers shook. A huge mountain in front of Jiyu erupted with a powerful flash of light. When Jiyu saw this flash of light, he became vigilant. Jinqing and the rest of the people came behind Jiyu. They took out their treasures. It seemed that once something happened, they would let Jiyu go first. Jiyu took a step forward. Ding, the host used the 3000 clouds movement, gaining 999 times experience. His speed made everyone present feel incomparably shocked. Jiyu was like a gust of wind, cutting through the grass. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the mountain. After the golden light burst out, 18 black shadows flew out and floated in the air. Jinqing immediately shouted to his subordinates, "Brothers, let's go." After shouting this sentence, the few people behind him flashed at the same time and caught up. The people behind shouted, "Hurry up and follow." The people of the Puppet Master Guild took out their treasures and rushed up with Jiyu. Jiyu rushed into the mountain and saw a huge wall. He used his mystic skill. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of the wall and punched it. Suddenly, the wall collapsed. Jiyu looked into the room. There was a platform in the room, and a purple book was floating on top of it. The surrounding people rushed forward. Jinqing smiled faintly and said, "Ji Gongzi, let me keep this heavenly book for you." He looked at Jiyu coldly. Jiyu smiled and looked at Jinqing, "Young master, what you said is a little too whimsical." In an instant, the profound energy in his hand surged. "Heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, for my use." After roaring out those words, a small ripple appeared on the ground. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. In the blink of an eye, two powerful dark forces exploded. A gigantic demonic beast appeared in front of him. Jinqing laughed, "I am the #1 beast tamer in Phoenix City. Young master, I advise you to obediently hand over that book, or else I won't let you go." Jiyu picked up the book in her hand. Ding, the host has successfully comprehended the 18 golden puppets. Following the sound of the system, Jiyu glanced at the book in her hand. The words in the book were gradually fading away. Jiyu smiled faintly, "Do you want it?" Jinqing stretched out his hand and said to Jiyu in front of him, "Just obediently hand it over, won't it be fine?" The book was thrown out by Jiyu. After Jinqing received the book, he immediately read it excitedly. There was not a single word on the book. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Jinqing seemed to be very angry. He roared at Jiyu, "Brat, hand it over." Jiyu smiled faintly, "Idiot." Hearing his words, Jinqing flew into a rage. He waved his hand. At this moment, the giant beast in front of them stepped towards Jiyu. 18 golden puppets. Ding, the host used the 18 golden puppets. Obtained experience points, won by 999. The 18 black wood puppets that had been in the air all this time suddenly swayed. The black wood on their bodies gradually fell. Jiyu raised his head and looked in front of him. The 18 puppets suddenly flew down under Jiyu's experience points and arrived in front of Jiyu. He raised his hand. At this moment, the 18 golden arhats stood in front of Jiyu. The giant beast pounced in Jiyu's direction like a madman. Jiyu waved his hands. The people of the Puppeteer Guild exclaimed in admiration. Ji Gongzi is really a genius. He can actually use 2 hands to control 18 puppets. That's right. Moreover, these 18 puppets are all at the peak of the 5th grade. In the 7 great empires, none of the puppeteers have ever seen such powerful puppets. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, the bodies of the 18 puppets in front of them thickened. Threw a punch at the giant beast. The giant beast suddenly howled and fell to the ground. Jinqing looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu directly punched out. It was at this moment that the chi shield started to shatter. When Jinqing's subordinates saw this scene, they all came in front of Jinqing. At this moment, his chi shield covered their bodies. A loud boom sounded. The 18 golden puppets all came in front of Jiyu. They blocked the attack in place of Jiyu. The 2 incomparably powerful Xianxia reached the peak in the blink of an eye. The people of the Puppeteer Guild wanted to go forward and help, but Jiyu waved his hand. No need to come up. They were all stunned in place. The 18 golden puppets emitted a small chi shield. An explosion came over. The chi shield blocked all the Xian skills of Jinqing's subordinates. Ji Yu waved his hands, and the 18 golden puppets suddenly ran forward at the same time. Xian skill, roaring flame saber technique. At this moment, the 18 golden puppets burst out with a strong Xianqi. They waved their hands forward at the same time, and a strong Xianqi burst out from their hands. At the same time, the Xian skill Ji Yu spoke of burst out in an instant. The roaring flame saber technique flew forward at this moment. Ji Yu was holding puppets, but these people were indeed made of flesh and blood. There was a loud rumbling sound. The Xianqi of the roaring flame saber technique directly hit their bodies. Blood immediately flowed out, and their bodies fell to the ground softly. At this moment, the 18 golden puppets changed. The golden light on their bodies shone brighter. With a whoosh, they appeared in front of Jinqing in a flash. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me," he roared anxiously. He never would have thought that he, the number one beast tamer in Phoenix City, would have blood flowing out from his neck with a gotcha sound. He died abruptly on the ground. The people of the Puppet Empire came in front of Ji Yu. The guild leader is truly unrivaled. She actually killed more than 20 experts at the peak of the Tongxian realm by herself. This is simply unbelievable. They looked at each other. Ji Yu said indifferently, "There is a treasure below. You can take it back." He had already used his mental strength to scan the underground area. In addition to the gold coins, there were also some early 4th grade treasures. However, Ji Yu didn't care about these treasures at all. The elders of the Puppet Guild led the disciples into the cave. They found a large amount of gold coins and various treasures. When they saw this, they immediately felt that Ji Yu was like a god, so great. The vice president walked forward and cupped his hands. "President, with these gold coins, our guild won't have to worry about money for hundreds of years. Moreover, with these treasures, our guild will have a lot of advantages over those of the same level." Ji Yu smiled faintly. He summoned the 7-legged centipede and the wolf demon. "I'll leave these puppets with you." After saying this, Ji Yu whistled. At this moment, a white tiger demon suddenly ran out and walked under Ji Yu. It let out a low cry and rubbed its forehead against his ankle. Ji Yu returned to the capital city. He explained some things to the people of the Puppet Master Guild. He came to the Yi family again. Ji Yu showed off in the Puppet Master Guild that day. He also made a 5th grade puppet master. When the Yi family saw him, they happily came to welcome Ji Yu. Young Master Yi walked out. When he saw Ji Yu, he happily walked up to him. He handed a scroll to Ji Yu. The scroll fell down vertically. A huge scorpion puppet appeared on the scroll. Ji Yu said indifferently, "I'm going to leave this place. I'll leave this puppet to you." Last time, Ji Yu gave him a small book. It recorded the methods to make and control puppets. Yi Fan said excitedly, "Brother Ji, I really don't know how to thank you." Ji Yu smiled slowly. Xiaogu was still waiting for Ji Yu in the guest room. Ji Yu came to her. When Ji Yu explored her body last time, Xiaogu felt a strange feeling. When she saw Ji Yu come back, she held his hand. When they returned to the room, she pulled his hand and put it on her body. Ji Yu explored her body for a while. However, when Ji Yu wanted to make the next move, Xiaogu fell asleep in his arms again. Ji Yu smiled. He patted her little head and fell asleep beside her. When Master Jean heard that Ji Yu was going to leave, he immediately brought a cart of things to Ji Yu. A small layer of golden light appeared on it. It was obviously some kind of jewelry. After Ji Yu thanked Master Jean, Jing Yuan held his hand. The two of them reluctantly said goodbye before leaving. At this moment, the carriage slowly moved. Ji Yu sat in the carriage while Xiaogu lay on his lap and slept. Now that he had gathered all 5 maps, he prepared to follow the instructions of the remnant soul and head to the frozen land. He wanted to completely recover the mystic energy in his body. As the carriage moved, they were already far away from the 7 great empires. The weather also gradually turned cold. Xiaogu's days of clinging on to Ji Yu also increased. Ji Yu would occasionally put his hands on her body to warm her up. Now, they had been in the snow for a full 7 days. During these 7 days, they didn't see any signs of human habitation. Ji Yu asked the white tiger to stop. He got off the carriage and looked for a source of drinking water. Suddenly, he saw a small village not far away from here. He stepped on the village with one foot. Suddenly, countless thin bamboo arrows shot in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's protective aura suddenly appeared. The bamboo arrows were blocked by the aura. At this moment, an old man walked out of the room. He shouted loudly, "It's a Xian zombie. Kill him." The surrounding villagers rushed forward with their own farming tools. However, they were not a match for Jiyu. Jiyu didn't even release her protective aura. He kicked one of the middle-aged men. "Father, come back quickly. The zombie is going to bite." Jiyu looked at the people in front of her with a puzzled expression. She was very curious about when she became a zombie. The person in front of her was a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. She hugged her father as if she was very afraid of Jiyu. Jiyu thought, "Am I so scary?" He said indifferently, "It's okay, child. Don't cry. Daddy will protect you even if I die." Just when the father and daughter thought they were about to die, Jiyu said, "Why did you attack me?" Hearing Jiyu speak human language, the father was stunned and asked Jiyu, "Are you really a human?" "Yes." The others saw the father and daughter fall into Jiyu's hands. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and said loudly, "Uncle Shrimp has always been so good to us. Now that there's a problem, we have to protect Uncle Shrimp." They roared and ran forward, blocking in front of Jiyu. They pulled out their farming tools. Uncle Shrimp shouted anxiously, "He's a human, he's a human." Before they could react, they were blocked by Jiyu's chi aura and were sent flying. After a while, someone said, "Uncle Shrimp said he's alive, so he's alive." When the surrounding people saw Jiyu's chi aura, they all knelt on the ground. "God, I beg you, please save us." Jiyu pulled one of the old men up. "Old man, please speak slowly." The old man said slowly, "We thought you were a zombie just now, so we brought the villagers here." After hearing his words, the hearts of the surrounding people trembled. Especially the word zombie. Jiyu asked, "What happened here?" Only then did the old man slowly recount the story. It turned out that they were living in a small village near the numinous treasure empire. However, one day, many black-robed men suddenly appeared in the county town. It was said that they were called the Deicide Temple. Hearing this, Jiyu slammed the table and cursed, "It's these bastards again." It could be seen how angry Jiyu was towards the people of the God-slaying hall. After Jiyu finished speaking, the old man slowly continued, "God, you don't know. It turned out that when the people of the God-slaying hall first came here, they didn't do evil. On the contrary, they gave medicine to the villagers and recruited disciples. One day, these people told the villagers that they had a way to make them immortal. Many people listened to their suggestions and followed them into a cave. Everyone wanted to obtain immortality. After being tempted, more and more people went, including the old man's son. However, everyone saw that they had gone and didn't return for more than 2 months. Thus, doubts arose. However, these doubts were quickly dispelled. The people who had gone returned, and everyone was full of energy. Another group of people joined in. However, on a full moon night, the moon turned as red as blood. Those people who had gone to the cave also turned into zombies at this time. They became bloodthirsty and walked in front of their loved ones. They tore off all the flesh and blood on their bodies. Screams rang out incessantly in the village. Some of the survivors organized themselves and escaped from the village. They originally thought that they would be fine after settling down in other places. Who knew that these zombies would chase after them? Another group of youths lost their lives. After a chase, they arrived at this place. With the cold weather, the speed of the zombies chasing after them was much slower. Therefore, they set up a defensive stronghold here. "These zombies should be chasing after the bloodline in your body?" Jiyu gently said to the old man in front of her, "May I ask if I can borrow your hand to take a look?" The old man placed his hand in front of Jiyu. Jiyu channeled her spiritual power into the old man's body. Ding, the host has discovered the blood of the Jiang family. What was so special about the blood of the Jiang family that it could make the people of the God-slaying hall chase after it? Just at this time, there was a wave of wailing and howling in the surroundings. At this time, the surrounding villagers stood up like tightly locked bows. They raised their heads to look at the village. However, at this time, countless black shadows flashed. Puppets were also walking towards the village at this time. The mystic power in Jiyu's hand erupted at this time. A precious weapon appeared in his hand. He really is a god. Look, there's a precious weapon in his hand. Long live the god, long live the god. They all shouted loudly. However, at this time, the surrounding zombies ran towards Jiyu's direction. God, you have to be careful. There are Xian cultivator zombies among these zombies. Jiyu's sword fell and a zombie's head was chopped off by Jiyu. The remaining zombies continued to attack. Jiyu's precious weapon also sped up. The number of zombies was really too many. A zombie bit a villager's body. That villager quickly turned into a zombie and pounced towards Jiyu's direction. If this continued, the number of zombies would definitely increase. Jiyu retreated in front of the villagers. Everyone, don't be nervous. Be careful. The villagers didn't dare to fight with the zombies. Now that Jiyu was in front of them, they didn't know how excited they were. They all said, God, please help us. It wasn't difficult for Jiyu to escape from these so-called zombies, but what about these people? Thinking of this, the 18 golden puppets in Jiyu's storage ring appeared in front of him. Those golden puppets started to kill in all directions at this time. Ding, the host used the 18 golden puppets. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, the 18 golden puppets obtained the elementary level automatic combat ability. Jiyu waved his hand. Those 18 golden puppets suddenly flew out. In the blink of an eye, they pulled out their swords from their bodies. They started to kill the surrounding zombies. Because these golden puppets didn't have the smell of humans. The zombies didn't attack Jiyu's puppets. In the blink of an eye, those zombies were all beheaded. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A huge zombie pushed aside the group of zombies beside it. A few small zombies were directly trampled to death by him. Jiyu suddenly raised his head and looked at that huge zombie warily. The huge zombie suddenly burst out with the power of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu frowned. Spirit Profound Realm, he flew forward and the zombie's huge palm slapped down towards Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared behind the zombie in the next moment. The long sword in his hand stabbed down. But out of Jiyu's expectations, he suddenly turned around. A slap landed on Jiyu's body. But Jiyu's chi aura resisted this slap. The chi aura shook. It didn't have any effect. In the next moment, Jiyu suddenly ran forward. At this moment, the Xian energy in his hand burst out with a powerful Xian energy. Xian skill, Raging Flame Saber Technique. Jiyu swung his saber a few times. The saber's shadow started to burn. At this moment, the flames started to burn. The zombie didn't feel any pain. It just let the flames burn on its body. It rushed towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu grabbed that huge zombie's arm and ran to its neck. A silver light flashed and a huge head fell down. The zombie swayed and fell to the ground in an instant. Everyone cried out in joy. Long live, long live. The zombie's leader has been killed. Long live God. Those villagers surrounded Jiyu excitedly. Then, 2 puppets came forward with a zombie. The surrounding villagers showed a trace of fear in their eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, everyone, don't worry. This zombie won't be able to attack. Jiyu opened the zombie's mouth, only to see that all of its teeth had long been peeled off by the zombie. He asked the people in front of him. Can you give me a place? Those people immediately made a space for Jiyu. Jiyu walked into the room with the zombie. The zombie roared, as if it wanted to bite Jiyu. But after Jiyu rolled his eyes at him, his Xian energy shrouded the zombie's body. He found that there was a white thread in the zombie's mind. He turned his Xian energy into a thread and entangled it. In an instant, all the memories in the zombie's mind fell into Jiyu's mind. After obtaining the memories, Jiyu returned to the carriage and handed the supplies to Xiaogu. Xiaogu hugged the food excitedly and gnawed on it. He patted White Tiger's head. White Tiger seemed to know where Jiyu wanted to go. It headed straight for the snowy mountain. A huge shrine appeared in front of Jiyu. The shrine stood solemnly in the middle of the snowy mountain. Jiyu released his divine sense. However, this shrine seemed to have some sort of barrier that completely reflected Jiyu's divine sense back. Xiaogu tugged at his sleeve. There seems to be something strange inside. Even the white tiger lowered its head and roared. Jiyu led the man and the beast into the shrine. However, after they entered the shrine, a burst of strange laughter sounded. Jia, Jiyu, you killed my people from the deicide shrine and ruined my plans many times. You deserve to die. In the center of the shrine, there was a statue of a god. At this moment, the eyes of the god statue emitted a burst of red light. At this moment, that burst of red light stopped in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu opened his mouth and said, "You are the master behind the deicide shrine?" Jia, young man, you are quite smart. But so what? Young man, you ruined our plans. It is time for you to pay the price. Along with this strong voice, Jiyu felt the surroundings suddenly change color. A hurricane suddenly blew, and countless forces were wailing at this moment. It was as if they were crying to Jiyu. Suddenly, the surrounding 2 rows of walls slowly rose, and many zombies inside crawled up. There was also a lot of dust on their bodies. In each zombie's hand, there was a huge sword. They actually couldn't feel any Xian energy fluctuations, and Jiyu couldn't judge how strong they were. Their huge swords swung down. Countless bolts of lightning also flew in the direction of Jiyu at the same time. Jiyu swung his Jiarong huge sword forward. The lightning struck on it, completely cancelling out the force of the impact. Unfortunately, the power of the lightning followed Jiyu's huge sword and directly rushed in front of Jiyu. Ding! Host has used the Inferno Battle Suit. The Inferno Battle Suit has gained 999 times experience points. Jiyu brandished the giant sword and slashed at one of the dried corpses. Its head fell to the ground in an instant. The surrounding zombies took this opportunity to surround Jiyu. At this moment, the raging flame spread in all directions, burning their bodies. The flames immediately engulfed the zombies. The zombies let out blood-curdling shrieks. They fell to the ground one after another. Jiyu glanced ahead vigilantly. Then, she turned around and saw that there was nothing in front of her. She then led Xiaogu and the others forward. That little girl behind you is not bad. If I can devour her spiritual energy, this sovereign's strength will become much stronger. Jiyu sneered, say it again if you're still alive. He waved his palm and a huge amount of profound energy suddenly shot out. There was a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, the statue of the god collapsed. Kiki, we will meet again in the end. The laughter stopped at this moment. They didn't expect that the shrine would be so sloppy. There were dusty tunnels all around, and there were also many caves. Little insects of various colors crawled out from the caves. They kept expanding, as if they were about to explode. There was a loud boom. Ji Yuchao took 2 steps back and slowly summoned a powerful profound energy in his hand. He managed to block the explosive force. Xiaogu kept clapping her hands, I'm most afraid of these little insects. Jiyu is so powerful. Jiyu patted her little head. Perhaps White Tiger couldn't stand it anymore, so it rushed forward. Many spiders crawled out from all kinds of places, but they were all trampled by White Tiger. Mosquitoes were meat no matter how small they were. Usually, Jiyu would eat all the delicacies by Xiaogu's side. He only ate some bones. Now that he had the chance, why not have a good meal? Jiyu grabbed a spider with her claws. The spider flipped over and Jiyu stepped on it with one foot. White Tiger let out a sorrowful cry, but it could only continue forward. They walked to the end of the tunnel. When they walked out of the tunnel, a high platform entered their sight. A white smoke that could be seen with the naked eye shrouded the platform. Many words appeared on the platform. A man in a black robe slowly walked out. His face was like a dried corpse, pale and bloodless. He raised his head, my body rises with music. In the 7 heavens and 8 wastelands, I am the only one. After saying that, Zhang Wuji nodded. At this moment, a frost dragon landed on the platform in front of him. After a roar, it spat out a ball of frost from its mouth. Jiyu hurriedly took a step back with Xiaogu. The ball of frost landed on a zombie, and the zombie quickly froze. Jiyu kicked out. Suddenly, the zombies shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Ji wanted to go forward, but Xiaogu pulled him back. He quickly ran out and also turned into a huge dragon. At this moment, the two huge dragons were entangled. They tore at each other. Xiaogu gained the upper hand in the scuffle. Suddenly, the man in the black robe laughed out loud. Haha, eye-splitting array. At this moment, two huge waves of frost were activated. Xiaogu was frozen by the frost. Ji widened his eyes, Xiaogu. However, at this moment, a huge amount of Xian energy exploded from the man in the black robe. He absorbed his huge dragon into his body. At the same time, Ji felt that Xiaogu's Xian energy was merging into his body bit by bit. Ji clenched his fist. Xiaogu. The inferno battle suit suddenly appeared on his body. He took a step forward. The man in the black robe's body floated in the air and turned into a huge snake. Gradually, the snake's head split into 9 heads. The snake in the air merged into the huge dragon's body. Ahahaha, I can feel it. My Xian energy is all back. My Xian energy is all back. He let out a roar of laughter. Flying in the air, Ji swung the huge sword in his hand. With a loud bang, Ji retreated. However, the Xian energy pillar on Xiaogu did not move at all. Brat, you want to destroy the life transfer? Wishful thinking. However, at this moment, Ji looked to the side. A ray of light flashed. After the light faded, a beautiful woman appeared. Xiao Kai. The 7-colored heavenly snake looked at Jiyu, who allowed you to change my name. However, Xiao Kai, this name is quite nice. I'll accept it. Then, the 7-colored heavenly snake looked at the man in the black robe. Hey Feng, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still haven't changed. The 9-headed snake called Hey Feng. Hey Feng laughed loudly. Only you would believe that the Divine Master will come to this world again. However, to me, even if the Divine Master comes again, can he be stronger than me? When Hey Feng mentioned the Divine Master, it was as if he was angry. The surrounding lightning shook for a moment. His 2 heads suddenly pounced toward the 7-colored heavenly snake. A long sword like a rainbow appeared in the 7-colored heavenly snake's hand. The great weapon was swung out. A thick fog floated out. The 9 heads of Hey Feng also spat out black fog at the same time. The 2 clouds of fog were in a deadlock in the air. However, the 7-colored fog quickly faded. The fog came to the 7-colored heavenly snake's body. A mouthful of blood was spat out from the 7-colored heavenly snake's mouth. It seemed to have suffered a huge injury. It was originally flying in the air, but it fell to the ground. Hey Feng said faintly, after being hit by my black fog, if you don't mate with a male in 3 hours, you will explode and die. Merge into my body, 7-colored heavenly snake, let us become one. The other heads all laughed out loud. One after another, women were injured by his hands. Jiyu's eyes burst out with anger. The heaven splitter quickly rotated. Ding, the host used the skill Heaven Splitter. Received 999 times experience. This time, Jiyu operated the skill. He felt the profound chi in his body quickly compressing and exploding in an instant. The profound chi quickly went to the various meridians in his body. 5th stage of the spirit profound realm, Jiyu realized that he had broken through. Ding, the host has broken through to the 5th stage of the spirit profound realm. The profound chi in his body became heavier and heavier. The profound chi was injected into the great weapon in his hand. He swung the huge sword. An incomparably strong profound chi suddenly burst out. The strong profound chi hit He Feng's body. He Feng was hit by such a blow. His huge body seemed to sway for a moment. The light pillar that was connected to Xiaogu also disappeared. He looked at Jiyu angrily, Brat, you actually broke through to the 5th level of the spirit profound realm? But so what? I am in existence at the peak of the 5th level. Ha ha ha. The few black-robed men suddenly let out a scream. All of them were stunned on the spot. Their profound chi was instantly sucked dry by the 9-headed snake. The 9-headed snake floated in the air. The 9 heads on his back turned into 9 spears. He took down 2 of the spears on his back. He aimed at Jiyu in front of him and suddenly flew out. The heavy spear swung out. Ji stretched out her hand and released her chi aura to block it. In the next moment, the spear actually felt like it was going to shatter. Ding, the host used Heaven Splitter. Received 999 times experience. The experience points kept increasing. Ji, who had just broken through to the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, felt that she was going to break through again. Ding, the host has broken through to the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The profound chi in Ji's hand became stronger and stronger. She swung out a heavy fist. At this moment, the fist and the spear collided. A loud cracking sound was heard. The chi aura split apart at this moment and fell to the ground. The 9-headed snake looked at Ji's direction angrily and suddenly pounced towards Ji. Ji swung her sword and heavily clashed with the 9-headed snake. A look of disbelief appeared in the Hydra's eyes. This brat could actually injure me. Doesn't that mean that he has reached the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm? Damn it, how is it that your profound strength can increase so quickly? The Hydra's profound strength surged up. He raised both his hands, fury of the wild dance. Right at this moment, the 8 heads left his head and flew out. They danced towards Ji's direction. Ji swung her sword and hit one of the heads. A head fell to the ground. 2 heads, 3 heads. Impossible, impossible. Hei Feng continued to roar. What was going on? His profound strength had actually lost its effect. What was even more frightening was that his profound skill was actually in front of Ji. It actually exploded with a terrifying power. Ji suddenly retreated and spread out her hands. The profound strength in the air stopped at this moment. Hei Feng manipulated his huge body and gradually retreated. In the next moment, Ji suddenly moved and swung her sword down heavily. At this moment, the 2 profound strengths clashed together. The Hydra let out a mournful howl, then suddenly fell down from the sky. It landed on the ground and at this moment, dust covered its body. In the next moment, Ji took a step forward and the surrounding snakes gradually dispersed. The swimming snakes were trying to quickly gather together. Ji could feel that this Hydra had actually injected so much profound strength. He held the treasure weapon in his hand and swung it down heavily. One of the snake's heads fell to the ground. He turned around and swung his sword, sending the rest of the snake's heads flying. A small snake quickly slithered away. He looked at the snake that was about to leave. Suddenly, wind gathered under his feet and he took a step forward. He arrived behind the snake and swung his sword down. That snake's head was instantly separated from its body. When Ji saw that the Hydra was completely dead, she heaved a sigh of relief. Using the heat of the ardent flame armor, she melted the ice on Xiaogu's body. Xiaogu returned to her human form and fell into a deep sleep. Ji stuffed a pill into her mouth. Just as she heaved a sigh of relief, she did not expect that her waist would suddenly tighten. Ji, who was behind her, took a step forward. Looking back, it was actually little Kai hugging Ji tightly. Ji turned her head and a warm feeling entered Ji's mouth. Little Kai actually hugged Ji and kissed her. The 2 people hugged each other. Little Kai pulled Ji to the side of the cave. After another indescribable moment, Ji put on her clothes again. At this time, the 7-colored heavenly snake laid on Ji's body. This was the second time between the 2 of them. The 7-colored heavenly snake said, "I was just poisoned just now. Don't think too much." After saying that, the 7-colored heavenly snake did not know how to deal with the relationship between the 2 of them. Just as it was about to walk out from the other side, Ji suddenly pulled it into her embrace. She said to the 7-colored heavenly snake in front of her, "I like you. Just now, when I saw you get beaten up by Black Feng because of me, I was very nervous, so..." Before Ji's voice fell, the 7-colored heavenly snake in front of her suddenly disappeared. The 7-colored heavenly snake flew to the top of the snow mountain. Recalling the scene just now, its face suddenly turned red. That action was simply unbearable to look at. Ji, oh Ji, why did I meet such an enemy like you? After dealing with her matter, I must follow Ji and do good deeds. Thinking of this, the 7-colored heavenly snake immediately disappeared. Ji looked at the disappearing figure, and his heart trembled. At this time, the remnant soul shadow appeared in the sky. Little brat, you can't bear to part with her, right? Jiyu glanced at the remnant soul shadow. Senior, I've made a fool of myself. The remnant soul shadow looked at the high platform in front of it. That's the place that leads to the snow palace. Jiyu nodded, and the remnant soul shadow disappeared again. Jiyu came to Xiaogu's side and patted her head. After waiting for a while, Xiaogu woke up. She pestered Jiyu, asking for something to eat, and fell into a deep sleep again. He carried Xiaogu back to the carriage. Accompanied by the fierce neighs of the horses, they started to move. After walking for an unknown period of time, ice once again covered the entire mountain range. Jiyu looked at the boundless mountain range. He flashed forward and flew a short distance away before he let out a roar. Suddenly, the sky changed. A beam of profound light enveloped Jiyu. Everything around them began to change, completely sealing off their escape route. At the same time, the dazzling light in front of them exploded with an extremely strong light. They wanted to walk in, but they couldn't. At this time, the light wall suddenly became stronger. It was as if it wanted to reject all who came in. At this time, the wooden box in his hand flew up into the sky. At this time, the 5 pieces of paper in the box were stuck together. A long passageway appeared. Jiyu pulled the hand of the person beside her and walked into the long passageway. When he stepped out, the long passage automatically shrank back. He brought Xiaogu and the white tiger directly to the front of a shrine. When he returned again, Jiyu felt that something seemed to have changed in the shrine. The remnant soul shadow appeared beside him. Even though he was only an afterimage, he still trembled. Jiyu and the remnant soul shadow stepped into the shrine. In the next moment, the shrine suddenly changed. A throne appeared at the top of the shrine. Just as the remnant soul shadow approached, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the throne, striking in front of the remnant soul shadow. The remnant soul shadow couldn't believe all this. His body started to tremble. However, at this time, the remnant soul shadow that had been hiding in the mist suddenly dissipated. Without the support of divine power, the remnant soul shadow started to weaken even though he had absorbed the mystic energy on the 5 pieces of paper. Along with the surge of dark force, it slowly grew stronger at this moment. The remnant soul shadow's face was drawn into Jiyu's eyes. A stunning face appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu's heart started to beat quickly. Perhaps because he knew that Jiyu knew about him, the remnant soul shadow shrouded the mist in front of his face again. However, at this time, a person appeared behind him. He was wearing a brown robe, and his hands were trembling. Divine Master, is that you? Divine Master? Divine Master? Jiyu looked at the remnant soul shadow in confusion. The elder knelt on the ground, but when he saw the remnant soul shadow's power, he said directly, "Why is the power of faith in your body so weak, Divine Master?" Just as the remnant soul shadow was about to say something, he was suddenly pulled back into the rope by the soul rope. The elder looked at Jiyu. You accompanied the Divine Master back. Yes. Back then, the 5 regions of the mysterious heavenly mainland were always under the protection of the Divine Master. Suddenly, one day, it turned out that 10,000 years ago, due to the good geological conditions of the Netherine province, the other 12 provinces kept invading it. On the verge of destruction, the Frozen Empress came out of nowhere and led a group of followers to repel the invaders. The Frozen Empress had no choice but to use her lifespan to activate the seal of heaven and earth without hesitation after wiping out all the invaders in the Netherine province. The remnant soul shadow was the Frozen Empress. After the elder finished speaking, he was still immersed in the past. He didn't expect to see the Divine Master in such a weak state today. I have to protect the Hall of Evolution. I can't leave this place, but the only way to revive the Frozen Empress is to unify the 4 major regions and the 7 major sub-halls. Otherwise, we won't be able to do it. Jiyu was still a little shocked. She didn't expect the remnant soul shadow to have such a strong background. Why do you want to unify the 4 major regions? Because the faith of all the subjects in the 4 major regions is what we need. Jiyu nodded. If that was the case, she would need to unify the 7 major empires first. But where are the 4 major regions? The sub-hall we are in is Nanyu. Originally, the Nanyu Empire unified Nanyu, but after the disappearance of the Frozen Empress, Nanyu split into 7 major empires. The 7 major empires gradually split up and had internal strife, which gave the deicide temple a chance. So it was like that. Jiyu immediately understood. She said to the great elder in front of her, "Don't worry, I will definitely unify the entire Nanyu Empire." After saying that, the great elder was very gratified. "I have a talisman here. When you see the people from the Hall of Evolution in the future, you can use this talisman to ask them to help you." Jiyu took the talisman and apologized with both hands. Xiaogu's Xianxia had not recovered yet. The great elder said, "I have some medicine here, maybe it can help this." "What? It's actually the natural disaster panic dragon?" "Why, you know Xiaogu? You can actually bring along the natural disaster panic dragon?" 1,000 years ago, the natural disaster clan was indeed old friends with us, but due to an unforeseen event, the entire clan disappeared from the continent. This might be the last survivor. You have to take good care of her. If you don't mind, I can take her as my disciple and take care of her for 3 to 7 years. After hearing about Xiaogu's background, Jiyu clenched his fists. "Thank you, elder. However, it's better for me to protect Xiaogu myself. Furthermore, I will help Xiaogu find out exactly who harmed her race back then." "That's good. I can be considered old friends with her. According to seniority, I have to call her my niece. Then, I will leave my niece's matter to this young master." The two of them clasped their hands and bade farewell. On the way, Jiyu patted Xiaogu's head. It was clear that Xiaogu was still a child. When he recalled the time when he saw her, he wondered what she had encountered. After leaving the Icebound Queen's shrine, Jiyu had a new understanding of the remnant souls. It seems that in order to help the Icebound Queen recover, I need to unify the 7 empires and establish a new religion. But where would she find such a place? Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu and said calmly, "Got it, the land of chaos." Several days later, in the land of chaos, in a remote village, several figures quickly leaped and landed in a small room. They bared their fangs. Although the 9-headed snake was dead, there was still a small group of zombies alive. "Save me!" A blood-curdling scream rang out from the crowd. The surrounding people fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu, and a huge dragon appeared in front of the villagers. "Is this a monster?" "No, this should be a deity." Jiyu stood on Xiaogu's back and leaped down, landing in front of the crowd. The 2 zombies sensed that Jiyu was a mystic cultivator. They yearned for the blood of a mystic cultivator. Several zombies seemed to have gone mad. They charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu leaped up and threw a punch. All the zombies were sent flying. The villagers had never seen such a scene before. "Heavens, this is the heavenly god coming to save us. Long live the heavenly god." Jiyu channeled her mental power into the rope of souls. An illusory figure appeared in front of the villagers. "The Church of the Ice Snow protects the people. Accept the god's envoy and gain eternal life." Then, the illusory figure disappeared. Jiyu was wearing a black robe. "I am under the orders of the heavenly god to protect you. How dare these zombies invade the people?" With a wave of Jiyu's sword fingers, several zombies were burned to ashes. Jiyu's hand glowed brightly. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky seemed to light up. Seeing this, the villagers knelt down and greeted the god's envoy. They knelt on the ground and said calmly, "We greet the god's envoy." Jiyu raised her hands and asked in an ethereal voice, "Do you want to live forever?" "We want to." Jiyu took out several bottles of pills. These were the foundation fortifying pills. If a Xian cultivator ate them, their strength would increase, and even their physique would be improved. If a normal person ate it, they would be able to obtain the qualifications to cultivate, but they were destined to never break through to the spirit profound realm. Furthermore, their descendants would never be able to step onto the path of profound practitioners. Even so, there were still countless people who flocked to it like a flock of ducks. Without exception, the villagers all chose to take the pill. One of the villagers was the first to react. After eating it, he screamed and rolled on the ground, rolling left and right. What happened? Could he be a liar? Are you stupid? If you were a liar, how could you defeat the zombies? Jiyu said indifferently, "Wait a minute. Why would I lie to you?" Right at this moment, a profound light was suddenly emitted, and a layer of profound light appeared in the surroundings. The man suddenly stopped screaming and stood up. With a look of surprise, he said, I feel that the power is very strong. Ji waved her hand, you can try. As soon as he finished speaking, the man rushed to the front of a stone. He was already at the body-shattering realm. With a punch, the stone suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. The person who questioned Ji just now directly knelt on the ground. Divine Envoy, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please, give me a pill. A pill was swallowed. It suddenly exploded. One after another, the experts of the body-shattering realm gradually stood up. Greetings, Divine Envoy. Ji said to them, go, spread our teachings. Whoever can develop the most believers will be the Divine Envoy here. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. The next day, just as the people of the few villages woke up, they heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside the door. They felt very curious and leaned against the entrance of the village. The divine might has descended. The divine envoy has come. The villagers looked in the direction of the village entrance. They only saw that the first person who ate the pill yesterday had changed his face. In addition, with the mystic skill that Ji gave him yesterday, he lightly stepped on the wooden board with one foot. His whole body leaped up and landed beside them. Do you want to cultivate? Do you want to become an overlord? Do you want to obtain eternal life? The villagers all showed an expression of disbelief. Big brother, what kind of place is this? This is a chaotic place. If you want to talk about hoodlums, who knows how many of them there are here, not to mention liars, this is a competition of ranks. Worship the Divine Master and obtain eternal life? If this is not a liar, what is it? A person at the third level of the body-shattering realm stood up and said with a face of disdain, stop lying here. What worship the Divine Master? In this world, only the chosen ones and those with talent can cultivate. I know you, Go-san. You are the person who stole chickens and dogs in the neighboring village. Last time, Boss Fu Yuan said that in this life, before he finished speaking, Go-san had already rushed up. His speed could simply be described as shocking. This speed was too fast. Even he, a third level of the body-shattering realm profound practitioner, could not do it. A heavy punch landed, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from that profound practitioner's mouth. It was too terrifying. This strength was almost on par with Boss Fu Yuan. Go-san, what trick did you play? Go-san laughed disdainfully. The rest of the people stood up one after another. Brat, don't be so arrogant. That profound practitioner stood up and touched his chest, preposterous. It's fine if he uses some crooked methods, but you want to ride on my head? Simply wishful thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around Go-san mobilized their mystic energy and rushed up to that person. In a short while, they took care of him. That profound practitioner was lying on the ground. When did so many mortal profound practitioners appear in this small chaotic place? They did not belong to any sect, nor did they have any elixirs. Heavens, this is simply too monstrous. And the scene that happened in this small village was continuously happening in the surrounding villages. Based on Jiyu's memories, she carved a huge statue of a deity. When the villagers looked at the statue, their eyes revealed a trace of respect. The 20 or so envoys that were sent out also returned. They all knelt down and kowtowed to the stone statue in unison, then came in front of Jiyu. Reporting to Lord Divine Envoy, our mission has been successfully completed. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, shouts came from the direction of the village entrance. He slowly said, let's go take a look. The group of people came to the entrance of the village, only to see a group of people wearing gray robes standing at the entrance. The person in the lead was a pale-faced scholar. When he saw Jiyu, he immediately determined that this was the leader. So he pretended to be modest, stepped forward, and cupped his hands, saying, this one, Qing-yi, greets young master. How dare you? This is our great divine envoy. You are ignorant. It's fine if you don't kneel, but how dare you call him that? Qing-yi smiled, so it's Lord Divine Envoy. Qing-yi greets you. Jiyu said coldly, what's the matter? This one heard that Lord Divine Envoy has a divine pill that can make mortals become Xian practitioners. This one specially came to ask for it. Qing-yi clapped his hands, and boxes of gold coins were placed on the ground. Ji Yu sneered, if I don't agree, what can you do? Haha, Lord Divine Envoy, the village you are going to preach is the territory of our Fuyuan gang. If you don't agree, we can only wrong you. The more Qingyi said, the gloomier his face became. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the people behind him burst out the momentum of the defensive profound realm. Kill. They suddenly rushed out and were about to attack under the explosive force. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu did not move at all. She just waved her hand. Suddenly, a huge white lion pounced out and bit in the direction of one of the masters of the Fuyuan gang. That person screamed in pain and fell to the ground, dead in an instant. The giant lion was in the crowd. It had been holding back for a long time. It had been with Ji Yu for a long time and had not tasted human flesh. Now that it had a chance to be a Xian practitioner, it should seize the opportunity and eat to its heart's content. The lion ate heartily. The person beside Qingyi was a Tongxian realm master, and his aura suddenly covered his whole body. Boy, with the help of the demon beast, even if you are a beast tamer, you will die under my sword today. With a roar, he came in front of Ji Yu in an instant. He didn't expect Ji Yu to be thousands of times faster than him. She reached out and grabbed his neck. Qingyi was dumbfounded. This world was too extraordinary and crazy. A person without Xian energy could actually grab a LV3 Tongxian realm expert with just a stretch of his hand. This was simply too unbelievable. Soon, that Xian practitioner stopped breathing. Ji Yu looked at Qingyi and said, why don't you do it? Qingyi fell to the ground. All the masters that the gang leader sent to him were killed here. He didn't do anything. Don't kill me. I am not a Xian practitioner. Oh? Ji Yu heard this and found it interesting. This guy, tell me. You are not a Xian practitioner. Why did they send so many masters to you? And why did they listen to you so much? He said directly, although I am not a Xian practitioner, I am the military advisor of Fuyuan gang. This is interesting. Ji Yu said, from today onwards, you are one of our divine envoys. Do you have any objections? Qingyi was delighted when he heard Ji Yu trying to recruit him. He didn't expect that not only would he not die, he could also become a Xian practitioner. Ji Yu took out the elixir and explained the side effects. She asked, are you willing? I am willing. I am willing. Not to mention that he would be killed by Fuyuan when he returned. Even if he didn't die, it would be impossible for him to have any status in the future. As for whether his descendants could become Xian practitioners, he didn't care. After all, Ji Yu was someone who could come in contact with gods. When the time came, as long as he performed well, he wouldn't be afraid of not having a future. In order to unify the Bedlam lands, Ji Yu decided to take over Fuyuan gang first. She brought Qingyi to the newly built temple. Ji Yu used many godly stones to build it, making it look golden and dazzling. A wave of spirit energy was constantly spreading through the temple. Qingyi's hands trembled as he swallowed the pill in Ji Yu's hand. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His profound energy kept breaking through and finally broke through the shackles of his aptitude. A layer of energy covered his entire body. Tongxian realm, I actually became a Tongxian realm cultivator. Heavens, I am a Tongxian realm expert. Qingyi's body trembled. Among the 7 great empires, a Tongxian realm expert was considered a top-notch existence. The second level of the spirit profound realm was already the strongest. Qingyi suddenly felt his entire body become more confident. He only ate 1 pill and he already had such an achievement. Then what kind of expert was Ji Yu, the great divine envoy, not to mention the statue they worshipped? Just how strong was that woman? After the previous war, Ji Yu had broken through to the 6th layer of spirit profound realm. She looked down on the 7 great empires and no one had the confidence to say that they could defeat Ji Yu. Ji Yu led the group in front of her and walked into the city of ghosts in the Bedlam lands. This city was not considered big in the Bedlam lands. A drunkard walked out of a restaurant while drunk. His wife hugged him and kept wailing. I beg you, please stop drinking and gambling. Our house is empty because of you. The drunkard angrily pushed his wife. Bitch, I love to drink. What's wrong with that? Let me tell you, before my father died, he left me a box of gold coins. Even if I gamble every day, I won't lose it. His wife said, I don't believe you. I haven't seen it before. Of course you don't know. I put that box of gold coins under the toilet at home. How would you know? Suddenly, a silver light flashed and the drunkard fell to the ground. I knew something was wrong with you. From now on, your money and mine will belong to old Wang. After saying that, the girl hummed a little tune and happily walked away. From beginning to end, no one looked at the drunkard lying in a pool of blood. On the contrary, the fact that Ji Yu and Xiao Gu were standing here and watching this scene caused a trace of curiosity to arise in the hearts of the people present. Green One replied, in the fringe, this kind of thing isn't rare. It's just a personal choice. Ji Yu didn't even look back as she stepped into the tavern. Qingyi let out a sigh of relief. If Ji Yu was an indecisive person or an indignant person, he would definitely choose to leave Ji Yu without hesitation. Fortunately, he had the spirit of a king. Qingyi stepped forward, cupped his hands and asked the innkeeper, what's the Fuyuan gang doing these days? That Fuyuan gang is really something. I heard that their faction leader recently broke through to LV8 Tongxian realm with the help of a mysterious expert. Qingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. LV8 Tongxian realm? Wasn't that the strongest existence in the fringe? Ji Yu handed a gold coin to the innkeeper. The innkeeper was so frightened that he immediately handed the gold coin back to Ji Yu. Holding Ji Yu's gold coin, wasn't he courting death in the fringe? Gongzi, I can see that you are a good person. I advise you not to take this shiny gold coin out. Ji Yu smiled. He walked out of the tavern. However, Ji Yu's action of taking out the gold coin was too eye-catching. Fortunately, the innkeeper didn't accept the gold coin. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Countless people surrounded Ji Yu with greedy expressions on their faces. Brat, hand over all your gold coins. Ji Yu turned around and the power in her hand suddenly grew. A powerful surge of profound energy gradually appeared. Looking at the mystic energy in front of them, the rest of the people panicked. Ji Yu. Ji Yu punched out and the two people in front of him exploded. A mist of blood floated in the air. He took a step forward. A few greedy profound practitioners couldn't help but panic in their hearts when they saw what was in Ji Yu's hand. However, Ji Yu maintained a nonchalant expression. Brothers, don't be afraid. This guy has so many gold coins. Even if a few of our brothers die, it will be worth it. After shouting these words, the rest of the people rushed forward. They extended their swords and charged in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu didn't move at all. Instead, he threw out another punch. A loud rumbling sound rang out. It was as if thunder had struck. Ji Yu looked at the people in front of him. He punched out again. The bodies of the people in front of him exploded in an instant. Ji Yu brandished the long sword in his hand. Until he stabbed him with his sword. Drop after drop of blood fell to the ground. The person who originally wanted to snatch the gold coin fell to the ground after being stabbed by the sword. Ji Yu laughed coldly and calmly said, you think you can steal my gold coins with just the likes of you? Go back and cultivate for a few more years. He walked in the direction of Fuyuan Gang. Fuyuan Gang was the most powerful force in Yin City. At this moment, he was hugging a few beauties and flirting with them. A servant walked out at this moment. He cupped his hands. Reporting to gang leader, there is a Ji Yu outside the door who wants you to die. Go out and die. He looked at gang leader Fuyuan in fear. Fuyuan raised his head and looked at Ji Yu in front of him. He sneered. He waved his hand and a huge sword suddenly appeared on the ground. I want to see who wants me to kill. Fuyuan led his men and walked out, looking in Ji Yu's direction with an arrogant look on his face. Brat, are you the one who is boasting shamelessly here? Ji Yu smiled faintly. He looked at Fuyuan and said indifferently, hand over Fuyuan Gang. Fuyuan snorted and looked at Ji Yu in front of him. He stretched out his hand and took the huge sword in his hand. He swung it heavily and a powerful Xian energy rushed towards Ji Yu. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The profound energy light wave struck Ji Yu's body and stopped outside the profound energy shield. Seeing that his Xian skill was stopped, Fuyuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible, this is impossible. He shouted loudly. He was someone who once killed the city lord of Yin City and the leaders of several big forces. Now, facing Jiyu, he felt that he was extremely weak. Jiyu said indifferently, "I'll return it to you with your Xian skill." Xian skill, 10,000 blades. Streaks of profound energy light waves continued to stack and accumulate. The profound energy continued to increase in intensity as it bombarded the opponent's body. Fu Yuan wanted to resist. However, the energy shield on his body suddenly shattered. The Xian energy waves passed through his body. He was stunned and fell backward. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qingyi looked at the scene in front of him. Jiyu actually killed the leader of Fu Yuan gang and a LV8 Tongxian realm expert in one move. It was too terrifying. If the great oracle had such power, then how powerful was the god? He sucked in a breath of cold air. Qingyi stood up and said to Jiyu indifferently, "Divine envoy, please forgive me for asking you shamelessly. What is your strength?" Jiyu snorted, "Is this something you should know?" After hearing this, he took a step back and knelt on the ground. "Lord Divine Envoy, I was wrong." The others who came with Jiyu raised the sacred flag of the Icebound Queen. "The Icebound Queen has returned to the human world. The world will be unified and I will be the only one." After hearing this, the rest of the people saw that their husbands were dead and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed. Jiyu gave each of them a foundation pill. They were Xian cultivators. After eating the pill, their strength increased greatly. After learning that the divine envoy could use such a miraculous pill, they admired the Icebound Queen even more. They moved the statue of the Icebound Queen to Yin City. Everyone could see the statue as soon as they stepped out of the door. They asked others where the statue came from. After hearing that they could become Xian cultivators after eating the pill, they immediately became excited. They all arrived at the divine palace that Jiyu had built. After receiving the pills, the dark force in their bodies immediately appeared. The remaining forces in Yin City started to discuss. They were discussing. This icebound shrine obviously wants to unify the entire Bedlam lands. But as long as we surrender, we can get countless pills. Hearing his words, the surrounding people gasped at the same time. Surrender? Then wouldn't we become someone else's servant? We can't do that. That's right. Actually, there is another way to get the pills from this shrine. They looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared between their lips. The next day, countless people in black stood on top of the shrine. They took off their black robes and looked down at the shrine. They directly jumped down and looked in the direction of Jiyu's shrine. In an instant, the Xian energy in their hands started to gather. Kill! One of them shouted loudly. The rest of the people drew their swords and used their Xian skills. However, their Xian skills were all blocked by the shrine's guards. The shrine's guards were like Jiyu. They were all dressed in black. On their chests, there was a 5-pointed star. It represented the Icebound Queen. They had originally planned to use this opportunity to kill their way into the temple and snatch all of Jiyu's pills before leaving. Jiyu walked out of the shrine. She said to the people in front of her, "Convert to the divine sect and you can live forever." "We can still live forever even if we steal your pills." They looked at each other and seemed to have made up their minds. The disciples of the God Azura Alliance outside the temple. One by one, they put their swords together, and all of their profound energy immediately poured into the body of one of them. Jiyu smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, 18 black-robed people appeared in front of him. Ding, the host used the 18 golden puppets and gained experience points 1 by 999. Ding, the 18 golden puppets broke through to the 18 golden arhats and have a certain spiritual opportunity. The eyes of the 18 black-robed golden arhats, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened. Their eyes were full of confusion. Along with Jiyu's thought. These 18 golden arhats set up a sword formation. A huge sword floated in the air. As Jiyu waved his sword finger, the sword arrived in front of him in an instant. It hit the person's Jiora. That person anxiously came over with his sword, ready to fight to the death with Jiyu, but Jiyu's sword hit him hard. With a cracking sound, the treasure tool in his hand shattered into pieces. "My third-grade treasure, how is this possible?" Jiyu did not move, but shouted something in his heart. The 18 golden arhats moved at the same time, their iron fists suddenly bombarded down, and that person suddenly exploded and died. The disciples of the god Azura Alliance behind him wanted to escape. But they were a step too late. The 18 golden arhats were too terrifying. They moved like a cunning rabbit, flying forward. With one punch, the two people's bodies were smashed. When the rest of the people saw how terrifying Jiyu's puppets were, they wanted to retreat. They held their swords and retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in place. Jiyu took a step forward and put the 18 golden arhats into his storage ring. God's gift. Many people saw this scene and believed that Jiyu was the real celestial god. They all knelt in front of Jiyu, and Jiyu distributed the pills to everyone. After the citizens returned home, they took out their longevity tablets and began to worship the icebound queen. Jiyu passed down the order to gather all the celestial envoys of the Tongxian realm in the deity hall. Everyone from the divine palace returned to the divine palace. They knelt on the ground and looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu stood in the center of the square. From today onwards, we'll raise the sacred flag high up in the sky and allow everyone in the world to step foot into the profounder realm. Long live, long live! The crowd cheered loudly. Jiyu glanced at the crowd in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The appearance of a Tongxian realm expert had attracted the attention of countless onlookers. A group of people walked out and surrounded them. Aren't you from the Icebound Shrine? Why are they gathered here? Jiyu replied with a faint smile, of course we want to unify the fringe. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Unify the fringe? Are you kidding me? That's right. Even Yin City can't unify the fringe. The crowd spoke casually. Jiyu waved her hand and the Tongxian realm experts in front of her moved at the same time. Each of them executed their own mystic skills and struck down the group of people in front of them. In a secret chamber. Her subordinates reported that all the people they sent out were killed. They all had a strange feeling in their hearts. They said at the same time, if we persist, the next people to be killed may be us. That's right. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. That's right. Why don't we all join Jiyu and Ji Gongzi? After speaking, they left the secret chamber and came to Jiyu, kneeling in front of Jiyu. Greetings, great divine envoy. Jiyu didn't care about the people of the fringe at all. Most of them were people who swayed with the wind. Jiyu said indifferently, build the sacred army. I want to suppress the fringe. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. They quickly gathered together. The news that Jiyu wanted to unify the fringe quickly spread. Apart from Yin City, Su City, Qing City, and Yu City were also known as the Three Great Fringe. The people here were all bloodthirsty. If the people of Yin City still retained some humanity, then the people of the other three cities weren't human. The city lord of Su City, Su Bufan, had just stepped into the first layer of the spirit profound realm. When he heard that someone wanted to challenge him, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge me. You're courting death. The people behind him knelt on the ground. Of course you're courting death. City Lord Su is the strongest person in the world. Even the city lord of Qing City and Yu City are just bones in a coffin waiting for death. A few people behind him echoed. That's right, that's right. Let's send out my bloodthirsty army to ask for advice. After he said that, the rest of the people immediately agreed. When the leader of the bloodthirsty army, Quan Shue, heard this order, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He licked the long sword in his hand with the tip of his tongue. The rest of the people walked in. They had just finished a one-on-one battle, and only one person could survive. It was through this method that the strongest army could be formed. After they received the order, they directly marched to Yin City. Jiyu looked at the people in front of her, practicing mystic techniques so that they could begin to unify the fringe in a few days. But she didn't expect that. At this moment, a Xian cultivator walked in. He had just eaten a pill today, and his Xian strength was already at the third layer of the defensive profound realm. If the people of the 7 great empires knew about this, they would gnash their teeth in hatred. Reporting to the great divine envoy, we found an army approaching us. How should we deal with it? After hearing this, Jiyu's expression didn't change. She just told them to gather all the sacred army in the city and wait for them to charge out of the city gate. Jiyu stood high above the city gate. When the bloodthirsty army saw Jiyu, they all revealed proud smiles. Quan Shui pointed the long sword in his hand at Jiyu. Some of the old people in the city couldn't help but worry. This bloodthirsty army is made up of many Xian cultivators. That's right. I heard that their cultivation method is through endless slaughter. Every once in a while, they would hold a one-on-one battle. Only one person can survive. I wonder if the great divine envoy can resist them. While they were still doubting, the people in the city ran out. They just happened to want to use this opportunity to see if the pill Ji gave them was real or fake. Gale Blade. Blood wave overflows the sky. They all used mystic techniques at the same time. For a moment, countless sword images seemed to appear in the sky. They all flew towards the bloodthirsty army. Quan Shui shouted, "Kill!" Following that, the bloodthirsty army all used their mystic techniques at the same time. "Huh!" He yelled out in a loud voice. Countless knives and axes flew out at the same time. They flew towards Jiyu's sacred army. The two mystic energies collided and exploded. The shockwaves spread out and they all fell to the ground. Defensive Profound Realm experts. Not bad. After saying that, Jiyu waved his hand again. The surrounding Tongxian experts all jumped off the city wall and charged towards the bloodthirsty army. Mystic techniques formed by energy shields flew out at the same time. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Quan Shui stepped out with a long sword in his hand and swung his sword down. All of a sudden, the Qi gang disappeared without a trace. Quan Shui said calmly, "You're all not good enough. That brat on the city wall, your aura makes me feel danger. It just so happens that I want to exchange pointers with you." Jiyu smiled. He hadn't encountered an opponent in the 7 great empires. Today, he could deal with them. Jiyu jumped off the city wall and raised the Warhound greatsword high in his hand. With a heavy swing, a huge amount of mystic energy soared into the sky. Quan Shui surprised Jiyu. He also swung his long sword at the same time. The two profound energies collided heavily at this moment. However, there was a demonic red flame in Quan Shui's body. It was wrapped in the mystic energy. Killing intent? The killing intent merged with the mystic energy. In an instant, Jiyu's mystic technique was forced to retreat. Kill. 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 Quan Shui's eyes turned even redder. The mystic energy came in front of Jiyu. Jiyu only raised his hand slightly and shattered the mystic energy in front of him. Quan Shui saw that his mystic energy suddenly disappeared under Jiyu's attack. "Brat, you're quite capable." He pushed his mystic energy to the peak. Quan Shui's fighting style was to exhaust his mystic energy to gain progress. Jiyu saw that he could get close to him. In a flash, he stepped forward and kicked his chin. Quan Shui flew into the sky. Jiyu's legs were wrapped in mystic energy, and he flew into the sky. His fists fell like a rainstorm. Every punch fell on his body. It was like a gale, boom boom boom. After 3 punches, he let out a painful scream. The more Quan Shui was hurt by Jiyu, the more excited he became. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared behind Quan Shui and punched him again. He actually didn't explode and die, which meant that Quan Shui's body had been tempered to a certain extent. Jiyu said indifferently, "Quan Shui, your aptitude is not bad. Why don't you join our Ice Seal God cult?" Quan Shui suddenly asked, "If I join you, won't I lose the qualifications to fight with you?" Jiyu said indifferently, "As long as you are willing, I can exchange a few moves with you when I have time. Also, I can help you improve your cultivation. What do you think?" In the Bedlam, there was no such thing as loyalty. Jiyu's conditions were exactly what he wanted. Quan Shui said indifferently, "All right." Jiyu walked out with Quan Shui. The army in front of him was still fighting. He said indifferently, "Tongxian Realm Divine Envoys, kill." After frenzied blood bowed. The bloodthirsty legion looked at their former boss. They said coldly, "Boss, you dare to betray City Lord Su?" Frenzied blood licked his hand and said to his lieutenants, "As long as we can be strong, we can do anything." You are not a match for them, so you are destined to be eliminated." After the words were spoken, Jiyu took a step forward, and the Xianxia in her hand suddenly swelled. Frenzied blood had just seen Jiyu's strength. He turned his head and said to Jiyu, "Great divine envoy, let me do it." Jiyu nodded and said, "N." Frenzied blood raised the butcher knife in his hand and rushed into the crowd. He chopped off the heads of 3 people in the bloodthirsty legion. Blood splattered everywhere. He took a step forward. The Xianxia in Frenzied blood's hand suddenly became incomparably strong. Jiyu threw a pill into his hand. After receiving the pill, he swallowed it in one gulp. A strong Xianxia was injected into his body. There was a demonic red Xian energy covering his body. After standing up, his eyes became red. A ball of raging fire appeared in his hand. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. It was as if countless ghosts were crying out. He punched one of the people in the bloodthirsty legion, and blood suddenly flowed out. The rest of the people looked at Frenzied blood. In addition to the difference in Xianqi, these people were actually very loyal to Su Qing. Even if they were no match for him, they all raised the weapons in their hands. They looked at each other. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Kill! Along with the shout, the surrounding people of the bloodthirsty legion rushed forward. Jiyu took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, she slid under them. He suddenly stood up and punched down. The people of the bloodthirsty legion were all sent flying. Seeing this terrifying scene, the remaining people of the bloodthirsty legion all stopped at the same time. One after another, they raised their hands high. It was obvious that there was an even stronger profound skill that was about to be released. Kuang Shui loudly shouted, "Great divine envoy, be careful. Even a spirit profound realm expert would suffer a loss from the next attack." Jiyu smiled faintly. The profound skill they used was just the simplest array. He could continuously accumulate his profound energy. However, this required a strong person. As Jiyu made her move, the rest of the people stayed where they were. The profound energy in his hand suddenly burst out. The Tongxian realm experts gasped in astonishment. "Great divine envoy, you must be careful." "That's right. His attack doesn't look simple. We should go up and help." When Jiyu saw that they were about to step forward, she said indifferently, "Don't come up. You're not their match." Hearing this, the rest of the people stayed where they were and didn't dare to move. Jiyu looked at the array in front of her. Someone flung his hand. 18 golden arhats appeared on the spot. There was a powerful golden profound energy in their bodies. At the same time, they swung their iron fists. 18 rays of golden profound energy flew out in an instant. Those 18 rays of golden profound energy landed in the middle of the array. There was a loud boom. Following the sound of the explosion, a raging fire instantly engulfed the entire array. Jiyu saw that these people were all bloodthirsty people and their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Seeing this scene, Jiyu ran out and used her chi aura on them. They were instantly enveloped by Jiyu's profound energy. Jiyu dripped a drop of blood on the ground. Following the injection of blood, the 18 golden arhats instantly split up. In an instant, the surrounding people's profound energy were all sucked into their puppets. A few other people stepped forward. When Jiyu saw this scene, she smiled faintly and pulled the profound energy in her hand. In an instant, countless wooden puppets appeared on the spot. Those profound energy were all sucked into the wooden puppets in an instant. Everyone's faces appeared on the faces of the wooden puppets. After seeing this scene, Jiyu waved her hand and the wooden puppets in front of her flew out. They turned into puppets that looked like humans. Seeing this scene, all the people of the bloodthirsty army felt a sense of fear in their hearts. They had been bathed in blood all year round. But when they saw this scene, they also felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Jiyu pulled away. At this moment, those puppets flew in front of them. Each of the puppets had the same profound energy as the people of the bloodthirsty army. Under this attack, all of them suddenly fell on the spot. When Wild Blood saw Jiyu deal with the people in front of her with her own strength, he was filled with admiration. His eyes were full of admiration. The great divine envoy is really powerful. If only I had the great divine envoy's strength. After saying this, he turned his head around. He walked to the side. At this moment, the rest of the people walked forward one after another. They all knelt on the ground at the same time. The great divine envoy is mighty. The frozen imperial palace is mighty. Jiyu led the people to Suqing. The city lord of Suqing closed his eyes and seemed to be waiting for something. Seeing that the bloodthirsty army hadn't returned for a long time, a trace of doubt suddenly appeared in his heart. Jiyu took a step forward and cupped his hands in salute. Is this Suqing? Jiyu's voice spread through the profound energy and covered the entire city. The city lord of Suqing suddenly opened his eyes and ran out of the door. He climbed up the city wall and looked down. Who are you? He looked in the direction of Jiyu with some confusion. Jiyu raised her head and looked at him in the eyes. Frozen Imperial Palace, Great Divine Envoy Jiyu. Jiyu's face was cold as she looked at the person in front of her and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance. Gather the city and surrender. Jiyu's words seemed to have angered everyone in Suqing. What, this guy actually wants us to surrender? Is he looking down on us? Damn it, what right does he have to look down on us? That's right, we are the strongest existences. He's just a nameless brat. They all shouted that they wanted to suppress Jiyu. Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, a huge wave of profound energy covered their bodies. The city lord of Suqing laughed. Jiyu, your divine sect is too stupid. Wait. The city lord of Suqing saw Frenzy standing behind Jiyu. Frenzy, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and come over here. However, Wild Blood acted as if he didn't hear his words and just glanced away. Jiyu smiled coldly. She waved her hand and the people around her took a step forward. Kill. Frenzy took the lead in charging. The city lord of Suqing was furious. He said with a ferocious expression, you actually killed my bloodthirsty army. How dare you? You're simply courting death. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and channeled all the dark force in his body into his fists. Subu raised his fists. Subu waved his hands heavily. Suddenly, flames appeared on his fists and covered the sky in an instant. A row of defensive Profound Realm cultivators took a step forward. However, their physical bodies weren't Subu's match. Under this attack, there was a boom and explosion. Those defensive Profound Realm cultivators were all sent flying. Jiyu stood up high. At this moment, the profound energy in her hands quickly gathered together and gathered in Jiyu's hands. Her sword fell. Ding, the host used the Burning City sword technique. Experience gained 999 times proficiency. Raging flames suddenly rushed towards Subu's direction. Subu's eyes widened. Suddenly, at this moment, he used the fist technique just now. At this moment, the fist covered the sky and fell towards Jiyu's direction. The fist collided with the sword. With a loud boom, the surrounding people were all sent flying. The raging flame fist that was floating in the air fell to the ground. In the next second, the light sword in Jiyu's hand suddenly flew out. With a few whooshes, the city walls of Suqing actually collapsed with a boom. Subu jumped and landed on the ground. The city gates opened in an instant. Thousands of troops slowly walked out. You only have 200 or 300 people. So what if you're strong? In the next second, following Jiyu's order, more than 100 Tongxian cultivators attacked at the same time. Those people stepped forward. At this moment, they were all chopped down by the swords in the hands of these Tongxian cultivators. Screams continuously sounded. Screams continuously sounded in the city. He abruptly retreated a few steps. He threw out a few small flags, which floated in the air. In that instant, the formation fused with their bodies. They calmly said, kill. Suqing's 1,000 people still wanted to attack, but just as they took a step forward, they were sent flying by a golden light. They looked at the array in front of them, and a trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. Seeing this scene, they took a deep breath. Lightning continued to strike this group of people. Thousands of people were actually unable to take a step forward. Kill. Following Jiyu's order, the Tongxian cultivators flew into the array at the same time. Seeing them wantonly killing and plundering in the array, Subu's eyes widened. Preposterous. Preposterous. Ji, you actually dared to kill my people. After he shouted this sentence, a huge amount of Xian energy suddenly appeared in his hands. The remaining people rushed into the array, and for a moment, the smell of blood continuously spread. Blood became the only theme in the array. Ji, on the other hand, looked at wild blood. I'll leave Mayor Su to you. Kuang Shui swallowed the pill that Ji gave him. The Xianxia on his body suddenly became stronger. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the other party. City Lord Su held a long saber in his hand. Traitor, die. After shouting this sentence, he rushed forward with the long saber in his hand. A powerful Xianqi suddenly erupted from Kuang Shui's body. Red Xianqi constantly floated in front of him at this time. The two people flew out in a short moment, their fists constantly swinging out crazily. After probing the other party's details, he immediately retreated. Kuang Shui inserted the long saber into the ground. Xian skill, earth-splitting explosion. Boom. Boom, several violent explosions were heard. Flames instantly appeared in the sky. At this time, the flames danced in all directions. It was as if a devil was pouncing in the direction of City Lord Su. The Xianqi in Jiyu's hand was slowly flowing into the array. In this array, the Su army inside seemed to be suppressed by Jiyu's array. They gasped for breath, clenched their fists, and slowed down their movements. This made it easier for the experts of the Saint Army to kill. They took a deep breath and took a step back. City Lord Su dodged Kuang Shui's move. He suddenly turned around, and in the next moment, the treasure in his hand brazenly swung out. Ice and snow gale. Under the Xian skill, the wind instantly turned into wind blades in the next moment. The wind blades turned into countless giant sabers and rushed in the direction of Kuang Shui. He took a step forward and swung his saber at this time. A loud bang was heard. The wind blades hit Kuang Shui's body. Kuang Shui's Ji aura suddenly shattered, turning into starlight. Kuang Shui's body was cut by the wind blades, and blood flowed out. Blood dripped to the ground. He raised his head and looked in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The blood seemed to have stimulated Kuang Shui. Kuang Shui rushed forward with the long saber in his hand and faced the other party's sword. Kuang Shui was like a madman. He chased after City Lord Su in front of him and continuously chopped down with his blade. Looking at the profound energy in front of him, it gradually became heavier. He suddenly raised his head and said indifferently, "Kill, kill, kill." Wild Blood's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty look. City Lord Su never thought that the killing machine he had raised would actually transfer the butcher's knife to him today. At this moment, Mayor Su began to tremble in fear. His body began to tremble at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a person appeared. It was Wild Blood. The pill quickly took effect in Frenzy Blood's body. The profound energy in his body suddenly surged. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Wild Blood's blade landed on City Lord Su's body. City Lord Su's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next second, he fell into a pool of blood. Su Jiejun, who was trapped in the array, raised his head at this moment. Everyone slowly took a step forward at this moment. Jiyu raised her hand. The members of the Sacred Army of Icebound stopped what they were doing and left Jiyu's array. They came in front of Jiyu and waved their precious weapons, as if waiting for someone to activate them. In the next second, Jiyu said indifferently, "Those who surrender will not die." Those who surrendered would not die. This was a huge temptation. He said indifferently, "Not only will they not die, but they will also be able to obtain pills. Only by believing in God can they obtain eternal life." The Su Jiejun looked at each other. None of them were good people in the fringe. They were loyal only because they had their families and businesses in the fringe. If they had chosen to follow Jiyu, they might have been reshuffled in the fringe. However, the strength that Jiyu unleashed was simply too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were slaughtered. There were still about 30,000 mortal soldiers in the city, but in front of profound practitioners, there was not much difference between having them and not having them. They placed their swords on the ground and said one after another, "We are willing to believe in Icebound sect." Jiyu took the lead and stepped forward, retracting her array. A portion of those who were unwilling to surrender were cut down by their companions. However, to Ji Yu's surprise, there was one person who resisted the crowd. He stood in the blood but still insisted on not surrendering. Ji Yu walked in front of him. Your name? This one is Xianxia. Why don't you surrender? Ha ha ha, how can I be someone else's dog? Ji Yu understood that. In this city, he was one of the more loyal people. However, Ji Yu swung his fist and landed a punch on his opponent's body. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Xianxia was sent flying, but he didn't die. Ji Yu said indifferently, I won't hurt you. Where is my dignity? I'll give you one more chance. Surrender, and you can still have a future. In the next second, he said indifferently, I understand. Ji Yu continued, I want to restore order in the Bedlam lands. Do you understand? Speaking of order, Qianmo's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't heard the word order in the Bedlam lands for a long time. He suddenly stood up. He said indifferently to Ji Yu, I really do understand. Please let me follow in your footsteps. Ji Yu handed a bottle of pills to him. Suqing also had a lot of guards stationed here. Ji Yu climbed up and placed the 30,000 bottles of pills on the table. They suddenly opened their eyes. She said indifferently, as long as you eat the pills in front of you, you can become profound practitioners. When the mortal soldiers heard Ji Yu's words, their eyes widened, and the profound energy in their bodies suddenly increased. It was as if they had received a powerful message. One of the generals knelt on the ground. We are willing to follow divine emissary Ji Yu for eternity. Ji Yu waved her hand. Only then did they stand up. Ji Yu said indifferently, take the pills. All the soldiers lined up in an orderly manner and took the pills in their hands. Following the first soldier's sudden change, the rest of the soldiers also instantly erupted with a huge amount of profound energy. In the next second, suddenly, their profound energy became incomparably strong, but this profound energy felt a little impetuous. Ji Yu said indifferently, from today onwards, I will announce a few rules. First, you are not allowed to arbitrarily kill and rob. Second, you are not allowed to harm women. Third, everything you obtain must be from the right path. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. All these years, they were used to burning, killing, and plundering, but they never expected that Ji Yu would want to completely change their way of life. Frenzy blood only needed power, so naturally, they would not object. Some of the officials, who were usually protected by others, stepped forward when they were no longer protected. The Bedlam land has always been a place where the Seven Empires did not allow people to live. If they are not allowed to do what they normally do, then would the Bedlam land still be the Bedlam land? Ji Yu glanced at him, from today onwards, the Bedlam land will be a holy land. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The few civil officials in front of him cried out in pain. In the next second, blood spurted out and they fell into a pool of blood. Ji Yu took a step forward, and in the next instant. Does anyone else have any objections? Hearing Ji Yu's words, everyone looked at each other. They all knelt on the ground. We are willing to listen to the divine emissary. Ji Yu looked at them with satisfaction. Pass down my orders, bring this news to the other two cities, and let them voluntarily surrender. Crazed blood rubbed his saber. In his heart, he really hoped that they wouldn't surrender because if they did, his saber would be useless to him. He turned his head and said indifferently, I am willing to pass on this message for the divine emissary. Ji Yu looked at him, as if he wanted to test his improved Xian strength. Go, become this emissary's pride. Yes. After saying yes, he retreated out of the room. After Mad Blood left Suqing, he immediately got on his horse and galloped in another direction. Yin City. This place was shrouded in darkness all year round. Countless people were deathly pale, but they had a special hobby, the blood of Xian cultivators. It was no different from zombies. Frenzy Blood stopped his horse outside the city gate. A few people hiding in the darkness rushed forward and pounced in Frenzy Blood's direction. Frenzy Blood suddenly turned his head and swung his blade, directly cutting two people who were pouncing towards him in half. He said indifferently, hee hee, you want to capture this great master with just you? Wishful thinking. The remaining people looked at each other and took a step forward. Who are you? They asked. Frenzy Blood laughed and said, I am the divine emissary of the Icebound Shrine, and I am here to pass on the order of our divine emissary, to make your Yin city obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame our Xian army for trampling your city. The surrounding people burst into laughter. You want to trample our city just because you took a border city and a few villages? Suqing has already joined the Holy Temple. What? After hearing Frenzy Blood's words, a few people who looked like malicious spirits were stunned. They turned their heads and immediately discussed in private. You are Frenzy Blood? Yes. They looked at each other. Looking at Quan Shui's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that he had really fallen into this frozen shrine that had suddenly appeared? Hearing this, they were all terrified. Wait a moment, we will go back and report. The Yin City Lord listened to his subordinate's report. What? Someone actually dares to speak like this? I want to see how capable he is. Immediately after, the Yin City Lord took a step forward, opened his hands, and sucked the Xian energy of a woman in front of him dry. He felt that his Xian energy had greatly increased. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Ha ha ha, a Xian cultivator virgin is really amazing. You guys help me collect more. After speaking, he went to the city gate under the protection of a group of people. Seeing Wild Blood standing there alone, Yin City's city lord couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, kid, you're so arrogant. You actually dare to come here alone. The remaining people coldly looked at everything in front of them. From the corner of their eyes, they were all looking at Wild Blood's neck. My great divine envoy sent me here alone. This is just to give you a chance. Otherwise, with the army here, I'm not afraid that you won't agree. The Yin City Lord's eyes were completely red. Shameless boasting. Even if you annexed Suqing, how many troops can you have? You actually dare to say such words. After speaking, a pair of wings grew out of the Yin City Lord's back. But Wild Blood sensed that his Xian energy was only at the peak of the Tongxian realm. How did he grow wings? Let me show you the Xian energy that we poured in our blood. Xian skill, great rock spreading wings. Countless feathers flew out of the wings on his back, turning into streaks of black light that arrived in front of Wild Blood. Wild Blood hurriedly raised his hand to block, blocking all the feathers in front of him. But he found that in order to block these feathers, he had used up more than half of his Xian energy. He abruptly withdrew and retreated 2 steps. It was only then that he recalled the medicinal pills that Jiyu had mentioned. Taking out the medicinal pills, he abruptly swallowed several of them. Instantly, he felt the profound energy in his body soar. This was the 3rd time he used pills to increase his Xian energy. According to Jiyu, after this time, no matter how many pills he ate, he wouldn't be able to increase his Xian energy. But so what? It was enough. He suddenly roared furiously. The profound energy in his hand turned red. You are actually one of Suqing's people? Why are you siding with an outside force? It's none of your business. You overestimate yourself. Another wave of feathers came at him. Blood Frenzy used his quick footwork to dodge all of the feathers. In the end, he flew into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the feathers came at him again. Wild Blood saw that there was a small gap between the feathers in the middle of this profound skill. Using that gap, he suddenly mobilized the profound energy in his body and covered his entire body, turning into a golden light that flashed into the gap. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yin City's city lord. Suddenly, Yin City's city lord smiled. Faintly. You are really too stupid. After saying this, Wild Blood felt a bone-piercing pain all over his body. He rolled on the ground and kept screaming. The profound force in his body was merging into the Yin City Lord's body bit by bit. The profound strength of a Tongxian realm practitioner is indeed different from that of an ordinary person. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen suddenly stood up. A golden light came from afar. Yin City's city lord focused his eyes. It turned out to be a small arrow. How could a wooden arrow withstand such a powerful profound energy? He is one of my people. Jiyu led 30,000 people and slowly came over. Yin City's city lord originally saw Jiyu as a food without any profound energy. But when he saw the 30,000 people behind her, his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. 30,000 people. All 30,000 people were profound practitioners of the same color. There were defensive profound realm practitioners, body tempering realm practitioners, heavens, there were actually thousands of Tongxian experts. Looking at all the big families, which one could take out so many Tongxian experts, Jiyu said indifferently, surrender or die, choose for yourself. Blood Frenzy took this opportunity to return to Jiyu's side. He knelt on the ground. He, Blood Frenzy, had never knelt before anyone in his life, not even in front of his parents, the city lord of Suqing. However, the current him was truly convinced, and there was a slight change in his original plan. Originally, he had planned to kill Jiyu after he had raised his cultivation to the spirit profound realm, and then establish his own faction. But Jiyu had actually managed to turn all the mortal soldiers in the city into profound practitioners in just a few short days. In this continent, only Xian cultivators could obtain eternal life. Great Divine Envoy, I overestimated myself and acted rashly. Jiyu helped him up and patted his shoulder. 5th level of Tongxian realm, you can still escape unscathed when facing a peak Tongxian expert. In the future, you will be one of the generals of my frozen saint army. Thank you, Great Divine Envoy. The others were very excited. It seemed that Jiyu's position as the Great Divine Envoy wasn't based on relationship. As long as you had strength and loyalty, you could obtain the position of a general. Looking at this kind and filial general, City Lord was a little angry. I say, aren't you looking down on people too much? Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you have an army of 30,000 profound practitioners. Come, my army of the dead. Then, the ground began to shake. Countless hands pierced through the soil, and corpses broke out of the ground. They looked in Jiyu's direction with ferocious gazes. Go, my bloodthirsty army. Let them see what a true overlord is. Jiyu said indifferently, kill. Although this word wasn't roared out, it was just a light sentence. But in the ears of every City soldier, it was as if she had already announced their death sentence. Blood Frenzy took the lead and led a group of Tongxian experts to kill into the zombie horde. Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu beside her. Xiaogu immediately understood and hugged Jiyu. The two of them flew into the air. Profound skill, roaring flame saber. Jiyu swung the huge saber in her hand. The surrounding people swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They had tried a few people at the 3rd level of Tongxian realm, but they couldn't even lift the huge saber. But she actually swung it so casually. It was accompanied by the sound of an explosion. A loud rumble resounded through the surroundings. A few people were sent flying. City Lord, who was protected by the zombie horde, was also sent flying at this moment. How is this possible? This is impossible. My army of the dead can't be defeated so easily. He opened his eyes wide and looked in Jiyu's direction. Brat, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Jiyu glanced at him. You don't have the qualifications. What arrogance. City Lord took a step forward and the wings on his back suddenly flapped. He flew into the sky. Looking at the feathers flying in front of her, Jiyu just waved her hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the feathers in front of her were all sent flying. City Lord circulated the profound energy in his body, wanting to block the feathers. However, Jiyu and Xiaogu appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A heavy punch landed on him. A loud rumble sounded. City Lord was actually defeated by Jiyu in one move. He fell heavily to the ground. Without the support of profound energy, the so-called army of the dead turned into a pile of bones. The remaining soldiers smelled the blood on the ground. They actually didn't care that Jiyu's army of profound cultivators were in front of him. They pounced on City Lord and began to suck his flesh and blood. Jiyu raised his hand as he gazed at this strange scene, and then the remaining profounder army retreated successively. What's going on? Jiyu didn't stop them. She waited for them to eat and drink to their fill. Those soldiers who had sucked human blood, as well as the civil officials, all knelt on the ground. Great Divine Envoy, please don't kill us. We have no choice but to suck human blood. Everyone was begging bitterly. Jiyu asked, why do you suck human blood? An old man said bitterly, Master, do you think we want to do this? About half a year ago, a group of people called the Deicide Hall came to us. They spread the word that as long as you consume their pills, you can obtain immortality. Yes, we did it obediently. Although our consciousness was preserved, we felt that we couldn't live without drinking human blood. Xiaogu looked at this group of people with disgust. She said in a childish voice, I didn't expect that this group of people would harm others even after death. Jiyu rubbed her little head. How about this? Give me your hand. Jiyu injected her profound energy into the old man's body. A group of small insects swam around his body. Jiyu had seen these insects before. They were the same insects that every deicide hall zombie had. She injected her profound energy into the old man's body. Under the expulsion of the profound energy, those insects were spat out from the old man's mouth. One after another, the insects were spat out all over the ground. Only then did Jiyu retract his hand and land a heavy palm strike. The old man's life was saved. Jiyu said indifferently, I will refine a kind of pill. As long as you take it, you will be fine. He brought the insects to the city lord's residence in Yin City. After seeing that the purple grass was effective on these insects, he took the initiative to refine a pill. After giving it to a young man, the young man vomited. After a while, Jiyu put a bowl of blood in front of him. Smelling the blood, the young man vomited again. Obviously, he didn't need blood now. Jiyu said indifferently, this pill is effective. Thank you, great divine envoy. Great divine envoy is indeed a heavenly person. Heavens, I want to marry the great divine envoy. Forget it. Look at the person beside the great divine envoy. She is simply a goddess descending to the mortal world. How can she like you? Jiyu waved her hand, everyone, this is the guidance given to us by the ice goddess. Without her, there would be no antidote. Are you willing to follow this envoy and shine the light of the Sanctus on the earth? We are willing to follow the great divine envoy. We are willing to follow the great divine envoy. We are willing to follow the great divine envoy. All the people in Yin City shouted in unison. Under Jiyu's orders, everyone turned the city lord's mansion into a temple. From the outside, one could see a magnificent hall that was exceptionally eye-catching. Since Yin City was located in the middle of the three cities, it was built in the middle. After building a new city, they would be able to build a new country with it as the center. Jiyu led everyone to a small mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, countless experts climbed up and looked down. It could be said that everything was ready. Jiyu looked at the last city in the Bedlam lands. There were thousands of soldiers guarding the city, and all of them looked like elite soldiers. He looked down. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. If he could take in these elite soldiers and turn them into an army of Xian cultivators, no one in the 7 great empires would be a match for him. He felt the killing intent of these 30,000 Xian cultivators. The city lord of the city walked out quickly. Reporting to the city lord, we have discovered a huge army in the northeast. The city lord looked in the direction of Jiyu and the others. He had long sensed this terrifying strength. However, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu looked into the distance and saw a huge army slowly walking out. Everyone's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. However, Jiyu waved his hand and an even bigger army walked out. With the strength of their Xian energy, they firmly suppressed the other party. Sensing Jiyu's terrifying Xian energy, the city lord trembled. The city lord trembled as he walked out. Don't fight, don't fight. Let's talk things over. Jiyu urged his horse forward. I represent the temple to reclaim the Bedlam lands. We are willing to surrender, we are willing to surrender. Don't fight, let's talk things over. The general beside him saw how cowardly his city lord was. He stepped forward and said solemnly, how can the city lord surrender without a fight? Isn't this? Jiyu looked at him with satisfaction. If that's the case, General, you have a different opinion. That's right. You can't lead us. Jiyu smiled faintly. Whether I can or not depends on my strength. Saying this, his figure emitted a blinding mystic glow. Seeing the mysterious light emitted from Jiyu's body, everyone sucked in a cold breath. An expert of the spirit profound realm, moreover, an underage spirit profound realm expert. Looking at the color of this profound light, could it be that young master is already an expert of the 5th layer or above? The general's eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiyu said indifferently, 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, Jiyu, Great Divine Envoy of the Ice Seal Sect. The general knew that he was no match for Jiyu. I submit, but I have a request. I wonder if young master can agree to it? Tell me about it. I want to spar with young master and see the difference between us. Jiyu nodded and said, you can do it. The general's eyes lit up. He slapped his horse and leaped into the air. A long spear appeared in his hand. He was seen thrusting towards Jiyu's direction. The long spear suddenly emitted a ray of light in the air. In an instant, it turned into countless long spears and stabbed towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand to block them. The long spears in front of him all stopped outside the chi barrier. Jiyu lightly swung his hand. At this moment, the long spears flew in another direction and all of them stabbed into the cliff. Jiyu said indifferently, you don't need me to do anything, right? After hearing this, the general who was praised as a genius by everyone immediately admitted defeat. Jiyu took back the last city. He renamed all 3 cities. From today onwards, the 3 cities will be named Army Destroyer, Heaven Opening, and Burn City. The 3 city lords will be chosen from the original civil officials. From today onwards, the Sacred Army will be in charge of the city's security. The city lords will only be in charge of the people's livelihood. Everyone understood that Jiyu was seizing power. He was taking away all the power of the city lords. Jiyu said indifferently, from today onwards, the Bedlam lands will officially be called the Southern Region Empire. Everyone looked at each other and knelt down. We pay our respects to the king. Jiyu officially became the first king to have real power other than the king of spiritual treasures. He said indifferently, pass down my order. The 7 empires are to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for bringing my army. Several black-robed messengers received Jiyu's letter and ran out. Jiyu sent out a few more people. Soon, the Alchemist Guild and the Weapon Craftsman Guild sent their elite members to the southern region. After being crowned as king, Jiyu felt a large amount of energy coming from the earth veins. This energy was not Xian energy. He sent people to investigate the history of the Bedlam lands, hoping to find some clues. After the arrival of the major guilds, suddenly, a huge tremor came from the earth veins. Who is it that wants to establish a new empire here? An angry roar seemed to come from the heavens. The earth suddenly cracked open. A giant dragon's shadow came from the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, what's going on? The remnant spirit floated beside Jiyu. It seems that the legends are true. What legends? It is said that every empire has a giant dragon seal. That's why the king has another name, the son of the dragon. However, this dragon that represents the empire is in its weakest state right now. It seems to be dying. Then what should I do? The giant golden dragon floated in the sky. There was a faint sound of thunder around it. The remnant spirit said indifferently, if you want to become a true king, you must guide this golden dragon into your body. I will teach you a chant. Remember it. The remnant spirit tapped on Jiyu's head lightly. An incantation was instantly imprinted into his soul. He stood up abruptly and said to Jiyu indifferently, you can do it now. Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu. Xiaogu took Jiyu into the sky. The floating golden dragon asked, little girl, are you the ancient dragon of calamity? Xiaogu looked at it curiously. You're so weak. Haha, I'm the dragon vein that was nurtured by the Southern Region Empire. After thousands of years in the Bedlam lands, it's natural that I'm weak. At this moment, an enormous amount of dark force floated out from Jiyu's body. It floated into Jiyu's body. The golden dragon said indifferently, little girl, don't be so arrogant. But then, Jiyu's dark energy entered the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon suddenly roared and an incomparably comfortable feeling entered its body. The golden dragon suddenly circled around. It flew into the sky and let out a roar. Suddenly, the sky shook a little. That's so comfortable. Kid, you're actually a spiritual profound realm expert and the new emperor of the Southern Region Empire? Yes. Jiyu said indifferently. The golden dragon looked at Jiyu with satisfaction. It circled around in the sky and rushed into Jiyu's body. Jiyu stood up again. From today onwards, the dragon vein will enter your body. From today onwards, the southern region has a new emperor. Suddenly, the golden light shone on the ground, and the surrounding golden light gradually dispersed the dark clouds that originally covered the sky. Everyone on the ground raised their heads to look at the sky. They took a deep breath. This is the emperor. This is our emperor. As Jiyu ascended the throne, the surrounding ground started to shake violently. In the imperial capital of the 7 great empires, the Lord of Numinous Treasures was the most powerful emperor in the 7 great empires. Before Jiyu, he was the only one who could control the entire empire. The rest of the royal families only existed in name, and that was it. A ray of sunlight poured into the sky, dispersing all the surrounding dark clouds. The light shone on the ground. The Lord of Numinous Treasures seemed to hear the dragon vein talking to him. Another emperor has been born in the southern region and he has obtained the ancient dragon's dragon vein. What? The ancient dragon vein? That's something that hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Why? Why wasn't I the one who obtained the dragon vein? Maybe the new king is the true ruler of the 7 great empires. The dragon vein he obtained is the dragon vein of the southern region empire, not a branch dragon vein like ours. If I can devour it, I will be able to become the true dragon vein of the empire. After saying this, the Emperor of Numinous Treasures clenched his fists. He looked at the land of chaos. I want to be the real emperor. I want to be the real emperor, he roared angrily and looked up at the sky. However, at that moment, countless birds appeared in the sky. One of them grabbed the bird's leg and flew into the sky. He jumped onto the bird's back. Many cultivators in the surroundings jumped onto the bird as well. The emperors of the other empires also received the news from their respective dragon veins. However, they felt that they didn't have the strength to deal with Jiyu. After thinking about it, they decided to work together. Perhaps only then could they have a tomorrow. One of them said, "Your Majesty, if you don't mind, I can help you call for the union of the 7 great empires." After hearing this, the emperor of the puppet empire, Rongbuk, stepped forward and laughed. Alright, let's call for the gathering of the 7 great empires. The gathering of the kings hasn't been held for thousands of years, right? Hearing this, the ministers looked at each other. Thousands of years ago, all the emperors wanted to participate in the gathering of the kings. However, thousands of years later, no one cared. None of the empires were the same as when the Southern Region Empire was divided into the 7 great empires. The descendants of the Southern Region Emperor had long been buried in history. The Puppet Empire's invitation was immediately accepted by the other empires. Rongbuk's invitation was accepted by all 7 empires. However, the King of Spiritual Treasures' order was to hold the Pact of the Kings in the Kingdom of Spiritual Treasures. This news was overheard by many people in the Alchemist Guild. Under Jiyu's arrangements, the Alchemist Guild began to circulate among the 7 empires. Many people were willing to join Jiyu's Southern Region Empire. A secret report was passed to Jiyu. Jiyu put down the secret report with a smile on his face. Seeing his smile, even the most bloodthirsty Quanxue swallowed a mouthful of saliva unknowingly. How does my king plan to deal with the Pact of the Kings? Jiyu said indifferently, I naturally want to join in the fun. Jiyu naturally wanted to join in the fun. However, the purpose of this trip was to test the strength of the 7 empires. Xiaogu also shouted that she wanted to follow Jiyu. Jiyu patted her head and said, You stay here and help me look after this place. Jiyu rode on his horse and sped towards the Kingdom of Spiritual Treasures. The capital of the Kingdom of Spiritual Treasures. Spiritual Treasure City. Every building here was built with jewels. From the outside, it looked like it was glittering with gold. Jiyu handed a bag of gold coins to the guard. Holding the heavy gold coins in his hand, the guard happily made an inviting gesture. Jiyu was dressed in black. He walked into an inn. There were about 7 to 8 floors here and the decorations were exquisite. Jiyu walked to the counter. A guest room. The innkeeper asked for a moment and checked the account book in front of him. Sir, you are in luck. We happen to have a room here. However, at this moment, a sound came from outside the door. A white-haired old man walked in. He swept his cold gaze across the crowd and said to Jiyu, who was standing in front of him, "Boss, is my room ready?" This room has been taken by this young master." The old man snorted, "Don't you know who this old man is? I am a member of the Jing clan and this room is reserved by the Jing clan all year round." Jiyu said faintly, "Waiter, give me the key." When the old man saw that Jiyu was struggling to even look at him, he slapped the table. "Kid, didn't you hear what I said just now?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "Uncle, I came first. You should wait for a while." As his voice fell, the profound energy on the old man's body suddenly lit up. A mysterious light enveloped his body. The surrounding citizens who were drinking were terrified. "This is a spirit profound realm expert." They hid behind the table anxiously. "A spirit profound realm expert, this brat is in trouble." "That's right. This brat is too arrogant. He dared to provoke the Jing clan's housekeeper. Isn't he courting death?" Jiyu looked behind her. The steward of the Jing family roared. Profound skill, human-beast unity. Suddenly, as the roar rang out, a gigantic lion appeared on the old man's body. It glared fiercely at Jiyu. "You actually absorbed the profound beast's soul into your body." The old man smiled complacently. "Of course. With this profound beast's soul, this old man obtained the beast's soul when I advanced to the spirit profound realm. I can use the body of a cultivator to display the profound beast's abilities. Brat, take this." As soon as he said this, Jiyu suddenly flew out and arrived in front of Jiyu. He threw a heavy punch in the direction of Jiyu. As the punch came down, Jiyu reached out to block it. The old man's mouth let out a smile. The old man thought, "Brat, you actually dared to use your own body to block my attack. Aren't you courting death?" His fist was capable of shattering an enormous rock into pieces. Jiyu reached out to block the punch. She didn't move, but the old man's eyes widened. Then, with a twist of his body, Jiyu flung the old man away. The old man didn't expect Jiyu to have such great strength. He stepped on the pillar, then turned around and landed on the ground. The profound chi in his hand became incomparably strong in an instant. "Brat, you have some skills. Take this." Profound skill, lion's exploding claw. His hands turned into sharp fingernails, and he flew out. With a claw, the green bricks on the floor turned into rubble. He twisted his body on the ground and threw a punch in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu took out the warhound's blade and slashed down heavily in the old man's direction. The old man's eyes widened. He suddenly retreated, and a few of his claws landed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu slashed down with his saber, and with a cracking sound, the old man's claws were shattered one after another. He took a few steps back. Jiyu said indifferently, "Come." As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man infused his Xian energy into his iron claws. The green profound chi was swung out heavily at this moment. Jiyu suddenly flew forward and disappeared from the spot. The old man was shocked. Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 999 times experience. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu waved his hand and the warhound's great sword turned into a large blade light. In the next second, the saber fell heavily on the ground. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The surrounding people were sent flying. The shopkeeper anxiously shouted, "Don't do it, don't do it." After shouting this sentence, the surrounding people all stopped what they were doing. "Masters, can you not fight in the shop? This small shop can't take this loss." Jiyu took out a bag of gold coins and threw it into the other party's hand. He suddenly stood up and said to the old man in front of him, "Let's go outside." The old man coldly snorted and brought Jiyu out of the door. The two of them looked at each other, then he suddenly ran out and flew into the air. After absorbing the dragon vein, Jiyu felt a powerful Xian skill being channeled into his body. Jiyu had a large amount of profound chi in his body, which was enough to support this profound skill. You can actually fly." He suddenly opened his eyes wide and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "It's just flying." "Old uncle, be careful." He instantly flew forward and his figure was incomparably agile. At this moment, countless fists were thrown out. One punch after another came at him without stopping. Ji Yu kept throwing out his fists. After the fists hit the flesh, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The old man had originally thought that he would be able to block Ji Yu's mystic skill by relying on the strength of his body. But as the fists came down one after another, his eyes widened and he spat out a trace of blood. The chi aura around his body suddenly shattered. He fell to the ground. His breathing was extremely weak. Ji Yu helped him up and stuffed a pill into his mouth. The old man never expected that Ji Yu would let him go. He bent down and said to Ji Yu, "I'm very sorry about what happened just now. If you had told me properly, I would have given you the room on account of your age." The old man cupped his hands. "This room should be given to you. I see that you are a talent. I wonder if you are interested in becoming our Jing family's distinguished guest. Our Jing family has a reputation in the Spirit Treasure Empire." "There's no need. Sir, please wait. We have been invited to witness the King's alliance." "Sir, are you sure you don't want to consider?" Ji Yu stopped and asked indifferently, "You can really participate in the King's alliance?" He straightened his body and patted his chest. "Of course. I am willing to follow you to the Jing family." "Of course. With your skills, as long as you are recommended by my master, you can easily get an official position." Hearing this, Ji Yu made an evil smile. The old man thought that Ji Yu was a greedy person. After returning to the Jing family, seeing that Ji Yu was here, the Jing family head walked out. He glanced at Ji Yu and asked indifferently, "Housekeeper, this is?" Ji Yu cupped his hands and said, "This one is Ji Yu. This young master is a spirit profound realm expert." "What?" He opened his eyes wide and looked towards Ji Yu. Even the Spirit Treasure King was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But Ji Yu actually had the strength of a Spirit Profound Realm expert. How could his strength be at the Spirit Profound Realm? He immediately walked forward and said to Ji Yu, "From today onwards, you are our Jing family's honored guest." A few 17 to 18-year-old children walked in. After cupping his hands and seeing his father and Ji Yu, the Jing family head's eyes suddenly turned and said to Ji Yu, "Mr. Ji Yu, would you accept them as your disciples?" The Jing family head had an expectant look on his face. The children frowned. They didn't know why their father wanted them to be apprenticed to someone younger than them. This was simply humiliating. But with filial piety, they thought that their father must have been deceived by this Ji Yu. They would expose him in class. They all thought of this at the same time. Ji Yu looked at them with eyes full of challenge. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The housekeeper whispered into the Jing family head's ear. Seeing that Ji Yu still didn't agree, the Jing family head said indifferently, "As long as Mr. Ji Yu is willing to teach my children, this one can fight for an official position in front of His Majesty." After saying this, a few people around them came forward and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Then this one won't refuse. I accept your request and I will do as you say." "Then let us begin." Among the Jing family's children, the oldest was a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He took a step forward and cupped his hands. "I am Jing Xing. Teacher will be waiting for you in the courtyard." Jing Yang. Jing Shui. Jing Fei. The 7 children reported their names, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Ji Yu did not move, they felt proud. "Father, did you see that? The person you found is a liar. There is no way he can keep up with our movements." Jing Xing smiled proudly in his heart. The Jing family head watched his children fly to the courtyard at such a fast speed. Could it be that he really hired a fake? Could it be that he could not even match the speed of these children? He began to suspect his steward. Could it be that his steward had such guts? Ji Yu took a step forward. Ding. Host used 3000 clouds movement. Experience gained 999 times proficiency. Ji Yu only took one step forward, and in the blink of an eye, the distance had shrunk by 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in the backyard. The Jing family head rubbed his eyes. He only blinked his eyes. Where did Ji Yu go? Ji Yu brewed a pot of tea. In a moment, the remaining children arrived one after another. When they saw Ji Yu drinking tea, their eyes widened. When did Jiyu arrive? Jiyu slowly opened her mouth and said, "You're all here. Release your Xianxia for me to see." The children looked at each other, and Jing Yang was the first to take a step forward. Third level of Tongxian realm. Not bad. Seeing that someone took the lead, the remaining children all stepped forward and released their Xianxia. Jingxing was the last to release his Xianxia. He, who was hailed as a genius, had already broken through to the spirit profound realm. His eyes were filled with pride. Jiyu glanced at him and furrowed his brows. "You're almost 18 years old. Is this all you've got?" Jingxing had always been praised by others since he was young. When had he ever heard such humiliation? He was slightly stunned and did not react. Jiyu said calmly, "Everyone, run 20 laps. Let's go." The children started running one after another. Only Jingxing didn't move. Jiyu glanced at him and said, "Why? Are you a woman? There are also times when it's inconvenient." Hearing Jiyu's words, Jingxing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What right do you have to humiliate me like this? I am the most outstanding genius in Jewel City. I am the youngest and most powerful existence here." Jiyu shook his head and took a step forward. His body emitted a 5-colored aura, and a mysterious light instantly enveloped his body. He looked at the color of Jiyu's aura, which was still changing. Jingxing thought that this guy should only be in his teens. How could this be? How could there be such a genius? He originally thought that he was already very powerful. He didn't expect that Jiyu was actually an expert above the 5th level of the spirit profound realm. His body went soft and fell to the ground. Jiyu said calmly, "In this continent, if you haven't reached the spirit profound realm at the age of 18, then what can you be if you're not trash?" Hearing Jiyu's words, both of his hands clenched into fists. He stood up and looked in Jiyu's direction. "Teacher, I was rude just now. I'll go now." Under Jiyu's torturous training, the few of them felt that their profound strength had improved a lot in just a few days. Jiyu asked them to form a team and spar with her. She didn't expect that the few of them would think that she was close to the spirit profound realm. But they didn't expect that Jiyu would beat them up in the blink of an eye. After being defeated again, the few of them started to doubt if they were the so-called geniuses. Seeing his child's rapid improvement, Old Master Jing watched from behind the courtyard wall with great interest. Previously, he actually doubted Jiyu. He really shouldn't have done that. A few days later, news came from the palace. Except for the Spirit Treasure Empire, the emperors of the 6 empires had all arrived at the capital city. He invited Jiyu to enter the palace with him. At the banquet, Numinous Treasure King stood up and raised his wine cup high in the air. "Everyone, welcome to the Spirit Treasure Empire. From today onwards, the Alliance of Kings is officially established. We will destroy the so-called Southern Region Empire together." The emperors of the other empires also raised their wine cups. Since ancient times, there had only been 7 empires. In the future, there would only be 7 empires. Everyone drank a cup of wine. Suddenly, the Spirit Treasure King changed the topic and said calmly, "According to the news I received, the new king of the southern region possesses the ancient dragon vein. With the support of the dragon vein, I'm afraid that we won't be a match for him. Only by combining the dragon vein can we have a chance of winning." At this moment, the emperor of the Kanglan Empire fell silent. According to the news he received, the king of the southern region empire was Jiyu, the young genius. He started to hesitate. After seeing the emperor's hesitation, the Spirit Treasure King felt that he should show his strength to the other emperors. "Let's start with you, Lord of Kanglan." Suddenly, a long dragon appeared on his body. The golden dragon let out a furious roar and charged directly in the direction of the House of Storms. The Lord of Kanglan quickly took 2 steps back. Under the attack of the Spirit Treasure King, a black dragon was pulled out from his body. Old Master Jing stroked his beard and said, "Ji Gongzi, it's your turn now. As long as you help our king and subdue the other emperors, you won't have to worry about your official position." Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. "Of course." Then, Jiyu's eyes flashed and a dragon appeared behind her. However, this giant dragon was actually a multicolored giant dragon. However, this multicolored giant dragon was much smaller than the giant dragons behind all the kings present. Jiyu said calmly, "Thank you for bringing me in, old Master Jing. You are the king of the southern region." As the dragon roared, the rest of the emperors turned around and looked in the direction of Jiyu. "King of the southern region? Why are you here?" The spirit treasure king was shocked. The dragon behind him loosened its mouth and the dragon behind the Lord of Kanglan immediately ran back to the Lord of Kanglan. Jiyu saw that it was time. She moved and stood in front of the Lord of Kanglan. "Please hand over your dragon of destiny to me." "How dare you?" he roared. Jiyu grabbed his shoulder. The Lord of Kanglan wanted to stop her but it was too late. The colorful golden dragon behind Jiyu swallowed the black dragon in one gulp. The Lord of Kanglan felt the world spinning around him. His body went limp and he fainted on the ground. The rest of the emperors did not dare to go near Jiyu. They all retreated to the back of the Lord of Kanglan. Each of them sent out their own dragon of destiny. The 6 dragons floated high above the main hall. The roof of the main hall could not withstand such a huge amount of dark force and collapsed. Jiyu sensed that her dragon of destiny did not have the strength to swallow the remaining dragons. She jumped onto the roof. "Let's go." Under the protection of her dragon of destiny, she flew into the sky. The Lord of Kanglan roared, "You are here and you want to leave?" Mystical technique, jewel light. A glaring light appeared in the sky. Jiyu turned around, mystical technique, raging flame iron fist. The 2 dazzling profound lights collided with each other. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking in that instant. However, Jiyu's dark force was stronger. The mystical technique pierced through the sky. The attack landed on Numinous Treasure King's body. Numinous Treasure King spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the hall. The other emperors saw this and sent out their dragon of destiny. They took this opportunity to escape from the capital of Kanglan. As for Jiyu, she was long gone. Seeing that his plan had failed, the Lord of Kanglan slammed his palm on the wall. Damn it, Jiyu, I will kill you," he roared at the sky. In an instant, the sky, which was originally cloudless, rumbled with thunder and lightning. After the emperors returned to their respective empires, they recalled what happened last night. Jiyu's strength was too terrifying. They simply could not resist. Hence, they made the decision to let the Lingbao Empire resist Jiyu first. Lingbao Empire. The Lord of Kanglan decided to fight to the death with Jiyu. He summoned all the lords of the various cities to gather their elite troops at the border. A total of 300,000 soldiers gathered in a mighty manner. The other empires also sent out 20,000 soldiers each. However, Jiyu's forces in the various empires had already started to operate. They came up with all kinds of terrifying things. They were used to divert the attention of the other empires. The Lord of Kanglan was clad in armor. He led his elite troops and advanced towards the southern region. Everyone in the world was paying attention to this battle. However, everyone believed that the land of chaos was formed by the scum of the various empires. Their strength could not be too high. The Xian Pass was located at the border between the 7 empires and the land of chaos. Jiyu led the troops and stood at the top of the pass. When the Lord of Kanglan saw Jiyu, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He unsheathed the sword on his horse and swung it in the direction of Jiyu. "Kill." Jiyu also raised her hand. Suddenly, the magical weapons beside her started to operate, followed by a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, several mystic lights shot out and exploded in the air. At this moment, countless Xian arrows shot down towards the Spiritual Treasure Empire's army, followed by countless screams of agony. Ah! Ah! Be careful, everyone, be careful. The Lord of Kanglan slapped his mystic beast and roared in anger. Countless experts from the Lingbao Empire also fell at this moment. Only a few LV3 Tongxian realm experts managed to survive the first wave of attacks. Jiyu stepped on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, she flew down. "Be careful, my king." A guard shouted anxiously and rushed in front of the Lingbao king, blocking a fatal blow for him. Jiyu pulled back the treasure weapon from him. She waved her hand and a few people rushed forward, pressing their swords against the Lingbao king's neck. You don't think a few Tongxian realm experts can do anything to me, do you? His body quickly gathered a huge amount of dark force. Go to hell, the dragon soul fears destruction. A golden dragon danced in the sky. The Lingbao king laughed mockingly. Kid, go to hell. Don't even think about taking the Lingbao Empire's Dragon of Fate. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon of Fate floating in the sky reached its peak and was about to reach Jiyu. Suddenly, Jiyu turned around and floated in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the seven-colored golden dragon flew into the sky. Numinous Treasure King's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Jiyu, do you know why the other 6 empires only sent a small number of troops? Just as Jiyu was puzzled, the Lingbao King suddenly laughed. Come out. In the blink of an eye, the overlords of the 7 empires walked out, each holding their own Dragon of Fate. Just as Jiyu's Dragon of Fate was about to collapse. Suddenly, a 7-colored holy light descended from the sky. The holy light shrouded the entire sky. Everyone present raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a radiant and holy peerless beauty appear in the void. 7-colored heavenly snake, it's actually the 7-colored heavenly snake. The Lingbao King shouted. The kings present naturally knew what the 7-colored heavenly snake was. It was one of the 4 elders under the ice ceiling saintess. Little 7, it's you? Everyone was speechless. What was going on? This was the saintess that even kings would have to kneel before. How could she become Xiaoqi in the mouth of a little child? Wasn't this Wang Kai's other life, and from the looks of it, Jiyu didn't seem to have much respect for the 7-colored heavenly snake. Shut up. How can you insult the name of the 7-colored saintess like this? That's right, that's the 7-colored saintess. Everyone started cursing. The 7-colored heavenly snake was already used to Jiyu's habit of making friends. He just curled his lips and said, Who is little 7? You are little 7. Your whole family is little 7. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets when they saw the saintess's expression. Heavens, this, how could the saintess act like a little girl? However, the 7-colored heavenly snake suddenly turned his head and scolded the kings. Presumptuous, Jiyu is the successor of the southern region's destined heavenly dragon. Naturally, he should unify the 7 great empires. How dare you make the people here suffer? Quickly surrender. King Lingbao felt wronged. He just wanted to complain to the saintess and hope that she would punish them. He didn't expect that the saintess would directly side with Jiyu. Could it be that the 2 of them? The king of puppets was the first to be dissatisfied and stood up. Saintess, since the disappearance of the saintess, you haven't come to the human world for 1,000 years, right? I wonder how much strength you have left. The king of puppets controlled the king of puppets in his hand to attack the 7-colored heavenly snake. The 7-colored heavenly snake coldly snorted and said, Insignificant skill. Suddenly, the king of puppets in the air stopped. The 7-colored heavenly snake gently waved his hand, and the king of puppets suddenly collided in another direction. A loud cracking sound was heard. The king of puppets suddenly broke into pieces. They fell to the ground one after another. Everyone was dumbfounded. The king of puppets' strength was at least equivalent to the first level of the spirit profound realm. But it was actually so easily resolved. Jiyu flew into the sky, and the profound force in his hand quickly gathered. The 7-colored heavenly snake said, Using this opportunity, I will help you 7 dragons return to 1. The 7-colored golden dragon seemed to have heard the 7-colored heavenly snake's words. He quickly extracted the strength from Jiyu's body. Ding, the host used Sky Splitter. Obtained experience points of 1 by 999. Fortunately, the system continuously transmitted experience points to Jiyu from afar, providing continuous output of profound force for Jiyu. Otherwise, he would have been completely sucked dry by the 7-colored heavenly snake. He took a deep breath. The 7-colored golden dragon hovered in the sky and roared. The other golden dragons also took this opportunity to attack the 7-colored golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, they swallowed the 7-colored golden dragon. A huge aura spread out from Jiyu's body. Jiyu's originally closed eyes suddenly widened. A never-before-seen kingly aura enveloped his body. The several sovereign kings couldn't hold on anymore and knelt down one after another. We are willing to submit to the Southern King. Jiyu said indifferently, from today onwards, there will no longer be 7 empires. The 7 empires' capitals will be renamed as the original 7 empires. With this as a reminder, the 7 sovereign kings will be promoted to prime minister. Everything will be decided through voting. From today onwards, all unjust and false cases in the 7 empires will be judged anew. From today onwards, the 7 empires' academies will be abolished and the profound institution will be established. All major unions will immediately withdraw all their titles and be included in the profound institution. Classes will be opened and all will be taught regardless of background. Morongzili will be in charge of the profound institution. No one is allowed to interfere with the affairs of the profound institution. With the support of the 7-colored golden dragon, Jiyu's voice covered the 7 empires. Morongzili's eyes were filled with tears. She thought that her choice that day was correct. All the aristocratic families came to congratulate her. The Jiang sisters were also brought to the Southern King's palace by Jiyu's people. The ice-sealing god sect will be the national religion. After everything was settled, the golden dragon returned to Jiyu's body. The 7-colored heavenly snake suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jiyu hugged it and returned to the Southern King's palace. Jiyu poured his spiritual power into the 7-colored heavenly snake. You're really stupid. For me, you actually used up all of your Xian energy. Jiyu suddenly grabbed the 7-colored heavenly snake's hand. This pair of beautiful hands was something that countless people yearned for but couldn't obtain. This saintess has already lost her chastity to you. Right now, it's just... Jiyu laughed heartily. Right now, it's just the behavior of protecting your husband. This king naturally understands. He put his hand in front of himself and said to the 7-colored heavenly snake, I have a pill to replenish Xian energy. Take it first. However, the 7-colored heavenly snake didn't take it. Instead, her face turned red. Jiyu touched her small face. You're actually burning up. In the eyes of Xian practitioners, this was somewhat inconceivable. Xian practitioners had long been able to escape from the torture of illness. The 7-colored heavenly snake knocked in front of Jiyu. I used up all of my Xian energy for you. This isn't the first time. But last time, you... I'm fine. Jiyu was confused. When? What? What did I do to you? You're fine now? The 7-colored heavenly snake was so angry that she pinched Jiyu. You still have the nerve to say that. It's what you did to me the first time we met. Jiyu was even more confused. Didn't he beat up the 7-colored heavenly snake the first time they met? How could he be addicted to this beating? He wasn't a person who used domestic violence. It's a matter between a man and a woman. Jiyu immediately understood. So it turned out that he had to do this kind of thing to replenish the 7-colored heavenly snake's Xian energy. Looking at the confused expression on Jiyu's face, the 7-colored heavenly snake explained, last time was an accident. But this time, you have the 7-colored golden dragon's chi vein in your body. The golden dragon is my beast's ancestor. As long as I mate with you, I can replenish my Xian energy. Moreover, I can also obtain a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. So it was like that. The 7-colored heavenly snake explained. So it turned out that when she left him, she was searching everywhere for the chi vein golden dragon. She didn't expect that it was actually with Jiyu. Jiyu lightly stroked her hair. The 7-colored heavenly snake seemed to have sensed what Jiyu was going to do next. Her entire body trembled. Jiyu pulled her hand over and placed it on her body. The 7-colored heavenly snake's body went limp and fell onto Jiyu's body. Jiyu turned around and used her Xian energy to blow out the candles on the counter. The lights suddenly went out. The next day, several palace maids carefully inquired. A little palace maid said, I've also served many young masters from large families. I've never seen such a powerful one. That's right. Yesterday, the saintess was tortured by my king until this morning. An inner attendant walked over. You guys, don't you want your tongues anymore? Why are you still talking so much? Quickly go and serve the king's saintess. Jiyu woke up in a daze. Yesterday was really too crazy. He didn't use Xian energy as support, but the Xian cultivator's body was indeed powerful. He found that his things were still on the seven-colored heavenly snake's body, so he withdrew and left. When the palace maids came in, they saw Jiyu's perseverance and were somewhat impressed. However, it was also this small action that woke up the seven-colored heavenly snake. After the two washed up, Jiyu said faintly, "I can sense that the remnant soul's spiritual energy has recovered a little." As the Ice Queen's most loyal subordinate, Jiyu didn't hide anything from the seven-colored heavenly snake. When the seven-colored heavenly snake learned that her master was still alive, she was extremely excited. Then the next step is to spread the holy religion in the other 3 regions. The seven-colored heavenly snake suggested. Suddenly, she had an idea. She took the food from the maid's hand and tasted it. Then, she gave Jiyu a new feeding posture. Jiyu's hands were completely unwilling to leave the seven-colored heavenly snake. "I plan to go to the Eastern Region Dynasty alone to see the situation of the holy temple there. Bring Xiaogu along." "Bring Xiaogu along?" "Yes." The seven-colored heavenly snake leaned on Jiyu. According to the records, Xiaogu's family might be in the Eastern Region Empire. Jiyu put the change of clothes into her storage ring. She rode out on her white tiger. In the blink of an eye, she left the Southern Region Empire. Everyone wanted to follow Jiyu, but what they saw was the seven-colored heavenly snake holding Jiyu's imperial edict, ordering them to work diligently. Apart from the Southern Region Empire, the other empires were all unified. He looked at the huge city in front of him. There were no clues about the sacred temple. Jiyu found that the weakest cultivator in the Eastern region was at least LV5 Tongxian realm. Seeing Jiyu walk into the city alone, a young man walked up to him. "Young master, you must be from another city." Jiyu glanced at Xiaogu, who was behind him. It didn't seem that hard to guess. All the students from other cities are participating in the Beichen Academy selection test today. "I'm sure you're here too." Jiyu smiled. "Although I don't know what the Beichen Academy is, I'm here for a vacation." "Oh?" The young man was surprised. He didn't expect this kid to be here for a vacation. "Well, the Beichen Academy only accepts disciples once every 100 years. You should take advantage of this opportunity." Jiyu smiled. "There's no need." "Young master, do you need a place to stay? Many people look forward to staying in our shop. Besides, the parks and auction house is right next to us. You can stay there." Hearing this, Jiyu seemed to have thought of something. Thinking of this, he took out a bag of gold coins from his storage ring and handed it to him. Looking at the gold coins in his hand, the shopkeeper was a little puzzled. "Are these the Southern Region Empire's gold coins?" "Yes. The Southern Region Empire's gold coins are very cheap here, so this bag of gold coins isn't enough." Looking at him, it was Jiyu's turn to be surprised. The devaluation of the currency was too severe. "But if you have any valuable treasures, you can try to make a deal at the parks and auction house." Jiyu turned her head when she heard this. He followed the waiter to the entrance of Parks and Supermarket. A guard stepped forward. "Halt, may I ask if young master has an invitation?" Jiyu shook her head. "You don't even have an invitation, then does young master have any cultivation coins on him?" Jiyu didn't waste any more time. Instead, she pulled out a small jade screen from her storage ring. Then, Jiyu threw the jade bottle over. When the guard saw the pill on the jade screen, he sucked in a cold breath. Could the medicinal pills inside be grade 4 medicinal pills? Even in the empire of the Eastern region, the existence of alchemists was extremely rare, especially in the border city of Wen City. There were only a few alchemists in Wen City. The quality of this medicinal pill is really rare, but this little one's appraisal ability is limited. I don't know if I can invite this distinguished guest to follow me in. Jiyu followed him into the hall. An appraiser slowly walked over. Seeing that Jiyu was only 10 years old, he faintly said, "Didn't I tell you not to let fearless people in? Elder, this distinguished guest is a grade 4 alchemist." "What?" The appraiser's eyes widened. He never expected that the boy in front of him was actually a grade 4 alchemist. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to him. Inside, he poured out a medicinal pill. He took out one of the medicinal pills. The profound light suddenly disappeared at this time. It really is a high-grade medicinal pill, it really is a high-grade medicinal pill. The appraiser said excitedly, we use cultivation coins as the price here. This grade 4 medicinal pill is worth about 50,000 cultivation coins. I don't know if this distinguished guest is satisfied. Jiyu nodded, I still have 2 things to sell. The appraiser said excitedly, you still have other medicinal pills. A long sword appeared in Jiyu's hand. The long sword's body emitted a purple profound light, and it looked incomparably sharp. This is at least a grade 4 artifact. He took a deep breath. It was actually a dual profession. This was extremely rare in the entire continent. A long sword was placed on the table. Artifact, a high-grade artifact. We set the price for this artifact at 50,000 cultivation coins. Because the rarity of artifacts was far more precious than medicinal pills, when he saw the artifact, his eyes instantly widened. He sat on the chair and faintly said, no problem. The appraiser placed an invitation card in Jiyu's hand. Suddenly, his eyes turned and faintly said, this is 100,000 cultivation coins. If this distinguished guest has anything to buy, please do not hesitate to make a move. This is our initial price for you. Jiyu agreed. Then, she walked into the hall. Aside from the center of the stage, there were already countless people who came to participate in the auction. Everyone had prepared enough cultivation coins, planning to auction off their treasures later. A person flew out from the center of the stage. Welcome everyone to the Parkson auction house. Through the support of profound energy, the auctioneer's words spread to every corner of the auction house. Everyone, we will officially begin the auction in a moment. Everyone, please get ready immediately. First of all, let us introduce our first auction item. It is actually a grade 4 medicinal pill. It can quickly recover one's vitality and replenish all profound energy. Moreover, it can increase one's attack power by 3 levels. The profound practitioners below the stage began to discuss. If this medicinal pill is eaten, if you meet an opponent of the same level, wouldn't you be ahead of them by 3 levels? That's right. If this were to happen in a duel, its effect would be too great. A youth stood up, everyone, I am launching. This medicinal pill is worth 100,000 cultivation coins. I want it. What, it's actually someone from the Lan family. Their youngest genius has also reached the first level of the spirit profound realm. This is practically a pre-order for this medicinal pill. Suddenly, another voice rang out. I am Bai Wu, but I want this medicinal pill. 300,000 cultivation coins. Lanqing looked at Bai Wu, Bai Brat, do you have to go against me? What is young Master Lan saying? This is the auction house. With your previous bid, wouldn't the other families not dare to make a move? You. My Bai family is not easy to bully. After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. Jiyu watched the 2 families fight. She never thought that in this border city, there would actually be 2 youths at the first level of the spirit profound realm. And from the looks of it, they were only at the ordinary level. Xiaogu yawned, as if these 2 people at the spirit profound realm were not his match. 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. Just as the deal was about to be struck, Lanqing immediately raised his hand, 400,000. Young Master Lan, could it be that the Lan family has already declined to this extent? 800,000. Lanqing was infuriated by Bai Wu. Just as he was about to bid, the housekeeper behind him suddenly stopped him. Young master, please calm down. Although this medicinal pill is precious, it is not worth this price. After coldly snorting, Lanqing sat down. The auctioneer immediately shouted, the second item, a 4th grade artifact, the Imperial Sky Sword. I don't need to say much about its value. The starting bid is 300,000 cultivation coins. 1 million cultivation coins. Lanqing immediately shouted, completely blocking off the price. The white and blue families had spent almost 1 million cultivation coins, and now their strength had reached the limit. The auctioneer quickly called out 3 bids. Immediately after, the auctioneer suddenly laughed lewdly. The next item we are going to auction is a special item. Many of the men present started to laugh out loud. A carriage was pushed out, and the auctioneer removed the red cloth on the carriage. A delicate face appeared in front of everyone. This girl had 2 small cat ears on her head. The starting bid is 1 million cultivation coins. She is just an ordinary girl, how could she be worth this price? That's right. She is just an ordinary girl. They faintly smiled and turned their heads. The auctioneer came to the front of the carriage, picked up the iron hammer in front of him and lightly knocked on the carriage. The girl on the stage immediately let out a delicate groan. All the men present trembled slightly. Jiyu originally did not have any sympathy for this girl, but following the matter just now, Jiyu was instantly enraged. He was a person who followed his heart. He turned to look at the auctioneer following him. How much cultivation coins do I have now? A total of 1,500,000 cultivation coins. Jiyu raised the auction board in his hand, 1,200,000 cultivation coins. Following Jiyu's words, everyone looked at Jiyu. A wretched man stood up and said in a heavy tone, 1,300,000. What, a single pill is not worth this money? Although she is a beautiful girl, 1 million cultivation coins is not worth it. Jiyu said indifferently, 1,400,000 cultivation coins. He turned his head, took out 3 bottles of 4th-grade pills from his storage ring, and threw them into the hands of the appraiser. I'll sell it to you for 500,000 cultivation coins per bottle. After saying this, they immediately turned their heads. Deal. The wretched man said to Jiyu, Brat, let me tell you, I am the Gao family's great elder, do you still want to fight with me? Jiyu coldly snorted, turned his head and said indifferently, I don't know any Gao family, this is an auction house. Oh? The young man from the Bai family looked in Jiyu's direction with interest. Jiyu said indifferently, state your price. The wretched man clenched his fist. But he was afraid of the auction house's rules and didn't dare to flare up. He turned around and snorted. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, this cat girl belongs to VIP number 320. Immediately after, the auctioneer lowered his voice. The last treasure, mystic skill, gloomy forest. This profound skill allows you to enter a different space, and within 5 breaths of time, you can reappear from the different space. It can give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The last bidder was the wretched man from just now. Gao family's mystic skill. After the auction ended, Jiyu was invited backstage. The auctioneer handed a small bag to Jiyu. This is the Xianming ghost bag. There are 5 million cultivation coins stored in it. In addition, this token is our Parks and Supermarkets VIP token. It can be circulated in the entire Eastern Region Empire. They cupped their hands and got up to leave one after another. Jiyu took the cultivation coins and returned to the hotel. He asked for a luxurious suite and paid a year's deposit. Because the Eastern Region Empire was unified, it wasn't easy for Jiyu to find clues. Suddenly, the shop's waiter walked in. He knocked on the door. Jiyu walked out and took the letter. The letter said that an old friend wanted to see Jiyu. Xiaogu, you stay here and eat whatever you like. Jiyu left the city gate alone. He was a little puzzled. He had just arrived in the Eastern Region Empire. How could there be an acquaintance? At this moment, a wretched laughter sounded. Jia Jia. The wretched man he met at the auction house just now walked out, waving the fan in his hand. Boy, obediently hand over the cat girl and I can still spare your life. Jiyu looked at him. You think you can do that? The wretched man clapped his hands. With 2 sounds, several black-clothed men with purple eyes jumped onto the tree trunk. Kill him. Several black-clothed men suddenly stomped on the ground. Their bodies emitted a purple light. At this moment, they flew towards Jiyu. Their fingertips and nails were rapidly spreading. These people here are known as the 5 wild leopard brothers. Every one of them is at the peak of the 1st level of the spirit profound realm. Little brat, just obediently die. Under the support of the profound energy, their speed became abnormally fast. Jiyu immediately jumped up, but she didn't use any of the profound energy in her body. She just took quick steps in the air. Ding. Host has used 3000 cloud movement. Experience gained 999 times proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to host. The 3000 Clouds movement has successfully broken through to the minor accomplishment stage. Jiyu could feel that she did not need any profound energy at all to be able to use the lightning haste. Furthermore, her speed had increased by 300%. He kept flashing in the air. The 5 wild leopard brothers, who were famous for their speed in Border City, were actually no match for Jiyu in terms of speed. Big brother, if we continue on like this, we will definitely lose to them. We must think of a way. If that's the case, we have no choice but to use that move. Following that, the 5 brothers each stood on the positions of the 5 constellations. A wild leopard seemed to have appeared on the spot, its eyes revealing a ferocious look. Fusion profound skill, raging flame leopard. A huge leopard appeared in the air and roared towards the sky. It looked fiercely in the direction of Jiyu. After roaring, it suddenly pounced towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu reached out her hand and blocked the leopard with her arm. She quickly flung it away. The moment the leopard landed on the ground, it roared angrily at Jiyu again. Jiyu covered her body with Qi Gang. The 3000 volts lightning was suddenly activated. It was as if the entire place was filled with Jiyu's figure. You're courting death. Jiyu slowly uttered these words. The raging flame leopard suddenly twisted its body, but Jiyu was already in front of them and punched out heavily. Kid, you actually dare to get close to us. That's ridiculous. A ball of flame suddenly appeared in the mouth of the raging flame leopard. The flame suddenly spurted out. Jiyu punched out and the flame suddenly broke into pieces. They turned into flames and scattered in all directions. After being hit by Jiyu's punch, the 5 wild leopard brothers split up and fell heavily on the ground. When the wretched man from the Gao family saw that the 5 wild leopard brothers, whom he had spent a lot of money to invite, were so easily defeated by Jiyu, he was instantly enraged. You bunch of trash. The profound energy in his body was constantly being released, as if there was a huge bear covering his body. The huge bear hit its chest and roared angrily. 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Jiyu said slowly. Hearing Jiyu's words, the man from the Gao family said coldly, Kid, now you know how to write the word death, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've covered my body with the soul of a profound beast. That means that not only can I use my own profound chi, I can also superimpose the attribute of the profound beast on myself. Jiyu covered his body with his mental energy. He could feel that there was a faint layer of profound chi on his body. He should be using most of his energy to maintain the profound beast skill. Giant bear splitting palm. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared in the air and slapped towards Jiyu. You've wasted too much profound chi on your profound skill. You've reached the end. Jiyu directly poured the profound skill into his fist. Raging flame iron fist. 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level. Originally, Jiyu's punch already had a force of 500 kilograms. However, in the next moment, it was superimposed. Under the bombardment, the surrounding trees and stones were sent flying in an instant. After the power passed, Jiyu appeared in front of the wretched man. You? He shouted angrily. In an instant, his fists were pounding on his body with a rumbling sound. Haha, kid, I have to admit that you're very talented to be able to withstand my punch. However, what I like the most is to be killed by you so-called geniuses. A loud rumbling sound rang out, followed by a crisp cracking sound. At this moment, the profound chi shield suddenly cracked. After the profound chi shield was broken, Jiyu directly arrived in front of the Gao family man and heavily punched him. The wretched man from the Gao family was hit by Jiyu's punch. It directly penetrated his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Jiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're good to be able to make me sweat. At this moment, Jiyu also understood that the strength of the empire of the eastern region was not something that the people of the southern region could compare with. He picked up the storage ring of the Gao family man. A mystical skill appeared in the storage ring. Jiyu picked up the book and read it. Ding, the host has read the Dark Forest and obtained the mystical skill, Dark Forest. There was a new mystical skill. He must try it out. Jiyu leaped into the air and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, 8 mirrors appeared in the air. Jiyu flew into one of the mirrors. When he appeared again, he was already 800 meters away. This mystical skill was even more powerful than the 3000 volts lightning. Ding, the host has used the dark forest and obtained 1 by 999 experience. Ding, the host has developed the second mystical skill of dark forest, 10,000 miles mirror image. Jiyu felt that he could now teleport within 10,000 meters. After putting away the storage rings of the Gao clan members, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already back in the city. Only then did the Gao clan guards follow her. Not good, the Grand Elder has been killed. A young man in green walked out. Seeing that the Great Elder who supported him the most had died here, he clenched his fists and said, "Go and investigate. We must find out who killed the Great Elder of the Gao clan." Yes. The group of guards scattered in all directions. The auctioneer of the auction house pushed a carriage over. The surrounding people all locked their eyes on the cat girl. It was as if they were curious about who had bought such a stunning beauty. When the carriage stopped in front of the hotel. "I'm the third grade auctioneer of the auction house. I'm here to give the young master's auction item to you." Jiyu walked out. The third grade auctioneer chuckled. "Don't worry, young master. This cat girl is still a virgin. You can enjoy her to your heart's content tonight." Jiyu ignored him and walked to the front of the carriage. Everyone was wondering what was going to happen later. When the cat girl saw Jiyu approaching, she curled up in fear. At this moment, Xiaogu also walked out of the room. After seeing Xiaogu, the cat girl felt a sense of closeness. Xiaogu carried her up. Xiaogu even considerately covered the cat girl with a small blanket. Jiyu turned around and handed a bag of mystic coins to the auctioneer. He was surprised to find that the cat girl was actually at the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. After returning to the room, Jiyu placed a bottle of pills on the cat girl. The cat girl looked at him gratefully. "How did you get caught?" "They had 5 spirit profound realm experts. I couldn't escape." Jiyu sighed. There must be a reason for her existence. He couldn't change this situation for the time being. He said indifferently, "From now on, you're free." "Really?" The cat girl stood up excitedly. Xiaogu walked over. "Big brother is a good person. Sister, don't worry and leave." Jiyu said indifferently, "Let's go. Be careful in the future." When the cat girl reached the door, she suddenly turned around and knelt on the ground. "I, Cat Row, am willing to follow young master and serve young master." Jiyu persuaded her twice more. After seeing the cat girl's intelligence, he didn't reject her anymore. The next morning, Jiyu slowly woke up. The cat girl walked in with a basin of hot water. When she saw that Xiaogu was sleeping soundly with Jiyu in her arms, she blushed slightly. After washing up, Xiaoer knocked on the door. "Young master, there's a friend of yours downstairs who wants to meet you." Jiyu nodded and went downstairs. An elegant young master appeared in front of Jiyu. "Greetings, young master." Jiyu cupped his hands. He vaguely remembered that this wasn't the person he saw at the auction that day. "May I know young master's name?" "I'm Bai Wu. I've come to befriend young master." "You're welcome. May I have a private stroll with young master?" "Of course." The two of them walked on the street. Bai Wu said directly, "Tomorrow is the day of the Mystic Hall selection. Ji Gongzi, are you interested in participating?" "I already have a teacher, so I'm not interested." "I presume young master is in the spirit profound realm now. Don't you want to improve and become an even more powerful expert?" Jiyu asked with some interest, "Could it be that young master is one as well?" "Yes. In our Eastern region empire, the spirit profound realm is merely the threshold to become a profound cultivator. Tomorrow, the Mystic Hall will be holding a selection for children under the age of 18. As long as they pass the selection, they will be able to become a member of a high-grade profound cultivator academy. This is the path of advancement that many people yearn for." Jiyu thought that the Mystic Hall might have some clues about the Ice Seal Shrine. Since she didn't have any clues now, she might as well give it a try. "Alright, I'll give it a try." "That's great. If we're lucky, we might even be able to be assigned to the same class." Jiyu smiled. Baiwu cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, "Then I'll take my leave." The next day, all the young experts under the age of 18 in the border city gathered in front of the mystic hall. Several old men in long robes stood on the stone steps. Jiyu released her mental strength and realized that there were actually quite a few experts at the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm present. Among the 7 great empires, only the Spirit Treasure King had such strength. The people around them sensed Jiyu's spiritual power. The experts who were in charge of suppressing the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he possess such terrifying spiritual power? Today, we'll be selecting qualified profound practitioners to become our new generation of profound practitioner students. Our goal is to assist everyone in breaking through into the mortal profound realm. Everyone became excited when they heard about the human profound realm. This was a realm that only existed in legends. As long as he stepped into the human profound realm, he could become the overlord of a region. First, Lanqing. Lanqing proudly walked up to the ring and looked at Baiwu, who was standing below the ring. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Release your profound energy." Lanqing closed his eyes as the profound energy in his body continued to be released and the color started to change. 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Not bad, not bad. The few elders looked at Lanqing with satisfaction. Next, Xianxia. Peak of the Common Profound Realm, fail. Li Si, 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm, pass. Baiwu. Baiwu cupped his hands towards Jiyu and jumped onto the ring. He released his profound energy, which suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Everyone at the scene covered their eyes. 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, I really didn't expect that there would be someone close to the instructor. This batch of youths is really too monstrous. In an instant, all the family's gazes locked onto Baiwu. A few Gao family disciples saw Jiyu and whispered into a youth's ear. That youth walked in front of Jiyu. "Young master, this one is Gao Yuan. How may I address you?" "This one is Jiyu. Young master, you were so impressive that day at the Parkson Grand Market." When Jiyu heard this, she knew that this kid was from the family of that wretched man. He said indifferently, "The principle of the auction is to sell based on the bidding principle." Of course. According to my uncle's character, he didn't find trouble with young master after the auction, right? So what if he did, so what if he didn't? Looking at Jiyu's cold expression, he clenched his fist. He said coldly to Jiyu in front of him, "If that's the case, I don't mind asking for an explanation for my family's elder." However, at this moment. Next, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan snorted and walked onto the ring. The profound energy in his hand slowly spread out in the blink of an eye. The profound energy in his hand was gradually released to the maximum level. 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Gao Yuan walked down the testing platform and looked in Jiyu's direction. "Brat, remember this. We will meet again." Jiyu didn't say anything. After waiting for a moment, the elder on the ring shouted, "Next, Jiyu." Jiyu walked onto the ring. The profound energy in her body was suddenly released. Everyone looked at the profound light on Jiyu's body in surprise. 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. He's actually an expert at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. This is simply too terrifying. How can there be such a talented young man? Looking at his appearance, he's not even 18 yet. The elders immediately walked into the backstage area one after another. A few people walked out in shame. "Ji Gongzi, we can't decide your rank. This is our letter. When we go to the Eastern region's central capital, there's the great mystic master temple there. Only there are elders qualified to decide your rank." They handed a letter to Jiyu. Lanqing and Gao Yuan both tightly clenched their fists. They both decided in their hearts that this kid was truly terrifying. If he grew up in the future, it would be even more inconceivable. He was simply a living monster. Lanqing's words were just jealousy. At this time, Gao Yuan's killing intent was born. No matter whether this kid was the one who killed their elder or not, he must be killed as soon as possible. And the best time to kill him was when Jiyu went to the central capital. He turned his head. He quietly left the place. Baiwu felt happy about his decision to get close to Jiyu. He ran in front of Jiyu. Ji Gongzi, our family's caravan will organize a caravan to escort me to the central capital. I wonder if you're interested in going together? Okay. That's great. Then we'll set off in a moment. We'll respectfully wait for Ji Gongzi at the city gate. Ji returned to the inn and asked the two girls to pack up their clothes. Then, they set off in the direction of the city gate. Baiwu welcomed them. After seeing Xiaogu and Catgirl, he sighed in his heart. The strong really had boundless luck with women. He turned his head and said to Jiyu indifferently, Ji Gongzi, I didn't expect you to have so many people. But my carriage can accommodate 3 people. This way, please. Jiyu said indifferently, then thank you, young master bye. After saying that, the caravan slowly set off. After leaving the border city, they arrived at an uninhabited area 10,000 miles away. Everyone in the caravan was at the first level of the spirit profound realm. They scanned their surroundings. In this 10,000-mile distance, the threat of Xian beasts was far less than that of humans. When they walked into a valley, Li Mu and the others walked into the valley. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks in the valley fell rapidly. The caravan's front and back were cut off. The people in the valley poked their heads out and picked up the bows and arrows beside them. One arrow after another flew in Jiyu's direction. The people in the escort team jumped up and threw out the treasured weapons in their hands. About 100 masked men in black clothes popped their heads out one after another. We must kill this guy. After shouting this sentence, the surrounding people jumped down one after another. Third level of the spirit profound realm. Baiwu's head was covered in cold sweat. He stood in front of Jiyu to protect her. He pulled out a long sword. A few men in black took the lead and rushed forward. Profound skill, burning flame ripple. Profound skill, sea dragon roar. Profound skill, giant bear slap. At this moment, 3 profound skills slammed heavily in the direction of Jiyu. Baiwu took a deep breath and swung his sword. The long sword on his body instantly turned into dozens of long swords floating in the air. Profound skill, meteor shower. In an instant, hundreds of long swords appeared in the air and rushed towards the men in black. These few black-clothed men had just released their profound skills. There was no way to dodge at all. But before he could dodge, those long swords fell on his body one after another. After being stabbed by the long swords, the men in black all spat out a mouthful of blood. They were constantly panting. Gao Yuan walked out and shouted, "Old ancestor, help us." After shouting this sentence, an old man floated in the air. Profound skill, beast body bending. 8 sections long sword. In the blink of an eye, 8 long giant claws appeared on the old man's body. Under the old man's mind, the 8 giant claws rushed towards Jiyu's direction. Baiwu had just jumped up and infused his profound chi into the long sword. Just as the long sword twisted, the 2 profound chi exploded with a bang at this moment. He flew backwards. Don't think of harming our Bai family's distinguished guest. Jiyu stopped him and smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, let me do it. 7th level Spirit Profound Realm Expert? You are also at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. No wonder Yuaner wants to get rid of you. So that's why. After taking a deep breath, they took a step back and activated the profound chi in their hands in an instant. He rushed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand. After a loud bang, the 2 of them retreated again. Under the 2 punches, the surroundings exploded. He took a step back and took a deep breath. A powerful Xian energy vortex appeared in the surroundings. Jiyu and the Gao family's ancestor were attracted by this powerful Xian energy. They headed straight for the center of the vortex. At the center of the vortex, Jiyu sensed a terrifying destructive force. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Jiyu suddenly flew up into the sky and looked at the scene in front of him. Xian skill, Raging Inferno Iron Fist. Jiyu suddenly activated his Xian skill. Ding, host used Raging Inferno Iron Fist. Experience gained 999 times proficiency. Ding, congratulations host, Raging Inferno Iron Fist has broken through to small success realm. It seems that Raging Inferno Iron Fist is an Earth rank mid-level Xian skill, so the experience required to upgrade it is much lower than the 3000 clouds movement. Jiyu blasted his Xian skill into the nearby valley. The powerful Xian energy bounced back and he flew backwards. He broke away from the center of the Xian energy. On the other side, the Gao family's ancestor pierced the 8 spears into the ground. He abruptly stood up and took a few steps back. A demonic red light appeared in his eyes. Ji brat, you're really powerful. But our Gao family has been passed down for generations. There's a secret manual. Xian skill, divine hand. A huge amount of golden light was injected into his body. At this moment, the golden light on his body grew stronger. My Xian energy has increased by 5 times. He looked fiercely in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu rushed forward and swung his Raging Inferno Iron Fist again. You want to fight me with just an Earth-rank Xian skill? That's simply wishful thinking. When the 2 fists collided, Jiyu abruptly retreated and launched another punch at him. An Earth-rank Xian skill was indeed not a match for the opponent. However, Jiyu's Earth Xian skill had evolved. With the stacking of several Xian skills, it had already reached the heaven rank middle level. Under the bombardment, he suddenly retreated. However, the person in front of him was even more powerful. He crashed into the stone wall behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man from the Gao clan clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Jiyu in front of him. Jiyu, how dare you? You're dead meat. The old man stepped on the ground and slowly raised the spear on his back. Then, he walked up to Jiyu. A huge sword appeared in Jiyu's hand, and she swung it down heavily. A loud crack was heard. The Xian beast skill on the old man's back actually broke apart. Impossible, this old man's profound beast skill would not be at a disadvantage even when facing an expert at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. How is this possible? Just as he was stunned, Jiyu had already arrived in front of him. Looking at her, the old man coldly snorted, "Brat, you're still too inexperienced to ambush me." Immediately afterward, the 8 spears on the old man's back were lifted abruptly and stabbed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu smiled faintly. Xian skill, gloomy forest. Suddenly, countless large mirrors appeared in the air. The Xian beast spear fell on the mirrors. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu jumped into the mirrors. In just a breath's time, Jiyu appeared in another mirror. She walked out of the mirror and swung the warhound sword down. Before the old man could react, he was stabbed in the back by the long sword. The old man's dantian was also pierced by the sword. Looking at this, the old man suddenly became old. Dao Yuan looked at his ancestor and his eyes suddenly became mournful. Jiyu rushed forward and directly stabbed down with the sword. Jiyu never showed mercy to people who wanted to kill him. After this sword, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dao Yuan's dantian also burst at this time. Jiyu withdrew her weapon. Bai Wu stood up and limped to Jiyu's side. Are you okay? Jiyu said indifferently, I'm fine. He took out a small pill bottle from his storage ring. Then, he handed it to him. After seeing the pill, he took a deep breath. Isn't this a 4th grade pill? Bai Wu didn't expect Jiyu to be an alchemist. After swallowing a mouthful of the pill, he stood up and sent out the mystic energy in his hand. He suddenly turned his head, took a step forward, and said indifferently, Ji Gongzi, your recovery pill is far more violent than the pills of ordinary alchemists. And I feel that my mystic energy has recovered a lot. Jiyu said indifferently, it's just a small pill. Young master, please don't take it to heart. The carriage smoothly arrived at the central capital. 2 people walked out from the surroundings, their eyes filled with ferocity. Regardless of whether they were bandits or thieves, after seeing Jiyu and Bai Wu, they stretched out their hands. Who are you people? A person next to them said, we're students from a border city. Here's a token. Seeing that it was a token of the Xian Hall, they directly stretched out their hands and waved. The carriage slowly came in. A magnificent hall appeared in the middle of the hall. A few old men walked out with smiles on their faces. I wonder if you have the Xian certification. Bai Wu quickly handed over his token. Jiyu also took out a letter. A few people came forward. Looking at the letter in Jiyu's hand, they said indifferently, "What 7th level of the spirit profound realm? Isn't this a joke? We haven't seen such a young expert at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm in so many years. Even if you want to brag, you should have some confidence." An elder said indifferently, "What do you know?" The letter in his hand was taken out by an elder from a border city. Looking at the words of the elder in front of them, the faces of the two students around them turned red. Could there be some mistake in this? Hearing this, all the elders present had some doubts in their hearts. They looked at Jiyu in front of them. "I wonder if you can use it." However, at this moment, the Xian energy in his hand suddenly surged. The aura on Jiyu's body suppressed the surrounding people, causing them to lower their heads. They felt the aura on his body. A few elders said at the same time, "Enough, enough. Let's do it." After saying this, they took a step back and said to Jiyu in front of them, "The two of you, quickly bring them to their dormitory." In front of a huge 5-story building. They looked at the huge building at the same time. "This is the 8th dormitory. There are a total of 7 people living here. If the two of you know each other, why don't you stay together?" Jiyu nodded and said to the person in front of her, "Thank you, senior." After saying this, Jiyu stepped into the building. The 4 people sitting inside suddenly raised their heads. There were 3 men and 1 woman in total. Jiyu was followed by Xiaogu and the cat girl. The girl in the group raised her head. She smiled slightly. "It seems that our guests are not simple." "That's right. Those who can stay here are the most elite disciples. I wonder what the two of you are capable of." At this moment, the person behind them stepped forward. "I am Bai Wu, 3rd level of the spirit profound realm." The Xian energy on his body suddenly lit up. "I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful genius." "What about you?" Jiyu said indifferently, "The academy arranged for us to stay here. Naturally, there is a reason. Sorry, goodbye." He led Xiaogu and the cat girl towards the stairs. "Third sister, this woman actually dares to not give you face." At this moment, a fatty suddenly rushed to Jiyu's side. He had already released all the Xian energy on his body. He was actually an expert at the 5th level of the spirit profound realm. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand and blocked the fatty's kick. Jiyu turned his fist into a palm and grabbed onto his long leg. Then, he landed a heavy punch on his long leg. With a loud crack, he fell to the ground. He took a deep breath. He suddenly stood up and slowly said, "Kid, you have some skills." When the other two saw that the fatty was defeated, they suddenly became alert and rushed forward. After a few collisions, the long sword suddenly swung towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly turned her body and grabbed the long sword in front of her. She twisted her hand and swung it in another direction. After a series of attacks, everyone took a step back. Jiyu said indifferently, "If you continue to attack, don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, the Xian energy on his body was suddenly released. Looking at the Xian energy on Jiyu's body. "What? She's actually an expert at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm? With this kind of strength, she could even be a teacher, right?" Everyone took a step back. "We lost." Jiyu turned her head. The 4 people said at the same time, "You actually won. From now on, you will be our boss here." The girl who spoke just now stood up. "I am Gu Jialua, 4th level of the spirit profound realm, 3rd grade alchemist." Looking at Gu Jialua's proud expression, it was obvious that he valued his identity as an alchemist very much. The fatty scratched his head. "I am Chong Fu, 5th level of the spirit profound realm." The other two looked extremely agile. "We are twin brothers. I am Ning Da and he is Ning Xiao. We are both at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit profound realm." Bai Wu also introduced himself. Jiyu said indifferently, "I am 7th level of the spirit profound realm, 6th grade alchemist. Greetings to everyone." "What?" He was actually a 6th grade alchemist. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Bai Wu involuntarily sucked in a deep breath of air. Then, Gu Jialua said, "You all go up first." Jiyu glanced around. There was only one room on the 7th floor. The cat girl looked around and lifted a bed in front of Jiyu. The cat girl blushed, swayed her body and said, "Young master, from today onwards, this servant will live with you." Jiyu coughed dryly. After everyone had settled down, the school bell rang. Jiyu led the rest and walked out of the door. At this time, countless students quickly gathered in the central square of the school. The teacher stood in the middle of the stage. Originally, today should be our welcoming mode, but today, we feel that there are many demon beasts around the forest that have begun to invade us. Students, we should contribute to the central capital. Now, with the class as the unit, everyone will enter the forest to find the king of demon beasts and defeat them. Along with the teacher's words, everyone present stepped heavily on the ground. Yes. After shouting this sentence, a teacher came in front of Jiyu and others. Who is the boss of the class? Jiyu took a step forward. The teacher looked at Jiyu with satisfaction. Spirit Profound Realm children are all good children. This time, we are only in charge of logistics. You must be careful, don't act rashly, understand? Yes, teacher. Teacher Ayaguda led them, opened the school, and came to the military camp located at the side of the central capital. Here, countless soldiers were drinking tea. Everyone's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Seeing the arrival of Jiyu and others, one of the soldiers glanced at them. You all have come. This time, the demon beasts have already arrived at our village outside the central capital. Many villagers have already been injured. After hearing this, several students clenched their fists. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the forest. Many screams in the surroundings were transmitted into their mouths at this moment. They abruptly turned their heads. They all rushed into the forest, and many people slowly walked out of it. The leader of the soldiers shouted, "Hurry up and bring the villagers to a safe place. The rest of you, get ready." He turned his head and saw the people from the Xian Master Academy. He frowned slightly. Don't stay here. Go find a safe place. After roaring these words, he led the rest of the soldiers and ran into the deep forest. We can't watch them face the powerful demonic beasts alone. We have to go and help them. After hearing this, several people around also came forward and came to Jiyu. It was the leader of the soldiers. He looked at Jiyu. Didn't I tell you to find a safe place to stay? After hearing this, the soldiers drew their swords and took a step forward. They raised their spears and aimed at one of the holes. However, at this moment, a giant black snake suddenly rushed out. It also had a pair of huge wings on its back. Oh no, it's a flying singing snake. It's a Xian beast equivalent to a human at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. And because it's a Xian beast, it's much stronger than Jiyu. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The flying singing snake flew forward and hit the rest of the soldiers with its tail. After being hit by the flying singing snake, they spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. A few of the soldiers looked in Jiyu's direction in fear. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "You go first. We'll be responsible for protecting this place." After saying this, they turned around and walked back to the flying singing snake. However, at this moment, the soldier said, "Those who invade our country will be killed, no matter how far away they are." The flying singing snake looked at them and seemed to be laughing at them. At this moment, the people around them all took a step forward. The snake spat out a mouthful of black fog. It enveloped the long snake's body. After it was enveloped by the black fog, it slowly spread out. However, in the next scene, several people fell in the black fog. The remaining soldier activated all the Xianqi in his body. He covered his body with Xianqi. "Come on, beast. We won't let you go." After shouting this sentence, Li Yundong shouted. The snake suddenly turned its head and flew toward Jiyu. Jiyu took a step forward and hit it with a heavy punch. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The snake fell to the ground. Gu Jialua released a huge amount of Xianqi and shrouded Jiyu. Jiyu's Xianqi suddenly increased by 3 times. He looked at Gu Jialua behind him in surprise. Then the fatty flew up. Xian skill, blazing light wave. After roaring out those words, an intense beam of light danced in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly jumped up into the sky. At this moment, the flames bombarded the flying crying serpent's body and engulfed its body. It fell to the ground and let out a sad cry. Ningde and Ning Xiao came forward and stabbed the long sword in their hands into the snake's body. After the snake was killed, a Xianxia flew into the sky. There seemed to be a roar in the deep forest. A huge dragon flew out of the sky. He grabbed Jiyu and flew in another direction at the same time. Xiaogu glared at the giant dragon flying in the air and flew over at the same time. The cat girl activated the beast blood in her bloodline and quickly rushed over. The rest of the people followed Jiyu's lead and ran forward. The soldier looked at Jiyu and said, "Damn it. He is just a child." He seemed to blame himself for being incompetent, but there were so many villagers around. He couldn't help Jiyu. Jiyu was caught by the huge dragon and brought into the cave. The huge dragon raised its head and glared at Jiyu. There was a trace of anger in its eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "Who are you? Boy, why do you have dragon breath?" Jiyu activated the power of the dragon vein in her body. At this time, a huge dragon appeared behind Jiyu's Qi gang and roared at the huge dragon in front of her. The power of the dragon vein? It's just one of the dragon breaths. Trash. Then the huge dragon raised its claws and slapped down heavily in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's fist turned into a claw and the two palms collided heavily at this time. At this moment, the ground around them began to shake. Jiyu said indifferently, "It seems that your dragon power is not as powerful as I thought." "How is that possible? You don't only have dragon breath. You actually absorbed the dragon of the southern region into your body." "But so what?" At this time, Xiaogu jumped forward and released the power of the Calamity Dragon. The huge dragon suddenly turned its head. Calamity Dragon of Desolation. Roar. Xiaogu saw that the huge dragon was going to harm Jiyu and glared at it. "I didn't expect that the Calamity Dragon of Desolation would actually follow by your side. Boy, you are really not simple." The huge dragon roared at the sky. The people who were rushing over were affected by this aura and were sent flying. They hit a tree and fainted. After the dragon roared, the sound of countless wings flapping could be heard. Rows of huge dragons floated in the sky. Every one of them looked down. "I didn't expect that the King of Dragons would appear here. Bring her back. This way, we can obtain the Calamity Dragon's power." After he finished speaking, the huge dragons in the sky waved their hands. At this moment, the people in the surroundings also enveloped Xiaogu. With a flash of light, they appeared in another place. Jiyu saw that Xiaogu was taken away and clenched his fists. "Xiaogu, you actually took Xiaogu away. No matter who you are, I will not let you go." He turned his head. At this time, the cat slaves and the rest of the people arrived in front of Jiyu. "Where is the woman beside you?" "She was taken away by a group of golden dragons." Hearing Jiyu's words, the people in the surroundings sucked in a cold breath. Adagu said, "I didn't expect that girl to be a calamity dragon. She actually has such powerful strength." Jiyu heard Ada Da's words and asked, "You know about the calamity dragon? Do you know what that huge dragon is?" At this time, one of them slowly said, "Huge dragon? You mean the huge dragon that just took you away?" "Yes. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Azure Huge Dragon still exists in this world." "That's right. We originally thought that the Azure Huge Dragon was extinct. I didn't expect that it would appear here." They sucked in a cold breath. Jiyu stepped forward, "Tell me, where are they?" The Azure Huge Dragon has its own dragon's protection realm. Normal people can't enter. Even so, I have to save Xiaogu." Hearing Jiyu's words, he suddenly clenched his fists. At this time, the teacher said indifferently, "If you really want to go, that place is Azure City. However, you can't enter." Jiyu said, "Okay, teacher, I want to ask for leave." "What? You want to ask for leave? You've just joined the academy. Goodbye." Jiyu cupped his fist and after saying that, he flew out of the door. He activated the 3000 clouds displacement and the dark forest, these two powerful mystical skills. In a short 5 breaths, he was already 10,000 miles away. He held the map in the teacher's hand and quickly headed towards Azure City. Azure City was known as the Holy City. After the Azure Dragon went into seclusion, the city gates were tightly shut. There were countless dragons guarding the city. It was difficult for ordinary people to even get close to this place. However, Jiyu was able to break through the first barrier of Azure City with the support of two profound skills. In the Dragon Palace. Looking at Xiaogu, who was enveloped by the dragon aura, in the center of the palace. The elder of the Azure Dragon let out a sigh. Elder, we finally managed to bring back the Calamity Skeletal Dragon with great difficulty. Why do you seem unhappy? The Azure Dragon Elder let out a sigh. Although this Calamity Skeletal Dragon is good, it only has a cultivation of 1,000 years. It's too weak. Even if we absorb its dragon soul, we won't be able to become stronger. But according to the Patriarch's words, wouldn't we become stronger after absorbing the dragon soul? That's right. Before the Patriarch entered the life and death realm, he did say that. However, he also said that there must be a prerequisite. That is, we must absorb the dragon soul of a Calamity Skeletal Dragon that has lived for more than 10,000 years before we can evolve into the Azure Gold Dragon. However, at this moment, the defensive formation shifted. The Dragon Elder turned his head and looked at the formation turntable. He said, someone passed through the periphery of Azure City. Hearing this, the Elder let out a smile. Unexpectedly, it's been a long time since someone was able to pass through Azure City. A handsome young man with dragon scales on both sides of his face walked out. He cupped his hands towards the Elder in front of him and said indifferently, Elder, let me deal with this uninvited guest. The Elder held the walking stick in front of him and said heavily, all right, go. After roaring, he picked up the spear in his hand and ran out of the door. After a few leaps, he arrived at the huge city gates. A few Dragon Clan guards opened the huge gate in front of him. With a creak, the huge gate opened at this moment. He led the Dragon Clan members and rushed out of the forest in the periphery of Azure City. Jiyu could feel the powerful aura pressing down on her. A treasure weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. A huge sword appeared in his hand. In the next second, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The people from the dragon tribe came before Jiyu. One of them raised his head and said to Jiyu, this is Azure City. I don't care who you are. Leave this place immediately. After shouting this sentence, the surrounding people walked out one after another. The holy land of the Dragon Clan is not to be disturbed. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at them. Your holy lands are not to be disturbed. What about my people? Hand them over. The young man walked out, looked at Jiyu and asked, that Desolation Sky Dragon is your friend? Exactly. This Calamity Dragon of Desolation is already ours. Then this holy land is still ours. After hearing this, Jiyu suddenly turned her head and found that she was surrounded. He pulled out a long spear from his back and pointed it at Jiyu. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Kill him. At this moment, the surrounding people from the Dragon Clan rushed towards Jiyu. At this moment, the profound energy in their bodies suddenly surged. The body of the Dragon Clan was indeed the body of the Dragon Clan. Under the support of the profound energy, they broke through to the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. They burned the dragon blood in their bodies. They rushed in front of Jiyu. If they didn't sense that Jiyu was also a profound practitioner of the Spirit Profound Realm, they wouldn't even bother to use the power of the dragon blood. The power of the dragon blood gave them a strong armor. This is a defense that even a profound practitioner of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm with a superior 4th grade treasure weapon couldn't break through. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The few dragon knights looked at Jiyu with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. Jiyu held the Warhound's great sword in his hand as he suddenly turned around, slashing down with a heavy blow. With a creak sound. At this moment, the dragon armor quickly cracked. Everyone looked towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly turned her body and heavily chopped down with her sword. Seeing that the great sword was about to reach his head, Long Jiang quickly flew to intercept Jiyu's sword. He didn't expect that Jiyu would suddenly turn her body and use the profound skill Dark Forest. In the blink of an eye, she arrived behind one of the dragon warriors. As the sword fell, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Blood flowed out. His body went soft and fell into a pool of blood. Looking at the blood flowing out from his opponent's body, Long Jiang clenched his fist and aimed it at Jiyu in front of him. He took a step forward and said to Jiyu indifferently, "Jiyu, you killed my dragon warrior." "What, can't I kill him? Do you know how long it takes for a dragon warrior to take form?" The corner of Jiyu's mouth curled up slightly. "You asked for it." Hearing this, the dragon warrior rushed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu gradually jumped up and swung the warhound's great sword that weighed over 1,000 kilograms. A thick cloud of dust rose up from the surroundings. "What? Your sword is actually able to split the earth apart?" Long Jiang pondered. What kind of terrifying opponent did he meet? But if you want to defeat us like this, it's simply wishful thinking. Dragon spear, stab. However, right at that moment, the dragon spear suddenly thrusted out several hundred times in Jiyu's direction. But Jiyu scanned with her spiritual power and saw that Long Jiang was hiding among the hundreds of spears. Jiyu suddenly took a step forward and swung the warhound's great sword in her hand. As if in an instant, there was a burst of light. At this moment, in the air, it was as if a golden dragon was charging in Jiyu's direction. The warhound's great sword in Jiyu's hand also turned into a giant dog. The two forces collided. Jiyu said indifferently, "Break for me." He roared, and at this moment, his mystic energy covered the giant dog. Long Jiang also roared, "How can the dignity of my dragon clan be lost in your hands?" At this moment, the two mystic energies collided. Following a loud sound, both of them took a step back. Jiyu swung her hand. 18 golden puppets suddenly appeared in the air. Kill. Long Jiang was trapped by the 18 golden puppets. Jiyu's spiritual power covered Long Jiang's body and sensed his weakness. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. "What, this move of yours, why is it so strange?" In the next second, Jiyu appeared in front of Long Jiang. Long Jiang's eyes widened. He was still trapped by the 18 golden puppets and couldn't dodge in time. But in the next moment, Jiyu turned around and slashed down with her sword. Long Jiang saw the long sword coming in front of him. "Little friend, can you stop?" A powerful aura enveloped Jiyu's body. Jiyu took a step back and waved her hand. Suddenly, the giant sword appeared in her hand. A giant figure appeared in the air. "Little friend, this is the grandson of our third elder." With the giant sword in her hand, Jiyu quickly stepped forward and used the 3,000 clouds movement. Jiyu appeared in front of the elder, who spoke. "Little friend, it seems that you want to compete with this old man." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful profound energy covered Jiyu's body. Jiyu's eyes widened. Human profound realm. That's right. Jiyu gritted her teeth and swung the giant sword in her hand. Her sword slashed down and hit the chi shield. "Little friend, although you're young, you're already at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. In this mainland, you're considered to be quite talented," but, before he could finish his sentence, a cracking sound was heard from the Qi gang. "What?" The elder of the dragon clan suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard. However, in the next moment, Jiyu abruptly turned around and swung his sword down again. Boom, with a loud sound, the Qi shield suddenly exploded. The elder of the dragon clan thought to himself, no wonder Long Jiang wasn't Jiyu's match. This kid's talent is so strong. Just as he was about to take the elder's dragon heart, the elder of the dragon clan stretched out his dragon claw. The two fists collided heavily. Jiyu quickly took 2 steps back and looked at him coldly. "Hand over, little goo." The elder of the dragon clan coughed and waved the walking stick in his hand. A ball of purple profound energy appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu looked at the ball of purple profound energy. "Little goo." The elder of the dragon clan said, "The desolate dragon of calamity isn't very useful to us. I can return it to you, but you have to promise us one thing. As long as you can find the golden dragon core for us, we'll return it to you." "Humph, is this what your so-called ancient dragon does? You have the right to call yourselves dragons. Kid, we've already given in. Don't push your luck. Today, you must return little goo to me." Looking at the elder of the dragon clan, it was as if this kid wasn't afraid at all. Long Jiang didn't know why his great elder, a dignified ancient sky azure dragon of the human profound realm, would be so afraid of this brat. Ji Yu's profound energy was not as good as his. But if he used all the methods he had, he might be able to kill this elder of the dragon clan. The storage ring in his hand suddenly shone brightly. The elder of the dragon clan said indifferently, "Young friend, I'll return the person to you. I wonder if you can become friends with our clan." It did not know why, but it felt an unprecedented threat from Ji Yu. If they attacked, killing Ji Yu shouldn't be a problem. But Ji Yu should be able to bring them a huge disaster. Friend? Ji Yu couldn't figure out what this old dragon brat was planning. "Young master, we captured the Calamity Dragon because we wanted to use the true dragon aura in her body to complete our ancient Sky Azure Dragon. But, from the beginning to the end, we didn't intend to consume or harm your friends." Ji Yu smiled. "Here are some gifts, please accept them." With that, Ji Yu tossed a pill bottle into his hand. The dragon elder opened the jade screen, and a strange fragrance wafted out. "This item is called Dragon Flame, one of the white herbs. If you consume it, it will be very beneficial to your dragon race." "Thank you, young master." "Young master, we really didn't mean to harm your friend. Watch and see if you don't believe me." With that, the dragon tribe elder tapped his walking stick, and the purple aura on Xiaogu's body also dissipated at this moment. However, Ji Yu realized that Xiaogu's dragon aura was much stronger. "Didn't you say you wanted to absorb Xiaogu's dragon aura? Why is this happening?" Ji Yu pulled Xiaogu behind him anxiously. "Young friend, don't be nervous. We just want to absorb her dragon aura. We won't let her suffer any harm." Ji Yu cupped his hands. "Alright, I promise you. If I can find the golden dragon pill, I will get it back. If you can get the golden dragon pill back, the ancient Sky Azure dragon will be your friend in the future." Suddenly, the dragon elder started coughing. Long Jiang anxiously stepped forward. "Great elder, what's wrong?" Ji Yu said calmly, "Is this an internal injury?" "That's right. Young friend, you have good eyes." Ji Yu said calmly. "If your internal injury isn't treated, I'm afraid it will be in a few years. Sigh, our ancient Sky Azure Dragon clan was born with a missing dragon tendon. That's why we can't wait to find the golden dragon pill. 100 years ago, the humans surrounded us layer by layer, wanting to refine us into Xian beasts. If we hadn't sealed the city gates in time and activated the protective mountain array, we would have been extinct. However, when I was fighting against the 3 mystic kings of the Mystic Hall, I also..." "You too." He sighed. Ji Yu cupped his hands and said, "Perhaps I have a way to heal elders' injuries." "What? What?" When the two of them heard this, they both looked at Ji Yu. Long Jiang opened his mouth and said, Little brother, are you serious?" He frowned, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Ji Yu said lightly, "Of course I'm serious." When they heard Ji Yu's words, they all became excited and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu only turned his head and jumped a few steps, arriving on the platform. He reached out and tapped the other party's body. The dragon blood in the other party's acupuncture points suddenly stopped flowing. However, the dragon blood was too strong. At this moment, the surrounding dragon blood rushed into every part of the body. The power of the dragon body was simply too strong. Ji Yu's acupoint sealing had no effect on him. Ji Yu suddenly retracted his hand. "I didn't expect the dragon body to be so strong." Ji Yu raised his head and saw a burst of frost Xian energy suddenly flying into the sky. The two people around him walked forward. Ji Yu said, "Where is that?" "That's our Azure Sky City's extreme cold spring. However, this extreme cold spring is our Azure Sky Ancient Dragon spring water. But for some reason, no matter what we do, we can't move it away." Ji Yu said lightly, "Clan leader, I wonder if you can let me take a look over there." "Of course, you can." He ordered the 2 dragon warriors to bring Ji Yu to the ice spring. Just as they approached the ice spring, a bone-chilling cold gradually approached Ji Yu. Ji Yu took a step back. At this moment, the 2 palms in his hands were raised. It was at this moment that a blazing fire enveloped Ji Yu's palms. Only then did the bone-piercing cold subside. He looked at the 2 dragon warriors beside him. Even they were suppressed by the bone-piercing coldness of the true dragon bloodline in their bodies. Jiyu sat cross-legged beside the ice spring. His hands turned into fiery palms and covered their bodies. After being covered by his fiery palms, droplets of water dripped down. The two dragon warriors of the dragon clan were finally able to breathe. He took a deep breath and said faintly, "Young master, I wonder if we can take our leave first?" Jiyu nodded and the two dragon warriors slowly got up to leave. Feeling the bone-chilling ice spring in the lake, he used his dark force to guide the cold air to gather in his hands. His dark force was spinning rapidly. He swung his hands and flung the cold air into the air. As the cold air entered his body, Jiyu felt the dark force in his body increase greatly. After a moment, Jiyu stood up. He gently touched the flowers around the lake. Ding, the host has touched the heavenly spirit treasure, flourishing flower. Ding, the host has obtained the knowledge of 100 herbs. Flourishing flower was a great tonic for the body of the dragon clan. And with the help of the elixir refined from this flower, it could increase the purity of one's dark force. A lot of knowledge flowed into Jiyu's mind. At this time, he looked around. He never expected that the surroundings were filled with heavenly spirit treasures and that he was in an excellent position. In addition, these heavenly spirit treasures were protected by ice, so even the dragon clan warriors couldn't get close. That was why these heavenly spirit treasures were protected. He said indifferently, "These herbs have been ruined by you old fogies." After saying this, Jiyu waved his hand and gathered all the herbs in the surroundings into Jiyu's storage ring. Then he patted his chest. "This is just right." Thinking of this, Jiyu quickly twisted his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared in the Azure Sky City's temple. With this skill of coming and going without a trace, even the human profound realm expert, the dragon clan leader, couldn't sense what was happening to Jiyu. And they couldn't sense the dark force on Jiyu. Jiyu said slowly, "Great Elder, I wonder if you're willing to come with me?" Hearing this, the great elder of the dragon clan looked at Jiyu in confusion. "Where are we going?" "To a good place." Jiyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Extreme Frost Ice Spring. The moment Jiyu said that, the surrounding dragon generals started to get nervous. "Brat, are you trying to kill our clan's elder?" "That's right. You want to bring Elder to such a dangerous place?" "Elder, we are willing to fight him to the death. We have no regrets." Jiyu frowned. "No wonder your ancient Sky Azure Dragon clan can't grow up. Your fertility is already bad, but you still like to fight and kill. You. Every dragon general wanted nothing more than to tear Jiyu to shreds. Jiyu said indifferently. "If I kill your great elder, with the strength of your remaining people, can I still walk out?" Hearing those words, the crowd glanced at each other. It seemed that what Jiyu said made a lot of sense. But they didn't know that if Jiyu wanted to leave, even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Then come with me." Jiyu led the great elder to the side of the ice spring and sat down. Then, he waved his hand gently. A ball of purple flames appeared in his hand. "What? You have a special flame on you?" "Special flame?" Jiyu asked indifferently. The elder said, "There is a special flame in heaven and earth. It is born in response to the heavens. For this special flame to be born, it needs thousands of years to be formed from the essence of heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of a fated person like you." Jiyu nodded. He waved the special flame in his hand and an exquisite pill furnace appeared in the air. Looking at the pill furnace in front of him, the elder of the dragon tribe couldn't help but take a deep breath. "You are actually an alchemist. This is unbelievable." Jiyu didn't care about the surprised old man. He sat cross-legged on the ground and gathered the dark force in his body quickly. And it enveloped the pill furnace. After the pill furnace was enveloped by the flame. In just a moment, a pill flew into the sky. A 5th-grade medicinal pill. "Oh my god, it's actually a 5th-grade medicinal pill." After shouting out these words, Li Yundong was stunned. Jiyu stretched out her hand and pointed. A huge amount of energy was released at this moment, suppressing the pill. The pill was planning to leave, but it didn't expect to be suppressed by this enormous profound energy. It fell into Jiyu's hand. Jiyu raised her hand and handed it to the dragon elder. Looking at the pill in his hand, the dragon elder's body began to tremble violently. Who would have thought that they would be able to obtain such a powerful medicinal pill today? Even the royal family of the empire would not be able to obtain a 5th-grade pill so easily. As long as you consume this pill, your old wounds will be completely healed. However, this treatment will still take some time. Hearing Jiyu's words, the Dragon Clan patriarch also cupped his hands and bowed to Jiyu. There's no need to bring back the golden dragon pill. From today onwards, Ji Gongzi will be our distinguished guest. Jiyu said indifferently, "You're too kind, patriarch." 3 months later. Jiyu jumped out of the ice spring. Among the spirit herbs here, he found a stalk of 100 ice grass. After consuming it, the user would not be afraid of ice water. It was also because of this that he entered the ice spring and cultivated Heaven Splitter in the water. The system's experience points also increased at a terrifying rate. When he reappeared, he was already close to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. He was only 1 step away from the Human Profound Realm. What a heaven-defying cultivation. Seeing how Jiyu had improved to such a level in just 3 months, the Dragon Clan patriarch couldn't help but sigh. Even the elders of the Dragon Clan couldn't help but sigh. If he was given more time, they didn't know how much he could grow. Ji Gongzi, I feel that my wounds have healed. Why don't we go back first? Jiyu nodded. The Dragon Clan patriarch brought Jiyu back to the outside of the sacred palace. However, at this moment, a few dragon warriors flew out. The terrifying dragon scale armor couldn't protect this group of fire-breathing giant dragons. How dare you be so presumptuous in my sacred palace? The 2 of them anxiously walked into the sacred palace. At this moment, Xiaogu was leading the dragon generals of the sacred palace to fight against the brown-robed people. One of them was the first to speak, Calamity Desolation Dragon, surrender obediently. I don't want to. You want to capture our guest in our sacred palace? Aren't you being too arrogant? A group of ancient azure dragons stood in front of Xiaogu. The few giant dragons floating in the air laughed loudly. You don't even have the strength of a human at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm and you want to stop us? That's wishful thinking. They came directly. In the blink of an eye, the few people beside them suddenly came down and blocked Xiaogu's path. However, in the next second, Jiyu Xian energy covered his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu suddenly flew forward. He sent out the flying sword in his hand. The 2 brown-robed people were killed by Jiyu's Warhound Greatsword in 1 move. Jiyu stepped on the ground. He suddenly raised his head and said indifferently, "Touch Xiaogu, touch my friends and die." One of the brown-robed people suddenly raised his head. Since when is it your turn to interfere in our ancient azure dragon's matters? After saying this, they abruptly took a step back. Jiyu looked at that person. I can't interfere in your ancient azure dragon's matters, but if you want to capture my people, you have to ask me first. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Today, my Dragon Clan's 2nd elder will deal with you. A terrifying Xian energy exploded from his body. Another mortal Profound Realm expert. In this sacred ground, was there such an expert who didn't appear? He stopped in his tracks. Jiyu pulled out his greatsword and the Warhound Greatsword in front of him was instantly covered in a green color. He swung it heavily. Ding, the host used the Roaring Flame Saber technique. Obtained 999 times experience. It was accompanied by countless flames. The Dragon Clan's 2nd elder let out a disdainful laugh. You want to hurt this lord with mere flames? That's wishful thinking. In the next moment, the flames directly pounced on the 2nd elder, but his face was filled with disdain. Suddenly, countless mirrors appeared in front of the 2nd elder. Brat, what other tricks are you planning to play? The speed of the mirror increased. Suddenly, a cold hand slapped the 2nd elder's body. After 3 months of cultivation, Jiyu had already absorbed quite a bit of the ice spring's power. The 2nd elder could feel a wave of icy power rapidly spreading from his shoulder to his heart. Why is this feeling so similar to the extreme chill ice spring? 2nd elder shuddered. He immediately ignited his true dragon blood. Originally, the ancient Tianqing dragon did not have much true dragon blood. Now that he had ignited it, it was even less. Dragon blood and true dragon blood were very different. One was the blood in his body. The other was the true dragon blood of the tribe. He let out a roar. There was a burst of explosion around him. All the places in the dark forest of the season gloom began to shatter. He suddenly retreated a few hundred meters away. He floated high in the sky. Frowning, he looked forward. Jiyu said calmly, "Is that all?" Second elder watched as Jiyu approached. He compressed the dark force in his hand into a fireball and threw it out. Jiyu's figure turned into a phantom. She kept flashing forward. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. Jiyu reached out her hand, and a strong pressure of ice came over. That person looked at the approaching cold air and quickly flew backwards. Second elder sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Looking at the people in front of him, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked forward. As long as I don't let this brat near my body, wouldn't it be fine? Jiyu seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Suddenly, Jiyu remembered a place in her body. He closed his eyes and stood up. He activated the dark force in his body and guided the poison out. He abruptly opened his eyes wide and pointed his hands in front of him. A gust of green gas surged towards the second elder. He raised his hand in an attempt to block his nose. Unexpectedly, the poison on his body also covered the second elder's body at this moment. I am the ancient Tianqing dragon. Why would I be afraid of a little poison from the human race? The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up into a smile after hearing this. Second elder laughed. It's time to end this ridiculous farce. Beast mystic skill, dragon wave. A ball of red flame quickly gathered in his mouth. Raging flames also appeared in the next moment. It flew out and headed straight for Jiyu. Jiyu merely raised her sword to block, and the raging flames were dispersed. His heart was burning with rage as he looked in Jiyu's direction. I didn't expect that you would be able to block the dragon breath flame. But you won't be so lucky next time. As his voice fell, he immediately mobilized the profound energy in his body. Just as he was about to activate it, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest. The second elder clutched at his chest. A mouthful of blood flowed out. Suddenly, several swords pressed down on their bodies, but they remained motionless. The dragon warrior controlled the battlefield very quickly. The great elder had never thought that the battle would end before he even made a move. Bring them up. Those few people were pushed up by the other ancient azure dragons. The leader, the second elder, also abruptly raised his head. A red iron arrow flew out from behind him. Facing it head-on, the second elder simply stretched out his hand and controlled the arrow in front of him. How is this possible? Weren't you injured? How can you be so powerful? The great elder laughed. If you had come earlier, then I might have been injured by you. But now my injuries are mostly healed. Hearing the great elder's words, he couldn't help but smile slightly. This is all thanks to our esteemed guest. It's you, brat. The great elder slapped the table. Why are you rebelling? You've been sitting in this position for so long. As long as we share the calamity dragon, we can strengthen the flesh in our bodies. He said disdainfully in his heart. The great elder became angrier the more he heard, and took a step forward. Opening his bloody mouth, he swallowed the second elder in front of him. Jiyu never thought that there would be such a thing in the dragon clan. He stood up and said faintly, "This one has disturbed you for many days, but in fact, there is one more thing I would like to ask you." The great elder looked at the brat. Usually, it was only him who helped the ancient azure dragon bloodline, but he never expected that the tables would turn today. Right now, the ancient azure dragon bloodline owed Jiyu too much. If there was a chance to repay it, it would be good. Let's hear it. Do you know of the Ice Sealing Temple? Hearing the words Ice Seal Temple, all of the ancient azure dragons froze on the spot. Where did you hear about the Ice Sealing Temple? The Ice Sealing Temple has disappeared from the continent for thousands of years. To tell you the truth, this one received the mandate of heaven and helped the southern region unify the Temple dynasty. Now, I want to find the whereabouts of the Ice Sealing Temple. This brat is really not an ordinary person. The great elder thought to himself. At the same time, he raised his head and said faintly, "Young friend, we have already gone into hiding 100 years ago. I heard that the descendants of the temple appeared in the north, but this is the middle capital. Jiyu nodded and cupped his hands. Thank you, great elder. Compared to the help you've brought, this is like comparing a great witch to a great witch. Jiyu said faintly, then Xiaogu and I will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave first. After saying that, he said, then I will take care of Ji Gongzi. Jiyu brought Xiaogu back to the carriage. The moment they got on, Xiaogu pounced on Jiyu and kept twisting his waist. Jiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Big brother has not massaged Xiaogu for a long time. Jiyu said faintly, Xiaogu misses big brother? Yes. After saying that, Xiaogu pulled Jiyu's hand and put it under the thin muslin cloth. It seemed that the power of the dragon clan did not just change Xiaogu's mystic energy. If Xiaogu was said to be a tender flower in the past, the flower had slowly bloomed now. The flames on Jiyu's body grew stronger and stronger. He hugged Xiaogu with one hand and joined in the massage with the other. The carriage had just returned to the middle capital. The guard outside the door directly came in front of the group and stretched out his hand. Halt. Show your permission to enter the city. Jiyu took out a small scroll from her body. I am a high-ranking student of the Mystic Hall. May I know if I can enter? The guard looked at it. At the same time, a crisp fragrance entered his nose. However, when he saw the fairy-like beauty in the carriage, he immediately understood. All right. Go in. He looked at Jiyu with a mischievous smile. Jiyu urged the carriage to enter the city. Xiaogu had not been nourished for a long time. He jumped off the carriage, pulled Xiaogu, and rushed into the restaurant to eat heartily. In the face of delicious food, Jiyu threw away all of her pride and dignity. After burping, Jiyu wiped his hands and patted Xiaogu, who was still fighting, on the head. He immediately lifted it up. Don't eat anymore. Let's go. However, at this moment, countless voices of discussion came from the table next to them. A drunk man said, there are actually so many young talents participating in this year's Eastern Region Empire Elite Company Assembly. That's right. I heard that what's even more exciting is that there are many beautiful students participating as well. After hearing this, Jiyu directly walked up the stairs. He sat in front of the table. A few people walked out and looked in Jiyu's direction. Isn't this our boss? Boss, we're over here. Chang Yuan and the others waved their hands. Jiyu walked over with Xiaogu. When the cat girl saw Jiyu, she seemed to have gone crazy and directly pounced on Jiyu. Xiaogu tilted her head curiously. Brother, does sister cat girl also need your help to massage her? Although Jiyu had a strong temperament, this body was still that of a youth. Suddenly, a faint blush appeared on her face. Everyone looked over suspiciously. Jiyu stared at them. From the looks of it, they were still planning to make fun of her. Jiyu clenched her fists. The few of you look like you haven't exercised for a long time. I heard that the martial arts assembly will be held soon. How's your training? This. They looked at each other. Boss, please follow us back to the dormitory. Maybe we're qualified to be the boss now. Jiyu brought Xiaogu and followed them back to the academy dormitory. Chang Yuan walked out first. He took a step forward. Instantly, the profound energy in his body surged. It was as if 3 halos of light covered his body at this moment. The others also activated their profound energy at the same time. Not bad. Chang Yuan is at the beginning of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The others are at the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. They all rubbed their noses, as if they were very satisfied with Jiyu's improvement. Boss, where did your current strength go? After hearing this, Jiyu took a step forward. However, at this moment, the profound energy in her body suddenly lit up. The light was so dazzling that they couldn't even open their eyes. Peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Oh my god, boss, are you a monster or something? I think this world is too crazy. Gu Jialua looked at Jiyu, who was illuminated by the profound light, and his face suddenly turned red. Brother Jiyu is so handsome. The cat girl looked at Gu Jialua in confusion. At night, Xiaogu directly placed his leg on Jiyu's body and fell into a deep sleep. Jiyu had just fallen asleep for a moment when suddenly, something seemed to be scratching him. It made Ji feel a little itchy. He turned his head and slightly opened his eyes. He only saw the cat girl's hand gently caressing him. She saw that Ji suddenly opened his eyes and was looking at her. The cat girl's purple eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, her body began to tremble, and her face turned slightly red. Looking at her cute expression, Ji reached out his hand and stroked her little head. Xiaogu was in a deep sleep when she suddenly felt that someone had walked into her territory. She opened her eyes and saw that it was the cat girl. Then she turned around and hugged Jiyu's half-body. Pulled by Jiyu, the cat girl also came to his side. If you are cold, sleep here. The cat girl nodded and curled up her body, lying on Jiyu's body. The night passed peacefully like this. Early the next morning, Chang Yuan and the others rushed in. Boss, get up quickly. The Academy Elite competition is about to begin. Chang Yuan ran in and saw that the two people who were still sleeping soundly on the bed were lying on top of Jiyu's body. Jiyu's face turned red at this moment. Then he turned around. Only then did the three people wake up. Jiyu said indifferently, "Then if everyone is ready, let's set off." Hearing Jiyu's words, he led the others to the square in the middle of the academy. Many people from other academies in the central capital came one after another. Jiyu and the others heard that the people nearby were discussing something. It is said that the best students in the entire empire of the eastern region are all gathered in the central capital Academy of Mystic. How can the students trained in other places compare with them? You don't know about this. In the empire of the eastern region, there are many forces hidden in various places. They all train their own students. At this moment, the person next to him slowly said, "That's right. And I heard that the final battle is also the qualification to enter the tomb of the God of Sin. Only by obtaining the inheritance in the tomb of the God of Sin can one become an expert of the human profound realm." Just as everyone was talking animatedly, all of a sudden, a strong gust of wind blew in the sky. Jiyu turned around and saw that there was a colorful light in the sky. 7 colored light shrouded the 5 empty areas in the square. Then, 6 white horses pulled a huge carriage and slowly descended from the sky. 6 extremely beautiful women walked down from the carriage. They covered their faces and bowed slightly to the audience below the stage. Jiyu said faintly, "What a showy thing." The 3 brothers, Chang Yuan, De Ning and Xiao Ning, were almost drooling. "Our good brother, you already have so many beauties by your side. This time, don't fight with us. Hee, you want to sully the 6 sisters of the Su clan with just the few of you? You're simply delusional." Chang Yuan clenched his fists and looked at the symbol on his body that represented a mystic cultivator. That person was shocked and said with a cheeky smile, "Boss, I was wrong. Jiyu smiled faintly and said to the person in front of her, "Tell me about the 6 Su sisters." "They are the people from the Godwind Academy. It is said that the 6 fairies of the Su clan, not only are they beautiful, but they also possess powerful profound strength." Just as that person was introducing them, suddenly, a group of men riding a huge elephant with a long trunk came in. "What, this is a 4th grade profound beast? They actually use 4th grade profound beasts as mounts." Everyone looked and said lightly, "Giant Beast Academy, it's the people from the Giant Beast Academy." They directly looked up. They only saw that those people from the Giant Beast Academy were looking at the Godwind Academy and whistling. However, before everyone could finish looking, suddenly 6 black rays of light passed through their bodies and drifted to the side of the giant beast. The giant beast immediately let out a dissatisfied roar. When the light fell, a person wearing a purple robe said lightly, "The Giant Beast Academy is only SOSO." The leader of the Giant Beast Academy coldly snorted, "Agility-type people dare to be so arrogant, we will fight in the arena." Haha, the 3 great academies are really the 3 great academies. However, at this time, several people surrounded by a group of black-robed people came out. Mystic Academy. Jiyu turned her head, "What is the Mystic Academy?" Hearing Jiyu's words, Chang Yuan looked at the group of people with incomparable envy and slowly said, "That is the place we want to go the most after graduation. The Mystic Academy is a force that every profound cultivator wants to join." However, at this time a group of profound cultivators wearing golden armor came out on horses. "This is the Royal Guards. Everyone automatically stepped back and opened up a path for him. Only the people from the Mystic Master Temple did not move at all. Don't you see where this is? We are the royal guards, I will give you a chance to get lost. A blond man with blue eyes appeared and said lightly, aren't these people from the Mystic Academy? So it's His Highness the Fifth Prince. A golden armored guard next to him said, since you know it's His Highness the Fifth Prince, why don't you get lost? The people from the Mystic Academy raised their heads arrogantly. He did not pay any attention to the Fifth Prince. Seeing this scene, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Just as they were about to make a move, the Fifth Prince said, forget it, let's turn. But Your Highness. Listen to me. At this time, the carriage turned and Jiyu said indifferently, the Mystic Academy actually dares to challenge the royal family. Changyuan said, the Mystic Academy has always been outside of the royal family. So even the royal family can't do anything to them. However, the Eastern Region Empire has been pressured by the Western Region Empire all these years, so the royal family wants to take back all the power of the Mystic Academy. So that's how it is. After Jiyu heard this, he turned his head. At this time, the Middle Capital sect leader of the Mystic Academy, under the protection of a group of elders, walked onto the arena. He said loudly, in order to keep our Eastern Region Empire incomparably young, we and the royal family of the Eastern Region Empire hold an elite competition every 30 years to select the most outstanding talents for the empire. Jiyu cupped her hands at this time. At the next moment, everyone from the Eastern Region Empire, for this selection competition, we have also invited people from the 5 major academies to participate in this competition. After he finished speaking, sect leader Gu Chang said faintly, this time, the competition will be divided into 108 groups, and the selection will be held in the form of teams. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. He slowly stood up and calmly said, the battle has begun. Jiyu was just about to go up. Changyuan pulled Jiyu's hand. Shaking his head, in the academy battle, with your current strength, you are our big trump card, so you stand behind us, don't make a move until the most critical moment. Jiyu asked with interest, why? Only in this way, you can play a role, others will not dare to directly use their strength. Good. Jiyu agreed. The first group battle. It was the Godwind Academy, facing the East Region Empire's West City Academy. The 6 sisters of the Su family went to the ring, and the people of the West City Academy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A bald man came out and patted his chest. He looked at the 6 sisters of the Su family in front of him. If he could get all of them on his bed, holding each other's hands and calling him husband, it would be a very pleasant thing. The key was that they were sisters. Later, the brothers can help me. Big brother, what kind of help do you want? The bald man laughed. Later, we will fight in close combat, the big guys will take the opportunity to take advantage, and then I will be the savior, won't they be grateful? Boss is really smart. Yes, boss is boss. The bald man's students, one after another, raised the treasures in their hands, showing their unanimous support for him. The bald man looked at the people of the Godwind Academy. Girls, I am Demumu, sorry to offend you. Humph, smooth talker. Looking at the arrogant appearance of the 6 sisters of the Su family, Demumu became more excited. He waved his hand. The junior brothers behind him came forward together, a trace of lewd smile appeared on their faces. The first battle officially begins. Profound skill, big wood iron hammer. The several people behind him rushed to the front of the 6 sisters of the Su family in a flash. Coincidentally, they raised the iron hammer in their hands, and in the next second, they hammered down with their iron fists at the same time. The 6th sister of the Su family said, sisters, let me deal with this waste. After saying this, the 6th sister of the Su family flew forward in the blink of an eye, and instantly raised her hand. A mysterious light condensed in the hands of the 6th sister of the Su family. Descent of the holy light. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared in the air, enveloping everyone present. After Demumu and the others were enveloped by this white light, they were unable to move. In the next second, Su Lume raised the long sword in her hand and swung it down heavily. The long sword pierced her chest. Wait! The people from the Mystic Master Temple roared. Don't hurt my order. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Saintess, grabbed the swords in their hands, and threw them in another direction. The long sword stabbed into the ground. Their jaws dropped in shock. What the hell is going on? Human Profound Realm expert. He turned his head and said, "It's all over. The winner is the Godwind Academy, and I will reiterate the rules once again, we are not allowed to kill anyone in our battle." After he finished speaking, the Human Profound Realm expert returned to the scene. The Battle of the Godwind Academy was neat and tidy. Immediately after, the Giant Beast Academy also walked to the ring and patted their chests. Several people walked to the ring and proudly said, "We are from the Strength Academy, pure body cultivators." The leader of the Giant Beast Academy laughed out loud. "It's just a group of guys who can't cultivate Xian strength." The battle officially begins. The two sides took a stance. The students of the Giant Beast Academy stepped on the ground one after another, and their Xian strength burst out in an instant. However, in the next moment, behind them, a group of Xian beasts appeared. Beast Body Xian Skill. A teenager was the first to speak, and then he immediately flung his robe, and in the blink of an eye, he had already run 10 meters away. So fast. Everyone in the audience gasped in admiration at the same time. The teenager jumped up and kicked in the direction of one of the students of the Giant Beast Academy. "It's no use, I killed a 1,000-year-old long-armed giant ape, and with my current defensive ability, even if you use a Xian crossbow, there is no way to penetrate it." The teenager's foot kicked him, and suddenly his eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back. His whole body shook violently for a moment. He jumped to the ground and used both hands to support himself. At this time, the 2 people behind him also approached the teenager's body. His hands quickly rotated, and the 2 people flew out with a kick. What? From the beginning to the end, there was no trace of Xian strength on this teenager. It is said that the people of the Strength Academy were all people without Xian strength who entered to cultivate, but their founder also used this method to become a peak expert in the Eastern Region Empire. So that's how it is, no wonder that teenager is so powerful. The leader of the Giant Beast Academy was angry. He had painstakingly cultivated Xian strength, but now he was inferior to an ordinary person. He stepped forward, and the Xian strength on his body suddenly burst out. His Xian strength flew into the sky, and turned into a huge firebird. He pointed his finger forward. The firebird suddenly chirped, and flew forward. In an instant, flames ignited the whole ground. The flames directly rushed to the opponent's body. "Go to hell, this continent belongs to the Xian cultivators." The flames burned on the teenager's body, and his teammates immediately stepped forward to help him extinguish the flames. They discussed with each other. "Let's not wait anymore, let's do it together." The leader of the Strength Academy nodded. "Then let's do it together." They clenched their fists. "Go." After shouting this sentence, the people beside them rushed forward at the same time. Everyone used the hardest part of their body to attack the direction of the firebird. After a bombardment, the firebird flew back. The firebird flew backward in an instant. One of them shouted, "Go." After shouting this sentence, they rushed forward together, and at this time, their fists collided with each other. 3 people from the Giant Beast Academy had already been kicked out of the arena. Now there were only 3 people left in the arena. They looked at each other. "Use that move." The people from the Giant Beast Academy never thought that in the next moment, they would all take a step forward. At this moment, 3 powerful profound energies were also rapidly gathering together. A lion slowly walked out from the flames. It raised its head and looked in the direction of the Strength Academy. Mystic skill, fusion beast body, blazing waves. After roaring out these words, the firebird in the air spat out a ball of intense flames. In an instant, the flames shot out. The 2 students from the School of Strength took a step back. The firebird quickly took advantage of this opportunity to fly to the 2 people's side. The heat of the flames sent the 2 people flying. The 2 of them also landed below the arena. There were only 3 people left on both sides. At this moment, the 2 people rushed forward together. The firebird continuously flapped its wings. It flapped its wings. The 2 of them flew out and fell to the ground. The student representative of the Giant Beast Academy slowly said, "You can go down by yourself." That youth was the one whose feet were burned by the blazing waves just now. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. "This time, I also know that we can't win the championship, but I want to prove to the world that there is no such thing as mystic strength in this world. As long as you have the heart to enter, you can become a mystic cultivator." At this moment, the muscles on his body suddenly swelled. His clothes were torn by this burst of muscles. He quickly rushed forward and swung a fist in the direction of the Firebird. There was a loud boom. The Firebird was scattered by his fist. He fell to the ground and coughed twice, then rushed forward again. His figure became incomparably fast, faintly turning into 3 figures. What a showy show! One of them raised his head and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Influenced by this shout, the remaining people rushed in his direction. That youth jumped into the air. 2 people from the Giant Beast Academy rushed forward with their mystic beast bodies. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and kicked with a force of 1,000 kilograms. After being kicked up into the air, the 2 Xian beasts that were the first to charge up also rushed forward. The 2 people who were kicked by the youth were sent flying out of the arena. The youth stood up with a hearty laugh. "The competition is not over yet, I still have a chance." Jiyu looked at the other student from the Giant Beast Academy. His mystic strength had long covered his body. "The competition is already over, don't continue." The youth looked in Jiyu's direction. "Thank you, sir, but I will never admit defeat." The leader of the Giant Beast Academy said indifferently, "Since you can force me to this extent, I admit that you are very powerful." A Firebird once again gathered above his head. The Firebird grew rapidly. The huge body of the bird floated in the air. Roar! As the Firebird roared, a demonic wind spread out in all directions. Everyone used their hands to block the remaining power of this profound energy. "Your name?" the people from the Giant Beast Academy directly asked. "Zhao Yan." "I am Zhou Busheng from the Giant Beast Academy." Both of them looked at each other with satisfaction. Zhou Busheng commanded the long bird under his control and waved his fingers. In the next second, the Firebird charged in Zhao Yan's direction. The power within Zhao Yan's body also erupted. At this moment, the muscles on his body turned red. He rushed forward, and in an instant, his fist burst out with an invisible force. The 2 fists collided heavily, and the 2 forces intertwined. The 2 fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Then, he quickly ran forward and was grabbed by the neck. Gradually, he raised his hand. "Go down." Zhou Busheng shouted and flung him away, but he didn't expect Zhao Yan to grab his arm and kick him in the waist, using all his strength to kick him into the air. He twisted his body and continuously kicked Zhou Busheng. He roared and used his legs to clamp Zhou Busheng's body and flung him to the side. "No, the Giant Beast Academy can't be defeated here." "No, absolutely not," Zhou Busheng roared, and the Firebird appeared. He laid on the edge of the arena, staring fiercely in the other direction. "As long as I can defeat you, I can defeat you." He stretched out his fist and the Firebird squeezed his opponent's body. In the next second, the blazing bird squeezed half of his body. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Zhao Yan's body. His body went limp and fell to the ground. Zhou Busheng laughed loudly, "I won, I won." The elder of the holy temple walked down. Looking at the 2 people around him, he said indifferently, "The match is over. It's a draw." The School of Strength and the Giant Beast Academy both advanced. The Temple Academy's people walked up to the arena. The others looked at each other. When their opponents saw them, the leader of the academy walked out and cupped his hands, "We are willing to surrender." The Imperial Academies. Treatment was the same as the Temple Academies. Jiyu and the others walked up to the arena. The people in front of them walked out and looked at each other. Following the temple elder's words, another group walked up to the arena. "This one is Lin Jiwen, from the Fire Manipulation Academy." A ball of flame appeared in his hand. In the next second, it flew in Gu Jialua's direction. Gu Jialua didn't expect that the opponent's first target would be her. Chang Yuan rushed forward and stood in front of him. At this moment, a small layer of Qi aura appeared around him. At this moment, the chi shield blocked the ball of flame. At this moment, the flame dissipated. What? You're actually an expert of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm? You're really powerful. As expected of the most exciting academy tournament in the entire continent. Awesome, awesome. Chang Yuan said, what are you talking about? Hurry up and do it. After his voice fell, the two quickly rushed forward, and Chang Yuan waved his fist. What a powerful fist, but I don't know if it can withstand my flaming fist. Blazing fist. The two profound energies quickly collided and started to fight. Chang Yuan glided and opened his eyes wide, profound skill, 10,000 snake skulls. Countless gigantic skeletons appeared on the arena and gradually flew out. They bared their fangs and bit toward the opponent. Blazing fist. Countless fists were waved at the same time and all the skulls were sent flying. The fists were turned into broken bones. The blazing fist landed on Chang Yuan's body. Chang Yuan smiled contemptuously, your blazing fist is useless against Grandpa. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. If you're so powerful, should I increase my strength? The flames retreated in an instant. He watched as the flames in front of him suddenly dissipated. Chang Yuan thought to himself, could it be that he had stopped? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the young man suddenly rushed forward again. Flames. Heavy punch. After a roar, heavy blazing fire fists directly smashed down. Boom. A loud sound rang out. At this moment, the Qi gang collided. Then, Chang Yuan suddenly turned around and landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blazing fire fists, not bad. Mystic skill, soaring bird. After shouting these words, a firebird flew into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Chang Yuan said, do you think that the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm is so weak? He stretched out his fists and clenched them together. After throwing out a heavy punch. At this moment, the mystic chi started to shatter. The young man flew out and landed outside the arena. Only then did he stand up with some resentment. How unlucky. I actually lost. You guys, attack his teammates. The rest of the people gathered the dark force in their hands. Everyone had mystic chi above the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The remaining people from the Fire Manipulation Academy quickly surrendered. Facing such a strong opponent, they immediately surrendered. The day's battle ended. Jiyu brought Xiaogu, Catgirl, and the others to a nearby restaurant. A woman wearing a low-cut cheongsam swayed her body and walked in front of Jiyu. Young master, how many people are here? Jiyu said faintly, 3 of you. Give me a private room. After saying this, the woman in the cheongsam smiled. Yes, young master. When they passed by a huge room, Jiyu said indifferently, I want this room. Hearing that Jiyu wanted this room, the cheongsam woman said awkwardly, I'm sorry, sir. This room is the #1 room in the sky. It's exclusive to the royal family. At this moment, a group of valiant young men and women walked over. The person in the lead had a head of golden hair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore golden armor. The person beside him was Jiyu. He said calmly, how dare you not kneel in front of the 5th prince? Jiyu looked at him coldly. Sorry, I'm not from the empire of the eastern region. I can't kneel to your king. Impudent. A young man following behind the 5th prince suddenly made his move. His strength was already at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. He threw a heavy punch in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly took a step back and held the fist of the young man in front of her. The 5th prince couldn't even sense the changes in Jiyu's profound energy. His eyes widened as he walked forward and cupped his hands. Qingjian, stand down. The young man snorted and took a step back. He cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, I'm the 5th prince of the royal family, Zhou Chao. May I know who you are? Jiyu said indifferently, I'm Jiyu. May I know if you're interested in having a meal with us? At this moment, many people walked out. They were the students of the Martial Profound Temple. The leader said directly, we want this room. The cheongsam woman looked left and right. Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Why don't you change rooms? The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, the experts of the Temple Academy took a step forward. I'm Huang Shang. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the people in front of him quickly took a step back. The fifth prince pulled Xianxia, who was about to clash. He said indifferently, if you want to use it, you can use it first. Huang Shang snorted. Just as he was about to walk in, Jiyu said indifferently, wait. His Highness the fifth prince let you in, but I haven't. Huang Shang turned his head. Why? Are you going to stand up? The few people from the martial spirit temple behind him laughed at the same time. Jiyu said indifferently, good. I also want to see your strength. We'll meet sooner or later. 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, 5th grade Puppet Master. Be careful. After roaring these words, he took a step forward. An old man appeared in front of Jiyu. Profound skill, Raging Flame Iron Fist. Ding. Host used Raging Flame Iron Fist. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Earth rank Profound Skill. Brat, you actually have an Earth rank Profound Skill. The old man had a small golden light on his body. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiyu. The fist collided with the old man's body. The old man was instantly sent flying. Brat, I advise you to save your strength. This is my golden puppet. However, for you to be able to leave a mark on my golden body puppet, you can be considered to have some ability. Jiyu said indifferently, puppet? Unfortunately, I have one too. Profound light flashed from the storage ring in his hand, and 18 golden puppets abruptly appeared. Looking at the golden puppets in front of him, the person who released the old man's puppet widened his eyes. These are the legendary 18 Arhat golden puppets. How could they appear here? Ever since the legendary peak 9th grade puppet master fell, no one has seen such a legendary treasure. Brat, don't think of leaving today. After saying this, he took a step forward and said to Jiyu indifferently, Brat, hand over the golden puppets. He abruptly turned his head and dashed forward. He pulled out a sword and slashed down heavily in front of him. Jiyu stretched out his hand and caught the long sword. With just a little force, the long sword instantly broke. Kill. Jiyu pulled the string in his hand and the 18 golden puppets were instantly activated. They jumped up and surrounded the person in front of him. At the same time, the brat also controlled the puppets in his hand. The old man's puppet was no match for Jiyu's 18 golden puppets. It was beaten back repeatedly. If it wasn't for the fact that the golden puppets were infused with the blood of more than 10 human Profound Realm cultivators, how could they have survived? Jiyu raised his head and said indifferently, your puppets are not bad. I want them too. After saying this, he began to wave the thread. In his hand. The string pinned the old man to the ground. Jiyu waved the long sword in his hand and cut the string. After losing control, the golden-bodied puppets came forward and took the golden-bodied puppets in front of them away in a flash. In the next moment, Jiyu put the old man's puppet into his storage ring. The people from the temple watched as Jiyu put away the golden puppets in their hands. They couldn't help but feel surprised. One of them stepped forward. Brat, hand over my golden puppets. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. The old man's puppet had a trace of his blood on it to maintain the connection between the two. But when Jiyu completely cut off this connection, she also suffered a certain degree of backlash. Who are you? The leader of the Temple Academy asked. Jiyu said indifferently, this one is Jiyu, a student of the Advanced Mystic Academy. You're just a branch of our Temple Academy. If you don't hand over the puppets, you'll be expelled from the academy. You can forget about obtaining an inheritance for the rest of your life. He said proudly. Little did he know that this kind of threat had already touched Jiyu's bottom line. Jiyu raised her head, you deserve to die. Mystic skill, Raging Fire Iron Fist. Ding, the host used Raging Fire Iron Fist. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. A ball of fire accompanied Jiyu's fist, sending it forward. But at this moment, one of the people from the Temple Academy stepped forward. Mystic skill, Water Wave Fist. The two people's fists collided. A wave of mystic energy swept out in all directions, causing everything in the surroundings to collapse. The fifth prince was angry, Is your temple academy going to war with the imperial family? Hearing his words, the leader of the temple academy retracted his hand and took 2 steps back, saying indifferently, "Our temple academy has always been a good friend of the royal family. Farewell." They all cupped their hands, but the leader of the temple academy turned around and said indifferently, "Jiyu, we'll see you later." After they left, the 5th prince invited Jiyu into the restaurant. After tasting the dishes, they bid farewell and left. After Jiyu left, the 2 people behind him asked the 5th prince, "Your Highness, why are you treating this brat so well?" After they finished speaking, the 5th prince slowly opened his mouth and said, "I feel that this person is not simple. He might be of use in the future. Reporting to your Highness, the Emperor wishes to see you." "Got it. We'll face the profound soul temple sooner or later." He clenched his fists. Jiyu brought Xiaogu and the feline girl back to the academy dormitory. As soon as Chang Yuan and the rest returned, they went to bed early. Gu Jialua knocked on Jiyu's door. Jiyu opened the door and asked, "Jiara, what's the matter?" Looking at Xiaogu and the catwoman behind Jiyu, Gu Jialua blushed. "Ji Gongzi, may I speak to you in private?" "Yes." Jiyu nodded and led Gu Jialua to the center of the square. He looked at Gu Jialua. "Can you tell me now?" Gu Jialua said, "In the upcoming Mystic Master competition, I feel that I don't have any strength to fight back." "Aren't you around the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm?" Gu Jialua nodded and said with a bit of grievance, "But my mystic skills are all for adding attributes to others." When he said this, Jiyu immediately understood. Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, "I understand. You want me to teach you mystic skills?" Gu Jialua shook her head. "I've learned many offensive mystic skills since I was young, but I haven't learned any of them." Jiyu said indifferently, "You're a natural support mystic master?" "Yes, we're natural support mystic masters. We're born to support others. Even if we cultivate to a certain level, we won't have the strength to protect ourselves. I'm worried that I'll become a burden to everyone." Jiyu looked at Gu Jialua, whose eyes were filled with tears. He said indifferently, "All right, I'll teach you physical skills." After saying that, Jiyu took out a long scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Gu Jialua. Gu Jialua looked at the scroll in her hand and wanted to read it excitedly. Jiyu said indifferently, "I'll demonstrate it for you once." Jiyu immediately used the mystic skill according to her memory. After seeing Jiyu's mystic skill, Gu Jialua kept twirling her 2 index fingers in small circles. "Big brother Jiyu is so amazing," he taught Gu Jialua. Gu Jialua's learning speed also exceeded Jiyu's expectations. "Alright, let's try it." Gu Jialua raised her fist and stuffed the excess into the stocking at the side. "Master, you have to be careful." Gu Jialua quickly ran along the side of the road and rushed forward. She jumped up and twisted her body. She quickly used the strength of her waist to channel all her mystic energy into her right leg and kicked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's aura suddenly appeared. Dang, Jiyu's aura fluctuated slightly. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. How could Gu Jialua kick away his aura? In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from her original spot and said to Jiyu, "I don't want to listen to you. You're bullying me." Jiyu asked, "How did I bully you?" She snorted coldly and crossed her arms. Jiyu walked forward and reached out his hand. Just as he was about to stroke Gu Jialua's head, a ray of light suddenly appeared in Gu Jialua's eyes. Gu Jialua lowered her body and aimed her other leg at Jiyu's chin. Jiyu saw the scenery under her skirt. This girl, didn't she wear leggings? Just as he thought of this, Jiyu had already flown into the air. Gu Jialua followed Jiyu and kept kicking in the direction of Jiyu with her long legs. Jiyu had taught her the most important part of the mystic technique. It was speed and the explosive power of her legs. Jiyu stood up from the ground. If it wasn't for his extraordinary physique, he would have been knocked down long ago. But falling from the sky, the last kick was the most important one. Looking at the leg in front of her, Jiyu reached out and grabbed the seductive long leg in front of her. Under the moonlight, Gu Jialua's seductive long leg was even more alluring. Jiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gu Jialua pulled back his leg and her face instantly turned red. He said faintly, "Today's training will end here." Gu Jialua walked forward and said with a red face, I'll come back tomorrow to learn from master. After saying that, Gu Jialua rushed to Ji Yu's side and kissed him lightly on the cheek. After kissing her, Gu Jialua ran back to the dormitory without looking back. Ji Yu touched her face. She still didn't know what had happened. The moonlight slowly fell from the sky, and a fiery red sun shone on the land. The market started to bustle again. Many people picked up their goods and placed them on the streets. Ji Yu returned to the dormitory with all kinds of snacks. Xiao Gu and the cat girl perked up. Suddenly, they heard a voice and Ji Yu opened the door. Gu Jialua was outside the door. She was holding a small box in her hands. She placed the box on the table. Ji Yu looked at the small box in front of her. What is this? Looking at the food on Ji Yu's table, Gu Jialua pursed her lips. This? I originally brought some food for master, but it seems that you have food now. Ji Yu patted her little head and held her little hand. Come over. After he said this, the rest of the people quickly followed Ji Yu in. Gu Jialua didn't stand on ceremony. She just sat on the chair and said indifferently, Your food is so delicious. At this moment, a fat guy popped his head out and fixed his gaze on Ji Yu. Chang Yuan, come in. Chang Yuan, Big Ning, and Little Ning followed behind. They leaned on Ji Yu. Boss Ji, the food you bought is so delicious. Everyone laughed. The end of Gu Jialua's neck had already turned red. She was blushing to the extreme. Ji Yu turned her head and said indifferently, Chang Yuan, do you want to spar with me? Hearing this, he blushed and quickly turned his body away. Dang, dang, dang. While everyone was joking around, a series of dang sounds came from the air. The Mystic Master competition is about to start. They said in unison. Ji Yu led the crowd to the foot of the stage. Raising his head, everyone from the Temple Academy fixed their gazes on Ji Yu. The leader of the group whispered a few words in the ear of the elder in charge of the announcement. The elder nodded as if he had understood something. He turned around and said to the people in front of him, The first match is between Sacred Academy and Great Sword Academy. The two groups of people quickly rushed to the ring. The battle ended very quickly. Those who persevered in the arena were still trembling. But soon, the school doctor carried them away. The second round, Giant Beast Academy vs Rapid Sound Academy. Everyone from the Giant Beast College walked up to the stage, but compared to the Strength College, they were simply too weak. Everyone was sent flying in an instant. The remaining people quickly surrendered as well. Next match, Godwind Academy vs Central Capital Mystic Advanced Academy. Ji Yu and the others walked up to the arena. Countless peach blossom leaves floated in the air and condensed into 6 people. The 6 sisters of the Su family appeared on the scene. Each of them made a delicate pose. The 6th sister of the Su family took the lead. In the blink of an eye, she flew forward and moved quickly to both sides. Ji Yu said lightly, left. Chang Yuan also moved. He quickly rushed to the left. The two people looked at each other, and Chang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn fatty, disgusting. After shouting this, the 6th sister of the Su family kicked him. Chang Yuan didn't react in time. He flew backward and fell heavily on an iron pillar. A drop of blood flowed out of his mouth. Fatty, are you okay? Daning and Xiaoning spoke at the same time. Then, the 5th sister of the Su family and the 4th miss of the Su family snickered. You still have time to care about others. Pay attention to yourself first. The 2 sisters instantly came to the front of the brothers and raised their soft fists. Sister, those soft fists won't be able to harm us brothers. They waved their fists in the direction of the 2 brothers. Between the legs of the 2 brothers, a purple light emerged. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, a purple light flashed. They had already appeared in the sky. The 2 of them waved their fists at the same time. There was a loud bang. They sent their Xian skills to the 2 sisters. Xian skill, Giant Nether Cat. Xian skill, Giant Nether Leopard. The Qi gang on the 2 brothers suddenly turned into a cat and a leopard. Ji Yu said lightly, their Xian skills are still beast fusion skills? When the fists were about to reach the two brothers, their bodies suddenly turned into petals and disappeared in the midst of the suction. The two brothers' fists hit the arena. The arena, which was originally more than 60 meters high, suddenly fell at least 50 meters. They sucked in a breath of cold air. How is it possible? Our Xian skills have no effect on you. Right at this moment, Sister Su, Little 4 and Little 5 both covered their small mouths and put their hands together. Their bodies quickly rotated and the Xianxia in their hands gradually overlapped. It was like a giant tornado, which directly swept this wind towards the two Ning brothers. He took a deep breath and Ji Yu suddenly took a step back. The Xianxia in her hands condensed in a moment. Then, the Xianxia in Ji Yu's hands turned into Xianxia threads and quickly extended forward, hooking onto the opponent's body. Ji Yu suddenly pulled back her hand and pulled that brother back to her. Ji Yu said, "Be careful. You are not their opponent." "Thank you, old Ji," the two of them said at the same time. Ji Yu pulled out the warhound's great sword and looked at the people in front of her. She said, "Next, I will be your opponent." Ji Yu released her Xianqi and raised it to around the 7th level. 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm? Sisters, let's go together. The 6 sisters of the Su family came forward at the same time and each made a seductive gesture. Ji Yu turned her head and said to Gu Jialua in front of her, "Watch carefully." Ji Yu instantly moved. He flew forward and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Lumei. So fast. Before Su Lumei could react, she was kicked into the air. He also jumped up lightly and flew into the air, quickly colliding with the opponent. The rest of the people quickly fell down. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Jialua, watch carefully." Ji Yu's Xianqi burst out from his legs in an instant and kicked Su Lumei's chin. Su Lumei flew into the air after being kicked. Then, Ji Yu grabbed Su Lumei's waist and threw her into the air. Su Lumei flew into the air again. Ji Yu kicked her body. Ji Yu's figure flashed and in the blink of an eye, he kicked her body. After a few moves, he hammered into her body. Boom. Boom, boom. The audience saw Su Lumei flying in the air like a kite with a broken string. The people of the Strength clan stared with their eyes wide open. How is this possible? How can he have such strength? He didn't use Xianqi, he didn't use Xianqi. Gu Jialua never expected that just physical skills could have such strength. Ji Yu hooked his arm around Su Lumei's body and threw her to the ground. He stood up once more. Su Lumei fell to the ground and Ji Yu pulled her up. "Sorry for offending you." Su Lumei touched her buttocks. "It hurts." Don't you know what it means to have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" As soon as she said that word, Su Lumei's eyes lit up with a pink light. Then, Ji Yu saw that there seemed to be 7 or 8 beauties around her, and they kept dancing. Ji Yu saw so many petals falling from the sky. Each petal was like a blade, waving in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu's Chi aura suddenly lit up. The petals hit the Chi aura and emitted a faint light. Ji Yu stood up and said faintly, "Your charming ability is not bad, but you met me. What a strong spiritual power. Humph, I don't want to play anymore." Su Lumei returned to her little sister. The Su family's 6 sisters of the Godwind Academy were most famous for their Xian skill, Heaven's Hook. This was the legendary power of charm. With a wave of Ji Yu's hand, 18 puppets suddenly appeared on the arena. The Su family's 6 sisters frowned. "These are golden puppets. I didn't expect him to be a puppet master. Sisters, let's use that move." After shouting this, the Su family's 6 sisters stood in the middle of the arena. A new array formation suddenly appeared on the ground. Ji Yu stepped out and pulled it behind her. Suddenly, the 18 golden puppets appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Ji Yu pulled the threads of Xianqi in her hand. In the blink of an eye, the 18 golden-bodied puppets flew into the air and unsheathed their swords. These were the new treasures that Ji Yu had forged for them. Each of these treasures had the power of a 7th-order expert. Each of the 6 sisters of the Su family had several long swords on their necks. "Surrender, it's over," Ji Yu said indifferently. Looking at Ji Yu's appearance, the Su family's 6 sisters took a deep breath. They never expected that with such a simple attack, they would lose. They walked down the arena one after another. The people from Temple Academy walked in front of Jiyu. Not bad, you can actually defeat the Godwind Academy's 6 great misses. I look forward to meeting you. The Temple Academy's opponent this time is the Academy of Strength. The people in front of the Academy of Strength took a step forward one after another. Their bodies quickly condensed to powerful Xianxia. They looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu gave them a thumbs up. The people from the Academy of Strength stepped on the ground. The muscles on the 6 people's bodies suddenly swelled. Let's see what we should do next. After shouting this sentence, the people from the Academy of Strength rushed towards the people from the Temple Academy. However, the leader of the Temple Academy didn't move at all. The person at the back of the team suddenly took a step forward. The Xianxia on his body kept stacking up. 6 black rings appeared under his feet. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. You're actually an array master, the leader of the Academy of Strength nervously said. For people like them who relied on their physical strength to become Xianxia practitioners, they were most afraid of encountering a long-range mage, because they didn't have the opportunity to get close to them. The leader of the Academy of Strength nervously said, "Everyone, pay attention. Immediately activate it. We must break his array before it forms." "Yes, leader." After everyone shouted this, they rushed forward one after another. The array master of the Temple Academy looked at them with disdain. His mouth was already chanting an incantation. In an instant, the color of the sky changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, turning into bolts of lightning, striking down from the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the surrounding trees, and a burst of crackling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. A huge tree slowly collapsed. Immediately after, countless vines grew out from the tree, directly forming an outline of the opponent's body. The people of the Academy of Strength just jumped up. In the next second, the vines wrapped around his leg. Looking at his leg, they wanted to move forward, but found that they couldn't move at all. Immediately after, the array master started chanting an incantation again. Countless vines turned into sharp thorns, swimming towards the people of the Academy of Strength. They danced in the air, then heavily stabbed towards their bodies. Blood immediately covered the vines on the ground. The leader of the Academy of Strength's eyes immediately turned red. He heavily said, "Xian skill." What? Everyone opened their eyes wide. A person without Xianxia can use a Xian skill? Exploding heavenly star. After roaring this sentence, a raging fire appeared on his body. The vines on his body all retreated in an instant. Jiyu indifferently said, "You guys leave. You're not their match." The leader of the Academy of Strength also said, "You guys leave. No, in this battle, we want to be with you, leader." After shouting this sentence, the person in front of them started chanting the incantation in his hand. The array master needed time to chant, so the people of the Academy of Strength looked at each other. Just as they rushed up, the ground suddenly became soft. Jiyu indifferently said, "Not good, something's wrong." The people of the Academy of Strength in the arena gradually sank into the ground. What's going on? A few people were left with half of their bodies. Only their leader was still pulling them with all his might. Looking at how hard they were working, the people around them curled their lips into a smile. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Academy of Strength in front of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next second, he appeared in front of the array master. He heavily punched out. Exploding heavenly star used his body as a medium to borrow Xianxia from heaven and earth. In the next breath, the fire essence around him gathered on the leader of the Academy of Strength. He roared and punched out with his fist. His fist heavily knocked on the array master's chi shield. Crackling sounds could be heard from the chi shield. It was obvious that it could not withstand such a fierce attack. The person beside the array master suddenly raised his head. Beast Xian technique, sharp claw. His fingernails instantly turned red and long. In the next breath, he disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was beside the leader. The sharp claw viciously clawed down, and the leader was immediately sent flying. He turned around and grabbed the leader's head in his hand. Jiyu loudly said, "The temple rules, no killing." The black-robed man chuckled, "Who said I was going to kill him?" After saying this, he stretched out his hand and heavily clawed down. Suddenly, the meridians in the leader's legs were sent flying. The black-robed man only used force to fling the leader, and the leader rolled on the ground. Are you satisfied with this? Hearing this, the array master almost had his chi shield broken by the Academy of Strength. Now that he had nowhere to vent his anger, he released a powerful Xian light from his hands. Countless vines wrapped around their bodies in an instant. In the next second, the people of the Academy were wrapped around by the vines and flew into the air. Immediately after, the array master angrily roared, "All of you will pay the price, all of you will pay the price." After shouting this, sharp thorns appeared on the vines and pierced into the bodies of the people of the Academy. These thorns pierced into their bodies. The people of the Academy of Strength continuously bled from their bodies, and then they fell to the ground. The surrounding people sucked in a deep breath of cold air. "We can't do it." The leader looked at his brother, and was just about to say the words of surrender. Suddenly, the vines in front of him directly extended towards the leader, grabbing him. "Ah!" The leader's miserable cry resounded throughout the entire arena. The array master of Temple Academy indifferently said, "The competition is already over." A few Xian masters in charge of healing walked onto the stage. They used their own Xian Qi to protect their lives, but during this process, their meridians all left their bodies. One of the Xian masters in charge of healing stood up and indifferently said, "Their lives are not in danger, so the Temple Academy is not breaking the rules." However, the people of the Academy of Strength can forget about continuing to cultivate. Hearing this sentence, everyone clenched their fists. Despicable. Jiyu coldly looked at the people on the stage. Their gazes locked onto Jiyu. Jiyu looked at them coldly. Immediately after, the Giant Beast Academy entered the arena and the opposing team quickly surrendered. The day's battle ended once again. After the competition ended, Jiyu went to the hotel where the Strength Academy was located. Every single one of them laid on the bed and started crying. "Captain, are we not going to be able to cultivate in the future?" Zhao Yan looked at the juniors beside him and felt a sense of guilt in his heart. "You guys, if that's the case, just forget it." Jiyu knocked on the door. Zhao Yan, who was lying on the bed, picked up his walking stick and limped over to Jiyu. "This is Ji Gongzi, we've let you see our ugly faces." Jiyu waved her hand, "I'm here to help you guys." "What?" Hearing those words, the 6 people present immediately raised their heads. Jiyu said indifferently, "I have a way to help you guys, and it will also increase your strength." The few of them looked at each other and slowly said, "Really?" "Of course." "Then what's the way?" "Beast Mystic Skill." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. To be honest, although we can use mystic skills, we can't merge mystic beasts into our bodies. Jiyu said indifferently, "Your bodies have been modified by mystic skills, so you can use that move. But now, we can give it a try." Everyone looked at each other and walked forward, trying their best to kneel on the ground. "We're willing to give it a try. But if we fail, you guys will die." Everyone clenched their fists. To be honest, if we can't become mystic masters, then even if we don't die, we will lose the confidence to live and become muddle-headed people. Seeing the flames in their eyes, Jiyu said, "Okay, I agree." After saying this, Jiyu suddenly turned around. With a wave of her hand, a wave of mystic energy enveloped them and took them out of the Zhongdu city, walking straight into the forest beside them. Although the mystic beast forest covered a large area, it couldn't extend to the eastern region. But in this forest, there was a new king of mystic beasts, and the surrounding area had been heavily surrounded by soldiers sent by the eastern region kingdom. Jiyu and the others were about to enter when a soldier walked out. He released the mystic energy of the peak of the Tongxian realm. Jiyu said indifferently, "I have a token in my hand." He raised the token high and looked at the token in Jiyu's hand. The soldier asked in confusion, "You are from the Zhongdu City Mystic Academy?" "Yes. In the past, you can enter the Mystic Beast Forest to hunt mystic beasts if you need, but not today." At this moment, the 5th prince arrived with the soldiers beside him. They took out their treasured weapons, and the soldiers guarding the door knelt on the ground and said indifferently, "Greetings, Your Highness." The 5th prince said slowly, "We are friends, let them in." Jiyu nodded at the 5th prince, and the group entered the mystic beast forest. Jiyu asked, "Your Highness, if I'm not wrong, you also have mystic beast skills, right?" "Yes, I came this time to see if there is any suitable evolution for my mystic beast skills." When they reached a fork in the road, an old man walked out and cupped his hands. "Your Highness, I sense that our target is on the left." Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "Let's go to the right, where the mystic beasts are mainly dexterous." The fifth prince said, "If there is anything you need, please let me know. We will bid farewell here, and I hope that we can spar in the arena." "Your Highness, we will take our leave." Jiyu led the group to the depths of the forest on the right. Here, countless mystic beasts looked at Jiyu with hostility. He released his peak 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, and the strong pressure made all the mystic beasts flee. Jiyu looked in the direction in front of her, and gradually took a step forward. A dark haze appeared in the sky. A green fog shrouded the scene. It seemed that Jiyu's cauldron-level mystic energy was the most important supplement for this mystic beast. The giant snake coiled in the sky. It spat out its long snake head in Jiyu's direction. Large drops of sweat appeared on Zhao Yan's forehead. He raised his hand and said, "Not good, it is a 6th-level mystic beast, which is equivalent to a human in the mortal profound realm." Jiyu said indifferently, "Coincidentally, this mystic beast is what you should have." Zhao Yan pulled Jiyu, "If you want my brothers to exchange their lives for this mystic beast, I don't need it." At this moment, the long black snake slithered instantly. The green fog near its mouth was also slowly released at this moment. The green fog instantly covered Jiyu's direction. If it wasn't for Jiyu's protection, Zhao Yan and the others would have been completely corroded by this poisonous fog. Jiyu raised her hand, and the Warhound's greatsword appeared in her hand. The Warhound's greatsword swung down heavily. Ding, host used the Warhound's greatsword, obtained experience points won by 999. A gust of wind erupted from the greatsword, blowing away the surrounding poisonous fog. Jiyu suddenly rushed out. The long snake twisted its body, and swung its tail in Jiyu's direction. The powerful force sent the people in front of her flying. Jiyu looked at the long snake in front of her. To hit a snake, one had to hit its vital point. She flew into the air, twisted her body, and swung her hand. The greatsword in her hand exploded with a powerful mystic energy, and directly struck at the snake's vital point. With a loud bang, a huge impact sounded. The long snake heavily fell to the ground. Jiyu quickly walked out, holding the greatsword in her hand, and stabbed it into the long snake's body. The long snake hurriedly escaped, and kept slithering in the air. Jiyu suddenly slashed. In an instant, a wound appeared on the long snake's tough skin. Blood continuously flowed out. Seeing the blood on her hand, the long snake still wanted to resist, but immediately after, Jiyu loudly shouted, "Raging Flame Saber Technique." Every strike of the blade landed on the snake's body, causing blood to flow out continuously. Looking at this scene, he took a deep breath. The Warhound's greatsword in Jiyu's hand also erupted with a powerful light. A giant dog ran out from the Warhound's greatsword, roaring at the sky. The serpent spirit also rushed forward. A dog and a snake tangled together, gradually fusing together. Jiyu's Warhound's greatsword had a new change, turning into a sharp green handle. Jiyu swung his sword and a green poisonous mist slowly flowed out and entered the serpent. However, the serpent was able to spit out the poisonous mist because all the poisonous mist was gathered in its mouth. But the body itself did not have the ability to resist poison. The long snake gathered together at this moment. It fell to the ground, and Jiyu sent its meridian flying. A green meridian appeared in Jiyu's hand, and Jiyu handed it to the other party. Zhao Yan took the meridian. There was a look of fear in his eyes. He said indifferently, "How do I fuse with this Xian beast's meridian?" Jiyu said indifferently, "As long as it is like this." She suddenly swung her palm, and the power of this palm actually sent the meridian in Zhao Yan's hand into his body. The strong Xian beast's meridian caused Zhao Yan's entire body to be filled with strong Xian energy. But Zhao Yan's body could not withstand this strong Xian energy, and in an instant, it continuously surged around him. Jiyu looked at this strong Xian energy. Zhao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, and Jiyu took a step forward, injecting her Xian energy into his body. But in the next second, Zhao Yan opened his eyes. He stood up with trembling hands, threw away his crutches, and stamped his legs. Xian skill, 100 swimming shadows. At this moment, Zhao Yan began to swim and spread out in all directions. It was as if a dozen Zhao Yans had appeared in an instant. I did it, I did it. Zhao Yan excitedly hugged Jiyu. Thank you. Then, Jiyu found a few more Xian beasts, and matched them with the Xian beasts' meridians for the rest of the school of strength. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Jiyu frowned. Oh no, something has happened to the fifth prince. He was the first to turn and run out, and the rest of the school of strength followed behind Jiyu, rushing out. Jiyu arrived at the fifth prince's location, only to see that all the guards had turned into corpses, scattered all over the place. The fifth prince looked at the Xian beast in front of him. The Xian beast was also at the end of its rope, and its body swayed, then fell to the ground. But at this moment, a young man in a purple robe led 51st level Spirit Profound Realm cultivators out. Isn't this 5th Imperial Brother? 6th Imperial Brother? 5th Imperial Brother, it seems reasonable to die under the Xian beasts today. We're brothers, do you really want to kill me that much? 6th Imperial Brother laughed. I'm not the 6th Prince, I'm a member of the temple. But if you want to know the truth, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the King of Hell. He waved his hand heavily, and in an instant, hundreds of arrows capable of piercing through Xianxia flew out. Jiyu appeared in front of the fifth prince, and her Xianxia suddenly lit up. The long arrows were blocked one after another. The sixth prince pointed at Jiyu and said, You dare to interfere in the matters of the temple? Jiyu smiled coldly, a member of the temple? Coincidentally, I've been wanting to meet your people for a long time. The sixth prince gave a cold laugh. With just you? His eyes were like lightning as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a haze appeared in the sky. Profound skill, 10,000 lightning array. After an angry roar, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly changed. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Ji Gongzi, be careful. My royal brother's profound skill is something that even 6th grade profound beasts can't resist. The fifth prince anxiously shouted. That bolt of lightning fell on Jiyu's aura and turned into a white light. Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of heavenly thunders, the entire land was covered in thick black smoke, blocking the sky. Ha, 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 do you see? Whoever dares to stop my plan, there is only one outcome. Just as his voice fell, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. 18 golden puppets protected Jiyu. Scorch marks appeared on their bodies. The sixth prince frowned. That thing on your body, what is it? His brows furrowed. He saw Jiyu wave the profound silk in her hand and the 18 puppets beside her retreated behind Jiyu. They reached out their hands to protect Jiyu in front of them. The sixth prince took 2 steps back in fear and said to the people beside him, Go, capture her for this prince. The group of soldiers looked at each other. The sixth prince said, Today's matter, all of you have a part in it. All of you go, otherwise not a single one of you can escape. The soldiers all relaxed their bodies. The people in front of them gradually ran forward. They stretched out the spears on their bodies. Martial array skill, 1000 army break. The silver spears released a bright light in an instant. It was as if there were 10,000 spears piercing towards Jiyu. Jiyu held the warhound's great sword and swung it down. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and a mass of flames appeared from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 2 profound energy collided. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The group of soldiers retreated one after another, blood trickling down from the corners of their mouths. They wiped the blood from their mouths and glared in Jiyu's direction. The sixth prince said plainly, Ji Gongzi, as long as you don't interfere in this matter, from today onwards, the doors of the holy temple will be open for you. Furthermore, there will be an endless supply of elixirs. When I become the crown prince, I will give you my title. What do you think? Jiyu glanced at the fifth prince. In his heart, the fifth prince believed that no one would be able to resist his brother's conditions. Thus, he closed his eyes. Come. He finished in despair. He closed his eyes. Jiyu suddenly waved her hand, and the 18 golden puppets beside her disappeared in an instant, flying towards the soldiers in front of her. Martial profound technique, thousand army break. As the fusion of a military general's array, even a peak 7th level spirit profound realm expert would fear the shattering thousand armies. He suddenly took a step back, and in just a breath of time, the warhound greatsword in his hand swung down heavily. A loud rumbling sound was heard. 5 blazing flames gathered together and flew directly towards the formation of soldiers. The soldiers' G shield suddenly gathered together. They originally thought that it would be able to block Jiu's attack, but they did not expect that this attack would break through their Qi shield. A loud cracking sound was heard. The surrounding people were all sent flying backwards. Such terrifying profound strength. What level of profound cultivator are you? He took a deep breath and the profound energy in Jiu's body suddenly erupted. Her profound energy directly rose to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. The surrounding profound energy enveloped this small deep forest. It directly suppressed the other party's body, and they all knelt on the ground. Jiu held the greatsword in her hand, and stepped in front of the 6th prince, and grabbed his neck. The 6th prince was lifted up. If you kill me, the entire imperial family will not let you go. Jiu reached out and pulled, taking off the mask on his face, and a pale face appeared in front of everyone. The 5th prince walked forward and anxiously asked, "You are not my 6th brother, where is he now?" The 6th prince chuckled. "He died a long time ago." After saying this, the 5th prince's forehead bulged. He held the artifact in his hand and directly stabbed the 6th prince. The 6th prince's breath sank, and then he lost his life. The 5th prince cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Jiu glanced at him, "Looking at you, I don't think you can go back alone. Come with me." The 5th prince cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, young master." Jiu sent the 5th prince and the people of Yuji Academy back to the central capital. After saying goodbye, Jiu returned to the academy's dormitory alone. Gu Jialua seemed to have waited for Jiu for a long time. She asked with some bitterness, "Master, do I still have to go to class today?" Jiu took her little hand and went to the backyard. "Today, I will teach you a set of swordsmanship." Jiu demonstrated at once. When it was Gu Jialua's turn, for some reason, she could not imitate Jiu's swordsmanship. Jiu frowned, walked behind her, and held her hand. "You have to do it like this." Gu Jialua's face was flushed, and she waved the long sword heavily. Jiu said lightly, "That's all for today." Gu Jialua held Jiu's hand and kissed him on the cheek. The next day, all the people in the city gathered under the arena. It is said that the land of inheritance is about to open, so the competition will end today. Is this true? There are so many teams. How can they finish in one day? I heard that they will take turns to fight. All the battle teams were gathered on the stage. An elder walked out and stood on the arena. He said lightly, "Today's competition will take turns. Which team has the confidence to fight first?" Hearing this, the students of the Giant Beast Academy walked out proudly. "I'm Zhou Busheng. I'm willing to fight first." The people from the other academies in purple robes also took a step forward. "I'm Zhou Ping from the School of Agility. I'm willing to fight." "Good, then the competition will start with you." The people from the Giant Beast Academy stood on the arena. They gradually walked out. They stood in front of Zhou Busheng. They stepped on the ground, as if there was a giant bear covering their bodies in an instant. The giant bear patted its chest. It roared at the people from the School of Agility in front of it. Zhou Ping said lightly, "Mystical technique, sharp claws." After roaring this sentence, 2 hands gradually stretched out sharp claws, and they all turned into long purple shadows. Zhou Ping raised his hand. At this moment, they flew forward. The claws hit their bodies one after another, but it didn't have any effect on the giant bear. The giant bear's possession of the beast mystic technique gave him a strong defense. Zhou Busheng said with a smile, "Little trick of controlling insects." He patted his chest and grabbed the captain of the School of Agility in front of him. He grabbed the person in front of him and slammed him heavily on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura gradually weakened. The people from the School of Agility pulled down one after another. The elder said lightly, "The competition is over. Don't kill." Only then did the people from the Giant Bear Academy stop. A few more teams walked onto the arena, but they were quickly knocked out of the arena. Next, Zhongdu Advanced Mystic Academy. Jiyu led Chang Yuan and the others to the arena. It was accompanied by a whistle. A long whistle sounded. The people from the Giant Beast Academy stepped on the ground. Following a flash of light, a dark cloud covered the sky. Several giant bear beast spirits covered the people from the Giant Beast Academy. Chang Yuan chuckled, "It's just a beast mystic technique. Watch me, mystic technique, raging inferno wave." After shouting this, a ball of flame came out of Chang Yuan's mouth. With a sudden explosion, the flame hit one of the students from the Giant Bear Academy. The flame hit the chi shield of the Giant Bear Academy student. Even with the Giant Bear's strength superimposed, he still took 2 steps back. Not good, Old 7 used up a lot of his mystic energy. If another attack comes, he definitely won't be able to take it. In an instant, the flame hit the chi shield. Old 7 was sent flying and slid to the ground. Bloody scars appeared on Old 7's sturdy body. Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm was completely released. A terrifying mystic energy pressure spread over. It was suppressing everyone present. The people from the Sacred Hall frowned. They didn't expect that this Jiyu was actually in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. They raised their heads and said to the leader, "Leader, this person is really too scary." The person in front of them said indifferently, "Last night, I already returned to the Sacred Hall and received the Mystic Master's inheritance." After hearing this, they said in admiration, "Could it be that leader has already broken through to the mortal profound realm?" "That's natural." Zhou Buping took a step forward, cupped his hands and said indifferently, "We admit defeat." Seeing such a valiant team of students, the team that was fighting against Jiyu chose to surrender one after another. Only then did the people from the Sacred Hall lift up their robes. They only saw the leader release the mystic energy on his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. His body released a powerful mystic energy that covered everyone present. Jiyu raised her head to look, and the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. At this moment, the 2 mystic energies silently collided. A puny Spirit Profound Realm wants to resist the might of my mortal profound realm? The oppressive aura made it hard for everyone present to breathe. The 2 powerful mental energies collided with each other. The surrounding crowd felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge palm. They did not expect the mental energy of the human profound realm to be so powerful. To break through this situation, Jiyu had to make the first move. He disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the stage. He pulled out the Warhound sword and swung it heavily. The flames on both sides of the Warhound sword produced a ball of fire at this moment. When the giant sword fell, a loud bang was heard. "You want to break my defensive chi shield with this little sword of yours?" He waved his hands and a ball of purple profound light quickly gathered in his hands. With the strength of the human profound realm, there was no need to wait for a profound skill to be released. That ball of purple profound light bombarded down. Chang Yuan and the Ning brothers stepped forward and released the profound energy in their hands. The 2 powerful profound energy collided with each other. At this moment, the Ning brothers were sweating profusely and were panting. Jiyu took a step forward as a powerful burst of profound energy erupted from his fists. Cloud Extinction Fist Technique. Ding, the host used Cloud Extinction Fist Technique. Obtained experience points of 1 by 999. Jiyu's attack broke through the 2 colliding profound energy. In the blink of an eye, a demonic wind was produced. The demonic wind blew gently at this moment. Cloud Extinction Fist Technique increased the damage according to the strength of the user's profound energy. Jiyu was now at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Cloud Extinction Fist Technique received more than 50 levels of enhancement. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The profound energy fluctuation dispersed in all directions. The surrounding people were affected by this wave of profound energy and took a few steps back. The 2 of them looked at each other. A few elders were also watching this match. It seems that Xinyu has already obtained the inheritance. That's right. Yesterday, the palace master suddenly returned late at night and brought Xinyu into the secret chamber. That's how a human profound realm cultivator appeared. But the palace master is now at the 7th level of the human profound realm. Haha, of course. After the human profound realm, every level was a world. Because of this collision, Chang Yuan and the big and small Ning brothers started to bleed from their backs. Jiyu took a step forward and struck out with the cloud extinction fist technique again. With the power of thunder, she took the lead. Xianyu's mind raced. Later, I will stop that Jiyu. They are just a bunch of puny cultivators around the 5th level of the spirit profound realm. As long as we get rid of his helpers, we will form an alliance. Then, what ability does he have to fight against us? As soon as he said those words, the crowd around him immediately disappeared. The array master was the first to step forward. Mystic skill, Tingting Evergreen. At this moment, countless vines covered the sky, forming a dense forest. Well done, Xianxia. The students of Temple Academy began to shout, Temple Academy, Temple Academy. While they were shouting, the vines in the air suddenly turned into long snakes, slithering towards Chang Yuan and the others. Chang Yuan snorted coldly. Profound skill, endless sea of fire. The sea of fire suddenly collided with the vines. An inexplicable heat spread throughout the scene. Originally, this move was our fatal move. Unfortunately, my vines only become more threatening after coming into contact with the flames. Zhang Xiaowu's voice fell. The vines slowly fell at this moment. Jiyu had just raised the Warhound's giant sword in his hand, but Xinyu appeared in front of him. Why, do you want to help others? Your opponent is me. Xinyu's hands formed a sword and turned into a long spear. The long spear suddenly stabbed towards Jiyu. He raised his hand and blocked the long spear in front of him. The giant sword fell into the opponent's Qi Gang. The Qi Gang had just touched Jiyu's giant sword and gradually absorbed the power on it. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. There was a green gas in the giant sword that gradually integrated into his body. At this moment, the giant sword was absorbed by the Qi Gang. Xinyu felt that there was something strange about his body. A peak 6th grade Xian beast with its own starlight poison will become your nightmare. As his Xian Qi circulated, the Xian Qi in his body constantly collided. The green Xian Qi collided at this moment. The green gas flowed through Xinyu's body. At this time, the meridians in his body also turned into green light. His meridians kept pulsating. Then, he kept shouting. The more he resisted with his Xian Qi, the stronger the backlash. Jiyu took advantage of this opportunity and threw a heavy punch. The two Xian Qi intertwined. As if the Xian Qi had backfired, the two were sent flying at the same time. Jiyu raised the giant sword in his hand and walked in front of him. With a swing of the sword, he cut off his right hand. Seeing Jiyu break Xinyu's array, Chang Yuan immediately shouted. Chang Yuan immediately shouted, Jiao Luo. A green light was released from Jiao Luo's hand. The two from the Temple Academy had disdainful smiles on their faces. A support-type Xian cultivator? After he said this, he never expected that two people would appear in front of him right after. The Ning brothers had already arrived in front of him. Humph, do you think you're the only ones with support-type Xian cultivators? Holy light illumination. After the profound practitioners shouted these words, holy light instantly enveloped the area where they were standing. When the two people were illuminated by the holy light, they gradually raised their heads. The two of them stood together at the same time. Two Xianqi burst out at this moment. Whirlwind thunder. The tornado blew over like a bolt of lightning, blowing in front of the two Ning brothers. Lightning blew out from the whirlwind. At the same time, the Ning brothers grabbed the sharp claws in their hands. They resisted the whirlwind. Lightning kept flashing out from the whirlwind and thunder. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck down. At this moment, the Ning brothers were also sent flying. They glided on the ground and rolled 2.5 times. Gu Jialua released her Xian Qi on them. Looking at the two on the ground, Gu Jialua exerted strength in her legs and in a flash, she was already in front of the two from Temple Academy. She rubbed her leg and kicked, sending them flying into the air. 8-breaking kick. At this moment, she continuously attacked the two's weakest acupoints. They fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaowu looked at the falling person and his eyes widened. You must die. He spread his hands. Suddenly, countless vines surged and rushed in Gu Jialua's direction. She was wrapped up by the vines. Gu Jialua could only let out a shout before she was drowned in the vines. Ji Yu's eyes turned red. Kill! As she shouted, she disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu appeared in front of them. She suddenly waved her sword and stabbed into the opponent's body. Xianxia Wu's dantian exploded. At this moment, the vines also disappeared. Ji Yu carried Gu Jialua back to the academy and put her on the bed. Ji Yu reached out and covered Gu Jialua's body with her mental strength. Gu Jialua could only feel a warm feeling coming from her body. Ji Yu did not expect that Gu Jialua's attack would break 3 of her meridians. It was wishful thinking for her to break through in this lifetime. Ji Yu was furious. Gu Jialua was an auxiliary-type Xian practitioner. She had worked so hard to achieve what she had today. The more she thought about it, the angrier Ji Yu became. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. The speed of the 3,000 clouds was unstoppable. In the inn next to the square, a few elders had just walked out of the inn. I'm afraid that Xin Yu's arm will never be reattached in this lifetime. And there's an unknown poison in her body. How should we explain this to the temple master? Why don't we ask for the antidote from that brat and then break his meridians? This way, we'll have an explanation. Just as everyone was thinking about this, they suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of them. After this gust of wind passed, Ji Yu was already standing in front of that brat. She raised the warhound's great sword in her hand and slashed down heavily. Once again, Ji Yu disappeared on the spot. That afternoon, a few elders came to the academy. Seeing the elders, the guards did not dare to stop them. They went straight to Ji Yu's dormitory. This little friend, the leading elder said politely, I wonder if you can give us the antidote. I'm sorry, I don't have a way to cure the poison on my sword. The 2 elders behind the leading elder each took a step forward and stared fiercely at Ji Yu in front of them. Brat, I think you're courting death. After saying this, the profound energy in his body was released. 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. 3 experts at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm stood in front of Ji Yu. They were confident that even if Ji Yu was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, so what? After all, she was not an expert who had stepped into the human Profound Realm, and even if she was, it didn't matter. Didn't Ji Yu also defeat the human Profound Realm's Xin Yu? Ji Yu said indifferently, do you think that you have the ability to fight across levels? His voice was very soft, but in a moment, the entire place was enveloped by the aura of death. Looking at this terrifying aura, they all took a step back. Ji Yu said indifferently, die. Suddenly, 18 golden beams of light flashed and 18 golden-bodied puppets flew out. Wielding their own prized artifacts, they stabbed the 3 elders. If it weren't for the protection of their own protective astral energy, the 3 elders would have died long ago. The 3 of them protected their arms. Impossible, how can you have such terrifying strength? The 3 of you, I'm not in a good mood today. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. End of chapter 592. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.